Chapter 401 Kaiyi's second crit. I'm Ash from the Kanto region, and I want to challenge your gym. As soon as the genius shined, Xiaoji rushed out with an excited expression. No way, this match that was supposed to be played yesterday was delayed for a night. Xiaoji said that he was already hungry and thirsty. Kanto champion Xiaoji. Well, of course your request is okay. The owner of the gym in Hippie Town is Abby, a bug trainer, with a feminine appearance. Abby is really handsome and full of a strange charm. In this comparison, Xiaoji's Tihan and aura seemed to be enlarged again. Oh tilde. Are these two beautiful ladies here for the gym challenge too? Abby welcomes you at any time tilde. Replying Xiaoji's request, Abby looked up and was immediately amazed. Beauty again. One has long legs in stocking, and the other has long legs in bodybuilding. These are all beauties that are rarely seen. For Xiaoji's challenge request, Abby just had to agree because of his status. But Abby was very interested in these two beauties. However, sorry, I have no interest in challenging the gym. Rolling her eyes, Xiaoxia stepped aside. What the joke? Before my family Mu Chen became half-human handsome. Come to discharge with Miss Ben. You are still far away tilde. Because she often spends time with Mu Chen. The skill of rolling her eyes is something Xiaoxia has learned without a teacher. A challenge? I'm not interested either. I'm here to accompany my boyfriend tilde. Compared to Xiaoxia, Serena is a lot easier. What does this Abby mean? Discharge yourself in front of Ash's face. Wouldn't the chances be even slimmer if we didn't take a stand right away? The smart Serena not only expressed her attitude for the first time, but also took the opportunity to directly win Xiaoji and said that he was her boyfriend. Saying these words, Serena's heart was completely suspended. Xiaoji, you must not pout me in front of this Abby. Thinking of the last time Ash gave her a critical attack, Serena felt uneasy. This guy shouldn't be so ignorant of style. Don't give faith. Fortunately, this time Xiaoji did not directly take the arm that held him away. Oh, that's what it looked like. Please forgive my presumptuousness. So, Mr. Champion, shall we start the race now? I don't know. Do you have any requirement? This should not be obvious anymore. That fit and long-legged beauty had no interest in herself, and even a trace of contempt appeared in her eyes. Of course, Abby would not continue to entangle in this situation. As for the long legs of this stocking, it is more direct. She is the champion's girlfriend. How can she look up to herself? Putting down that unrealistic idea, Abby naturally turned his attention to this Xiaoji. Why, my Abby is much more handsome than you. Why can you hug left and right? Is it because of this champion? Snort. Then fight. What about the champion, who has never fought before? Who knows who will win or lose? At this moment, Bai is full of jealousy towards Xiaoji. Of course, Xiaoji did not understand this. At this moment, Xiaoji is also very confused. Serena, can you let go? Looking at Abby who walked into the gym, Xiaoji realized that Serena was hanging on his body. Why are you here again? You hold me like this. How do you walk? By the way, Xiaoxia, do you know what the boyfriend Serena said just now? I seem to have heard from my mother before me before. What boyfriend? Girlfriend? What the heck did they do? Partner? What is this hell? In this world, human beings generally mature earlier than the world before Mu Chen crossed. About 10 years old, I basically understood the love between men and women. For example, this Xiao Mao, who is the same age as Xiaoji, his girlfriend is about to form a strengthening company. For this, Mu Chena was still very obedient. The young man's firepower is strong, and his small waist can stand it. However, there are always exceptions to this kind of thing. Sir, that is an exception. What kind of love between men and women? What boyfriend and girlfriend? Does it help in combat? With all his heart on the battle, Master G never paid attention to this aspect. Even if Hanako kept mentioning it to him, this stuff is completely in the left ear and out in the right ear. This is also the reason why ZA is so stubborn. Be persistent. It has lofty ideals. It has lofty goals. Is a pure Tai Han. Xiaoji, you'd better go to the game. I'll talk about this later. Seeing Xiaoji asking herself such a question in front of Serena, the blue veins on Xiaoxia's forehead almost jumped up. Can you have a snack? Are you asking this kind of thing? Well, you don't understand. Ask. Yes, but can you look at the occasion? Of course you ask in the face of Serena. How do people get along with this? Haven't you noticed that Serena's face has changed? Yes, when Xiaoji asked such a question, Serena's face really changed. OMG, did he reject me? At this moment, all Serena could think of was that she was rejected. Otherwise, how could Xiaoji know this? Obviously, Serena still doesn't know Ash. In her cognition, at Xiaoji's age, she absolutely understands what it means to be a boyfriend or girlfriend. It is precisely because of this kind of cognition that Serena seems to have been rejected by Xiaoji. Pick up. What the hell? The situation is not good. Seeing Serena's pretty white face, Mu Chen panicked. Nima, don't be distracted. Do not give up. You must not give up. Although Mu Chen was reluctant to give Serena's long legs in silk stockings to Xiaoji, he had no choice because of the task. Moreover, judging from the current situation, this Serena is the most promising existent. If even she Xiaoji gave up, then Mu Chen's mission would really be a long way off. Selena, don't think about it. Xiaoji didn't reject you. He didn't understand at all. Fortunately, just when Mu Chen panicked and even planned to use 100,000 volt to bring Xiaoji down and then come to the overlord to force his bow, Xiaosha opened her mouth. Xiaosha, stop comforting me. The confession was rejected, and Selena said she was hurt. God, I really didn't comfort you. This guy, Xiaoji, is all about fighting. He really doesn't understand at all. Seeing Selena still looking lonely, the helpless Xiaosha could only explain to her again. This unlucky boy, how can you like that guy Ash? Yes, Xiaosha, you were right. I remembered it. When I was young, Xiaoji was so dull. Encouraged by Xiaosha, Selena finally came out of her loneliness. Chapter 402 Mu Chen, who took the initiative to fight. Come on, Nina, let's not show weakness. Heracross ~. The battle of the gym challenge has officially started. For this battle, Mu Chen had no interest in watching it. At this moment, he was still in fear. Fortunately, our little Shaw was strong enough to pull the little girl Serena back again. Otherwise, if this little girl really gives up, won't I cry to death? I'm so special. No, it is absolutely impossible to let them develop so freely. Through Xiaoji's two critical attacks, Mu Chen has completely discovered that if the situation is allowed to continue to develop, the probability of Serena being persuaded to be dismissed is definitely higher than the probability of winning the foolish bee of Xiaoji. Now for Mu Chen, there are two problems that need to be solved urgently. The first, naturally, is to let Xiaoji understand what a boyfriend and girlfriend is, and what to do between girlfriend. Only let him know that in addition to fighting, the young lady is also very beautiful, and this is the way to solve the problem. As for the second one, that naturally made Ash interested in Serena. As long as Xiaoji, this stupid bee, can develop even the slightest interest in Serena, Mu Chen's hope of completing the mission will be greatly increased. The current situation, Mu Chen is still very clear. Obviously, Xiaoji's attitude towards Serena is the same as Xiaosha's. In Ash's eyes, they are travel companions, buddies. The second question is not in a hurry. What Mu Chen needs to solve now is the first question. Only by letting Xiaoji, this stupid bee, understand the beauty between boyfriends and girlfriend can he take the next step. But the problem is, pick up. Nima, I am not a biology teacher. It's not even a student science teacher. Xiaoji, this stupid bee, how do you teach him science? At this time, for Mu Chen, this was the problem that really bothered him. Come on Xiaoji you can definitely do it . Of course, Mu Chen's distress Selena didn't know. At this time, the newly recovered Serena turned into a fangirl again, and started the bouncing mode of cheering for Xiaoji. Although Serena also learned the problem from Xiaosha's mouth, this girl is not as eager as Mu Chen. In her opinion, she is indeed a little anxious now. Xiaoji, this stupid bee, doesn't understand, and he doesn't understand no matter how much he expresses himself. Then it is better to follow him silently. Do everything in your power to help him and support him. Sooner or later, Xiaoji, this stupid bee, will understand what is going on with boyfriends and girlfriends. Sooner or later, Xiaoji, this stupid bee, will be influenced by him. Pikachu ~. You said, is this really good? Looking at the jumping Serena, Xiaosha suddenly felt a sense of guilt. Are you redundant? Just now, wouldn't it be better if you didn't explain it to her, and even let Selena be persuaded to quit and give up directly? Thinking of the scene where Serena threw herself into Xiaoji's Taihanhan's arms like a moth, and there was no slag left in the end, Xiaosha's head was huge. Why do you want to persuade her? Pick up ~. Okay, must be good. Be patient. Please support me. No, I would like to ask Xiaosha to change her mind too. Hearing Xiaosha's question to him, Mu Chen suddenly realized that it wasn't just Xiaoji and Serena that he had to deal with. At the very least, Xiaosha should be on the same front as herself. If this girl has retreated, won't the difficulty of my task increase? Mu Chen knew that if the wave just now wasn't for Xiaosha's strong persuasion, even if Serena didn't give up, she would definitely not be able to recover in a short time. This is not an ideal thing for Mu Chen. However, what makes Mu Chen depressed is, what should Xiaosha say here? Did you tell her directly that I have a system task? Bullshit, it's not realistic at all. Mu Chen didn't plan to tell anyone about the system. Not to mention system task. There is only one way left for Mu Chen. Fuck, desperately. It's not the first time I've been pinched. After firming up the thoughts in his heart, Mu Chen instantly transformed into Brother Pig, and drooled the drool that he had been controlling before facing the jumping Serena. This is Mu Chen's method. Aren't you Xiaosha jealous? Come on then, be jealous. Let you find out that I am interested in Serena, then you will definitely find a way to kill the idea of I. If it is stifled, the most effective way is naturally to promote Ash and Serena. When the two of them became, wouldn't you, Xiaosha, be completely relieved? Pikachu. Sure enough, everything did not exceed Mu Chen's expectations. Startled by Mu Chen's saliva, Xiaosha looked down and became furious. This damn bastard. Where are you looking? Just look at it. Are you still drooling? You haven't drooled over Miss Ben, have you? This time, Xiaosha was completely plunged into rage. Hint, then you think too much. Bang! With a skillful over-the-shoulder throw, Mew Chen resolutely lay down on the nest. Pick up tilde tilde. What the hell? What about pin? The price is a bit high. Pikachu, are you going to fight? Haha. Don't worry, you don't have to work hard this time. Coincidentally, the time when Mew Chen was thrown away by Xiaoxia was also the time when Minos was defeated. Just when Xiaoji was about to summon a Pokemon to fight, Mew Chen flew over from behind. In Xiaoji's view, Pikachu is naturally panicking and wants to fight. Pick up tilde tilde tilde. Join the war. What did you see that Lao Su was going to fight? Did I get dumped out of nowhere? Hearing Xiaoji's idiot talking to himself, Mew Chen rolled his eyes again. What's so special? The communication that is not on one channel is really exhausting. Mr. Champion, is this your champion Pokemon? Since it wants to fight, let me fight this champion Pikachu. This time, Ash didn't plan to let Pikachu fight, but Abby, his opponent, became interested instead. Champion Pokemon Pikachu. Hehe, that's why you didn't meet me, Abby. As long as I defeat this guy, won't my Abby's name spread soon? Even these two beautiful young ladies, can they be thrown directly into my Abby's arm? At the moment, Abby also has two Pokemon that can fight. There is a Pikachu that can be seen everywhere, and Abby said that he really didn't like it. Champion. Snort. What a shit champ. But it's just a play by those people in the alliance to fool the common people. As that's so. Well then, Pikachu, the next battle is up to you. The opponent took the initiative to ask for abuse, and Xiaoji certainly wouldn't refuse. Speaking of which, the journey starts again, and Pikachu hasn't shot yet tilde. Chapter 403 Professional treatment for bells and whistles. Come on, Foritos, the battle is yours. Heracross and Ash's Minos fought a losing battle. Seeing Pikachu participating in the battle, Abby chose Foritos, nicknamed Steel Ball. As a Steel-type plus Insect-type Pokemon, at least it does not suffer from the attributes of this Electric-type Pikachu. Pikachu, let's fight too. The opponents have already sent Pokemon to participate in the battle, and of course Xiaoji will not admit it. Pick up tilde pick up. Nima, come on, I just happen to be full of anger. You take the initiative to ask for abuse. I have no reason not to abuse me. Because of this irritable task, because of Xiaoji, the ignorant idiot, and because Xiaoxia, the dead girl who didn't save face, flung herself away, Mew Chen was still in a rage. Take the initiative to ask for a fight with Lao Su. That's so cruel. Your dear mother doesn't even know you. Forlitos, use Mandy Star, and then use Poisonous Ling to fill the entire field. At the beginning of the battle, of course, Abby will not have any softness. Pokemon like Foritos are not strong in their own attack ability, but their defense is incomparably formidable. As for the way to defeat the enemy after this kind of Pokemon battle, it is naturally this Manjixing and Dueling. As long as these two skills are used and the entire field is covered, the non-flying Pokemon will lose even a place to stay. At that time, relying on Foritos's powerful defensive power, that is, grinding, he can easily grind his opponent to death. This kind of tactic, if it is against ordinary Pokemon, is indeed miraculous, and it is not surprising that the weak can even defeat the strong. But his opponent was Mew Chen. Buddha tilde tilde Buddha tilde tilde tilde. Following Abby's order, Foritos spun vigorously. Under the rotation of Foritos, various poisonous diamonds similar to steel nails and purple were thrown out of his body. Pick up tilde tilde tilde. What the hell? What do you want to do? Looking at the constantly spinning Foritos, Mew Chen was slightly taken aback. It's the first time I've seen this kind of tactic. However, it doesn't matter. No matter what your tricks are, let's say hello to 100,000 volt first. Zila tilde tilde tilde. Without any second word, Mew Chen sent a friendly 100,000 volt to the still spinning Foritos. This 100,000 volts didn't have any charge, but Mew Chen wanted to make an opening statement. However, this result greatly exceeded Mew Chen's expectation. Buddha tilde tilde. Turning as high, suddenly 100,000 volts, the thickness of an arm blasted up. This time, Fletos really suffered a heavy blow. Although its defense is strong, it is only physical defense. Special defense. It can only be said that it is normal. What level of existence is Mew Chen today? Most of the 525 racial value is allocated to speed and special attack. How can this 100,000 volt be resisted by a mere gym trainer Fletos? Damn it. Hold on. Foritos, Mandy Xing and Dueling have just been splashed, and they haven't caused any changes to the venue. If the 100,000 volt Fletos were to be dismissed with honor, then Abby really didn't know what to do after the game. Pick up tilde pick up. What the hell? This B game should not be useful. So insensitive to electricity. Xiao Bai Lian, you just discharged my Xiaoxia, didn't you? I will give you all the electricity back. The 100,000 volts that greeted him caused such an effect, and Mew Chen was truly taken aback. When he thought that this Abai had dared to discharge his own Xiaoxia before, the anger in Mew Chen's heart rose again. What the matter? Better than discharge. I am the ancestor of playing video games. Zila tilde tilde tilde. Without any second word, 100,000 volts was once again inspired by Mew Chen. Against such a Dishbi opponent, Mew Chen Chen didn't even bother to use a powerful skill like electric ball. Just kidding, don't you need to run to speed up to use the electric ball? With that effort, 100,000 volt can turn it over. Booted tilde tilde. The result was naturally not out of Mu Chen's calculation. As soon as the 100,000 volts went down, the seriously injured Foratos completely stopped. Damn, is this the strength of a champion? I'm so far behind. Seeing his Foratos being taken down by 2 rounds of 100,000 volt, Abby's confidence completely disappeared. It seems that he and this Pikachu are really not on the same level of existence. After defeating Minos just now, I thought this so-called champion was nothing more than that. Pikachu, well done. Xiaoji is naturally very excited to win the opponent easily, although it is said that because of the appearance of Pikachu, Ash cannot exercise other Pokemon this time, but as long as he can win, this is the most important thing for Ash. Damn it, the game isn't over yet. Go, my most powerful partner, the Flying Mantis. Originally, Abby had been shaken, but when he saw Xiaoji's excited expression, the child was stimulated again. What if the electricity flip Foratos? That because Foratos is too slow. My Flying Mantis is very fast. As long as you can avoid Pikachu's attack, victory is not without hope. Feng Te tilde tilde. Following Abby's call, a green Flying Mantis appeared in the midair of the competition arena. Flying Mantis, move at high speed, and then use the Shadow Clone. With the advantage of winning with speed, Abby will naturally not hesitate. With the blessing of high-speed movement, the Flying Mantis instantly created more than 10 Shadow Clones that were indistinguishable from its real body. Pick up tilde tilde. What the hell? This speed game should be very fast, right? Seeing the speed of the Flying Mantis, Mu Chen faintly felt that he was starting at full speed, and it didn't seem to be much faster than it. That is to say, it is really not that easy to win the Flying Mantis with the skill of 100,000 volt. Ha ha ha. See, this is my most powerful Pokemon. Flying Mantis, dance the sword dance. As the blessing continued, Abby believes that as long as the sword dance is over, the Flying Mantis will definitely have a chance to defeat Pikachu. However, he hadn't heard a word, and he was able to break through all methods. Pika tilde 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 chew. What barren play should be? Are you fast? How many are you? So, I am here to see, how do you avoid this thunder? He didn't even bother to use it when charging, so Mu Chen just let out a thunderstorm at the Flying Mantis that was constantly rolling in the sky. Crackling tilde 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 tilde. The current rolled, and bursts of thunder began to jump in the dark clouds above the stadium. Aren't you playing bells and whistles? I can't do anything else. I specialize in all kinds of bells and whistles. Chapter 404_3b. As expected of the champion in the Kanto region, as expected of the champion Pokemon, I'm still a long way off. The thunder skills are used, and the results are naturally self-evident. The Flying Mantis is indeed superior in speed, but under Mu Chen's intensive thunderbolt bombardment, this thing is simply unavoidable, and it is not surprising that it is directly knocked down. Seeing that the strength gap between him and Xiaoji is so large, Abby can only helplessly accept the fact that he is defeated. Ash, you are amazing tilde tilde tilde. Pikachu is amazing too. Xiaoji wins, and the happiest is naturally the little fangirl Selena. Although I have seen Pikachu's battle on TV before, it is completely different from watching it on TV and seeing it with my own eyes. Who would have thought that such a cute-looking little guy would be so terrifying in battle? Although Serena is not keen on fighting, she still has a basic vision. Through this battle, Serena can be considered to have a thorough understanding of how terrifying Pikachu's strength is. The main Pokemon that go up to this kind of gym trainer are all crushed and spiked, so what if they go up to the king level? For this, Serena was still full of curiosity. However, she did not know that her curiosity would soon have the opportunity to be verified. After winning the Hinoki Town Gym, Xiaoji will naturally not stop traveling. Because there is no need to collect all 8 gym badges, Ash did not deliberately detour to some remote places. At this time, this cargo is heading towards Baiyan Mountain. Sha tilde tilde sha sha tilde tilde tilde. Selena, Xiaosha, did you hear any noise? At this time, Xiaoji and his party have arrived near the burning tower. After crossing here to challenge Two City, they can reach Baiyan Mountain to challenge the Tianwang of Chengdu. However, just as Ash and his party were resting near the burning tower, an unusual noise came. No, it must be the wind, right? Ash, won't you come and rest for a while? After getting along for a while, Selena has a thorough understanding of Xiaoji's naive character. This guy's brain is really just like what Xiaosha said. There is nothing other than fighting. For example now, her own pair of stockings with long legs, Xiaosha's pair of well-built long legs. Xiaoji completely turned a blind eye. What's so nice about the wind blowing the grass? In this case, Serena can only continue to wait, waiting for this stupid bee to grow by himself, waiting for an opportunity to appear. Only by letting this fool bee really notice her will she have a chance. Didi, random missions are on. Cao Nian, isn't empty travel boring? Now, let's add a little more fun to your travel. The mission requires protecting Xiaoji, Selena, and Xiaosha. Mission reward, an opportunity. Failure penalty. empty trash. Doesn't this protect? Do you still have the value of continuing to live? Walter. Xiaoji, this stupid bee doesn't know how to appreciate long leg, but Mu Chen understands. Just as this guy was admiring the beautiful scenery in front of him, the electronic sound of the system suddenly came from his mind. Hearing the opening of the random quest, Mu Chen knew that the rustling sound was not just the wind blowing, as Serena said. Just, what the hell is this reward? An opportunity. What is the opportunity? Mu Chen said that he was dumbfounded, but no matter what, at least knowing that there is something strange in the graph, Mu Chen can't continue to obz. Without any second word, 100,000 volts was used, and he hit the grass with confidence. Pikachu, what are you doing? Pikachu's sudden action shocked Ash and the others. What going on here? Is there really no one in the graph? The answer will be revealed soon. Discovered. I didn't expect you, a little mouse, to be so alert. Then, Sachi, Chakra, let's all come out. The voice fell, and three different look, resembling a vampire, an android and a Frankenstein guy appeared one after another from the graph. Who are you? Why are you following us? Seeing these three weird looking guys, it would be a lie to say that you are not nervous. Hiccup. What the fuck? What is this? Three alien. Are they the subordinates of that tree and pear flower? From Lingzi's previous report, Mu Chen naturally knew that the two heavenly kings, Kazuki and Lihua, in the Chengdu area were not very friendly to him. Now that he was prompted by the system, of course Mu Chen knew that these guys were his mission goals this time. Just that these three games should have you evolved completely. Ha ha ha. Who are we? We are the three beastmen of Team Rocket. Sachi, Chakra, Oka. Now, you are given two options. Obediently hand over Pikachu, we will kill you, or die. The enemy is indeed the enemy, but it is not what Mu Chen thought. These three people are the three beastmen of Team Rocket. Although these three guys look weird on the outside, their strength is still very strong. Even Lance and Landam, who were killed by Mu Chen, might not be stronger than these three in terms of strength. Previously against Mu Chen, whether Lance or Random, they were all alone. This time, Sakagi gave an order to let the three beasts take action together, and Pikachu must be successfully taken down. As for why Sakagi would give such an order, Mewtwo, who was cultivated with great effort, betrayed an escape, and Sakagi's strength was naturally greatly damaged. With Mewtwo lost, Sakagi turned his attention to Pikachu. The progress of this little thing is also very terrifying. Even if it can't reach the level of Cheomung, it will definitely not be too different. If he catches Pikachu and cooperates with Sakagi's own Big Dinger, then the strength that was lost before can still be replenished. It is precisely because of this that Sakagi dispatched the strongest team in his hand, the three beasts. With Sakagi's order, the three beasts naturally chased after them all the way from the Kanto region. Through the intelligence provided by Apollo, the head of the Chengdu area, the three guys finally caught up with Xiaoji and his party in this wilderness. Originally, they planned to hide their figures, preparing to launch a sneak attack at night, but I never thought that before the figure was hidden, it was discovered by someone. Xiaoji's inquiries into the details of the three beasts have been very clear. Except for Pikachu, the others are not good enough at all. Therefore, even if they were discovered, these three beastmen were not afraid at all, and they chose to show their stature and fight against Xiaoji. Damn it, it's Team Rocket again. Pikachu, get ready to fight. As soon as he heard the name reported by the other party, the flames of battle bloomed again in Ash's eyes. Chapter 405_Duel. The three beasts. Chakra, Oka, the two little girls will be handed over to you. Give this Pikachu to my mother. As the only woman among the three beasts, and a woman whose image resembles a vampire, Sachi is the only one who can make people look more comfortable. Seeing Xiaoji facing off, the three beastmen also assigned their opponent. As the most powerful captain of the three beasts, Sachi, she naturally took the heavy responsibility of resisting Pikachu to herself. Xiaoji's two companions are not strong, and when Chakra and Oka solve them, it will naturally be the time when the three beasts launch their general attack. As long as he can resist this Pikachu for a while, then Ash is bound to fail. This is the tactics of the three beasts. Haha, don't worry, this little girl will be handed over to me. The first to make a choice is Oka, who resembles a humanoid. I saw her waving her big hand and pointing at Xiaoxia with a nervous look, and she showed a slight smile. Oka, you are really tasteless. This one looks more delicious. Then, leave this black silk to me. Chakra. The last person to speak was that dwarf who resembled Frankenstein. Chakra. Just listening to the conversation of the three of them, you can guess that these three guys are definitely not kind people. Damn it. Don't underestimate me. Pikachu, use 100,000 volts. Seeing these guys assigning opponents in front of him, Xiaoji felt humiliated. On the rocket, it naturally does not need any politeness at all. Without waiting for the opponent to summon the Pokémon, Ash decisively gave an attack command. Little devil, taste the power of the old lady. Go, curse the doll. Use the shadow ball to block Pikachu's 100,000 volts. Xiaoji made a move, and Sachi was unambiguous. With a wave of his hand, a ghostly cursed doll was summoned by it. Haha, little girl, let Uncle Oka love and love you. Go, Juju. tilde. Use the binding attack to catch this little girl to my uncle. Oka's Pokémon is not as rough as his appearance, but the strength of this pot is absolutely not to be underestimated. Damn, ugly guy, don't think I'm easy to deal with. Go, duck. Use psychic power. Should you arrest yourself for this disgusting game? Yan Control Party Xiaoxia said this is absolutely intolerable. My Muchin is so handsome. I just want to touch his little hands now. Do you still want to catch this girl? These two guys have already shot, so I can't be idle. Little beauty, let's start too, shall we? Go, my mighty warrior, the great steel snake. You also use bundling, and I, Uncle Chakra, will also have a good relationship with this little beauty. Among the three beasts, the thinnest existent, the Pokemon used as the largest steel snake. Facing Serena, Chakra did not show any mercy. This time their mission is to capture Pikachu. Then the extra things after catching Pikachu are quest benefit. Before, they thought that there was only Xiaoxia next to Xiaoji, and they were still worried that they were not enough with Oka. But now it seems that this problem is completely do not have to worry about. This Serena is just right for his Chakra taste. Damn it, Big Deal Snake. Then it's up to you. Firefox and Cuckoo Frog. The properties of the Big Deal Snake are steel and ground, and both the fire element of the Firefox and the water element of the Quack Frog can restrain it. With limited strength, Serena certainly wouldn't ask her to compete one-on-one with this hateful rocket. The smart Serena knew that her mission was not to defeat her opponent. As long as she can persevere and delay to Xiaoji's side to solve the opponent's help, that's enough. In order to allow Ash to really pay attention to herself, Serena, who was not keen on fighting before, has gradually undergone some changes. At least against these evil guys, Serena won't hold back. Pika tilde 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 chew. Mu Chen didn't have time to pay attention to the battle between Xiaoxia and Selena. At this time, he has put all his attention on the opponent in front of him. Mu Chen knew that in the face of the sudden attack of the three beasts, he had to get rid of the bitch in front of him as soon as possible. Otherwise, Xiaoxia has the duck god to reach the duck, and Mu Chen is a little more relieved. But what about Serena? That girl's fighting ability. Mu Chen didn't have the slightest confidence in her. If something happened to Serena, she would be reimbursed for her random quest, and the main quest would be even more tragic. How could Mu Chen accept this situation? Therefore, now he is only thinking about killing this cursed doll in seconds. Zila tilde tilde tilde. Current jump. Without any hesitation, the 100,000 volts as thick as an arm were used by Mu Chen, and the target was the cursed doll floating in the air. Wow wow tilde tilde. Facing Mu Chen's attack, cursed doll did not flinch at all. I saw that at the same time as he shouted again and again, shadow balls flashed from the void, and the 100,000 volts against Mu Chen slammed up. Boom, boom, boom. A violent explosion sounded. The dust and smoke dissipated, and Mu Chen's 100,000 volt had long since disappeared and was in the void. Pick up tilde tilde. What the hell? So cow, you know your own strength. It is this instant 100,000 volt, which is definitely not something that ordinary Pokemon can pick up. What kind of Sachi's cursed doll can be easily blocked? It seems that the strength is no worse than that of Juzi's Zhenggui. Curse the doll. Use the spell. Blocking Pikachu's attack, Sachi decisively ordered a counterattack. As for its means of counterattack, it was the very insidious skill that Kikuko used before, the spell. Pick up tilde tilde. Spell. I wipe. Again. Back then, on an uninhabited desert island, Mu Chen suffered a great loss from this spell. Now, when Mu Chen heard the name of this disgusting skill again, this guy panicked. What the hell? If this special lousy is under the spell, let alone protecting Xiaoxia and Selena, even the special father myself, it will be more fortunate and less fortunate. Pick up tilde pick up. The first strike is strong, and the second strike suffered. With incomparably rich combat experience, Mu Chen certainly wouldn't give his opponent a chance to brew the evil beast skill of a spell. Without any hesitation, Mu Chen started quickly, and rushed towards the cursed doll with a single speed. Zila tilde tilde. Rushing to the front, the electric current on Mu Chen's chi flashed again, and an electromagnetic wave blasted towards the cursed doll that was still brewing. What? Don't want to play spells? Stop it for me. Chapter 406_3 Battlefield. Duck. Use psychic power. Hoo. Use Ren. Compared to the battle on Mu Chen's side, the battle on Xiaoxia's side was much more peaceful. Oka's Hoo is basically responsible for defense among the three Beastmen team, and his offensive ability is much worse. Hoo is very embarrassed for Xiaoxia's duck. Although the stupid duck tilted his head to be cute to himself, Hoo didn't have any good offensive mean. When he tied it up, he didn't beat Duck, but instead reminded the stupid bee of how to use psychic power. Duck recalled the psychic attack, and the offense and defense of both sides naturally reversed. Today, the offensive side has become a duck, and the defensive side has become a juju. One can imagine how terrifying the defense of a king-level pot. Although Duck's mind power is very powerful, there is no good way to deal with this pot. At this moment, Xiaoxia's Duck and Oka's Hoo are completely in a stalemate. Xiaoxia's side is stable, while Serena's side is full of danger. Roar tilde tilde tilde. Bursts of roars continued to come from the mouth of the Big Deal Snake. Under the mighty power of the Big Deal Snake, even though the Fire Fox and Quack Frog summoned by Serena could restrain him in terms of attribute, they were still unable to resist. Ha ha ha. Very good. That's it. Big Deal Snake, use Crush. Kill this little fox for me first. The Big Deal Snake is a Pokémon at the level of the king, and its own strength is naturally self-evident. Although Serena bravely fought against it, she was still too weak at the moment. Fire Fox. Quack Bubble Frog. Use Bubble Light to protect Fire Fox. Seeing that the Big Deal Snake lit up its eel teeth and was about to pounce on the Fire Fox, Serena panicked. Quack tilde tilde quack quack tilde tilde tilde. Compared with the Pokémon like the Fire Fox, which is more suitable for gorgeous competitions, the fighting consciousness of the Quack Frog is much stronger. After receiving Serena's order, the Quack Bubble Frog jumped, facing the Big Deal Snake's head, and a mouthful of water-based foam light was sent out. Roar tilde tilde tilde. As a Steel-type and Ground-type Pokémon, the Big Deal Snake's aversion to water can be imagined. A mouthful of foam ray didn't do much damage, but it managed to anger the Big Deal Snake. Seeing that he ignored his trainer's orders, his huge body twisted up and sent a powerful iron tail to the Fire Fox and the Quack Frog. Bang! Without any accident, Fire Fox was directly knocked out. Even the Quack Bubble Frog with relatively strong combat power can only support it with all his strength, fearing that it will not be able to hold on at any time. Ha ha ha. You can't stop me this time. Right. Go ahead, Big Deal Snake. Use the binding and bring me this little beauty. Sachi is still resisting Pikachu, and Oka is in a protracted war with Xiaosha. Chakra is very excited to be the first to solve the opponent. Pikachu, I'll leave it to you. I'm going to reinforce Serena. Through an electromagnetic wave, Mew Chen successfully interrupted the cursed doll's spell skill. Now, cursing the doll is nothing more than encouragement and resistance. Seeing this situation, Xiaoji naturally focused his attention on the other two battles. On Xiaosha's side, Daduk is having a friendly endurance competition with Huhu, but the situation on Serena's side is not good. When discovering that his companions are in crisis, Ash will naturally not stand idly by. After explaining to Pikachu who was still fighting, Ash ran in the direction of Serena. Come out, Mina, use the water wave. While running, Ash summoned Mina, the main force that absolutely restrained the Big Deal Snake. Xiaoji. Seeing Xiaoji come to help, Serena is naturally full of happiness. No matter whether this idiot understands the relationship between boyfriend and girlfriend, at least when this idiot rescues himself, he is full of masculinity like he was in a summer camp when he was a child. This is also the reason why Serena is infatuated with Xiaoji. Pick up tilde pick up. What the fuck? What the situation? The task has not been completed, and the opportunity has appeared. Seeing Xiaoji suddenly enlightened, Mew Chen was done. Isn't that right? This isn't Ash's character at all, is it? How could he still understand the way a hero saves beauty? Didn't we say yes? We'll go over together after I've dealt with my opponent. Of course, no matter what, this situation is a good thing for Mew Chen. Xiaoji went to support Selena, and Mew Chen could also fight with confidence and boldness. And, even if this stupid bee has no other ideas, but Serena's side is different. Didn't you see that the light radiating from the eyes of the little girl was like reality? Before, Mew Chen was worried that Serena would give up because Xiaoji was too tough. Now it seems that this kind of worry is completely unnecessary. Pick a tilde 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 pick. Curse the doll. Right, I have to be serious, Daddy. After letting go of his worry, Mew Chen focused his attention on the cursed doll again. Zila tilde tilde tilde. Sparks of electricity began to jump over his cheek. In order to quickly take down the opponent, Mew Chen decisively entered the charging mode. Damn, don't delay the two of you. This Pikachu is not easy to deal with. Come out, Gem Starfish. Use illusion. It was a huge humiliation for Sachi that his opponent Ash turned away with only one Pikachu left. However, Pikachu has the strength to humiliate you. The curse of the doll was broken, and it had no good way to face Pikachu's attack. The instant 100,000 volts are extremely reluctant to resist. What about after charging? Even, what if this Pikachu doesn't play 100,000 volts and has a black electric ball? Thinking of that possibility, Sachi panicked. Facing the powerful Pikachu, Sachi gave up pretending to be B and decisively summoned another Heavenly King level Pokemon in his hand. At the same time, Sachi kept shouting to the two companions, now is not the time to play. The two girls must be solved as soon as possible. Only in this way can they quickly support themselves. Facing this charging Pikachu, Sachi knew that he would not last long. Haha, Saki, can't you stop it? Well then, I'm not going to play anymore. Go, my army of shuttlecock. Hearing Sachi's cry for help, Oka finally got serious. I saw his thugs wave, and a full 5 shuttlecocks were summoned out by him. Then I'm welcome. Come out, Armorbird. The attack of the Big Deal Snake was blocked by Mina, and Chakra also summoned his trump card. Chapter 407_ Take Sachi. Damn, don't underestimate us. Come out, Shinado, and you, Mr. Jewel Starfish, go and help too. Naughty Panda, go help Firefox. The 3 beasts were on fire, and the pressure on the 3 of Xiaoji suddenly increased. Although the strength of these three guys is a bit far behind the Rocket 4 Heavenly Kings individually, their combat effectiveness is still very strong when the three of them are together. It is Apollo, the first king of the Rocket 4 Kings, and he is also not the opponent of the three beasts. Although it is said that the three beastmen did not join forces at this time, but dealt with one enemy separately, this is not something that Xiaoji can resist. Now, Xiaoji and Serena have joined forces to resist Chakra, but they are just encouraging and supporting. Xiaosha's side also completely relied on Daka's mind power to stalemate with Oka, but no one knows how long they can hold on. Pick up. High-speed movement blessing. The electric light flashes on. What Baron cursed doll? What Baron gem starfish? Eat Lao Su and make a ball. Of course, Mu Chen was very clear about the disadvantage of the battle. Continue to delay. Once Xiaoji or Xiaosha loses, then they will immediately face the risk of being besieged. Facing these three guys at the same time, even Mu Chen himself did not have the confidence to win. Therefore, after charging was completed, Mu Chen did not hesitate, and the black electric ball began to enter a brewing state. Crackling. A violent electric current tumbled from the tail of Mu Chen, who had converged into an electric ball. Damn. Curse the doll. Use a double. Jewel starfish. Use hold to help the cursed doll. Oka, come and support me now. The most terrifying black electric ball has appeared, and Sachi naturally dare not have any contempt. I saw Oka hurriedly ordered his two Pokémon to use their defense skills, and even called for help to Oka, who was best at defense in the team. Go on, Juju. Use patience and help Sachi. The three beasts are still very united. Seeing that Saki was in danger, Oka did not hesitate. However, he ignored Xiaosha. Want to go? Did you ask me? Duck. Increase your mind power, and control the pot for me. Jewel starfish. Use high-speed stars to help Duck intercept these shuttlecocks. Pikachu's electric ball is related to the victory or defeat of this battle. Of course, Xiaosha will not let this thick-skinned pot over to support. Pika Chu Xiaosha, worthy of being our Kinsei. It is awesome. Seeing Xiaosha helping him intercept Hu, Mu Chen, who had finished brewing, did not hesitate. With the help of a flash of lightning, Mu Chen jumped high into the air, flicked his tail, and a black electric ball with a diameter of more than 1 meter was thrown out by him. Damn. Seeing Pikachu's black electric ball thrown, Sage hurriedly backed away. Can your own Pokemon be blocked? Sachi is not the least bit confident. Boom. Doll. Aha. Just as Sachi stepped back, the sound of the explosion also followed. At the same time as the explosion, it was the screams of the cursed doll and the jewel starfish. When the screams came, Sachi was not surprised but delighted. It's a good thing to have screams, which means that his two Pokemon have not been killed in second. However, the smoke of the explosion gradually dissipated, and the joy that Sachi had raised was completely annihilated. Her two Pokemon were indeed not killed in second, but they definitely weren't much better. Most of the cursed doll's spiritual body has been blasted away by an electric ball. Even if it doesn't die, it is also a big disability. The dazzling gems of the jewel starfish have long since disappeared, and I can see that it is like a black 5-star charcoal head, with black smoke billowing all over its body, and electric currents are constantly flashing through its body. Obviously, Sachi's two Heavenly King level Pokemon didn't resist when the electric ball went down. How is this possible? Seeing that he dropped his two Pokemon in seconds as soon as the ball was fired, Sachi was stunned. Isn't that right? It's not possible at all, right? Through the video of Pikachu participating in the Kanto League competition, the Rockets have long determined Pikachu's attacking ability. But from the current situation, this attack ability is obviously much stronger than before, isn't it? But how does Sachi know that Mu Chen, who has completed the main quest, has greatly improved his strength than before? Pick up. How Sachi panicked Mu Chen so that he didn't bother to pay attention, and threw 100,000 volts at the girl who looked like a vampire. Mu Chen turned around and quickly ran to Xiaosha's battlefield. It was okay before, but the attacking ability of Hu's lack of attacking ability, and Duck can also play brainless stalemate with it. But as Oka, the android, summoned 5 shuttlecock, the situation began to revert. Although Xiaosha summoned the gem starfish, she was still invincible with her fist. In the case of 5 shuttlecock cotton using sleep powder at the same time, the gem starfish has already been lying in the nest. Even the duck is also drowsy now, and I am afraid that he may not be able to hold on at any time. Xiaosha's crisis. Of course, Mu Chen would not let it go. As for Ash and Serena, who are in the same unfavorable situation. Fuck. Love it. Who is who? Who is it? It is important to have Lao Su's Xiaosha. Damn it. Cat boss, come out. Help me block the 100,000 volt. Ben also wanted to notify Oka to tell him to be careful with Pikachu. But when Sachi saw the 100,000 volt shot in the face, she didn't have any thought. Facing the 100,000 volt that can reach the thickness of an arm in an instant, Sachi has no interest in experiencing the pleasure of being electrocuted. Panic. Sachi could only summon his last Pokemon. Meow. Also the cat boss. Sachi's one is far from Sakagi. Being able to block Mu Chen's 100,000 100,000 volts was already the limit. Pika Chu. Sachi didn't care whether Mu Chen was hanging up or not at all. Running quickly, Mu Chen came to the battlefield on Xiaoxia's side within a few breaths. Seeing the shuttlecock cotton flying all over the sky, Mu Chen didn't say anything else, and splashed the 100,000 volts on those games as if he didn't want money. Boom, 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 cotton. The violent explosion and the screams of the shuttlecock came one after another. Ah, Saki, you bastard. How did Pikachu come here? Seeing that he was about to take down the outrageously powerful Duck, Pikachu suddenly killed him from behind, and Oka panicked. Pikachu ... Oka panicked, and Xiaoxia was overjoyed. Seeing Pikachu rushing over, Xiaoxia's hanging heart suddenly fell. These guys are worse than Lance and Landum. Falling into their hand, the consequences are unimaginable. Chapter 408 Shuttlecock Cotton. Selena, are you okay? On the other side of the battlefield, unlike Pikachu's crushing, Xiaoji's side is very pessimistic. The Minas attribute restrains the Big Deal Snake, but the level is too different. Facing the violent attack of the Big Deal Snake, Minas can only resist now. It is Serena's Quack Frog, although its fighting will is strong, but its level is ridiculously low. In this level of battle, it can only help Minas to harass and share the pressure. On the other hand, the armored bird that Shinado fought with Miss Gert was also fierce and unusual. This game should rely on its strong defensive power, and ignore Shinado's attack at all, just chasing Miss here wholeheartedly. Even because of the storm attack used by the armored bird, Ash and Serena, who were hit by the aftermath, were also not far away. Xiaoji has a full value of special defense resistance, and it doesn't matter if a storm is thrown, but it will hurt Serena. Blown away by the storm, Serena's forehead hit the ground, and the red blood flowed down the wound. Seeing that Serena was injured, Xiaoji naturally ran quickly to help her up. I'm fine ... Ash, thank you ... The pain on her forehead was incomparable, but Serena's heart was warm. Although Serena also knew that this stupid bee came to support her, it was entirely because they were companions. But because she has Xiaoji in her heart, with the help of this guy, Serena is still extremely happy. Hey, or a pair of little lovers. Well, Chakra, will tear you apart today. Serena knew Ash, so she wouldn't have misunderstood Ash's sudden change of nature. But the problem is that Chakra doesn't understand. Seeing the two supporting them, this guy naturally thinks that Xiaoji and Serena are a couple. Didn't you see that the little girl's eyes were dripping with water? Damn Team Rocket, don't be complacent. After being mocked by Chakra, Ash was naturally furious. However, no one knew that there was a trace of doubt in his heart at this time. Boyfriend, what exactly is it? Little lover, what is this? Xiaoji is stupid because he is so focused on Pokémon that he doesn't pay any attention to these love affairs. But when Serena appeared, when he kept listening to Xiaoxia and others about boyfriend and girlfriend, when he heard what Chakra said about a little lover, this stuff also began to emerge. Curiosity. Of course, that's a story later. And at this moment, Ash's eyes are still only about fighting. As for the blushing Serena in her arms, Ash said he didn't notice at all. Pika ... Chu. There was a change in Xiaoji's side, and Mu Chen naturally didn't know it. At this moment, this guy is still busy with those annoying shuttlecock cotton. These B players should be flying extremely fast one by one, and they are always pouring some powders of various dates on themselves. Although it was said that he relied on the sneak attack to turn over 2 before, but the remaining 3 are also annoying to Mu Chen. Nima, what kind of B play should be? Why is there such a disgusting Pokemon? Looking at the shuttlecock that was constantly circling above him, Mu Chen was so angry that he could not wait to hit it with thunder. However, in addition to this Oka, Mu Chen has another opponent, Chakra. Before confirming that he could end the battle, Mu Chen would not dare to use such a big move that could clear his skin to pretend to be B. Hold on, don't pay attention to the binding of the pot. Use mind power to help Pikachu control the 3 shuttlecocks. Xiaoxia also discovered the dilemma of Mu Chen at this time. Although it is said that Mu Chen's combat power is incomparably powerful, people will not fight you, and under constant harassment, even if he cannot defeat Mu Chen, he can still be delayed. Once Mu Chen was delayed, the situation on Xiaoji's side would be bad. Seeing such a situation, Xiaoxia decisively sacrificed the duck. Anyway, you have thick skin and flesh, and you won't die if you tie it up. It hurts as much as it hurt. Cool ... However, the usual duck is a stupid duck, but at this time, under the stimulation of pain, it is smarter than anyone else. Hearing Xiaoxia's order, quit. I'm going. What are you doing? Just ignoring my feelings about duck. I'm so sick of this tied duck. You don't want to help me solve it, but let me ignore it. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and Duck expressed that he was very aggrieved. It is also a Pokemon, but Pikachu is not yours. Why is it so obvious? However, how does this idiot know that in Xiaoxia's heart at this time, where is Pikachu still some hell of a Pokemon? This is her Xiaoxia's boyfriend. For the sake of her boyfriend, let alone let you be beaten up a stupid duck. I just did it for you. Xiaoxia didn't even frown. However, Xiaoxia's mind can't understand. The brain brain capacity is too small, and the thinking is too much, and the duck is confused. What did the master say just now? Pikachu, right, alright, let go. Cool tilde tilde. After confirming the target of the attack in his heart, Tadaka let out a loud chirping. Immediately, a wave of pink energy that was visible to the naked eye rose from the whole body of the stupid duck. Hot tilde tilde. The bundle was in high spirit, and suddenly the duck broke out, and the unprepared Hoo-Hoo was directly vibrated. However, before Hoo-Hoo panicked, he realized that the target of this energy was not himself. Hot tilde tilde. Watching the pink terror energy go straight to Pikachu, Hoo-Hoo was dumbfounded. What the fuck? What the situation? Aren't they a gang? Why are you still fighting? Pick up tilde tilde tilde. Involved. Mew-chen is also confused. What the hell? Nima, stupid duck, who are you following? Seeing the thought power that was rushing to kill him, Mew-chen felt like 1,000 horses galloping in his heart. At this moment, Mew-chen is clear. Obviously the stupid bee has entered the mode similar to the short circuit of the brain last time. However, I can use this power of thought at that time. As soon as the electric light flashed on, Mew-chen took advantage of the situation and rushed towards the few shuttlecocks in the air. Duck deserves to be called the duck god, and Mew-chen was not disappointed by its power of thought. With Mew-chen's movement, Tadak's mind power also followed, and following Mew-chen's movements was a sharp turn. Cotton. Mew-chen was able to resist or even avoid the power of thought, but Shuttlecock Cotton couldn't do it. With a blast of thought force, the three fluttering shuttlecocks were all hit. Pika tilde 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 chew. Of course, Mew-chen would not miss this opportunity. Without any hesitation, Mew-chen 100,000 volt seized the opportunity to enter the clearance sale mode again. After several 100,000 volt, the shuttlecock Cotton that made Mew-chen irritable finally all lay down. Chapter 409 Defeat the three beasts. When cool tilde tilde, a crisp crashing sound came almost at the same time as the pained cries of Da. Is your brain caught in the door again? I asked you to hit the shuttlecock. Who did you hit? Next time you dare to be disobedient, I will sue you. If Mew-chen didn't dodge the previous thought force with enough force, and even took the shuttlecock with the help of the thought force attack, the consequences would be unimaginable. Seeing that the stupid duck was disobedient, Xiaoxia was naturally furious. Without any politeness, the angry Xiaoxia picked up a brick and began to help Tadya regain her IQ. Cool tilde tilde. Cool tilde tilde tilde. Xiaoxia was furious, and Duck was immediately cowardly. Damn it. Although Duck, who was running around with his head in his arm, looked harmless to humans and animals, Oka hated the stupid duck very much. If it weren't for it, he would have taken this little beauty long ago. If it wasn't for it, how could Pikachu break through the siege of the Shuttlecock army? However, it was such a stupid duck that destroyed Oka's tactics and the overall plan of the three beastmen. The Shuttlecock Cotton army has been defeated, and Oka has only one defensive cowhide left in his hand, and the insufficient offensive juju is still supporting. Stop Pikachu. There was absolutely nothing he could do. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde tilde. Dear, it's almost enough to hit twice. This stupid duck is quite powerful sometimes. Seeing that Xiaoxia was still chasing the duck, Mew-chen reluctantly discouraged him. Although it is true that this stupid duck is despairing at times, it is also Xiaoxia's main force to some extent. Many times, when I can't take care of it myself, this product can still help Xiaoxia resist many enemies. After a few words of dissuasion, Mew-chen focused his attention on chakra. At this time, Sachi has been defeated, and Oka is left with a pot with more than enough defense and insufficient attack, which can be completely ignored. The only thing worthy of Mew-chen's attention was the last chakra left. Zila tilde tilde tilde. The spark of electricity jumped up from Mew-chen's cheeks again. After the fight with Shuttlecock Cotton just now, the CD of the charging skill had passed, and Mew-chen decisively turned it on again. The big deal snake with chakra is not easy to do, but what about the armored bird? You're chasing after Lao Su's skirt. It's so cool, isn't it? Chakra, be careful. Pikachu has passed. Unlike Sachi, who is reluctant to protect himself with a pot to protect himself, Oka is still very easy. Seeing Pikachu rushing in the direction of chakra, Oka quickly reminded. At this time, the only combatant among the three beasts is chakra. If he is unfortunately defeated again, whether the three of them can complete the task is another matter, even if their safety cannot be guaranteed. Landum died inexplicably, but Lance died in the hands of this Pikachu. Everyone in the Rockets knew how cruel this Pikachu was. Damn it. What did you do? Hearing Oka's cry, the excited chakra raised his head to pay attention to the battle of the others. Seeing that Sachi had evacuated, and Oka had only one pot left, chakra was done. What's your situation? Can you give me some strength? How long did it take to get cold? After defeating Ash and Serena, chakra still had confidence, but facing Pikachu at the same time, chakra said he panicked. However, it's too late to say anything. Pika tilde 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 chew. While still running, Mew-chen used the fully charged 100,000 volt. Its target was the armored bird that was still chasing after Misker. Aren't you afraid of Shinado because of the steel attribute? Then I'm here to see how your flight attribute attribute can resist the 100,000 volts of lousy Zila tilde tilde tilde. Without any hesitation, without even waiting for Chakra's response, Mu Chen blasted the armored bird with 100,000 volts. Electricity entered the body, and the proud defense of the armored bird was completely a decoration. The electric system has restrained its flight, not to mention that this is the super 100,000 volts after Mu Chen has been charged. As soon as the electricity went down, the cargo fell to the ground while screaming, and it was impossible to see it alive. Damn. Oka, let's retreat. The armored bird was killed in seconds, and Chakra suddenly lost the courage to continue fighting. The strength of the three beasts is their combined attack technique. However, because they were too careless, they did not come up to attack together, but instead fought each other, and it was not surprising that they were finally defeated by Mu Chen one by one. Pick up tilde pick up. Want to go? Have you asked my father about me? Come on, just leave. Are you the one who runs a hotel here? It's a special hotel. You can also leave me the accommodation fee. Chakra, who has a big deal snake, is not easy to stay, but the Okamuchan who uses the pot is not going to let it go. What the matter? You were the one who was disgusting with the shuttlecock just now, right? You were the one who said just now that you were interested in Lao Su's love for Xiaoxia, right? Pika tilde 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 chu tilde. The enemy had already retreated, and without any pressure, Mu Chen decisively used the big trick of thunder. Even if I can't keep that chakra, this guy Oka must stay for me. Crackling tilde 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 tilde. Following Mu Chen's call, a dark cloud suddenly appeared in the air. Countless electric currents rolled and shuttled in the dark cloud, showing the terrifying power it contained. Oka, I'm retreating first. I'll be waiting for you at Apollo. Seeing such a powerful mutation, Chakra left the battlefield decisively and fled the battlefield. As for whether this Oka can retreat, dead Taoist friends don't die. Poor Taoist. Ask yourself for more blessing. Damn. Want to keep me Oka? Don't even think about it. Seeing this thunder like a punishment from heaven, Oka also knew that the situation was not good. Relying on the powerful defensive power of the pot, Oka was nervous but not too panicked. It's just thunder. How many random attack kills can fall on Lao Su's head? Boom, boom, boom. But Oka's naive thought soon disappeared. I saw the thunder that fell in the sky as if it was loaded with precise guided missiles, and the landing point of each thunder and lightning was where Oka was. How is this possible? Looking at the thunder that fell straight down, Oka was completely panicked. However, this guy is good at defense rather than speed. When the defensive ability cannot resist this thunder, it is when Oka loses. The pot. Under the bombardment of thunder, the first thing that came out was the painful screeching sound of the pot. Boom, boom. When the pot fell down, the bursts of thunder smashed frantically at the place where Oka was. As for that Oka, it's already been blasted to scum. Chapter 410. Opportunity appeared. These abominable rockets. Next time we meet again, I will never let you go. Only one left after three came, and Xiaoji expressed his anger. Before in the Kanto region, these rockets always came to harass themselves. I never thought that these guys were still haunted when they came to this Chengdu area. Pick up tilde tilde pi tilde tilde. Xiaoji was indignant but not indignant that Mu Chen was too lazy to pay attention. At this time, this guy is most concerned about this task reward. The opportunity. Where is the opportunity for Lao Su? When the task is completed, the reward will be distributed naturally. But the question is, where is it? I can't see the opportunity. I can't see it. Where can I get it? Mu Chen knew that the reward for this mission must have something to do with Xiaoji. It is precisely because of this that this product attaches great importance to this reward. What can I do? Xiaoji tilde. Thank you so much. I really don't know what I would do without you tilde tilde. With endless brilliance in her eyes, Serena looked at Ash with a little more admiration than before. Xiaoji is really amazing. Obviously everyone is the same age. Xiaoji has become a real champion in a region. The so-called champion before was just a noun, and without seeing it with my own eyes, I would never know what it meant. But through this battle, Serena understood. Facing the incomparably strong Rocket, she didn't even have the strength to parry. But Xiaoji, however, defeated Team Rocket by himself, and even killed a disgusting guy. How could this not make Serena feel adored? What's more, this idiot B rushed to support Serena during the crisis, which had a great impact on Serena's heart. If it is said that Serena's admiration for Xiaoji was caused by her childhood memories, she liked it. So now, Serena is completely conquered by Ash at this time. What wrong? What the matter? Hundreds of Teal are still afraid of being soft around their fingers. Serena, don't believe that I can't win this little wisdom. Of course, this was just a change in Selena's mentality, not the quest reward that Mu Chen was looking forward to. As for the opportunity that Mu Chen was looking forward to, soon, there will be. Pikachu, you say, what is a boyfriend and girlfriend? What is a lover? During the day's battle, Ash's heart always had this doubt. It was only when he asked Xiaoxia but got a blank eye. Xiaoji pressed this doubt in his heart. Now, at night, Ash, who can't sleep, start tormenting Pikachu. Pick up tilde tilde tilde. What the fuck? This is what you have to say. Originally, Mu Chen also said that after Xiaoji and the others fell asleep, he would call out his old ladies to have a chat. Thought that Xiaoji, this stupid bee, was like taking the wrong medicine today, and he didn't sleep. Mu Chen, who couldn't make it, finally gave up, but just when he was about to fall asleep, the stupid bee actually picked it up and took it to a place far away from Xiaoji and Serena. Being groggy and being woken up by Xiaoji, this stupid bee, Mu Chen was naturally furious. Before the shock was used, Ash spoke. Hearing this, Mu Chen was immediately excited. Nima, opportunity, opportunity. Hearing Xiaoji asking this, how did Mu Chen not know yet? This is the opportunity you have been waiting for. This idiot bee has finally come to his senses. Mu Chen knew that Xiaoji's current state was just curious and ignorant. He was not interested in this kind of thing, he just wanted to know more about it. But, it doesn't matter. As long as this fool bee is interested, as long as this hole is opened, Mu Chen sees hope. Xiaoji, this bee, gave Mu Chen the feeling that there are no dead ends in 360 degrees, and flies can't find any gap. Now, the buttons of this guy's tin coat have been opened. However, when Mu Chen got excited, this guy started to worry. Seeing Xiaoji's dazed and curious expression, Mu Chen became entangled. What the hell? How do I explain this to him? It's unrealistic to change into a human being. It's not enough to say anything for 5 minutes. Even in front of Xiaoji, Mu Chen didn't intend to reveal the fact that he could become a human. Tell Xiaoxia that it is because Mu Chen wants to develop further with her, even humming. Xiaoji, hee, this stupid bee. When the system task of the special lousy is finished, who will know who you are? What's more, the transformation of this kind of thing can be big or small. Although it is said that in the Pokémon world, some unique Pokémon and even mythical bees can be transformed. But, Pikachu transformed. Who has heard of it? In order not to cause unnecessary trouble, Mu Chen was not interested in revealing the fact that he could transform in front of Xiaoji. Then, here comes the problem. If you don't become a human, how can you communicate with this stupid bee? Rely on writing, drawing, gesture. This can be done with Xiaoxia, with Xiaoji. Mu Chen is afraid that he will be mad at him. Forget it, you're just a Pokémon. If you ask you about this, you probably won't know. After waiting for a while, looking at the scratching Pikachu, Xiaoji took it for granted that he was an idiot. Pikachu is nothing but a Pokémon. How could it possibly understand this? Such a profound question, that even Xiaoji himself can't understand. Pick up ... What the hell? Stop me. Seeing Xiaoji getting up and leaving, Mu Chen became anxious. I desperately fought against the rocket, and finally an opportunity appeared. So is it so wasted? No, this is absolutely not B. No second word. In order to prevent Xiaoji, this foolish bee, from leaving, Mu Chen endured the pain in his heart, and blasted 100,000 volts at his master. That's right, it's not an electric shock, it's 100,000 volts. It wasn't that Mu Chen cruelly wanted to kill his master, it's just because he's in a hurry. 100,000 volts is not an electric shock. The electric shock on Xiaoji's body is just tickling, and the 100,000 volts hit him very sour. Pikachu, what are you doing? It hurt. However, Master G is worthy of being Master G. This special defense resistance is still very powerful. Generally, when a Pokémon is hit with 100,000 volts, it is directly in the state of lying in the nest. Master G just has his hair standing up and his complexion darkening, and he has not suffered much damage at all. Pick up. Fuck, can you be in a hurry if you want to leave? Can you be patient? Let me think of a way. How can I give you common sense of physiology? Taking advantage of the moonlight, looking at Xiaoji who was like black charcoal, Mu Chen fell into deep thought again. Chapter 411 Xiaoxia who was crying. Pikachu, what are you doing? Seeing the tiptoe Pikachu bring himself to the sleeping Serena, Xiaoji was confused. Are people sleeping? What are you doing? Stop waking people up. How impolite. Obviously, this guy has forgotten how he woke up Pikachu before. Pick up. Doing what? Of course, it is to teach you physiological knowledge and let you know the beauty of Miss Sister. Looking at this confused Hanbi Xiaoji, Mu Chen sent a contemptuous hygienic eye. What a piece of trash. With such good conditions, I don't even understand basic common sense. I'm so pissed. Mu Chen dared to swear that if he crossed over it was not Pikachu, but this Xiaoji. Don't say Xiaoxia. Such an old man now doesn't take a young lady with a wagon to go out. That's all without a license. It was Pikachu that Mu Chen, who was suffering from B, passed through. With his current situation, it is enough to own Xiaoxia. After all, the starting point is different, and the situation is naturally different. Pikachu, what are you doing with me? Don't wake up Serena. When he came to Serena's side, Xiaoji was still confused. Suddenly, this guy found that Pikachu actually took his hand and dragged him forward. This time, Xiaoji was really stunned. What are you doing? Where do people sleep? You are so close. What if you accidentally bumped into it and woke people up? However, Mu Chen ignored Xiaoji's surprise. Without further ado, as soon as he exerted force with both hands, he directly grabbed Xiaoji's hand and pressed it against the sleeping Serena. Pick up. tilde tilde tilde. What the hell? It feels so good. When Xiaoji pressed it, Mu Chen naturally followed suit. In an instant, Mu Chen was fascinated. This feeling of feet is completely different from that of Xiaoxia tilde 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 tilde. Ah, Pikachu, what are you doing? Mu Chen was intoxicated, and Xiaoji was completely dumbfounded. What is this for? People are sleeping with Serena. Why are you dragging me to touch them? Pick up tilde pick up. Putting his short hand to his mouth humanely, Mu Chen made a mute gesture to Xiaoji. A foolish bee. Are you the reincarnation of Tiger Bee? Why can't you feel it yourself? Haven't you taken your hand away yet? If this really wakes up Selena, I'm fine. Why don't you be a bit of a jerk? Arrest the wolf. If you are arrested, how can I still complete my mission? In order to let Xiaoji, this stupid bee, understand the beauty of Miss Sister, Mu Chen also took great pain. However, this bee is still not enlightened. It's just that Mu Chen didn't find it, and Xiaoji didn't find it either. At this time, Selena was already blushing with embarrassment. OMG. Hi, it's Atoshi. What is he doing? I was sleeping soundly. Suddenly, I felt like there was something on my leg. Immediately, Serena woke up leisurely. But, a girl, under such circumstances, how could Selena have the courage to stand up? At this time, she could only forcefully control her slightly trembling body, pretending that she was still in a sound sleep. However, Selena didn't dare to wake up. There was one other person who dared. Sleeping next to Serena, Xiaoxia was naturally awakened by the conversation between Ash and Pikachu. While in a daze, Xiaoxia saw Pikachu and Xiaoji attacking Serena at night. Seeing this, Xiaoxia was instantly furious. Pikachu, Ash, forcibly suppressing the desire to roar. Xiaoxia woke up with one hand in one hand, pinched the ears of Xiaoji and Pikachu, and ran into the wilderness aside. Obviously, Xiaoxia didn't know that the victim Selena had also woken up. Ah, it hurt. What are you doing, Xiaoxia? When Xiaoxia grabbed her ears, Xiaoji showed a more painful look than eating 100,000 volts. Obviously, Xiaoji's super resistance is only effective against Pokemon's attack. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde. What the hell? Be patient. Listen to my explanation. Things are not what you think. Different from Xiaoji, who is confused and confused. How can Mu Chen, the old driver, still not understand the situation in front of him? This was caught by Xiaoxia, and the car overturned. It's not terrible to roll over. Mu Chen really didn't do anything. Basically, this guy still has a clear conscience. But the question is, how do you explain this to Xiaoxia? With a glance from the corner of his eye, Mu Chen could see Xiaoxia's anger as if it were real. You two bastard. Talk. What the hell are you doing? Coming to the distance, leaving Pikachu and Ash aside, Xiaoxia is like an angry lioness. Excessive. It going too far. These two bastards. They did. To Xiaoji, Xiaoxia just feels sick. This bastard, who pretended to be a fool during the day and didn't understand anything, ended up doing such a sleazy thing at night. If you really like it, won't you tell others directly to Serena? Then Serena is obviously a little fangirl of yours. As long as you say it, she doesn't take the initiative to run into your arms and feel free to touch her. As for the sneak attack in the middle of the night, metamorphosis _ even thinking of this, Xiaoxia felt cold all over. This pervert wouldn't have attacked Miss Ben like this. Thinking of this, Xiaoxia's goosebumps even stood up. Disgusted, Xiaoxia didn't want to look at Xiaoji again. Putting her eyes on Pikachu, the anger in Xiaoxia's heart rose even further. Asshole. Goddamn bastard. How did you promise me? How did you promise me? How dare you attack Serena in the middle of the night? Or go with Xiaoji's network? Even if you really can't control it, why won't you take action against me? Don't say it's midnight. It's daytime. Did I reject you? What's so good about that, Serena? Isn't it just a little more majestic than me? So what happened? I'm not immature. You ungrateful thing. If you like stockings or something, just tell me. Don't people wear that stuff? Looking at the dejected Pikachu, Xiaoxia left tears of grievance angrily. I don't care about other people's opinion, Miss Ben, and I decided to live with you, the nasty yellow-skinned mouth. What do you want? Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde tilde. What the hell? Be patient, baby. Don't cry. Originally, Mu Chen was still worried about how to fool this matter. But now, when Mu Chen saw that Xiaoxia was so angry that she burst into tears, this guy suddenly became anxious. But his kinship and patience. Whoever is crying can't let Xiaoxia cry. Without any hesitation, Mu Chen entered the charging state. Chapter 412 Big Fool, Mu Chen. Zila tilde tilde tilde. The sound of super electromagnetic waves sounded. Ah, my god. What are you doing, Pikachu? Immediately, Xiaoji's scream and Xiaoxia's exclamation came one after another. Originally, I was so angry and wrong that I was crying bitterly, but I never thought about it. When I looked up, Pikachu suddenly shot at the puzzled Xiaoji. Although this is an electromagnetic wave with no harm, but this is after charging. The ordinary electromagnetic wave before charging is sent to Xiaoji, which will make this thing twitch for a while at most. But after charging, seeing Xiaoji foaming at the mouth and going into a coma, Xiaoxia knew that this guy might not be able to wake up today. This Pikachu couldn't help but but say it well, and gave Xiaoji a ruthless attack. How could Xiaosha not be surprised? Others don't know. She doesn't know Xiaosha yet. This Pikachu is no ordinary Pokemon at all. He's an asshole who is much smarter than the average person. It is precisely because of this that Xiaosha was so shocked after Mu Chen attacked Xiaoji. He was definitely not some so-called Pokemon that suddenly went crazy and attacked his master. This bastard, that must have some purpose. Xiaosha fell into shock and confusion. Of course Mu Chen was very clear. After checking Xiaoji with his butt up, Mu Chen sighed helplessly. Why? After hiding it for so long, I finally told this girl the truth. Tonight, this incident was caught on the spot by Xiaosha, and she even angered her little baby to tears. Mu Chen knew that if he didn't give an explanation, his relationship with Xiaosha would be cool in the future. For this kind of thing, Mu Chen would definitely not accept it. At this moment, he has not just come to that world, he is just greedy for Xiaosha. He really fell in love with this girl and really wanted to protect her and take care of her for the rest of his life. It is precisely because of this that Mu Chen made up his mind to flip Xiaoji, and then, Kinadi, don't cry, listen to me, hey, don't do it, I have limited time, listen to me, pulling Xiaosha away again. After confirming that no one found out, Mu Chen once again turned into that cool, handsome guy. Seeing this guy swaying Xiaomuchen, she came to her, and Xiaosha, who was already full of anger, raised her hand and wanted to slap him. However, how could Mu Chen, who has long been familiar with Xiaosha, get caught transforming into Lao Su today? But to explain things clearly, if this makes you crazy for 5 minutes, then Lao Su will explain it with AP. Okay, say it. I'll listen. With tears in the corners of her eyes, Xiaosha still had an angry look on her face. Damn bastard. I'll see what you want to say. At this time, Xiaosha was ready in her heart. If this bastard continues to dare to deceive herself with rhetoric, then she will be completely separated from this bastard and that disgusting Xiaoji. Thinking that my Xiaosha is in her prime, do you want to give yourself such a ruffian mouse cheaply? Things are not what you think. Seeing that Xiaosha finally calmed down, Mu Chen, who couldn't bear to hide it, hurriedly spoke. Just kidding. Lao Su's time is limited, so he can't waste it in useless places. My dear, listen to me. You should have doubted my IQ for a long time, right? Yep, I'm not some shit Pokemon at all. Mu Chen, just a human. However, I am a human who made mistakes and was sealed by the god. Only by completing the tasks assigned by the gods can I return to my original appearance, which is what I am now. Because the progress in completing the task is not enough, I can only transform for 5 minutes now. Tell the truth. Just kidding. That bullshit. Saying that Lao Su is not from this world. Saying that Lao Su has a system. This girl doesn't care. Is my brain twitching? In order to make Xiaosha accept it, Mu Chen took great pain. What did you say? You. Hearing what Mu Chen said, Xiaosha was shocked. This guy, even if you make up a lie to deceive me, you can say something more reliable, right? This is too limitless, right? Still a god. Make a mistake. It does not make sense, etc. Wrong. Suddenly, Xiaosha seemed to have caught something. There's one thing this bastard said right now, and I do doubt it. If it is a Pokemon, no matter what, it is impossible for the IQ to reach this level, and it is even more impossible to have such a preference for the human lady. There is only one possibility. This bastard, he really is human. Looks like you believe it. Yes, I am a human, but not the human I am now. I was the prince of Snow Country 1000 years ago, and I was punished because I didn't respect the god. I have been sealed for 1000 years, and I have just woken up from the seal. God, forgive me, but I have to complete the task randomly assigned by the gods before I can recover my true body. Xiaoji, this stupid bee, is the target assigned to me by the god. The first task is to help this stupid bee become the champion. I have completed it, so I can change back to the original body in 5 minutes. Looking at Xiaosha's eyes widened in shock, Mu Chen felt in his heart, laughing wildly. Ha ha ha, what a lie. So deceitful. It can be believed. I am a genius. Kinadi, in order to completely change back into a human being, I will stay with you forever and ever. So I received a second mission from the god. That mission is to help Xiaoji, this stupid bee, and let him be with Serena. Don't be angry. Tonight, you really misunderstood. Xiaoji, the stupid bee, asked me what my boyfriend and girlfriend are. How can I explain this? That's why I led him to find Selena, in order to let him experience the beauty of Miss Sister directly. While the iron was hot, seeing Xiaosha's anger gradually disappear, Mu Chen knew that victory was at hand. Even after today's flickering, he can have an extra helper. Bastard. All of what you said is true. Mu Chen's words had a huge impact on Xiaosha, but unfortunately, this bastard's IQ doesn't belong to Pokemon at all, even a bee. For this reason, Xiaosha also deliberately searched for a lot of information on the internet and booked with Dr. Damu. But in any data, what it shows, even if it is a divine beast, no matter how high its intelligence is, it will never have the way of thinking of human beings. However, the thinking, behavior, and hobbies of this bastard are all human beings. Yes, dear, how could I lie to you? Trust me, I love you. I didn't tell you before. I was just afraid that you would dislike me as an old monster monster from 1,000 years ago. Chapter 413 Xiaoxia who was pulled into the ditch. Xiaoxia cried. Just 5 minutes of transformation time. Mu Chen was very successful in making Xiaoxia cry again. However, this time, Mu Chen didn't have the panic and distress he had before. Wu tilde tilde tilde. Asshole. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I misunderstood you. Holding the Pikachu in her arms tightly, Xiaoxia's face was full of moving words. Who would have thought that the bastard in his arms was actually a human being? Although this kind of thing is really hard to accept. But just as Xiaoxia had thought before, if it wasn't human, so why is this bastard's IQ so high that it far exceeds that of a Pokémon? If it wasn't human, so why is this bastard's hobby so weird? Even if there are humans combined with Pokémon in this world, most of them are mainly human. Only Pokémon like Gengar and Hooty who are transformed by dead human souls will be interested in human. Obviously, this yellow-skinned mouse is definitely not that type of existence. It was precisely because of this that Xiaoxia believed Mu Chen's nonsense. The facts are in front of you. The intelligence and behavior of this guy are really convincing. Through Mu Chen's big flick, Xiaoxia finally understood why he hated Xiaoji so much but still sacrificed his life to fight. All this is because of myself. As soon as she thought of this guy saying that he met her for the first time, she was deeply fascinated and even made an oath in her heart that she would not marry her in this life and Xiaoxia's heart trembled. Although it is true that this bastard is a bit lustful many times it is indeed very hateful, but Xiaoxia can still feel this bastard feelings for her. Even after helping Xiaoji complete his dream and become the Kanto champion, he can only recover 5 minutes of transformation time. In order to truly stay with him, this guy silently endured this inhuman pain and the unspeakable loneliness of being a Pokemon. Now, in order to prolong his transformation time, this bastard has begun to rack his brains to find a way to arrange a girlfriend for Xiaoji, an idiot who doesn't understand men and women at all. It's just the age of the first love. How can Xiaoxia resist the rhetoric of the old driver Mu Chen? At this moment, she has completely fallen. Xiaoxia now has unconditional trust in everything Mu Chen said. This bastard has paid so much for himself. What reason does Xiaoxia have not to support? As for why this bastard's mission assigned by the gods is always related to Xiaoji's stupid bee, on this point Xiaoxia didn't have any doubt. How can mortals understand the actions of God? In this world, there are all kinds of Pokemon, and even many Pokemon are called gods. So Xiaoxia didn't have the slightest doubt about what the god said. Pick up tilde tilde pi tilde. Okay, it's almost over to cry for a while. You who don't know the whole thing think I treated you like a jerk. Half an hour later, Xiaoxia was still moved to cry. Mu Chen said that he was impatient. It's a good time, a beautiful day. Even if Lao Su has changed back now, and it is inconvenient to do something, then we can't stop crying with this, right? Hee tilde tilde. Alright tilde. Stop crying. I won't cry tilde tilde. The tiny tickling on her face by Mu Chen's short hand made Xiaoxia let out a coquettish smile. Right, little bastard. You said that the mission given to you by the gods is to help Ash and Serena be together, right? This is a bit difficult. Serena's side is okay. It's mainly Ash. After recovering from being moved, Xiaoxia finally remembered the business. The mission of this bastard, Mu Chen, is not only about himself. Even her own lifelong happiness, Xiaoxia, is also closely related to this mission. 5 minutes of time. Although several of my sisters have said that there are many men who can't hold on for 3 minutes, but those sisters also said everything. The longer the time, the more happiness and joy you will get. Although Xiaoxia didn't understand the meaning at this time, she still trusted the advice of several sisters. Pick up tilde tilde pi tilde. I also know how difficult it is. How can it be fixed? Can it be the main quest without difficulty? Xiaoji, this stupid b-boy, got enlightened tonight, but I just took him to hack, and you ruined it. Hearing Xiaoxia's question, Mu Chen rolled his eyes. Immediately, the little short hand of this guy began to gesture. Oh, who told you not to tell me before? What happened to 1,000 years? You haven't lived for 1,000 years and you've just been sealed. Why would I despise you? Seeing Mu Chen complaining to herself, Xiaoxia quit. I didn't know this in advance. How could I blame others? Pick up tilde tilde tilde. Fuck, it really doesn't make sense to reason with you old lady. Just when he complained, Xiaoxia's counterattack was immediately sent over, and Mu Chen silently chose to change the subject. Don't be useless. Let's get down to business. From now on, you will be responsible for pouring soup on Serena to increase her confidence and courage, and let her confess to Xiaoji Nahanbi if she has nothing to do. Don't be afraid even if you fail to confess. As long as you continue to encourage her, give her confidence, and let her see hope and not give up. Xiaoji, this stupid bee, let me find a way. Just like today, if there is a chance in the future, even if you find it, don't be surprised. I am here for our future. Then Selena is Xiaoji's bitch. I won't treat her like that, so you can take it easy. As long as you can appease Serena, don't let that girl give up. I will definitely be able to complete this task. Well tilde, I'll listen to you tilde tilde. She was completely fooled into the ditch by Miu Chen. How could Xiaoxia still have any doubts about this guy? He tilde little bastard tilde, what a pity. Your transformation time has passed today. Otherwise, people really want to kiss you, little bastard. With a shy look on her face, Xiaoxia showed a playful smile to Pikachu in her arm. Pick up tilde tilde tilde. What the hell? What to play? Dear Nima, why didn't you tell me sooner? Tell me earlier that our progress has gone beyond touching our little hand. Why should I explain so much to you? Just press the kiss directly. No problem. Looking at Xiaoxia with a mischievous face and listening to the words that had 100,000 critical damage to herself, Miu Chen's heart turned on the galloping mode. Chapter 414 Another random mission. I slept so soundly tilde tilde. What happened last night? Correct. Pikachu, why are you calling me? When he wakes up, Xiaoji is full of naive true colored. Obviously, this guy didn't realize what happened last night. All he cares about is why Pikachu is going to give him a hard blow. No, Ash, are you dreaming? Completely fooled into the ditch, Xiaoxia is now completely on Miu Chen's side. This kind of difficult to explain topic, it is naturally a crazy flicker. Is it? Is that my dream? Strange. I would have a dream that Pikachu dragged me to harass you to sleep. Hearing Xiaoxia's reply, Xiaoji hesitated. Is it? Did you dream last night? So why is it so clear? But it should be a dream, right? Otherwise, how could this happen? In that dream, last night, he was actually pulled by Pikachu to attack Serena at night, and Xiaoji felt incredible. Although, it seems that the touch in the dream is really good, right? Xiaoji didn't notice when he finished saying this, and even looked at the hands that attacked Serena in his dream, and started to recall. Serena's pretty face was blushing and blood was almost dripping. OMG, this guy Ash. Did he think that everything yesterday was a dream? Thinking of how she was suddenly woken up from her sound sleep yesterday, Serena felt ashamed. How could this guy think it was a dream? That is absolutely true. However, if he thought it was a dream, don't tell me. Suddenly, Serena seemed to have caught something. If this guy really thinks it's a dream, does that mean he actually has a crush on me in his heart? Otherwise, why would you do that? Even in a dream. But not right. Even if this guy thought it was a dream, what about Xiaoxia? Thinking that Xiaoxia was also awakened last night, and then took Xiaoji and Pikachu away angrily, Serena fell into confusion again. Why did Xiaoxia tell Xiaoji that it was a dream? Also, why did Pikachu stun Ash? OMG, what the hell happened last night? Selena, don't think about it. Xiaoji, this stupid bee, really doesn't understand this. But don't worry, he has already developed curiosity about this aspect. As long as you persist, you will definitely succeed. Just when Serena's eyes were confused, Xiaoxia's voice suddenly came from her ear. Well, about what happened last night, I stopped Xiaoji because I was afraid that this stupid bee would do something too outrageous without knowing the importance. After all, he doesn't understand this. Even if the two of you really get together, it's not good to be taken advantage of by him, right? After racking her brains to comfort Serena, Xiaoxia only felt as if she had experienced a war. OMG, my poor little bastard, how much pressure and how much pain you are alone. At this moment, Xiaoxia was full of sympathy for Miu Chen's unfortunate assignment. This is really not as simple as helping Xiaoji become the league champion. At least that one doesn't need to be brainstorming, as long as the constant battle is enough. Xiaoxia, Selena, should you rest well? Let's have breakfast and continue on our way. Xiaoji, who was still reminiscing about the conversation between Xiaoxia and Serena, naturally did not know. Freed from the aftertaste, this guy's eyes became firm again. My goal is to become the #1 Pokémon trainer in the world. Pika tilde 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 Pika. What the fuck? Are you done with this? Xiaoji's situation, Miu Chen has been silently watching. Originally, Miu Chen was still rejoicing when he saw this guy fall into memory with his hand. This will be enlightened, but I never thought that this special orifice was closed by him before much of it was open. With the hot battle flame in Xiaoji's eyes, what Miu Chen saw was a huge head. Didi, random missions are on. Fan Yen, don't pay attention to that stupid bee. You will soon break into the territory of an incredible existence. Although the guy was not in the territory at this time, the guards it left behind were not so easy to deal with. The mission requires that you defeat the guards left behind by an unknown presence. Mission reward, unknown. Failure penalty. If you can't beat the guard, then you will be reduced to other people's delicacy. What to play? Mission again. I just solved the 3 beastmen. I never thought that this random quest would appear again. Hearing the reminder of this mission, Miu Chen knew that this mission would no longer be about dealing with Team Rocket or something. But the question is this extraordinary existence a barren thing? It's not here yet. The guards are so cow. Just a random mission. Miu Chen said that he was dumbfounded. This is so special. The guards are so cruel. If that incredible existence is also here, wouldn't I be cool? Xiaoji, can't you take a little more rest? What are you doing in such a hurry? You don't have to play league competitions or anything. Look, Serena is obviously not resting. Of course, Xiaoxia didn't know about Miu Chen's random quest. Hearing Xiaoji Xiaoji urging everyone to hurry. Xiaoxia was completely speechless. Why can't you pay attention to the beautiful scenery in front of you? You took so much advantage of Selena last night. This little girl didn't say anything. You are so dull. Miss Ben said it was a dream. Do you believe it was a dream? Before, Xiaoxia was also glad that this will be believed whatever he said. Now, Xiaoxia can't wait to go up and beat him to death. Oh, after passing the Lingling Tower in front, can't we go to the town? Resting in the town is better than sleeping in the wild, right? Obviously, Ash's reason is also very good. Well, then let's have a meal and set off. Under the temptation of the town, Xiaoxia compromised. At least what this idiot B said is very reasonable. Resting in the town is better than sleeping in the wild. Just, if I go to town this time, I will definitely not share a room with Serena. I didn't know what was going on before, but now I know. How could Xiaoxia continue to be a light bulb? Outer one, Xiaoji is out of his mind again. Do you want to experience it again? How inconvenient would it be if you were by your side? Xiaoxia's heart filled with self-blame when she thought that Mu Chen's plan was ruined by her own impulse last night. It's really not an easy thing to make this foolish bee come to his senses. Chapter 415_3 Silly Dog. Out tilde 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 tilde. Woohoo tilde tilde tilde. Woo tilde tilde tilde. Seeing these three big dogs of different colors and appearances barking strangely in front of him, Mu Chen's head became big. This Nima. Is this the guard the mission said? Are you kidding me so much? At this time, Mu Chen and the others had just set off and came to the vicinity of Lingling Tower, and they met these three big guys without thinking. My god, this is the legendary holy beast, Emperor Yan, Sujin, Lord Lei. As Xiaoxia exclaimed, these three big dogs are the very famous three silly dogs in Chengdu. Damn, Xiaoxia, Serena, be careful. Leave these three holy bees to me to deal with. You all stand back. Looking at the three silly dogs with fierce faces, Xiaoji was ready to fight. Although it's not clear why the three brothers appeared together, and even reported so much hostility to them, Xiaoji is not the character to sit still. Now, my Xiaoji is already the champion of the Kanto region. What if you were the three holy bees? In the Kanto region, it's not that I haven't encountered someone of the same level as you, nor have I never fought. With the background of the previous record and the strong champion pet Pikachu facing these three silly dogs, Xiaoji didn't seem to panic. Pick up tilde pick up. Fuck, then why can't you get on your own? Hearing Xiaoji Nahan B's explanation to Xiaoxia and Selena, Mu Chen rolled his eyes. What, I3? If you come one at a time, then why not? I will show you what is called blood abuse. But there are three of them at once. How can I fight? Although they haven't played against each other yet, just by feeling, Mu Chen knows that these three players are definitely not easy to deal with. However, with the existence of system tasks, Xiaoji, this stupid bee, has already rushed up. Pikachu, charge, use 100,000 volt, attack Suicune first. After years of fighting, although Xiaoji is a little more naive, he is not lacking in the accumulation of combat experience. Faced with these three stupid dogs, Ash naturally asked Pikachu to pick Sujin, whose attributes were restrained, to attack. As long as one can be knocked down, the next one will be a lot better. Pika tilde 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 chu. 100,000 volt. Right, go you. Now that the war has started, Mu Chen is not ambiguous. There was nothing wrong with Xiaoji's choice, and of course Mu Chen would have no objection. Zila tilde tilde tilde. Without further ado, a shot of 100,000 volts was directly shot out by Mu Chen, targeting the most handsome Suijun among the three stupid dogs. Out tilde 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 tilde. Looking at the 100,000 volt coming from the front, Sujun's eyes showed a humanized mockery. I saw that after it let out a roar, a visible energy barrier appeared in front of it. If this is just a protective wall similar to the light wall that resists damage, Mu Chen will not feel how. But it's not like that at all. When Mu Chen saw that his 100,000 volts hit the wall, and was refracted by it, he was completely stunned when he hit him. I am Nima. Are you from the Morong family in Gusu? How could it be this kind of Datha, which uses the way of others to repay the people's body? Are you sure you're not here to tease lousy? Regarding the appearance of this situation, Mu Chen said that he could not accept it at all. However, how does he know that this is Wei Jun's stunt? The surface coating. Its function is that while taking damage to itself, it can reflect the damage back with double the power to attack the caster. Although it is said that using this skill Suicune will also take damage. But, as one of the three holy beasts, Wei Jun was completely bearable for this damage. Pick up tilde pick up. Seeing the attack that was reflected back, Mu Chen could only turn on the electric flash and quickly dodge. What's more, if the reflected back is 100,000 volt, then Lao Su doesn't care at all. But the problem is, this antisocial ability to come back has changed. Looking at the pink super type energy, Mu Chen was definitely not interested in resisting the first shot and experiencing the effect. Woohoo tilde tilde tilde. Shuijun started, and Emperor Yan was not idle either. A loud roar came out. Immediately, Emperor Yan opened his mouth wide, and a scorching flame was spit out by him. This is one of the fire element's ultimate move, Flame Jet. Woo tilde tilde. Emperor Yan again made his move, and Duke Lei was naturally not to be outdone. A loud roar came out, and Lei Gong also blasted at Mu Chen with 100,000 volts that also reached the thickness of his arm. Pika tilde 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 pick. Nima. 3 on 1. You really lick your face. Seeing that these three silly dogs were actually fighting with him, Mu Chen was speechless. Can I have a B face in particular? It's all legendary. What about your dignity? What about your pride? Pikachu. Hold on. Mina. Shinado. Miss Skirt. Come out. Mina. Go and deal with the Emperor Yan. Shinado. Miss Huner. The two of you will deal with Rikun. Seeing that the three silly dogs shot at the same time, Xiaoji was not ambiguous. It's a group fight anyway, so don't care how many Pokemon there are. Against Minas and the others, Ash does not seek to win. As long as he can delay it, it is enough to give Pikachu time to defeat one. Originally, Ash also planned to let Pikachu attack Sujin, who has restrained attribute, but after he saw Sui Jun's surface coating, Ash also changed his mind. Or, it is more reliable to get that Lei Gong first. At least Pikachu is not afraid of electricity. U tilde tilde tilde. Wow tilde tilde. Quaner tilde tilde. Summoned by Ash, the three Pokemon followed their orders to find their opponent. Pick up tilde pick up. Fuck, why don't you call out early? I didn't think of it until I saw that I was in danger. The three old ladies were summoned by Xiaoji, and Mu Chen's pressure was greatly reduced. There is only one Lei Gong left, so it is easy to deal with too many. Ignoring the 100,000 volt coming from the front, Mu Chen, with the blessing of high-speed movement, pounced on Lei Gong. Fools play Ying. You can just do electricity there. I am not afraid of electricity. Wu tilde tilde. Seeing that Pikachu ignored his 100,000 volts and rushed up instead, Lei Gong was furious. Nima, not afraid of Lao Su's 100,000 volt. As the legendary Chunzai in the Chengdu area, when did Lei Gong see such an arrogant yellow-skinned mouth? What else is there to say? Facing the charging Pikachu, Lei Gong also chose to charge. However, when Lei Gong charged, he showed his extremely sharp steel teeth. Obviously, this person intends to give Pikachu a slap when he comes into contact with it. Chapter 416 Helpless Thunder. Wu tilde tilde tilde. Little yellow-skinned mouse, are you not afraid of electricity? Then taste the bite of Ben Lei Gong. The power of the 100,000 volts that Pikachu hit against Suicune before was astonishing, and beasts such as Lei Gong naturally did not dare to peep. It was precisely because of this that Duke Lei and Emperor Yan chose to fight. The eldest Feng Wang was not at home, leaving a few of them to guard the gate. If it was just an ordinary trainer, the third brother wouldn't even bother to show up. But, as legendary beings, they also have a special sensing ability. On this yellow-skinned mouse, they felt a terrifying coercion similar to that of the boss, Feng Wang. Although this kind of coercion is not obvious, although it is said that the strength of this yellow-skinned mouse is 108,000 miles away from their boss, Feng Wang. But, Raikou and the others can confirm that they really feel the ability that does not belong to ordinary Pokemon. That kind of coercive power that can only be possessed by a god. It is precisely because of this that their third brother will appear, and will choose to fight against this Pikachu. Is another god about to be born? Ha ha. Well, let's kill you before you grow up. The world is limited and so are the resources. Every time a new god is added, the resources occupied by these old god beasts will decrease by 1 point. This is also the reason why the so-called super divine beasts also break out into war. For example, Kyogre and Groudon, they fought for countless years because they wanted to occupy more resources. Now, after discovering that this Pikachu has the potential to become a god, the three silly dog can't sit still. Pika tilde 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 pick. Do you want to bite lousy? You are a beautiful dream. Looking at Lei Gong's steel teeth flashing with cold light. Of course, if Mu Chen's small arms and legs are bitten, it will definitely be cold. Without a second word, the lightning flashed and Mu Chen changed his position in an instant. Hacha tilde. Full of momentum, he took a bite of loneliness. Ow tilde tilde. After unsuccessfully biting Pikachu, Gong suddenly let out an angry roar. It was not the same roar that greeted him, but Pika tilde tilde chew. Zila tilde tilde. Eat 100,000 volts of Lao Su. Although this Thunder Lord is also an electric Pokemon, as long as he does not have the characteristic of being immune to electricity, he will still be damaged by lightning. Even if the effect of this damage is not large, it is enough for Mu Chen. It's more reliable than if I go up and fight this game, right? Whoa, the distance is too close, and the instant 100,000 volts are naturally unimpeded to hit the target. But this effect did not satisfy Mu Chen. Looking at Lei Gong, who was almost unharmed, but instead was aroused by anger, Mu Chen knew that for this divine beast of electricity, 100,000 volts would really be scratching the itch. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde. Nima, aren't you afraid of electricity? Then I'm here to see if you're afraid of this. Once again, sideways dodged Lei Gong's attack, and Mu Chen took up a piece of dirt that had been turned over. Then, this cargo unleashed a mysterious power. Through the conduction of the soil, the properties of the mysterious power finally became the ground-type special attack skills that restrained restrained the electric system, and he hit Lei Gong fiercely. Ow tilde. What is this? Seeing that this Pikachu actually used a burst of khaki energy, Lei Gong said that he was a little confused. Are you still Pikachu, or an electric Pokemon? How is it possible to use the skills of the ground system? Normally, Pikachu really can't learn this mysterious power. Even if he relies on a learning machine, the probability of being able to master it is very good. But Mew Chen is an exception. Boom. Whoa. The distance was too close. The attack was too sudden, and the only response Lei Gong made was to let out a roar. The startled roar just fell, and this thing changed to a painful roar. How powerful is Mew Chen's special attack ability now? It is the so-called legendary existence, and it is absolutely unpleasant to eat a single shot of Mew Chen's special attack skill. Pick up. When a ground-based mysterious force hit Lei Gong, Mew Chen launched the victory pursuit mode without any hesitation. High-speed movement blessing. The electric light flashes to start. Of course, in the face of Lei Gong, Mew Chen naturally wouldn't use the thankless skill of electric ball. His destination. Enjoy one hell of a roll. Although Mew Chen naturally disliked hell rolling, a skill similar to the 7 wounds fist, but facing the Thunder Lord, who is not afraid of electricity, he had no good solution. Mystical powers can injure the Raikou, but cannot defeat him. Turning his head to sea, Minos relies on attribute restraint and self-recovery, and can still persist under the attack of Yandy for the time being. But Shinado and Miss Kier are not beautiful. The grass element of Miss Kier does restrain Sujin, but the difference between the two abilities is too much, and this restraint is also a joke. If it wasn't for Xiaoxia seeing that the situation was not going well, and summoning the idiot of Dada, I am afraid that these two old ladies would have already lost. Now, these two old ladies are just encouraging and supporting, and with the help of a idiot like Todek, they are just keeping Suicune in check. Mew Chen knew that he had to solve one of these 3 stupid dogs as quickly as possible, otherwise he would be in a tragedy when his few old ladies were defeated. Therefore, his choice is to roll the hell out of both. What the matter? Come on, I'll fight with you. Anyway, your physique is so big, and it is definitely you who suffers from rolling. Without any hesitation, with the help of a flash of lightning, Mew Chen came to the abdomen of this guy before Lei Gong could react in time. The little short hand exerted force and hugged Lei Gong's hind leg. This guy activated this fighting type ultimate move that he hadn't used for a long time. Woo tilde. Suddenly, the body lost control, and the feeling of the world was spinning, and Lei Gong was done. Nima, what the situation? Is there something pulling me? What? It hurts my boss. Why can't you pull it somewhere else? Lei Gong is male. Compared to Lei Gong, Mew Chen's physique was insignificant. In a hurry, this guy just thought that he was hugging the back leg of the Duke of Thunder. However, pick up pi tilde. Nima, how long has it been since Lei Gong took a bath? Why so sow? The hell scroll had already started, and Mew Chen had no time to observe where he was hugging. The only thing that makes him feel different is why is it so sow? Woo. As Mew Chen rolled around, Duke Lei let out a roar of pain that was as loud as the sky. In its roar, there is unspeakable desolation and unspeakable helplessness. Chapter 417 Zon Sujin. Pick up tilde. What the fuck? What the situation? 1. As soon as the hell roll ended, Mew Chen was done. What is this? Are you sure you are the legendary beast? Just Nima's physique. Originally, Lao Su had done a hell roll of 10 rounds and dozens of rounds in a row, but as a result, it was just a round, and you were lying in the nest. Seeing the Lei Gong who kept twitching and even foaming at the mouth after falling to the ground, Mew Chen was full of contempt. Scumbag, just like you. How can you call it a divine beast? Really barren to the word beast. Because of the battle, Mew Chen, who was in the middle of the game, only had to knock down his opponent, and then there were the other 2 battlefields. It is precisely because of this reason that until this moment, Mew Chen has not found out what position he was holding on to the Duke of Lei, and what a terrifying and critical attack he caused to Duke Lei. Mew Chen didn't find out. That's because he was in the game and focused too much on the battle. Xiaoji didn't find out. That's because this guy was busy commanding Mew Chen's 3 old ladies to fight against those 2 terrifying big guys. Selena also didn't notice. That's because the little girl only had Xiaoji in her eyes, and she basically didn't pay attention to fighting or anything. But, in the field, there was still a pair of eyes that found the crux of the problem. Seeing that Pikachu took down Lei Gong, Xiaoxia's pretty face didn't show the slightest joy. Instead, she was flushed with shame and a look of disgust. Damn bastard. Stinky bastard. Even if you want to defeat your opponent, you wouldn't use this method, right? It really disgusts me. I will never hug you today. I won't let you touch me. At this moment, Xiaoxia has made a decision. At least today, she will definitely not let this disgusting play should slam into the corner of her clothes. Pick up. Of course Mew Chen didn't know what Xiaoxia thought. Despising the twitching Lei Gong, Mew Chen pushed his hind legs hard, and charged towards Wei Jun, who was still abusing his 2 old ladies. Paralysis. The bitch who dares to bully Lao Su. Are you so daring and fat? With just one hell roll, he took down Duke Lei, and Mew Chen said that at this moment he completely highly despise the so-called 3 holy beasts. Scumbag, 2 scumbag, that is to say, it's just superficial, and it's not resistant to fighting at all. Ow tilde. Seeing Pikachu rushing towards him, Suicune's eyes suddenly showed a dignified look. This guy, he solved Lei Gong so quickly. As the 3 holy beasts, how could Sujin not know how strong Lei Gong is? As a result, in a one-on-one situation, Rai Gong almost let this Pikachu take away. How is this possible? It's hard to say that this Pikachu has reached their master's level. Isn't it as terrifying as Ho-Wong? Suicune couldn't believe this situation. What level of existence is Ho-Oh? Even in this world, it is definitely an existence in the first sequence. Even if this Pikachu already possesses the coercive power of the god, it is absolutely impossible to possess that terrifying strength now. This is so unscientific at all, right? What's more, Suicune had also forced Pikachu's 100,000 volt before. Although the power is indeed amazing, it does make Suzune extremely painful, but not enough to make Suicune feel unmatched. Now, seeing Pikachu rushing towards him, what Suicune is guarding against is whether this guy has any other means of hiding. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde. There is no way to hide. What Mu Chen has to do is to face it. On the way to run, this product has entered the charging mode. The previous instant shot of 100,000 volts was resisted by this Wei Jun, and he even played some bullshit with himself, but Mu Chen had no interest in continuing to test. Now, all Mu Chen has to do is to charge it up, and then make a big move to take this thing directly. As long as Sujin is defeated, the remaining Yan Emperor will be scum. Pikachu, use the electric ball. Seeing Pikachu running faster and faster, Ash is also full of excitement. Obviously, Pikachu is going to use the ultimate move. As soon as the ball is fired, Ash has the confidence to take down the Suicune, just like what Mu Chen thought. As long as Sujin is defeated again, then the last Yan Emperor will have a lot to deal with. For the 3 holy beasts that suddenly appeared and even showed hostility to him, Xiaoji also had a little doubt in his heart. But, it doesn't matter. Come out, hostile, just hit it. This is how Xiaoji handles things. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde. Electric yarn. Didn't you see that I'm not finished charging yet? There is no problem with the choice of the electric ball, but it is definitely not now. While running fast, Mu Chen's charging skills were still activated. To deal with this Shuijun, you must take it down with a big move. Otherwise, it will be repaid twice as a defensive counterattack. Mu Chen would not dare to experience that terrifying power. Out tilde 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 tilde. Before Mu Chen could take action, Shuijun couldn't bear it any longer. As a legendary Pokemon, Shuijun's IQ is naturally not low. Seeing the electric current flickering on the Pikachu's double clip, the terrifying electric energy gathered wildly. Suicune also felt the pressure. In the final analysis, the electric system is too restrained on it. Although Suijun is good at defending and counter-attacking, that doesn't mean he can't attack. Under the huge pressure brought by Mu Chen, Suijun no longer hesitated, and launched an active attack on Pikachu, who was still running fast. I saw him open his mouth wide, and a mouthful of ice-filled energy spurted out of his mouth. This is precisely the ice-based skill, the polar beam. Pick a tilde 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 pick. What the hell? So fast. Mu Chen had already anticipated that Shuijun would take action, but the speed of his shot would be so fast, which Mu Chen never expected. What kind of go skill is this? The speed has caught up with his own lightning flash. Woo! Looking at the aurora beam coming towards him, Mu Chen had no choice but to forcefully activate it without being surprised. If this is hit by it, let's not talk about how much damage it will take, so it's not a waste of charging. In the nick of time, Mu Chen forcibly changed the direction of travel, and with the help of a flash of electric light, he was able to evade Suijun's surprise attack. Out tilde 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 tilde. Pikachu actually dodged his surprise attack, and Suicune's big eyes showed human surprise. After a brief period of surprise, Suicune ignored the harassment of Shinado and Miss Yuner, and opened his mouth again. Obviously, this is not going to give Pikachu a chance to continue charging. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde tilde. Nima. So Sujin is so smart. Seeing Suijun's response, Mu Chen, who was still running, was helpless. Chapter 418_who. Pick a tilde 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 pick. Once again embarrassed to avoid Suijun's attack, Mu Chen was anxious. This is so special. It makes it clear that it is not to charge me. Nima, since you are like this, don't blame me for being rude. Finding that the charging could not be completed at all, Mu Chen was unequivocal, moving at a high speed to support. The electric lights started flashing, and the current began to converge between its tail. If charging is not allowed, then Lao Su will use ordinary electric ball. A barren water-type Pokemon. What if it were some kind of shitty beast? I don't believe it anymore. Having successfully overthrown Lei Gong, Mu Chen's confidence was greatly increased at this moment. Crackling tilde 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 tilde. Leaping high, an electric ball with a diameter of 1 meter was thrown from its tail, and it slammed into Suicune. Ooh tilde tilde. The power of the electric ball is naturally far more than 100,000 volts. Even if this power ball, Mu Chen, was not strengthened, it still caused Wei Jun to suffer. Of course, course, as a divine beast, Suicune is not a character who is willing to be beaten in vain. Enduring the pain of the electricity entering his body, Suicune fought back. The energy light curtain appeared again, and Suicune's surface coating was activated again. Pick up ... Fuck, I knew it, Lao Su, and you can do it too. Seeing that Wei Jun returned his attack with double the strength, Mu Chen, who was already prepared, did not panic at all. With a single stride, Mu Chen easily avoided the star-crossing movement. Suicune, but so, if you don't know your go skills, you may suffer a big loss, but in the case of knowing, why are you not so good? After discovering that it was not difficult to dodge this battle, Mu Chen's confidence suddenly increased. Don't let it charge. Right, I will electrocute you with an ordinary electric ball. If you can't do it once, let's do it twice. If you can't do it twice, then 3 times. I don't believe in electricity and don't lie to you. Pika ... Chu. When he thought of it, he did it. Without any hesitation, Mu Chen moved at a high speed to bless himself again. Abandoning the plan to charge, Mu Chen completely released himself. As the goods kept running, the electric ball was thrown out desperately by him as if he didn't want money. In the face of this extremely flexible and terrifying Pikachu attack, Suicune was also suffocated. Attributes are already restrained, and his ultimate move has no effect on this Pikachu, so it is not surprising to lose. Ow ... Finally, after resisting Mu Chen's more than 10 electric balls, Wei Jun let out an unwilling howl. Pikachu, great job. Ash was overjoyed when he saw Pikachu taking down Suicune. Lei Gong was defeated, Shui Jun was defeated, and the only remaining Yan Emperor was not enough. At this moment, looking at Lei Gong and Sui Jun who were crawling on the ground unable to fight anymore, Ash's eyes shone brightly. I am still short of 2 Pokémon. If you can conquer these 3 holy beasts, wouldn't your lack of Pokémon be supplemented? Moreover, the strength of these 3 holy beasts is also very powerful. Even if it is not as good as Pikachu, it is definitely an existence that can stand on its own. If Ash had not had this idea before, but after his battle with Samurant, Ash's mind changed. What about the existence of legend? Isn't it also possible to be subdued and to play as a trainer's Pokémon? As soon as the idea of conquering appeared, it was like a flood that opened the gate, and it stimulated Xiaoji frantically. Go, Pokémon Ball, bring Suicune to me. Finally, unable to restrain himself, Ash threw the Pokémon Ball in his hand. This is the existence of legend. With the handsome appearance of this guy, whether it is used for battle or as a mount, it is a very attractive existence. What about that guy's sport car? When he sees my Suicune, won't his jaw drop? Even if he became the champion, Xiaoji still had the intention of saying goodbye to Xiao Mao. Pick up ... Xiaoji wanted to subdue Shui Jun, but Mu Chen quit. What the matter? My old lady's army, cheerleader's army. After all, BB Bird was exhausted, so why did you add another one? Mu Chen said that he couldn't stand it. What kind of B-play should be? Do you dare to subdue something that is in line with Lao Su's aesthetic? Although it seems that the chain mission has been completed, Mu Chen has already made this decision in his heart, and he is more accustomed to this configuration. Now, seeing that Xiaoji wants to subdue Shui Jun, how can Mu Chen agree? How could he allow Xiaoji to destroy the purity of the cheerleading team he finally prepared? But just when Mu Chen was about to take action, a gust of wind suddenly hit. A loud chirping sound came. Along with the chirping sound, a huge phoenix suddenly appeared in the air. This is the master of Lingling Tower, King Ho. Feng Wang appeared with the gust of wind, so the Pokemon ball thrown by Xiaoji naturally didn't have to be bothered by Mu Chen. However, now Mu Chen doesn't have the time to deal with that shit Pokemon ball. Pick up ... What the hell? Isn't it? The mission didn't say to play this game. Looking at the veiled Feng Wang, 10,000 words of MMP flashed in Mu Chen's heart. This is so special. Can I fight? Bullshit. You bastard system. Didn't you just say beat these gatekeepers? Why even have a substitute? It doesn't matter if there is a substitute. Is it still this kind of father level? Although it was said that Mu Chen's strength was greatly improved at this time, it was not too much pressure to deal with these third-rate mythical beasts. But this Phoenix King is such a supernatural beast. It is the best existence in this world. Not to mention anything else. Just looking at the momentum of King Feng's appearance, Mu Chen knew that he was definitely not an opponent. God, this is King Ho. Ooh, Ash, run. It wasn't just Mu Chen who was surprised. It's Tai Han Xiaoji, Serena, who has been paying attention to Xiaoji, and Xiaoxia, who is making soy sauce, all turned pale after seeing this Ho Wang. This is the legendary god. How can mortals have any chance of winning against God? What's more, you have beaten the subordinate of this god, and even Xiaoji, Tai Han, is ready to subdue. Pick up ... Pick up ... Nima, system, come out. If you don't want me to hang up, get out of here quickly. Facing this terrifying King Feng, all Mu Chen could do at this moment was to call for help to his own system. Didi, don't panic. Host, it's just a big bird. It doesn't dare to shoot at you. Just when Mu Chen panicked, the system's voice came out. Compared to Mu Chen's panic, the system's voice was full of calm. Audiobooks.com. Chapter 419 _ Human, this is my territory. Who allowed you to break in privately, and you dare to take action against my subordinate? Just when Xiaoji and others were shocked, a majestic voice suddenly entered the minds of Xiaoji and others. Obviously, Ho-Oh is relying on an incredible power to communicate directly with Satoshi and the others in a spiritual way. We inadvertently intruded, not intentionally to offend. As for your subordinate, they were the ones who attacked us first. Before Xiaoji, Tai Hanhan could answer, Xiaosha spoke first. Just kidding, Xiaosha can't trust Xiaoji, who is so naive. Who knows if this guy will be hot-blooded, and he will directly say the words that he wants to challenge the king. Humans, even if what you say is true, the majesty of the gods is not to be provoked. Now, pay the price for offending the majesty of the god. Encountered Ho-Oh in the wild. Maybe this game should be able to ignore you. Even when it's in a good mood, it's okay to help you. But, it also depends on the situation. This Lingling Pagoda is the hometown of King Ho. Usually it is not at home. With these three guys taking care of the home, Feng Wang is too lazy to pay attention to those tourists. But now that it has come back, I have seen several uninvited guests fighting at the door of his house, and even tortured and even prepared to subdue a few younger brothers who had left him in the nursing home. Can you endure this? Hit the dog and look at the owner. At this point, Ho-Oh felt that his majesty was offended. Majesty is offended. What should I do? Naturally, it is washed and paid for at the price of blood. In anger, Ho Wang was no longer ready to hold back. There are only a few humans left and right. In the eyes of these supreme beings, humans are nothing but ants. Just like the war between Kyogre and Groudon, did they ever care about the life and death of human beings? Damn, Pikachu, prepare for battle. Xiaosha's explanation was ignored by King Feng, but this guy was going to take action against him, and Xiaoji was instantly furious. What an unreasonable guy. You were the one who made the first move, and now you blame us. However, if Feng Wang doesn't reason with you, then you can only win with someone's fist. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde tilde. Get ready for Baron Fur. What about the system? Didn't you say that this B game should not be shot? Where are you? Come out to me. This is called not shot. It's going to be filming soon. Okay. Previously, Chao Meng had not recovered to the best state, so it paid Mu Chen's oppression not so strong. But this Phoenix King is in full bloom. How terrifying is the super beast in its heyday? It was just the pressure and momentum that made Mu Chen feel unbearable. For an opponent of this level, Mu Chen has absolutely no courage to fight against him. This is simply the existence of two concepts, right? But when Mu Chen panicked and Feng Wang was about to take action, Xiaosha and Serena panicked. A faint pressure suddenly came from Mu Chen's thin body. This coercion, Xiaoji and others could not feel it. Minas and other old ladies can't feel it. Xiaosha and Selena couldn't even feel it. But Phoenix can do it. The only remaining Yandy can. Even Xiaosha's stupid duck faintly felt a difference. Looking at Pikachu's slender body, Da Duck showed a puzzled expression. What the situation? Why has this yellow-skinned mouse's aura changed? This duck, I remember its momentum is not like this. This momentum is so shocking. Hey tilde tilde oh tilde tilde tilde. Humanity, you convinced me. Go away. Never appear here again. You are not welcome in Lingling Tower. Originally still full of momentum, Ho-Oh, who was about to take action, felt the pressure and immediately let out his aura. Immediately, this guy immediately changed his attitude and issued an eviction order to Xiaoji and others. Pick up tilde tilde tilde. What the hell? What the situation? To say that the most ignorant person at this time is undoubtedly Mu Chen. Why don't you just call it a fight? Did you start the system? Why can't I feel it? Mu Chen knew that the sudden change in King Feng's attitude was due to the system doing something, but this one really didn't find any. Stop fighting. Mu Chen was stunned, and Xiaoji was also stunned. All are ready to start the film. What's your situation? I'm already here, even with my pants off. You're telling me this? Facing Satoshi's question, Ho-Oh didn't even bother to pay attention to it. I saw one of its wings, and a gust of wind came. Immediately, Emperor Yan disappeared in front of Satoshi and the others together with Sujin, Lei Gong, and Ho Wang, who were already lying in the net. What wrong? Xiaosha, Selena, did you see how Ho Wang left? This King Feng suddenly performed a big change in front of his eyes, and Xiaoji was even more confused. What's the situation? Xiaoji, let go quickly. Seeing that Xiaoji was still struggling with this, Xiaosha slapped her forehead weakly. Originally, this battle was inexplicable, but now it has led to this kind of Ho-Oh who appears only once in hundreds or even thousands of years. Now that people ignore you and let you go, why are you still struggling? Ash, I've heard people say it before. These supernatural beings seem to be living in different dimensions from us. They come to the real world only when needed. Xiaosha didn't understand, but Selena gave an answer to this question. Obviously, this King Ho left this dimension with his little brother and returned to his own dimension. So that it. Really, I thought I could fight this Ho-Oh. A big heart has no boundary. Hearing Xiaoji's self-talk, not only Mu Chen and Xiaosha rolled their eyes, even Serena showed a look of astonishment. Kai, This Satoshi actually wants to challenge a godlike existence like Ho-Oh. Damn, how is this possible? Why do I have an instinctive fear of this power? After sighing a few words, Xiaoji and his party naturally quickly left this place of right and wrong. However, they didn't know that in another dimension, who watched Ash and his party leave had long since lost his previous pride and calmness. At this moment, an emotion called panic appeared on Feng Wang's face. The other bees felt that coercion, and at most they were just done. After all, that coercion is not wrong, and may not even be as strong as Pikachu's own coercion. Only the King of Phoenix, only Feng Wang felt it. That coercion was directed at it, a coercion that made its soul tremble. Ho-Oh didn't know why, but it knows that the master who issued this coercion can easily kill it, even though it is an immortal god. Chapter 420 What about Lao Su's reward? Although the last Emperor Yan did not abuse, but I can't blame me for this. You can't help but admit it. After embarking on the journey again, Mu Chen, who was lying in Xiaoxi's arms, was currently busy competing with the system. What's so special? I have completed most of that random mission anyway, so you can't help but give it a reward, right? In the end, when King Feng came out, your system didn't tell me. I can't blame me for this. Regarding his own vital interest, Mu Chen absolutely refused to give in an inch. Didi, the reward has been issued. Please check the host yourself. With Mu Chen's constant urging, the electronic sound of the system finally came out unexpectedly. I knew it was a big turntable. Come on. Anti-Cat is despicable. Let go. Not surprisingly, the unknown reward this time is still the big turntable. When the reward was issued, Mu Chen naturally ignored the others. Make the rewards into your hands first. Is this true? Under Mu Chen's expectation, the big turntable slowly spun. Ultimately, a question mark again. Come on, don't let me down. Seeing that the final pointer landed on the question mark, a trace of anticipation flashed in Mu Chen's eyes. Didi, congratulations to the host for getting the electric ball. Pseudo 2. Hosted. Dude, I'm so freaked out. Looking at the picture presented in his mind, Mu Chen almost jumped up in excitement. He had an electric ball in his hand before. Pseudo 1, and now he has an electric balloon. Pseudo 2. This shows what? As long as he gets another one. Pseudo 3, he can take off immediately. 1, 2, 3. If you have enough of these three, you can synthesize genuine electric balls. My current magnet is only a 20% increase in the special attack effect. What about electric balls? Special attack doubled. 100% increase. What is the effect of this? If I had a special power generating balloon now, I would dare to go up and make a gesture, etc. What the hell? It's not right. Suddenly, Mu Chen suddenly recalled something. After all, this is the second shot of the system, right? The first time was Nazi, but at that time, the system only improved her special attack ability and helped herself break through Nazi's psychic constraint. But what about this time? He was too nervous before, and Mu Chen didn't think much about it. Looking back now, it seems that there was a strange momentum at that time. Da Duck can feel this momentum, and Mu Chen can also feel it. I didn't expect it before. It was just because he was under too much pressure, and he didn't have the time to pay attention to it. Now that he was safe, Mu Chen gradually recalled, how could this system exude an aura? Even just relying on this momentum to scare Ho Wang away. This is so unscientific at all. System, come out. What the hell are you? Or, what are you? Mu Chen is not a fool. The system's performance many times makes Mu Chen feel that this is definitely not a cold electronic program. After today's verification, Mu Chen is even more sure of the judgment in his heart. Facing Mu Chen's question, the system did not have any answer. Obviously, the system has once again entered a high cold state. Come out. Why did you come out for me? I know you can hear me. If it was before, the system ignored itself and ignored itself. This time, Mu Chen was not going to give up easily. This system is definitely not an ordinary electronic program. How can I feel at ease if I don't figure it out? Before, Mu Chen was just alone, and his family was not hungry, so he didn't bother to pay attention to the weirdness of this system. But, not anymore. Now, Mu Chen has Xiaoxia. It's not just that Xiaoxia wants to live with Mu Chen for the rest of her life. It was Mu Chen himself, so why not? Although it was said that Mu Chen often couldn't walk when he saw the young lady, that was just his character. Let me ask, even in the current real world, when the summer is cool and cool, how many people will not look at them with admiring eyes when they see those young ladies showing off their thighs? Mu Chen just magnified this appreciation a little. Of course, this is not important. What's really important is that the heart of Mu Chen, the otaku, has long been filled with Xiaoxia. For the sake of Xiaoxia, he was willing to give up the entire forest. But in this case, the system once again revealed its abnormality. How could this make Mu Chen feel at ease? Didi, host, please believe that this system will not harm you. Finally, under Mu Chen's constant questioning, Gao Leng's system responded, I don't care if you hurt me or not. I want to know who you are. And what is your purpose? Don't fool me. I have crossed over too many times, and I don't know how much I have read about the system. Finally gave a reply. How How can Mu Chen let the system fool you with just one sentence? If you don't explain things today, don't think I'll let you go. Gao Leng, see Gao Leng again. System, I have to explain it to me today. What is your situation? If you don't tell me, I will strike, and if you like to obliterate it, obliterate it. It's better to be obliterated by you now than to live in fear. Destroyed. What about Xiaoxia? Under the pressure of Mu Chen, the system showed its human side. What the hell? Nima, knew it. You're not a shitty electronic program at all. Hearing the system's rhetorical question, Mu Chen's hairs almost stood up. The previous ones were nothing more than his temptation. I never thought that he was really tempted by him. Xiaoxia. Anyway, nothing has actually happened between Lao Su and Xiaoxia, even if they are obliterated. My family's Xiaoxia's condition. Who can't find it? I don't worry, Daddy. Just kidding. Damn it, if you can rest assured. Mu Chen said that he would rather take Xiaoxia to death than to give this girl cheap to anyone. Maybe this is very selfish, but there is no way. Who made him such a selfish villain? Of course, when speaking to the system, Mu Chen would not reveal his original intention. You, what the trouble? I can only tell you that I really will not do you any harm, and will continue to improve your strength. In the face of Mu Chen, the rogue, the system, was completely speechless. Don't talk about useless. Taking the initiative, Mu Chen would not give in an inch. Mu Chen, in fact, we have a cooperative relationship. You don't need to care who I am. As long as you know, you continue to complete these tasks, and I will continue to help you strengthen your strength. Eventually, you will become a god in this world, and I can be reborn. Chapter 421_World Line. I said, are we in a cooperative relationship now? Those barren random quests, main quests, do you still need them? Correct. And the bullshit chain quests that make Lao Su say snake, can they be ignored? The system is a living being. Could he even be human? Is it a god? Or something beyond your comprehension? When Mu Chen found out about this, it would be a lie to say that he was not shocked. Who could have ever thought that there was such a play in his mind? Is this a special old man? Even if you are a grandfather, why do you have to release those shit tasks to Lao Su? Let's just say it directly. Isn't he fragrant to improve the strength of Lao Su, the son of destiny, wholeheartedly? Now, this system is somewhat exposed, and Mu Chen must have hit the snake with a stick, and directly turned on the shameless mode. You and I have always been partners, but this quest, indeed, most of the time this quest doesn't make sense for my recovery. However, don't you think this is very interesting? What the hell? What are you playing with me? After messing around for a long time, you tell me this. Originally, according to Mu Chen's meaning, I wasted so much saliva. How much would you give me some benefit? The results of it. What is this? Why are you playing Lao Su? Mu Chen is not a fool. How could he still not understand the reply given by the system? Well, there are some tasks that may indeed be related to the resurrection of this system, but there are still many tasks, absolutely nothing to do with his resurrection feathers. However, this guy just released those tasks that have nothing to do with chicken feathers, yourself. When I thought of the hard work with the old ladies in Minas day and night, I thought I was completing the task, but in the end I was just being teased. At this moment, Mu Chen's heart collapsed. Fuck, I'm telling you, I don't care who you are, no matter how stupid you were. You immediately make Lousy and me completely human, and then those messy tasks that have nothing to do with your recovery will not appear again. Otherwise, I'm going to strike directly. How do you like it? Now is the critical moment. Mu Chen knew that this guy in the system rarely showed up, and he had to win enough benefit. It's impossible for you to become human now, not with my energy. Only if you change the world line of this world and completely disrupt the laws of this world can I continue to restore my ability. As for those other tasks, sorry, I have to keep adding other tasks to you so that I can paralyze the power of rules in this world. After the last sentence was finished, the system entered a high cold state again. Obviously, he also knew the nature of Mu Chen. This guy is a rogue, and it is pointless to tell him how much, so it is better to introduce it briefly so that this guy can feel completely at ease. Walter, world line, chain, break the rule. What the hell is this? Nima system said this. He didn't utter any more word, leaving behind Mu Chen, who was done. As a traverser, Mu Chen naturally knew about these terms. The world line, that is naturally what should have happened in this world. This system lets itself mess with it. Change the rule. This shows what? In an instant, Mu Chen had already thought of something. This system, I'm afraid it also doesn't exist in this world. What the hell? What is happening? Could it be that this system is a traversal like Lao Su? Is he from Earth too, or somewhere else? There are endless doubts in his heart, but the system has completely entered the high cold mode. No matter how Mu Chen calls or threatens, there will be no more words to express. In response to this situation, Mu Chen could only be silent. Never mind. I tell ye. Anyway, I am not at a loss today. The system was revealed to some extent, and Mu Chen probably knew something in his heart. That's enough. Why don't we take it slow? Right, don't you want to eat it in one bite? Mu Chen believed that as long as he persevered to harass the system, one day he would be able to completely pry its mouth open and find out everything everything he wanted to know. Bastard, you say, is this guy Xiaoji still alive? Xiaoxia is naturally unaware of everything that happened between Mu Chen and the system. At this moment, after embarking on the journey again, Xiaoxia also entered a state of distress. If she didn't know about Mu Chen before, Xiaoxia would be indifferent to Xiaoji. If you love so much, you will have more iron. If you love so much, you don't know what a relationship between a boyfriend and a friend is. Do you have a dime relationship with this lady? But it's different now. Now, Xiaoji's Tai Hanhan has a very serious relationship with her Xiaoxia. If this thing is not enlightened, what can I do with my lifelong happiness? Although it is said that Mu Chen can change for 5 minutes a day at this time, but who doesn't want more? 5 minutes, is that enough? Although Xiaoxia has not experienced it yet, through the descriptions of her 3 sisters, Xiaoxia is not completely ignorant of this kind of thing. Think about it, if at a critical moment, the handsome blonde guy is gone and replaced by a yellow-skinned mouse with yellow hair. Thinking of that kind of picture, Xiaoxia felt a burst of coolness. This is so terrifying. It is precisely because of this that Xiaoxia cares so much about Xiaoji's date now. After encountering Hu, Ash was obviously provoked. Seeing Xiaoji who was constantly commanding Minas and other Pokemon to fight along the way, and Xiaoji who completely ignored him and asked him for warmth, Xiaoxia felt a big head. Pick up tilde. Did it help? Save even if you don't. After some conversation, Mu Chen also understood the general situation of this system. Obviously, people need to change the world line by themselves, and they also need others to improve their strength after the world line changes to help them increase their transformation time. In other words, his relationship with the system is the most basic interest-binding relationship. No matter what happens in the future, Mu Chen is absolutely determined to complete the task now. Otherwise, 5 minutes. My foreplay isn't over yet. Chapter 422 New Task. Brother Long and Sister Long. Didi. Random task. Follow the wolf. Who doesn't know who? So don't install electronic programs with Lao Su. The journey continues. Xiaoji's journey of abusing vegetables in a gym is not over. Going all the way, I saw that I was about to reach the Silver Mountain and challenge the Silver Alliance in the Chengdu area. Seeing that he was about to prepare to climb the mountain, the system came out again. However, knowing what was going on with the system, Mu Chen would not be used to him anymore. What's more, our brothers can also be regarded as using each other and helping each other. What's the matter with you that you can't understand and tell me clearly? The old task is a woolen thread. The big deal is that I did as you asked and changed the world line. After you get the promotion, you just take out the reward and it's over. In the face of Mu Chen, the rogue, the system, is completely unimaginable. No way. Who asked himself to find such a host? Who let this guy cross over? Who let only this guy who shouldn't exist in this world can change the world line? Okay, then I said it clearly. Because of this system, I have used powerful abilities to change the location of many Pokemon in this world that did not originally exist here. So this is the so-called random mode. Ahead, you will meet Latios and Latias. According to the normal world line, Latias, who is the younger sister, will have some relationship with the stupid bee of Ash, creating a kind of fetters. Now, the change I want you to make is to help Ash defeat the brothers and sisters, and then let Ash subdue Latias. In the end, you slap her off, completely severing the relationship with Ash. This time, it is cheap for you. The other party is a beast and has the ability to change shape, so you can experience the happiness that belongs to human being. As for reward, then see how much energy I can recover. What the hell? You're too straightforward, aren't you? What is popping off? Nima, we are all civilized people. Can you speak more implicitly? But, what is this thing talking about? Latias, mythical beast, can become human. What the hell? Doesn't this mean that I can? When I think of the system that says that Naratias can become a human lady, Mu Chen suddenly fell into a state of happiness. This is much more reliable than finding Minas and the other old ladies to learn from each other. It is Shinado, the young lady who is closest to human form, and that feeling is also different from that of a real human being. Exactly, Naratias can become a human being, and I can also change now. Lousy system. You are so powerful. For this task, Mu Chen expressed great satisfaction. He doesn't care what your original world line is like. I love it. I can take advantage of it anyway. Now this Xiaoxia can watch and not eat every day. It's just that I'm so panicked. Brother system. Did I defeat those Latios and Latias so I can just let that guy take over? Also, if Xiaoji's stupid bee has a brain attack and he subdues Brother Long, Latios, how will I break it? It's good to be able to communicate. At least it is no longer a cold task. There is room for negotiation. Mu Chen also knows that this system needs to use his own help to destroy the world line, so he will naturally help him with all his rank. This is easy to solve. Then you can think of a way to get Serena or Xiaoxia to subdue that Brother Long, isn't it? What the fuck? Just solve it. Really simple and rude. Brother Long, Latios, then play Ying. Since it is a divine beast, its combat power should be very powerful, right? If Xiaoxia is subdued, will I be able to save my mind a lot of the time? As the opponent opponent became more and more powerful, Mu Chen also cared more and more about Xiaoxia's comfort. Just relying on a stupid duck who can short-circuit at any time, Mu Chen is really not so relieved. If you add another divine beast to protect, I think Xiaoxia's safety will increase a lot. Right? Wrong. What the hell? Almost got a suit. What's so special? My sister can become a human. What about my brother? This Nima. Xiaoxia can't be allowed to subdue it. Otherwise, wouldn't Lao Su be green? This kind of Pokemon that has been subdued by its owner and its owner get along day and night, even if it can't become a human. Isn't there a lot of things in this world that eventually combine humans and Pokemon? What's more, this game should have a high level of beast. It is a divine beast, and it can even become a human being. Even if he has confidence in Xiaoxia, who knows whether this brother Long is reliable or not? Mu Chen said that he would never let such a possible crisis appear. To take precautions before it happens. Xiaoxia can't, so the rest of the choices are naturally very simple. Serena. Anyway, this is Xiaoji's girl. It has nothing to do with me. If Xiaoji's stupid bee head turns into a prairie, as a melon eater, I would never mind. Knowing the opponent he was about to encounter, Mu Chen was naturally fully prepared. Bring it on. Bring it on. Brother Long. Sister Long. Here in Lousy, you can't do anything. You know your own strength. Today's Mu Chen is sincere towards ordinary divine beasts. As long as it wasn't a super existence at the level of King Feng. In this world, Mu Chen really couldn't find too many opponents. As for really meeting Feng Wang's grade, there is a system brother, Xiaoxia, Selena, hold on. Today we will fight to the foot of Baiyan Mountain, and tomorrow we will be able to go up the mountain. What will happen in the future? Xiaoji, this stupid bee, naturally doesn't know. At this moment, a flame called battle is burning in the eyes of this guy. Silver Mountain, Silver League, you can challenge them right away. Through this training, the strengths of Shinado, Minas, and Miss Core have all improved to varying degrees. Although it is far from Pikachu, it is not a big problem to deal with general combat. Even against those Heavenly King level existences, even if they are inferior, they will definitely not be defeated as simply as before. The increase in the strength of the Pokemon in his hand gave Xiaoji, a foolish bee, great confidence. Xiaoji, why are you in such a hurry? Can't you take a break? Didn't you see that Serena couldn't walk anymore? Xiaoji is all about fighting, but Xiaoxia is thinking about how to create opportunities for him and Serena. Although it is said that Selena's confidence has greatly increased under her constant encouragement, Xiaoji, this stupid bee, is really not enlightened. Looking at Xiaoji with that excited face, Xiaoxia really wanted to give him a brick like she did to Dada. Chapter 423 Sister-in-law. Lady tilde. Silver Mountain is in front of you. Just as Xiaoji and his party were about to speed up their pace, and when they arrived at Baiyan Mountain before sunset, a clear tweet suddenly came. Attracted by the sound, Ash, the guy who wanted to capture powerful Pokemon, naturally followed the sound and chased after him. Finally, when Xiaoji brought Xiaoxia and Selena, who were panting behind him, to a lake in the wood, the owner of the scream appeared. Wow, what Pokemon is this? It looks so pretty. My god, this is the legendary mythical beast in the Fengyuan area, Latios. Also, there is Latias. What appeared in front of Xiaoji and his party were two creatures that looked like dragons but not dragon. The blue one is bigger, it can be about 2 meters, and the orange one is relatively small, and it can also be about 1.5 meters. These two strange creatures playing above the lake are exactly what Selena acclaimed. Naradius, Latias. This is also a legendary beast. Let me take a look. While speaking, Xiaoji took out a Pokemon illustration. After he heard Serena's exclamation, Ash suddenly became interested. Unexpectedly, I encountered the legendary beast again, and it was from the Fengyuan area, the guardian deity of the water capital. Haha, it really is a legendary beast. Pikachu, get ready to fight. I'm going to conquer them. At this moment, there are just 2 vacancies for the Pokemon in Xiaoji's hand. When he encounters this legendary existence, Xiaoji is moved. I wanted to subdue Suicune before, but the terrifying who suddenly appeared, and it was definitely unrealistic to finally subdue him. Now, the mythical beast that was supposed to live in the Fengyuan area appeared here, so there shouldn't be any powerful guys appearing here, right? Pick up tilde. No problem, I've been waiting for a long time. Mu Chen knew about the existence of Brother Long and Sister Long much earlier than Xiaoji. After looking forward to it for a long time, Mu Chen could be considered to have seen the Lord. At this moment, what Mu Chen is most curious about is what this game should look like after turning into a human. If it's the current shape, what the matter? It's not as good as my family's Minas. I absolutely can't do it. Mu Chen said that Minas still has a water snake weight. This game should be like a special plane. Could it be that I can't make a plane for me? What the hell? This is not a plane cup. Lady tilde. Lady tilde. The appearance of Ash and his party finally caught the attention of the playful Latias and Latios. Looking at Pikachu in a fighting pose, the blue elder brother Latios quickly shielded his younger sister Latias from behind, and also assumed a fighting fighting pose with clothes on. Pick up tilde tilde. Nima, the girl guarding Madman. Seeing Ladios posing in this shape, Mu-chen knew that this was going to be a drama where his brother protects his sister. I said, Uncle brother, we are a family sooner or later, are you not? The system also made it clear to him, and Mu-chen naturally knew that what he had to do this time was to let Xiaoji subdue the dragon's sister Latias and then take her down. Then, things are very simple. This elder brother Long is simply his uncle. Lady tilde tilde tilde. Uncle. Who is your uncle? Yellow-skinned mouth. You are courting death. Originally still beware. Vigilant. Hearing Mu-chen's word, brother Long, Ladios was angry. One thing Mu-chen guessed right. This guy is indeed a madman. Without a second word, the neck of Ladios, who looked like a plane, was raised high, and immediately, an attack full of strong dragon energy was spewed out by him, and its target was directly at Mu-chen. Pikachu, dodge at Dragon Wave and use 100,000 volt. The dialogue between the two Pokémon, Ash can't understand, but the battle has already started. How can Ash not see it? The battle started, and Ash instantly entered the state, and a series of commands were sent to Pikachu. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde tilde. Uncle, we are all family. You can transform, so can I. What a yellow-skinned mouse. That's just a superficial phenomenon tilde. If it was an ordinary Pokémon with an IQ like Mina, Mu-chen would be too lazy to talk nonsense at all. He went up and started to fight. After finishing the fight, he pressed it down. He hummed and came down, and everything was solved. But the problem is, this time it's a beast. It's the kind of existence with a high IQ. Moreover, this place should be able to become a young lady. If you don't get this relationship right, why won't the outsiders cooperate? At that time, as soon as he thought of the picture of him hitting the plane, countless black lines appeared on Mu-chen's forehead. I really can't handle this. I really can't handle it. Lady tilde tilde. Nonsense. Court death. Radios was furious when he saw that Pikachu avoided his dragon wave effortlessly. Don't talk nonsense with it. He tilted his neck, and a dragon wave was spit out again by it. Pick up tilde pick up. Nima. Makes no sense. Does it? Then hit it. I've convinced you so much. Let's see if you recognize this little brother-in-law. Mu-chen knew that in the face of such legendary mythical beasts, if he wanted to gain their recognition, he had to conquer them in terms of strength. Seeing that Ladios shot again, Mu-chen was not ambiguous. High-speed movement blessing. The electric light flashes to start. Mu-chen, who turned sideways and avoided the second dragon wave of Ladios, fought back. Zila tilde tilde tilde. Electricity flashes. An instant shot of 100,000 volts was sent out by Mu-chen. Although it is said that this dragon type plus super energy type Ladios is extremely resistant to electricity type skills, but that has to be divided into a degree. At this moment, Mu-chen's electric skills, unless it is a ground type Pokemon of the immune system, can't be taken lightly by anyone. Lady tilde tilde. When 100,000 volts entered his body, Ladios felt a burst of pain. In anger, Ladios launched a fierce attack on Mu-chen. I saw bursts of pink power rising from all over him. Immediately, a mixed attack of dragon and super energy was used by him, and he hit Mu-chen. Pick up tilde tilde. What the fuck? Can you still play like this? Mu-chen said that he was dumbfounded. This dragon type seems to be still a dragon wave, but what is the use of the pink superpower system energy mix in the dragon's fluctuation? Without knowing the details, Mu-chen naturally did not dare to welcome it. Without a second word, the lightning flashed again, and Mu-chen evaded the mixed attack with a chic tail flick. But, before Mu-chen could catch his breath, he saw that the mixed attack suddenly changed direction and chased after him. Pick up tilde tilde. What the hell? Why do you study super dream? Seeing the dragon wave that could be chased, Mu-chen knew what the super type energy was used for. Feelings. Is this really a navigation? Chapter 424 Fighting Dragon Brother. Boom. A violent explosion sounded behind Mu-chen. With experience in dealing with Mewtwo, Brother Long's attack from Ladios naturally couldn't hit Mu-chen. Pika tilde pi. Uncle, we can't help it. Once again, he said something that made Ladios furious, and Mu-chen, who avoided the attack, entered the charging mode. The attribute of this Ladios is the dragon type plus the super energy type, and the effect of the electricity type skills on it is really average. From the 100,000 volt just now, Mu-chen could see it. If you want to defeat this Brother Long, you must use a big move. You know, Sister Long is still watching from behind. In order to show his formidable strength in front of Sister Long, Mu-chen didn't intend to delay this battle for too long. Zila tilde. The sparks of the current flickered, and waves of electrical energy began to gather on Mu-chen's cheek. Ladia tilde tilde. Brother, be careful. This Pikachu is not easy to deal with. Sect with her Ladias. As a mythical beast and a proud dragon clan, Ladias is naturally too lazy to pay attention to this comeback. Originally, as she thought, with her brother at the front, wouldn't it be easy to deal with this Pikachu who was full of train? Unexpectedly, after several rounds of fighting, his brother was even forced to use his ultimate move, but he still didn't take advantage of it. This made the proud Ladias extremely shocked. Now, seeing the terrifying currents that kept gathering on Pikachu's cheek. Latias naturally reminded his brother repeatedly. Pika tilde pie. Ooh, the little movement sounds nice tilde. I said, we can't turn our elbows out. Why is my husband more kissable than my uncle? Hearing Ladia's prompt, Brother Long, Ladios, hadn't said anything yet, so Mu Chen interrupted first. Lady tilde. Court death. Madman saw his sister being spoken out again. He immediately fell into a rage. Without a second word, while the mad demon radios roared, he spewed a dragon wave again. Pika tilde. Come on, who is afraid of who? Seeing that Ladios made a move, Mu Chen was not surprised but delighted. Although it was due to his character, this time he did it on purpose. After all, Brother Long and Sister Long are divine beasts. One-on-one Mu Chen is sure, but one-on-two is hard to say. It is precisely because of this that Mu Chen deliberately said these words that stimulated Brother Long's fragile heart. Get angry. Get furious. When you are angry, you will be mindless with Lousy and me, but you will never think of joining forces with your own sister. Ignoring Brother Long's attack, Mu Chen, who moved at a high speed and blessed, ran wildly. Just wait. When I'm done charging, I'll give you a hard blow. Lady tilde. Of course, Brother Long, Ladios, doesn't know what Mu Chen plans to do. Seeing that the yellow-skinned mouse had no power to fight back under his own attack, Ladios' morale increased even more. If he didn't want money, Long Wave slammed on the worried yellow-skinned mouse. Even in order to hit the fast yellow-skinned mouse, the dragon brother Ladios still used various skills in the gap between the dragon wave. However, the light and shadow sound effect caused by the skill explosion are full, but the actual effect is not good. Relying on that ultra-high movement speed, Mu Chen completely ignored Brother Long's attack, just kept running, constantly gathering more electricity in his chi. Ladia tilde tilde. Elder brother, be careful, this yellow-skinned mouse is getting stronger and stronger. The dragon brother Ladios, who was addicted to crushing Pikachu, didn't feel anything unusual, but the dragon sister Ladias, who was watching the battle, found something wrong. His brother's bombardment didn't even hurt Pikachu's hair at all, but his momentum gradually became stronger. Although it is not clear what attack this Pikachu is brewing, the cautious sister Long still warned her brother. Pika tilde pie. Sister-in-law, you're so shameful. You're one-on-one with your brother-in-law. Do you still need your sister's help to remind you? And you, why do you keep turning your elbows out? I'm your man. Okay. Seeing that Ladio stopped the attack under the reminder of his sister, Mu Chen was anxious. Otherwise, let continue. You don't fight for half of the fight, and the old man can't go up or down. Do you feel so good? Keep going. Work hard. Don't stop. Coming soon. My father. I will be healed soon. In order to get into the soul, Mu Chen's charging skills lasted far longer than before. Now, after running and dodging for a while, Mu Chen also felt that he was about to reach his limit. Lady tilde. Linguistic harassment really played a role. Being provoked over and over again by Mu Chen, Long's elder brother Ladios completely lost his mind. The long wave bombing hit Mu Chen like rain again, but the effect was still that it could only hit a loneliness. Pika tilde pie. Oh, I'm done. Finally, after running for a while again, the power that Mu Chen could withstand reached the limit. Without a second word, he moved at a high speed to support him, and the electric light flashed, and a stern look flashed in Mu Chen's eyes. You have been bombing for a long time. Have you enjoyed it? Now, let you experience Lousy's attack. With the help of a flash of lightning, Mu Chen jumped high into the air, and performed a dashing forward somersault. A huge black electric ball with a diameter of more than 3 meters was thrown from his tail. Ladia tilde tilde. Brother, be careful. Seeing this magnificent electric ball, the dragon sister Ladia's paled. Lady tilde tilde. Without Sister Long's reminder, Brother Long, Ladios, also found something wrong. What the hell kind of skill is this? The power is so frightening. Before the electric ball hit the front, the dragon brother Ladios was already shocked by this terrifying skill. This, Pikachu, you're afraid it's not some supernatural beast who deliberately came to tease us, right? After a short period of astonishment, the super energy system energy of the dragon brother Ladios quickly emerged. Immediately, a pink light curtain visible to the naked eye appeared in front of Ladios. According to the flying speed of the electric ball, it must be too late to dodge or something. What Brother Long can do is to condense this luminous wall skill to resist the attack of the electric ball. When Brother Long, Ladios wanted to come, the resistance of the light wall skill, coupled with his own resistance to electricity skills, this electric ball can still be resisted by himself. Sadly, it thinks too much. Boom! Just as the wall of light stood up, the electric ball slammed up. The violent explosion came, and the light wall was like a paper paste, and it was directly smashed by the electric ball. Immediately, the electric ball was castrated unabated, and it hit the dragon's brother Ladios. Chapter 425 Angry Dragon Sister. Lady tilde. When a super electric ball entered the body, Brother Long finally lost his previous arrogance. The wall of light that he had high hope for was basically the wool that didn't work. Without the wall of light, the dragon brother Ladios can only rely on his own body to resist the super electric ball. In front of the super electric ball, the resistance of the dragon attribute attribute of the dragon elder brother Latios became a joke. The severe pain stimulated it to make a screaming scream. Ladia tilde. Elder brother. Seeing the tragic fate of his brother Latios, the dragon's sister Latias, who was standing in the back, panicked. OMG. How is this possible? Your own brother was defeated by a Pikachu. Even if this Pikachu is different, even if this Pikachu will make them feel a little bit of coercion, but it's just Pikachu. Because of Mew Chen's deceptive appearance, Brother Long and Sister Long despised their opponent. Now, they have paid the price. Nice job, Pikachu. Defeat Latias too. Looking at these two legendary dragon-type Pokémon, Xiaoji's desire to subdue is extremely strong. Seeing that Pikachu lived up to expectations and took down Brother Long, this guy jumped up excitedly. Pick up. Defeating it is inevitable, but you kid can let me save some snack. Don't play sneak attack. At this moment, the dragon's elder brother, Latios, was already lying on the nest, and Mew Chen was really afraid that Xiaoji, a foolish bee, would make a sneak attack and subdue the elder brother first. In that case, wouldn't he want a tragedy? Ladia tilde. Damn Pikachu, I'm going to make you pay. Mew Chen was still struggling with Xiaoji's question, and Latias didn't wait for him. After a short period of consternation, the angry Latias charged towards Mew Chen like a missile. Obviously, the injury of his brother made Latias completely into a frenzy. Pick up. I said, can we be gentle? Seeing Latias attacking him so arrogantly, Mew Chen did not stop talking while dodging. I found out that language stimulation has a miraculous effect. How can this product not be used? Ladia tilde. Shut up. Already furious, the yellow-skinned mouse continued to dodge with agile movement, and then he was still provoking himself, and Latias's angry eyes seemed to be burning. Reincarnated as a meteor again, Latias continued to use the super move that belongs to the dragon type on Pikachu, the Dragon Meteor. Although the power of this dragon type ultimate move is terrifying, the cost of using it is also enormous. This super big move, every time it is used, will greatly affect the user's ability. If it is not an ordinary situation, it is a powerful dragon type super divine beast, and it is easy to not use such a super trick that makes itself bear a great price. However, the dragon's sister Latias, who was irritated by Mew Chen, couldn't control so much. His brother was still twitching on the ground. This bastard Pikachu was still teasing himself. How could Latias bear it? However, she forgot why her brother lost. If it wasn't for his anger, it would be impossible for Brother Long to launch a mindless attack on Mew Chen in a maddened manner. Now the angry elder brother Long is lying in the nest, and the furious younger sister Long is coming up. For this situation, Mew Chen was not surprised but delighted. The more angry sister Long is, the easier it is for him to fight. Although the power of the heavenly dragon meteor is indeed extremely terrifying, but Mew Chen relies on the blessing of high-speed movement and the displacement of the flash of electric light. This game should not be able to hit Mew Chen at all. On the contrary, after the dragon sister Latias used this super move in a row, her own strength would be greatly reduced, and the difficulty for Mew Chen to defeat her would naturally be greatly reduced. Of course, these alone are not enough to make Mew Chen happy. What he was really happy about was that the dragon sister Latias was able to use such a powerful trick. Pick up pi tilde. Awesome. Much more leathery than your brother. This dragon sister is bound to become Xiaoji's silly bee Pokemon. With such a strong fighting power, what does that represent? In many battles in the future, Mew Chen will get a reliable helper. Isn't that enough to make him happy? Boom. Once again, relying on a flash of lightning to escape from the explosion site, the excited Mew Chen was ready to fight back. Pick up pick up tilde. Girls, are you almost there? Be obedient. Lie down Zila tilde. If it doesn't work for charging, Mew Chen's choice is electromagnetic wave. Latias has used the dragon meteor twice in a row, and his body's ability has been greatly affected. Relying on electromagnetic wave to reduce her speed. For the rest of the battle, Mew Chen fought whatever he wanted to do. Ladia tilde. Damn yellow-skinned mouse, don't underestimate me. When an electromagnetic wave entered his body, a strong sense of paralysis struck, and Latias was even more furious. However, she really doesn't have a good way to deal with this naughty yellow-skinned mouse. Pick up tilde. Okay, let's stop talking nonsense. If Xiaoji's idiot BCA can't control it for a while, and subdues your brother with a Pokemon ball, I will be tragic. Believe me, Lao Su is much more reliable than your brother, and he is definitely worthy of your trust. Having been observing Xiaoji from the corner of his eye, Mew Chen's heart has always been a choice. Who knows if this stupid bee has the wrong tendon and suddenly threw a Pokemon ball. Ladia tilde. Asshole, you die for me. Hearing Mew Chen's word, Latias was ashamed and angry. After some fight, she really knew that she was not the opponent of this Pikachu. But, as a proud dragon and a proud beast, how could Latias accept such a yellow-skinned mouse? She is not a fool. This yellow-skinned mouse has been making fun of herself, and now she wants to let the trainer behind him subdue her. Everyone knows what kind of fate they will face in the future if they are really subdued. Possessing extremely high intelligence, Latias is very clear clear about this kind of thing. In order to preserve his own reputation and protect his own reputation, Latias once again used the dragon meteor. Unlike her brother, Latias is not proficient in super energy, so she can't use that kind of skill. But Latias also had skills her brother didn't have. This super big move, Tianlong meteor, is one of them. The other is the super energy that is constantly gathering on her forehead. This energy continuously restores the ability that Latias had previously consumed, and continuously enhances the energy of Latias. This skill is the strengthening skill of the super energy system, meditation. Pick up. What the hell? Fortunately, I am smart enough to irritate this little girl before. If you use this trick directly, it's hard to say who wins and who loses. Seeing the increasing energy around Latias, Mu Chen's mouth twitched. Chapter 426_Beard Hunter J. Boom, boom. The violent explosion sounded, and the earth seemed to tremble. Seeing the angry blow from the dragon sister Latias, the corner of Mu Chen's mouth twitched. As expected of a legendary existence, this rang. Through this brief confrontation, Mu Chen could already decide in his heart whether it brother Long or sister Long. His individual strength is obviously a notch stronger than those of the three stupid dogs. The pressure to deal with the three silly dogs, Mu Chen, is not too great, but to deal with this dragon brother and dragon sister, fortunately, their arrogance prevented the two guys from joining forces at first. Although brother Long's single output ability is not as explosive as sister Long, that combo skill is extremely disgusting. This is Mu Chen, who has been tempered by Cheomong. Otherwise, whoever comes up will definitely be recruited. Long's sister's words would change her attitude even more. Meditation plus dragon meteor. This is simply a super cannon. If it wasn't for Mu Chen's early launch to take the lead, or if Mu Chen's verbal offensive caused sister Long to fall into a state of rage and lose her composure, this battle is really not good. But it's too late to say anything now. The power of the Tianlong meteor exploded after a meditation, but when Mu Chen had already prepared, it still only hit a loneliness. The Tianlong meteor did not attack the opponent, and sister Long, who was severely consumed, flashed a hint of despair. So, can't it? Sister Long knew that her brother was defeated, and in her current state, she would definitely not be able to defeat this cunning Pikachu. Looking at the yellow-skinned mouse in front of her, sister Long's heart was full of remorse. She is not a fool. It was because of anger that she lost her cool. Now that she has vented a bit, sister Long still doesn't know how. My brother and I were completely caught up in this Pikachu trick. This guy is just deliberately provoking himself, causing him to lose his calmness and ability to judge. Pick up. Pi. What? Do not fight. Dodging this celestial meteor, Mu Chen had planned to start counterattack after brewing for a while. I never thought that after using this super dragon meteor, sister Long seemed to have lost her fighting spirit. Looking at sister Long, who was floating in the air like a lost soul, Mu Chen hesitated. What's the situation? To fight or not to fight? Can you give me a message? Considering that this dragon girl can become a human being, and considering that she will have to learn from this dragon girl in the future, Mu Chen really doesn't feel that he will die. This is so special. It is easy to kill. How can it be broken in the future? Coax it every day. Just kidding. How can we Mr. Muchin have such spare time? Ladia. Let go of my brother and I'll go with you. The dragon sister Latias knew that she had no hope of winning this battle. It is precisely because of this that in the end, in desperation, sister Long chose to sacrifice herself in exchange for her brother's safety. Pick up. What the fuck? Sure. Absolutely no problem. Hearing what sister Long said, of course Mu Chen was the happiest. Just kidding. I'm still worried. How can I let Xiaoji stupid be only catch his sister but not his brother? And as a result, they came to the door of their own accord. Ladia. What do you say it can be used for? Where is your master? Can you communicate with him? Seeing this yellow-skinned mouse so excited, sister Long's heart was full of sadness. However, a very real problem. What the point of your Pikachu agreeing? Wasn't it still Xiaoji who made the final decision? Pick up. What are you worried about? That stupid bee. I'll deal with him. Being able to complete this task perfectly, Mu Chen was indescribably satisfied. Ash's wishes. Is it important? If he doesn't listen, he will be knocked down with 100,000 volts. For Mu Chen, how Xiaoji thinks is never within his scope of consideration. However, just when Mu Chen was about to go to Xiaoxia and ask her to translate with her butt up, an accident happened. Xiaoji, who was concerned about and fighting, did not immediately go to subdue the dragon brother Latios, who was defeated in the battle. If Xiaoji didn't take it, Xiaoxia and Selena in Oak State naturally wouldn't take it. But there are always unexpected situations that arise. Ha ha ha. It took no effort to get it. Latios is mine. An excited voice suddenly came from above the heads of everyone. Immediately, a Pokemon ball was thrown at Latios, who was lying in the nest. Pick up. What the hell? What the situation? Mu Chen was stunned when he suddenly killed a stubby. Ladia. Elder brother. Brother Long. Latios was in a coma, and he had absolutely no ability to resist when he was subdued by the Pokémon ball. Seeing the sudden appearance of the Pokémon ball, he will subdue his brother, and the dragon's sister Latias will be pale. Damn it, don't think about it. Latios is his trophy, but Ash, who has been paying attention, was the first to react. The masked man Pokémon ball that suddenly appeared in front of him had already been thrown, and Xiaoji, who was not in a hurry to stop him, didn't think much about it, and his backhand was a Pokémon ball to keep up with. Pata tilde. Silly elsewhere, but when it comes to throwing Pokémon balls, it's still a good back. The last one came first, and the Pokémon ball thrown by Xiaoji was able to stop the sudden attack of Cheng Zhaojun. The two Pokémon balls collided in midair, and in the end no one could conquer the other, and both fell in front of Latios. Damn kid, you are courting death. The subjugation plan was actually destroyed, and the person who killed the Huhuo halfway was suddenly furious. Who are you to do such a despicable thing? Looking at the woman in front of him in a strong suit and wearing an intelligent helmet, Xiaoji's heart was full of anger. This is my trophy. Little brat, I originally planned to deal with you after I subdued Latios. Since you dare to take the initiative to ask for death, then no wonder I, Hunter J. The person here is a member of the Hunter Association, a dark organization dedicated to catching Pokémon in this world. Hunter J. Originally, this dragon brother and dragon sister were Hunter J's target. Pursuing all the way, Hunter J just chased from the Fengyuan area to the Chengdu area. She never thought that when she discovered the dragon brother and the dragon sister, these two guys actually fought with the little devil's Pikachu. Seeing that they're already made cheap, how could Hunter J miss it? Even Hunter J is ready to take action on this Pikachu after capturing Brother Long and Sister Long. The value of Pikachu who can defeat Latios is also very considerable. Chapter 427 Latias Condition. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde tilde. What the situation? System, let me out. Explain, what going on here? In the past, no matter what happened, Mu Chen would always get warnings of system tasks in advance, so in his world there was no such thing as a hell of an emergency. However, what about this one now? Seeing the sudden appearance of Hunter J, Mu Chen was done. Well, isn't that how the script works? Host, Hunter J at this time period is very powerful, and his character is also ruthless. So, host, you have to be careful. If you can kill it, don't let her get away, otherwise there will be endless trouble. Receiving Mu Chen's inquiry, the system replied very quickly. Just the content of this reply made Mu Chen curse her mother. I am Nima. I called you out to help me. What do you mean? I don't care whether Hunter J or Hunter L is ruthless or not. You won't give any indication. Even if you don't help, how much do you give Lao Su an extra reward? Regarding this unreliable system, Mu Chen said that he was very hurt. Ladia tilde tilde tilde. Pikachu, help me defeat this damn hunter. Protect my brother. I will be at your mercy from now on. Just when Mu Chen was still fighting with the system, Sister Long's voice suddenly came. Compared to Pikachu, what Sister Long hates even more is the sudden appearance of Hunter J. It was because of her that she and her brother were forced to leave their home. After escaping all the way, they finally found this undisturbed place. Latias and his brother had just settled down, and they met Xiaoji, Tai Hanhan. If you lose to this human trainer, at most, you will be conquered by him and become his Pokémon to fight for him. How long can humans live? When the trainer grows old and dies, they can regain their freedom. Legendary mythical bees have an almost infinite lifespan. Harass, molest, play in the past few decades, that's all. A yellow-skinned mouse, in Latias's opinion, is just a slap in the face. How can he really not be good to himself? Now that I think about it, even those mouths should be the plot of this yellow-skinned mouse, just to anger my brother and anger myself. But, if they are captured by this odious Hunter J, then life is better than death. The Hunter Guild makes a living by catching Pokémon all over the world. The Pokémon captured by them will be tortured endlessly until they are completely wiped out, lose their vitality, and completely become puppets at the mercy of others, without any spirituality belonging to life. Latias shuddered at the thought of that terrifying fate. J, who terrified her, had chased after him all the way. The face of this powerful Hunter J, even when Latias and her brother Latios were in their prime, they were no match, let alone now. Therefore, under this powerful threat, Latias chose to compromise. They had already been defeated, and they had planned to exchange themselves for the freedom of their brother. Judging from the current situation, it is no different from the previous plan. Anyway, they are all subdued by this human being. Pick up tilde pick up. Are you serious? No regret. Latias only thought that he wanted to submit to Ash and fight for him. But, what does that mean to Mu Chen? Let me deal with it. Gee, do you dare to say this? Ladia tilde tilde tilde. Seriously? Of course seriously. Miss, I will do what I say. No matter what, I will never regret it. Seeing that Pikachu was tempted, Latias was overjoyed. He tilde this idiot. Even without this Hunter J, do I still have to surrender to your master and fight for your master? Now it seems that there is no difference at all, right? It's just another way of saying that this idiot has been fooled. Sure enough, the IQ of ordinary Pokémon is still much worse than that of of our mythical beast. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde. That's it. Originally, Mu Chen was still struggling with how to push down Latias after defeating him. The strength of this girl is not weak. Mu Chen knew that if he wanted to push this girl down by force, just like he did with those old girls like Shinado, I'm afraid it would be a long tug of war. However, just when Mu Chen was tangled, someone took the initiative to send it to the door. Here, what else is there to be polite? Come out, my mighty companion, the blood-winged dragon. Just as Mu Chen and Latias were discussing the term, Hunter J, who was confronting Xiaoji, also made a move. With a wave of sus hand, a huge dragon appeared in front of Hunter J. This is the quasi-god of the Fengyuan area, the blood-winged dragon, also known as the violent salamander. Wow vu tilde tilde tilde. The thunderous roar sounded, proclaiming the mighty coercive power of the blood-winged flying dragon. Damn it. Come out, Minas. Shinado. Pikachu is fighting Latias, so naturally Ash can only summon a few other Pokemon to resist this Hunter J first. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde tilde. Just as Minas and Shinado, who appeared on the stage, were posing for battle and preparing to fight the blood-winged dragon, a loud chirping sound suddenly came. Pikachu, why are you here? Seeing Pikachu rushing all the way, Xiaoji was moved beyond words, as expected of his original Pokemon. Although this guy doesn't listen to himself a lot of the time, but at this critical moment he still misses himself very much. Obviously, in the eyes of Xiaoji, the act of Pikachu abandoning Latias and turning over and rushing over is to protect him. Latia tilde 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 tilde. Pikachu had just rushed out, and Latias, who was behind him, followed. Zila tilde tilde tilde. Latia tilde tilde. Before Xiaoji could react, an electric current jumped out from Mu Chen's cheeks and slammed into the blood-winged dragon. At the same time, Latias, who was following behind Pikachu, also shot. With an angry cry, Latias raised his neck high, and sprayed the blood-winged dragon with a mouthful of breath. Here, Pikachu, what the matter with you two? Ash was moved by Pikachu's appearance. Seeing Latias chasing after Pikachu, Ash originally thought they were chasing him. Never thought that, whether Pikachu or Latias, there was no hesitation in taking a shot at the suddenly appearing Hunter J. What happening here? Didn't they still fight in full swing just now? Seeing everything that happened in front of him, Xiaoji was done. Chapter 428 _ hold on. Daddy, I'm getting better soon. Blood-winged dragon, rush up. Deal with Latias first. Use dragon claws. If both Pikachu and Latias are at their peak, Hunter J might still find it a bit tricky. But now what? Your Pikachu first defeated Latios, and then fought against Latias for so long. How much fighting power can you still have? From Hunter J's point of view, there is an upper limit to Pikachu's Pokemon, even if it is cultivated again. At least the storage capacity of this skill is absolutely not high. It is precisely because of this that in the siege of Pikachu and Latias, Hunter J's choice was to ignore Pikachu and deal with Latias with all his might. After all, this Latias is also a divine beast of the dragon race, and its rank is higher than her blood-winged dragon. Naturally, people have to pay attention to this strength. Wow vu tilde tilde tilde. Receiving the instruction of Hunter J, the blood-winged dragon let out a loud roar, ignored Pikachu's 100,000 volt, and charged towards the dragon's sister Latias. Haha, very good. That's the kind of momentum. Seeing the blood-winged dragon with such a strong desire to fight, Hunter J laughed proudly. Immediately, Hunter J waved his hand, and a huge scorpion Pokemon appeared in front of her. Poison Dragon Scorpion, come on, take down the little devil's Pokemon. Hunter J's combat experience is much richer than Ash's. Just by judging the momentum, Hunter J can see the level of the Pokemon such as Minas and Shinado. It's completely underwhelming for her. Hunter J. Focusing on the blood-winged dragon, Hunter J summoned the poisonous dragon and scorpion just to let it play freely. Damn it. Minas, use the water wave. Xanadu, use the phantom light. Seeing that he was so ignored, Xiaoji said that he was not angry. That was a lie. However, even though he was the champion, his champion was completely won by Mu Chen for him. Against Hunter J's poisonous dragon and scorpion, Xiaoji is definitely not easy. Xiaoji's battle was difficult or not, but Mu Chen simply didn't care. At this moment, his attention was all on the blood-winged dragon. Pick up tilde pick up. Nima, what are you doing? Be careful. Men and women don't accept kisses. Don't be chasing around with Lao Su's horse. The attributes of the blood-winged dragon are flight type plus dragon type. Although it has no resistance to electricity type skills, it will not suffer additional damage. An instant shot of 100,000 volts is simply an itching for Hunter J's blood-winged dragon. Carrying the attack of 100,000 volts, the blood-winged dragon rushed to the front of the dragon sister Latias, where the dragon claws were, and it was a crazy tearing at the dragon sister. Seeing the screams of Sister Long being caught by the blood-winged flying dragon, Mu Chen quit. This is so special, but I'm my girl. Dare to touch Laozi's girl. It must be unforgiving. When he took down Brother Long before, Mu Chen used a super electric ball after charging, and now there is still some time before the recovery of the charging skill CD. Therefore, Mu Chen's attack method this time is still an instant with 100,000 volt. Ladia tilde. Yellow-skinned mouse. What are you doing? Come and help me. Sister Long's attributes are super energy type plus dragon type, which can be described as mutual restraint with this blood-winged dragon. But Sister Long's family is a long-range attack. You let a fort go head-to-head with a big warrior like melee combat. Isn't that difficult for a strong man? Originally, Sister Long had given Mu Chen a hoot before, and her state had already been greatly damaged. Now, the blood-winged flying dragon rushed to the front and grabbed it, and resisting the attack of the blood-winged flying dragon had already made Sister Long exhausted. All mean never thought that her ally, that abominable yellow-skinned mouse, was making soy sauce and paddling in the water. When you attacked my brother and me before, weren't you very fierce? Why are you numb now? Seeing that Pikachu was just using an instant-fired 100,000 volt paddle, Sister Long was in a hurry. Damn it. What does this yellow-skinned mouse mean? Doesn't it know that if I am also defeated, it is absolutely difficult to defeat this terrifying blood-winged dragon on its own? Pick up tilde. You hold on for a while, I'll be fine soon. Sister Long nor Hunter J knew that Mu Chen's charging skill CD was not too long. It's been a while since the previous skill use, and the CD is about to recover. Skill CD was restored. Even if Mu Chen used charging or something, the damage he could do to the blood-winged dragon was not much. Therefore, today's Mu Chen is deliberately paralyzing Hunter J and the blood-winged flying dragon. Don't you think I'm a scumbag? Don't you guys think I'm a quick shooter and run out of ammo? Then just wait for a while for Lao Su's skill CD to finish, and let you go straight to the soul. Although this may make the dragon sister Latias more difficult, but in order to defeat the opponent, Mu Chen can only do this. Anyway, I haven't pushed you down yet. The feelings are not so deep. Just bear with it. It's over. Haha. The blood-winged dragon. Use bite and bite off Latias's pair of wings for me. The poisonous dragon and scorpion fought with one enemy and two, and the fight was impressive, and there was no need for Hunter J to worry about it. Even in the battle here, the blood-winged dragon also prevailed in a 1-to-2 battle. Sister Long was not in good condition, and even the blood-winged flying dragon broke into her body, and it was only a matter of time before she lost. As for the remaining Pikachu, if Hunter J had a certain degree of defense against it before, Hunter J completely ignored it now. It's not as good as I expected. Mrs. Pikachu, always Pikachu. No matter how powerful it is cultivated, its upper limit is there. To be able to fight a Latios, this is probably the limit of Pikachu. Even if I don't come, this Pikachu may not be able to defeat Latias. J was completely bewildered by Mu Chen's paddling behavior. However, how did she know that when she excitedly gave the command to attack the blood-winged dragon, electricity began to flash on Pikachu's cheek? Pick up. Hold on, it's here. Coming soon. It will be ready in no time. Hold on. Keep you satisfied. The charging skill has been activated, and Mu Chen is excited. Ladia tilde. Speak English. Hearing Pikachu's slightly different word, Latias, who was madly attacked by the blood-winged dragon, rolled his eyes. What kind of nonsense is this yellow-skinned mouse talking about? Chapter 429 Latios is captured. Mina. Go, Misker. Use the energy ball. Go ahead. Crack the bubble frog. Use the bubble attack. Just as Long's sister Latias was being abused, and when Mu Chen was brewing a big move, Xiaoji also encountered danger. As the strongest in the Hunter Association, Hunter J's strength is comparable to that of the Heavenly King, even surpassing the existence of the newly promoted Heavenly King Pikachu. Poison Dragon Scorpion was Hunter J's main force before he possessed the Blood-Winged Dragon. Although it lacks the command of a trainer, it can only rely on instinct to fight. But even so, Xiaoji's pressure on this big guy is very great. The attributes of the Poison Dragon Scorpion are evil plus poison. Shinedo's super attack is completely unable to produce any effect on it. Ignoring the harassment of Shinedo, the poisonous dragon Scorpion was naturally focused on how to deal with Mina. With the advantage of being able to drill into the ground, the Poison Dragon Scorpion launched a surprise attack on Mina, suddenly drilling out from the ground, and taking advantage of the chance that Minas did not make a counterattack. The Poison Dragon Scorpion double-clamped electric shot out, directly imprisoning Minas in place. Immediately, an evil-type ultimate move was sent directly by him, and a bleak green came from Manastan. Seeing Minas, who was constantly twisting his body under the big mouth of the poisonous dragon and scorpion, Xiaoji suddenly became anxious. Although it is said that Miss Kier's grass-type skills will also be restrained against the poisonous dragon scorpion, but at least it will not be immune. Similarly, Serena, who has been paying attention to Xiaoji, is also in a hurry. Minas was defeated, Shinedo's attack was ineffective, and Miss Kier was restrained. The current situation Xiaoji was facing at this time was very difficult. In order to help Xiaoji, Serena naturally summoned the most powerful crocodile frog without hesitation. At the very least, it can also play a role in harassment. But I didn't expect it to happen unexpectedly. Just as he was about to take down Minas in one go, suddenly Suddenly there were several harassing and troublesome people, and the poisonous dragon scorpion said that it was very unhappy. Without further ado, I saw the poisonous dragon scorpion flicked its tail and delivered a perfect home run, and the quack bubble frog, who had just launched the charge, was directly sent flying without any accident. It would be fine if it was just shot, but when it flew, it happened to hit Serena in the back. Hit by the quack frog, Serena fell to the ground. Just as Serena fell, an unused Pokémon ball slipped from her waist to the ground. If it's just like that, it's nothing. At most, it's just a little shock to Serena. But the problem is, at this time, Miss Kier was still desperately harassing the poison dragon scorpion with the energy ball. Boom, boom, boom. Although the power is not wrong, and the attributes are restrained, but the aftermath of this explosion will not stop. Affected by the aftermath of the explosion, the small Pokémon ball began to roll, and, without anyone noticing, this Pokémon that was rolling all the way hit the dragon brother, Latios, who was lying in the nest. Damn, haha, great, Serena, I got Latios. With such a big body of Latios standing there, it is naturally very eye-catching that he suddenly disappeared. Attracted by Latios, Hunter J and Ash set their eyes on it at the same time. Seeing this, Hunter J was furious, and Xiaoji was overjoyed. Although he wanted to subdue Latios, Serena was his comrade. In Xiaoji's opinion, it's good for him to subdue it or Serena to subdue it, as long as it's not cheap for this abominable Hunter J. That's enough. On the contrary, Hunter J cannot accept this situation. Damn kid, damn little girl, hand me the Pokémon ball of Latios. Frightened, Hunter J ignored the dominant blood-winged dragon, and instead looked fiercely at Xiaoji and the Serena who was being supported by him. Madam, I am a professional cut-off, but I was cut off myself. Can this be tolerated? You must know that the dragon brother Latios has long been regarded as a possession by Hunter J. Leave it to you. Don't even think about it. Just kidding. Whether it is to subdue Latios or Selena, it is absolutely impossible for Xiaoji to hand it over. Poison dragon scorpion, use the stinger. Kill Minos for me. Xiaoji refused without hesitation, and Hunter J was even more angry. Without further ado, Hunter J decisively issued an order to kill the poisonous dragon scorpion. But at this moment, wow who tilde, a thunderous roar suddenly came, and the voice was full of pain and desolation. Attracted by the sky-shattering voice, Hunter J, Xiaoji, and Serena all turned their attention to the past. I saw that the blood-winged dragon at this time was not as arrogant as before. In a huge deep pit, the blood-winged flying dragon fell into the pit in a state of embarrassment, and countless electric currents kept rolling and jumping around it. Next to the deep pit, there are the arrogant and proud Pikachu and the confused dragon sister Latias. Pick up tilde tilde pick up. Nima, continue to pretend. Why don't you pretend to be with me? What the hell? Didn't you enjoy scratching and biting Lousy's girl just now? Have you enjoyed this super electric ball? Through the persistence of Long's sister Latias, Mew Chen finally got a comfortable charging environment. After charging, Mew Chen naturally showed no courtesy. With high-speed movement and blessing, the electric light flashes and start, and a black electric ball containing deep affection is sent. How is this possible? Mew Chen was so excited that he pretended to be beat, and Hunter J was shocked. How powerful the blood-winged dragon is. Hunter J is naturally very clear. Even if he faced both the dragon elder brother Latios and the dragon younger sister Latias at the same time, they could also be defeated. That's why Hunter J chased this divine beast from the Fengyuan area all the way to the Chengdu area. I never thought that after just a minute or two of diverting my attention, the blood-winged dragon was electrocuted by Pikachu. Jewel Starfish, come out, use the water gun, attack the poisonous dragon and scorpion. Hunter J was done, and the smart Xiaosha immediately seized the opportunity. The mind power of Duck can't attack the evil-type poisonous dragon and scorpion, but the water skills of the gem starfish are still effective. While Hunter J was distracted, Jewel Starfish made a decisive move. A water gun was delivered, and finally the trapped Minos was rescued. Haha, that great Xiaosha. When Minos got out of trouble, Ash was naturally very excited. Damn it, damn it, damn it, wait for me, I'll be back sooner or later. Leaving a harsh word commonly used by villains, Hunter J was about to leave. The blood-winged flying dragon was lying in the nest, and the poisonous dragon and scorpion were also repelled. At this time, Hunter J had no hope of winning at all. Pick up tilde tilde. If you can't beat it, you want to leave. Have you asked me? Chapter 430 Hunter J loses. Come back, blood-winged dragon. Wanting to get away, Hunter J naturally wanted to take back the blood-winged dragon that kept twitching. However, she ignored Mew Chen who was standing not far from the blood-winged flying dragon. Pika tilde 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 chum tilde tilde. Nima, take back the blood-winged dragon in front of Lao Su. Look down on me so much. Needless to say, an instant shot of 100,000 volts was sent, and the target was the red light beam released by the Pokemon ball in Hunter J's hand. This beam is the key to the connection between the Pokemon ball and the Pokemon. As long as it is cut off, the Pokemon that has played cannot be taken back. This is why many times, in times of crisis, trainers are often unable unable to take back their Pokémon. Zilla tilde tilde tilde. Boom. The current of 100,000 volts lost away, blocking the light beam released by the Pokémon ball without incident. Seeing that the beam was intercepted, Hunter J panicked. This Pikachu's IQ is so high. Normally, Pokémon battles are just instinct. If it hadn't been prompted by the trainer, it would have been impossible for it to react so quickly to intercept its own beam of recalling the Bloodwing Dragon. But the problem is that Xiaoji didn't react, and this Pikachu acted on his own. Pikachu. To say that this was intercepted by the dragon sister Latias, Hunter J would not be so surprised. People are divine beasts anyway, and there is nothing wrong with a high IQ. But the question is, why are you a Pikachu? Even if your Pikachu is well bred by the trainer and has a very strong fighting power, but this IQ, Pika tilde 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 chu. Mew Chen ignored Hunter J's surprise, intercepted the recalled beam, and 100,000 volts was activated again. This time, Mew Chen's target was the blood-winged flying dragon twitching in the deep pit. Come and want to go. I can't kill you, old man. From Mew Chen's point of view, this Hunter J is so arrogant because of the strength of the blood-winged flying dragon. As long as the blood-winged flying dragon is killed, isn't this Hunter J just letting him need it? Zilla tilde 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 tilde. With Mew Chen's urging, the 100,000 volts slammed on the blood-winged dragon that was already twitching as if he didn't want money. Whoa tilde tilde. The bleak scream came again. Obviously, under the baptism of Mew Chen's electric current, the blood-winged flying dragon was absolutely uncomfortable. Damn it. Stop it. Seeing that Pikachu actually started to kill the blood-winged dragon after intercepting the call of the Pokémon ball, Hunter J was even more distraught. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde. Call for a woolen thread and wait in line to go. I'll deal with you when I turn over this barren dragon. Sister Long, don't just watch. Come and help. Let's do it together. Kill this blood-winged dragon first, and then I will go and take revenge for you. Jay, who was just standing in the distance and howling without taking any action. Mew Chen turned his head to look at the sluggish dragon sister Latia. What are you doing stupidly? Why don't you come and help? Latia tilde tilde tilde. After being reminded by Mew Chen, Latias reacted. Now, it's not the time to surprise her. In any case, killing this blood-winged dragon first would be true. Although Latias loves heat, even if he fights with people, he will not kill him easily. But, it also depends on the situation, doesn't it? Before Mew Chen, Latias killed him because his brother was electrocuted. Now, against this blood-winged dragon, Latias also has nothing to hold back. It's this nasty guy. It's this accomplice. If it weren't for it, how could he and his brother have left their home? How could his brother be subdued inexplicably? Even she herself, after this battle is over, can only surrender to that human being. For all of this, Latias said in his heart that he didn't hate it. It was a lie. Of course, what she hates is not Pikachu or Ash. After all, they just happen to be at the right time, and there is nothing to say that their skills are not as good as others. What she hates is the one who started it all, Hunter J. If it wasn't for this damn Hunter, she wouldn't have to leave her home, and if it wasn't for this damn Hunter, she wouldn't have to encounter all this. Without a word, Latias also burst out in the face of the blood-winged dragon that could no longer resist in the pit. Waves of dragon-type energy surged out of Chi's body, and in the end, the energy gathered in one place was used by Latias, and he hit the blood-winged dragon. This skill is exactly Latias' big move before, the dragon meteor. Pick up tilde tilde tilde. What the hell? So cruel. Mew Chen really asked Sister Long to take action. It's just that he didn't expect it. This little girl either doesn't make a move, or she just kills her. This is so much more ruthless than I am. Damn it. You wait for me and I'll be back. The blood-winged dragon could no longer be saved, and Hunter J decisively chose the strong man to break his wrist. Leaving another cruel sentence, Hunter J's whole body suddenly bursts of white smoke. Pika tilde 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 Pika. Nima, are you from the rocket too? How can it be smoke? Seeing Hunter J use this trick, why didn't Mew Chen, who had seen it for a long time, know? However, if you want to run away so easily, I don't agree with you. You know, the system has given him a hint before. If this Hunter J doesn't seize the opportunity to stay directly, it will definitely be troublesome in the future. Just this time, Mew Chen, who used high-speed movement blessing and dashed with lightning flash, was disappointed. The rocket smoke escape is basically smoke rising, and then slipping away from the ground. Mew Chen had already had a way to deal with this move, but Hunter J is not from the rockets after all. The way she escaped. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde. Nima, why wait for me? Next time you dare to come, I can't electrocute you. J disappearing into the sky on by Diao's back. Mew Chen, who fluttered in the air, could only curse in anger. This is so special. How did you change the routine? I'm planning to escape. Lao Su, you gave me a flying shot. Can you still have fun? Fantastic. Pikachu, we've won. Hunter J was defeated, and Ash didn't feel disappointed. Latia tilde tilde tilde. Yellow-skinned mouse, abide by the agreement. Let your master subdue me. The blood-winged dragon was killed. Hunter J was defeated, and Latias finally chose to face face reality. Although it was said that the previous agreement was to let her brother go. However, her brother has been accidentally conquered by others. For this situation, Latias has nothing to do. After all, they didn't do it on purpose, right? Moreover, the trainer who subdued his brother was not the owner of this yellow-skinned mouse, and she was really hard to deny. In this case, if it was a more loving script, then Mu Chen would naturally let go of this poor little Latias, let her go back to freedom, and get a happy ending that wasn't perfect. But, is Mu Chen that kind of person? Tonight, I'm going to see what it looks like when you become a human. Chapter 431 Angry Dragon Sister. Hunter J was defeated. The dragon's elder brother Latias was inexplicably subdued by Selena, and finally the dragon's younger sister Latias was naturally subdued by Xiaoji. After a day of fierce fighting, this time, Tai Han Xiaoji didn't even mention the matter of hurrying. Finally, after waiting for half a night, Mu Chen was excited. Crescent moon was hanging high, and a wretched golden yellow figure crept up to the sleeping Xiaoji. Looking at the Pokemon ball in his hand, Mu Chen was excited. For you, I deliberately pretended to be tired today, and didn't turn into a romantic relationship with Xiaoxia in the middle of the night. Yes, considering that the dragon sister Latias can be transformed into a human, Mu Chen deliberately reserved his precious 5 minutes of transformation time today. Now, the long-awaited moment is finally coming. Latia yellow-skinned mouse, what are you doing? In the middle of the night, she was summoned by the yellow-skinned mouse, and Sister Long was completely confused. What are you doing? If you don't sleep, I have to sleep. Okay. Lack of sleep is the enemy of beauty-loving women. Pick up pick up Be quiet. What are you doing with such a loud voice? Although it was said that he had taken Sister Long far away, Mu Chen still did not dare to make too much noise. If someone discovers this and finally spreads it to Xiaoxia's ears, wouldn't it be a tragedy for Lao Su? Latia What the hell are you doing? If it's okay, I'll go back. Miss Ben, I'm going to sleep. In the face of this yellow-skinned mouse, the dragon's sister, Latias, obviously did not have any patience, and accompany him in the middle of the night to blow the wind and bullshit. Pick up pick up I heard that you can become human, right? Are there any restrictions on your transformation, like time constraint, or something else? In the face of Sister Long, it is one thing to want to push down, because this is the task requirement given by the system. As for the other aspect, Mu Chen just wanted to know about other people's transformation ability and see how it was different from his own. You know, Mu Chen's transformation, to put it bluntly, is to rely on the ability of the system to produce fake and shoddy product. What about the dragon sister? This is a genuine beast. Latia become human. What are you going to do? Can I change Miss Ben and have a dime relationship with you? If nothing else, I'm going back. Tell you, don't harass me if it's okay. Obviously, Sister Long is a young lady who lacked basic patience. Of course, this can't be blamed on people. Originally, he was at ease with his old brother, but he was suddenly defeated by this Pikachu who appeared, and then subdued. Even if this guy helped him defeat the archenemy Hunter J, and even killed her main blood-winged dragon, the dragon sister Latia still didn't have a good face for Pikachu. Pick up pick up Can't have a pleasant conversation. Do I have to force me to do it? Never mind. No. I have something to do, Daddy. It's a big deal. Clap. Do you know what it is? I'm going to knock you down today. If you cooperate, you will become a human being, so that everyone can communicate happily. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Things like licking dogs and coaxing girls can still be considered for Xiaoxia, but for this younger Sister Long, Mu Chen is not in the slightest mood to mess with her. Latia Damn it. Asshole. Nausea. Dirty. Do you know what you're talking about? Originally, Sister Long thought that Pikachu called her in the middle of the night. That is, she wanted to stand up with herself and tell her who was the boss of the team or something. For this, Sister Long never planned to fight, so she didn't bother to talk nonsense with this yellow-skinned mouse. I never thought that the purpose of this yellow-skinned mouse was pick up. Isn't that what you're asking? I said that you have this attitude again. Hurry up. What are the meaning? Do you want to let Lao Su and I torture me for a bloody meal, and then the Overlord will force the bow, or do you take the initiative to cooperate? I tell you, I have set you up, Daddy. Looking at Sister Long who looked like a fried chicken, Mu Chen decisively put on a hooligan look. What the matter? Talk well but don't listen, and let me play tough. Originally, it was said that for the sake of your ability to become a human being, let cultivate feeling. Latia Damn it. Damn yellow-skinned mouse. Kill me. Being so humiliated by the yellow-skinned mouse, Sister Long only felt that her self-esteem was greatly hurt. Without further ado, the injured Sister Long decisively chose to die. I saw that his neck was raised high, and it was an angry Tianlong meteor spewing out at Mu Chen. Pick up pick up Nima. Play for real. Seeing Sister Long's posture, Mu Chen also knew that this girl was going to fight with her. Why are you so stubborn? I can't give you an anal fissure. However, However, complaining is complaining, and it is necessary to avoid it. When a super move like Tianlong Meteor came down, Mu Chen said he couldn't handle it. If this is hit, will it be pushed down? Hehe, I was put down directly. Okay. Ladia tilde tilde tilde. Dirty bastard, do you still want to run? To die for me? A shot of Tianlong Meteor made him feel lonely, and the shy and angry Sister Long was even more furious. I saw that the super energy system energy around him rolled wildly, and the energy gathered between the heads of Latias. This is exactly what the dragon sister Latias's powerful ultimate move, meditation. Pick up tilde tilde. What the hell? Are you dying? Seeing that Latias actually started to use the enhanced ultimate move, Mu Chen knew that this girl was afraid that she would become angry and would really kill herself. Is this worth it? If it really is a life-threatening situation, Mu Chen can't accept winning or losing. If you lose so much, then naturally, needless to say, a cool song will be delivered. Even if I win, I will give this dragon sister Latias a half-disabled. How can I do anything special? You know, Mu Chen didn't plan to attack Latia's flying shape. What he wants is a human lady who has been transformed. Zila tilde tilde tilde. There are no two words. High-speed movement blessing. Electric light flashes to start. In the mind of the first to be the strongest, Mu Chen decisively launched a charge against Latias. Meditation. Give me a hold back. Quickly rushing to Latias, Mu Chen repeated his old trick, sending an electromagnetic wave, which once again put Latias into a state of paralysis. Zila tilde tilde tilde. Just being paralyzed is not enough. Mu Chen knew that no matter what, he couldn't let Latias charge up to finish, otherwise, it would really be immortal. Therefore, Mu Chen's choice was to send 100,000 volts after the electromagnetic wave. Sister Long, are you still breaking out? Stop it for me. Chapter 432 Long talk at midnight. Ladia tilde tilde. Hateful. Damn yellow-skinned mouth. Kill me. Even if I die, I won't let you insult me. An electromagnetic wave interrupted Sister Long's meditation, and Mu Chen didn't even want money, and sent a meal of 100,000 volts to Sister Long, Ladia. During the day's battle, Sister Long was very exhausted. At this time, before she could reply, she was beaten with blood by Mu Chen again. Finally, she couldn't stand it any longer, and she fell to the ground in embarrassment. Looking at the pair of yellow-skinned mice walking step by step, the dragon sister Latias showed a hint of despair in her eyes. As a proud dragon clan, as a proud divine beast, how could Sister Long be willing to be insulted by such a lowly yellow-skinned mouse? Although the strength of this yellow-skinned mouse was so powerful that she was done. But lowness is lowliness. In Sister Long's cognition, this yellow-skinned mouse that can be seen everywhere is a lowly existence. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde tilde. Kill you. I make up. I'm so good at killing you. What am I doing? I want bang bang. How are you? Okay, don't make this desperate demo. I'll leave my words to you today. Whether you agree or not, I'll definitely slap you. Whether you choose to cooperate or let Lao Su be strong, you choose. Originally, I planned to talk and negotiate, and to cultivate feelings. The results of it. This dragon sister doesn't pee herself at all. In a hurry to complete the task, Mu Chen didn't have the patience to coax a girl. Ladia tilde tilde. Forget it. Even if I die, I won't let you insult me. Hearing Mu Chen's roguelike word, Long's sister Latias almost fainted from anger. I have seen shameless. Never seen such shameless. Want to bang this girl. Dream about you. At this moment, Sister Long had already made up her mind to die. Although she doesn't use any skills like big explosions that hurt the enemy and herself. But, as a divine beast with a very high IQ, Sister Long naturally has her own way. Energy. Whether it is dragon energy or super energy, as long as they are out of control in their own bodies, they can also produce explosion. Although this explosion doesn't do much damage to the enemy, it can completely free the dragon sister Latias. Pick up tilde pick up. Oops, I get together. As for you, I am a god too. Okay, still not good enough for you. Sensing the churning energy in Sister Long's body, Mu Chen became anxious. What the hell? So strong. Use something else. It doesn't matter if you die. How do you break the mission on the system side? Although it is said that there is no punishment, but I am still waiting for a reward. Without saying anything, Mu Chen quickly comforted the emotional Sister Long, showing his noble identity. Just kidding, I am a skin god anyway. Although it is elementary. Ladia tilde tilde. What did you say? Are you also a beast? How is this possible? Hearing what Mu Chen said, Sister Long's first reaction was that he was bullshitting. How could a lowly Pikachu be a divine beast? Although she was fighting before, Sister Long also felt a slight difference from this Pikachu. But in her cognition, the difference of Pikachu is because its strength is too powerful. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde. Are you so heartless? You want to piss me off, don't you? Fuck. Open your eyes and take a good look. It feels so good. Do I have a lower grade than you? Mu Chen could also guess the reason for Sister Long's strongly resisting attitude. What the matter? Don't you just think that you are some kind of bullshit noble dragon family, noble divine beast? How many barren hairs? No matter how much you say, isn't it it's still a beast. Even as far as the shape of your plane is concerned, I don't like it. If it weren't for the fact that you could transform into a human lady, why would I still have the patience to accompany you to bullshit? Although his heart was full of complaint, in order to make this Sister Long accept him, Mu Chen could only helplessly start playing the trick of shaking the body of a tiger. There is no way. This Sister Long is dead brain, and she wants to see the grade of Lao Su. After possessing the godhead of the primary skin god, Mu Chen obtained more than just an improvement in ability. Now, he can also exude the momentum that can only be exuded by the divine beast. In Mu Chen's word, this B game should have no practical use. That is, it's just pretending to be B. Usually, Mu Chen really didn't bother to arouse this kind of momentum. Now, in order to let this Sister Long recognize the truth, Mu Chen's tiger body decisively turned on the vibration mode. Ladia tilde tilde. This, how is this possible? You are not Pikachu. Pikachu can't be a beast. What the hell are you? Skinned mouse. The dragon Sister Ladia's was done. How is this possible? This yellow skinned mouse is actually of the same level as her. Pick up tilde tilde tilde. What the hell do you care about me? Hurry up. Give me a nice word. Cooperate. Let me be stronger. After shaking for a long time, and flung the yellow hair on the ground, Mu Chen became even more impatient. Little bitch. What a barren ink. Ladia tilde tilde tilde. Are you serious? It was confirmed that this yellow-skinned mouse was also a divine beast, and the resistance of the dragon Sister Ladia's disappeared immediately. If it is a divine beast, then committing to it is not a grievance to oneself. At least, this yellow-skinned mouse is still very powerful. In this world where strength is respected, Mu Chen at this moment is equivalent to a tall, rich and handsome man in reality. That is, as long as he shows his strength, some of them will rush up. Although Sister Long is not a wild bee and butterfly, under this choice of cooperation or being pushed, she will choose a way that is more beneficial to herself. Pick up tilde pick up. Nonsense. How about a non-serious Lao Su playing with you in the middle of the night? Ladia tilde tilde. But, your body type. Looking at myself, looking at the yellow-skinned mouse, Sister Long couldn't tell. Fuck. So I'm asking you, can you become a human lady? And what restrictions will there be after you become a human? Being despised. Mu Chen said that he was very hurt. However, the innate conditions are set here, and Mu Chen can only bear it silently. What's so special? I don't want to cross the body of this yellow-skinned mouse either. Do I have any trick? Ladia tilde tilde tilde. I can indeed change human word, but I am not very skilled. If I became human, I might not be able to speak. Humans have different voices than Pokémon. At this time, Ladia's was not able to speak with a human voice. Pick a tilde 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 pick. It's fine if you can call. It doesn't matter if you speak or not. Just kidding. If it's really slappy, then everything will be silent. As long as you can hum. This is enough for Mu Chen. Chapter 433_win. Ladia tilde tilde tilde. Does it feel weird? Chose to give in under Mu Chen's yin power. The younger Sister Long, who became a girl, still said the same words she said before her transformation, which made her feel very strange. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde tilde. Fine, fine. Don't say that you can still speak the dragon language. Even if you can, I don't mind. Lao Su. Looking at the pretty girl in front of him, Mu Chen was excited. Although it is said that Long's sister is not as developed as Xiaoxia and Serena, she is at least a young sister. As an old man with a human soul, Mu Chen's aesthetics are naturally very normal. This is what you want. Ladia tilde tilde tilde. You don't just plan to transformed into a human. The dragon Sister Ladius lost a bit of toughness but increased a bit of weakness. Seeing the opposite Pikachu rubbing his hands excitedly and walking towards him step by step, Sister Long panicked. Although it is said that the dragon Sister Ladius, as a divine beast, has survived for a long time, and various things are very clear. But, understand to understand, it was the first time that I had personally experienced something like this on myself. Don't be nervous. That's a lie. I was already nervous in my heart, but now I saw that Pikachu's fluffy body was about to pound, and Sister Long was completely panicked. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde tilde. What? Do you still despise my father? Hearing Sister Long's question, there was a hint of displeasure in Mu Chen's tone. There is no limit to how you can become a human. You can change for a few hours. Dad, I can't do it. 5 minutes. 5 minutes is enough for what? I don't want to finish all the foreplay. I'm just using these 5 minutes at the end. If he transformed himself now, he would be handsome. But the question is there enough time? Touch your little hand. Say 2 words. Then look good on yourself. Mu Chen would never do such a heartless and foolish thing. Ladia tilde tilde tilde. Not that I hate it. Mainly, do you feel like this? Is it appropriate? Before the transformation, the dragon's younger sister Latias was about 1 meter 5 in height, which was absolutely inappropriate for Pikachu's pocket-sized tens of centimeters. Although it is said that Mu Chen doesn't even mind the 6 meter Minas, but the dragon's sister Latias does. What's more, Mu Chen said that he couldn't get up at all about the dragon's sister Latias, who had the same shape as the plane before the transformation. This is also a very serious problem. Now that Sister Long has turned into a cute little sister. Miu Chen's mental obstacles have been completely eliminated, but there are still obstacles on the side of the dragon sister Latias. Although my little sister belongs to the girl style, is she taller than 1.5? You are still a tens of centimeters of yellow-skinned mite. Pick up. What the hell? Despise my father. What is inappropriate or not? You give me the enjoyment of cessation. Seeing that Sister Long was still struggling with her height and appearance, Miu Chen became impatient. Why so much nonsense? Can't you just lick directly? Okay, little baby, let's stop talking nonsense and prepare to face the wind. Come on. Miu Chen didn't hesitate. High-speed movement blessing. The electric light flashes to start. Without any hesitation, Miu Chen killed the dragon sister Latias with a tangled fate. Latia tilde. Wait, etc. I'm not ready yet tilde. Seeing the lightning-fast Pikachu, the dragon sister Latias was completely panicked. However, the main body is not an opponent of others, let alone transforming into an unskilled human form. Facing Pikachu's charge, the dragon sister Latias couldn't even dodge. Pick up. Wait a fart. I'm waiting so half leave. Needless to say, when he rushed in front of the dragon sister Latias, Miu Chen decisively used a skill he was very proficient in, grabbing wildly pseudo. Shish. Latia tilde. The splashing sound of the cloth and the exclamation of the dragon sister Latias came from the silent night sky at the same time. Pick it pick. Okay, that's almost it. Don't cry with that one. I'll show you what a real transformation is. After a violent attack, the foreplay was completely over. Miu Chen pursed his lip and finally decided to sound the final attack horn to the dragon sister Latia. Latia tilde. Transform. Will you be transformed too? Then why don't you just transform? She was still crying like a victimized little daughter-in-law, but suddenly she heard Pikachu's transformation, and the attention of the dragon sister Latias was immediately attracted. If it is said that this Pikachu can also use the transformation, then her dragon sister's heart will feel much better. At least there is no such mental obstacle, right? But the problem is, if you can change, why didn't you change sooner? Do you have to torture people for a long time? Damn it, you don't want to be transformed directly. Why is it that Lao Su can only transform for 5 minutes at a time? As soon as he started transforming, he heard Sister Long's question, and Miu Chen was as handsome as a manga hero. There was helplessness written on his face. Latia tilde. Wow, so handsome. This time, the obstacle in the heart of the dragon sister Latias completely disappeared. Looking at the incomparably handsome blonde guy in front of him, the tears in the eyes of the dragon sister Latias disappeared. Instead, countless small stars are twinkling, described in the most simple and easy to understand word. That is to say that this dragon sister has completely turned into a little fangirl. Handsome, right? Come on baby, I have limited time. Let's get to the point. Sister Long's performance naturally made Miu Chen very satisfied. That's right, that's the normal script rhythm. What I need, Lao Su, is your dedicated little fangirl tilde. Without a second word, Miu Chen, who had transformed into a human, moved at a high speed to bless him again, and the electric light flashed, and it also started. Laddie tilde. Laddie tilde. As Miu Chen's attack unfolded, the desolate screams of the dragon sister Latias continued to be heard in the night sky. Obviously, in the face of such a violent attack from Miu Chen, the defense of the dragon sister Latias simply couldn't bear it. Gin wool. Bah, where did this go? Little baby, try Lao Su's gigantic transformation tilde. After finally fighting with a human body, Miu Chen burst into tears with excitement. But this is not enough. The big move of gigantic transformation has not been used yet. Latia tilde. Gigantic. What is that? Latia tilde. Hearing the giant transformation, the dragon sister Latias was confused. However, before she could finish asking, Miu Chen had already started. Chapter 434 questioning the system. Xiaosha. Selena, hurry up. We can reach the Silver Alliance headquarters in 2 days at most. After subduing the dragon sister Latias, Ash's confidence in his challenging journey has grown even more. After a night of rest, this guy who has nothing else to do at this time is all about challenging a few heavenly kings of the Silver Alliance. Xiaoji, are you in a hurry? We are traveling. Can't you slow down? Seeing Xiaoji, who was in a hurry, and looking at Serena, who followed Xiaoji without any complaint, Xiao was also speechless. This stupid bee, besides fighting every day, besides challenging these, can't think of anything else. This is travel. Shouldn't you just walk, eat, and play? This stupid bee. People who deliver express delivery are not as active as you, right, bastard? If it weren't for you, I would have returned to Wallen City long ago. Looking at the yawning Pikachu in her arms, Xiaoxia's heart was full of grief and anger. If it weren't for you, bastard, why would I suffer this crime? Miss Ben, pick up tilde pi tilde. Alright tilde. Be patient, let it pass, and when I help this idiot bee take down the little girl of Selena, we will fly away. Xiaoxia complained that Miu Chen was helpless. With a vigorous gesture, Xiaoxia's resentment was calmed down, and Miu Chen Chen entered the state of lying down again. This Nima is so tired. In just 5 minutes, Mu Chen exhausted his life guild. Because of the time limit, Mu Chen didn't stop for a moment, didn't hold back at all, didn't stop at all. After a frantic output, the dragon sister Latias was naturally overwhelmed and was directly attacked by Mu Chen, rolled her eyes, and fainted. However, as the attacking party, Mu Chen also consumed a lot. At the very least, Mu Chen had never felt so tired before when he was fighting with Minas and other old lady. Of course, it was through this duel that Mu Chen strengthened his determination. This second round of main quest must be completed. This is such a crazy output. I can't stand it, and the recipient can't stand it either. Sister Long is still a mythical beast, and she was directly stunned. If it was Xiaoxia, what would you do? Long's sister Mu Chen can be pitied, but Xiaoxia can't. Of course, the completion of the main quest is still a long way off. Because of this, Mu Chen is now focusing on the quest reward this time. System, come out. Father, my task is somewhat complete. Right, haven't our brothers discussed the issue of this reward? Let me tell you, we can't just do things without giving money. I'm such an old man that I'm about to toss. Don't you express it. Long's sister Latias has been taken down, so what Mu Chen has to do at this time is to discuss with the system the question of the reward. The task is completed. The reward is issued. Please confirm the acceptance of the host. As Mu Chen's voice in his mind landed, the system's electronic voice followed. Obviously, the system is still very satisfied with the completion of Mu Chen's mission this time. However, the system was satisfied, and Mu Chen, who saw the reward, was not satisfied. Damn it, can we get some good deals? Are you funny like me being so rude? With our relationship, can't you just give Lao Su one step? We don't ask for much. You can directly give that electric ball, Pseudo 3, to Lao Su. Let me collect it. Seeing that the system sent him another big turntable, Mu Chen quit. You know the bottom line so well. Are you always playing trick with me? Still spinning. Give it directly. Knowing the fundamentals of the system, Mu Chen became more and more rude to the system. Anyway, you ask lousy. Anyway, you can't recover without lousy. A cooperative relationship. Why don't you do something mutually beneficial and beneficial to me? Facing Mu Chen's request, the system was speechless. Don't pretend to be dead. I know you are always here, and there is no place for you to pretend to be dead. Fuck, etc. We'll talk about the rewards later. I'm thinking of something. Originally, he planned to intimidate the system, but suddenly, Mu Chen reacted, and it seemed that there was a very important matter that he had neglected. What the matter? This guy, Mu Chen, suddenly changed the subject. Even the system was done. The system still knows a lot about Mu Chen. This is pure rascal. Sudden interruption of the topic when this guy wanted something good for him must be something extremely important. Fuck, at CK. Tell me honestly, did you see when I had a PK match with Mina, Shinado, and the dragon sister Latias last night? Are you paying attention to everything I do? Mu Chen suddenly thought of his own privacy. This is so special. It seems that all my movement, Lao Su, are all exposed under the eyes of this system. Although Mu Chen is a rogue, he is definitely not a perverted exhibitionist. When he thought that he was always being spied on by the system when he was doing such a relatively private thing. No, it was a clear peek, so Mu Chen stopped doing it. This is too much. I'm just the system. In the face of Mu Chen, the system was completely speechless. Fuck off. Don't bullshit me here. The system sucks. Do you think I'm an idiot? Either you are a supreme being in this world, or you are a supreme being that has fallen from other world. What shit system? To put it bluntly, you are my grandfather. Coming from the modern age where consulting is developed, what does Mu Chen understand? Mu Chen had long been suspicious of the system. This guy is not an electronic program at all, since it requires itself to complete the task, to interrupt the world line of this world, and then rely on this to restore its own strength. It must be an extremely cow-like existence. What is the world line? To put it bluntly, in the fantasy world, this is the way of heaven. An existence that wants to go against the Tao of heaven, can it be scum? It is precisely because of this that Mu Chen is too lazy to continue installing it with the system. No matter what, you can't do without Lao Su's help. Why bother to install an electronic program with this? Wouldn't it be fragrant to put it directly on the bright side? Okay, I have to admit that although you are sometimes unreliable, you are not stupid. Exactly who I am. It is not convenient to tell you right now, but I can answer your question just now. Who loves to see you yellow-skinned mouse and that mantis pupa? I have seen this young master a lot. I have slept many times more than you do. So why are you and this young master? And I'm here to fuck this useless heart. And that reward? If not, what do you mean? Finally, under the pressure of Mu Chen, the system broke out. What's so special? It's exhausting to install this broken system. Are you the only one who spit lotus flowers? I will too, my lord. Chapter 435 want to carry Xiaoxia. System. Did you do it on purpose? Anger. Extreme anger. At this moment, Mu Chen dared to swear. If this bullshit system dared to appear in front of him, he would definitely dare to rush up and tear it to pieces. Originally, Mu Chen had planned planned to discuss with the system to get a power-generating balloon pseudo-3, and directly make the power-generating balloon a genuine one. However, the arm couldn't twist the thigh, and the system couldn't let it go. In the end, Mu Chen chose to compromise. Let draw. Anyway, I have drawn twice before, so this time, I won't be too lucky, right? Who would have thought that this pumping? Mu Chen finally experienced what it means to hit the soul. Even if you get an increase in race value, it's still a minimum of 30 points, which really makes Mu Chen unacceptable. 30 o'clock. Enough for what? Even adding these 30 points, his current race value is only 555. After spending so much effort, he fought with the dragon's elder brother Ladios, the dragon's younger sister Ladias, and the hunter Jay again. PK with the dragon's sister Ladias. After paying so much, the result is that 30 racial points are finally passed away. Who can stand this? Anyway, Mu Chen said that he absolutely couldn't accept it. But what made Mu Chen helpless was that no matter how much he shouted, the system didn't respond at all. What the matter? Okay, you cow. You wait for me. Next time, in addition to the main quest, I will not serve you. I will not wait for you. After shouting for a while, the system didn't give a reply. In the end, Mu Chen could only choose to use this method to threaten the system. Xiaoji, let's take a break, eat lunch, and then continue on our way. You are not tired. We are tired. Mu Chen had been chatting with the system all morning, but Xiaoxia had been following Xiaoji. Tai Hanhan. The Silver Alliance in Chengdu is at the top of the Silver Mountains, which means that if you want to challenge, you have to climb the mountain. Mountain climbing. If it is stop and go, play, take a break often, it is a pleasant journey. But if it's like Xiaoji, Tai Hanhan, who keeps her head down and doesn't stop, Xiaoxia said she couldn't hold it anymore. Oh, Xiaoxia, why is your physical strength so poor? Look at Selena, no one is tired. According to Xiaoji's idea, that is to go all the way to the evening, and then go to rest one step at a time. In this way, basically before tomorrow afternoon, they can reach the Silver Alliance and challenge the 4 heavenly kings of the Silver Alliance. As a result, this Xiaoxia kept singing the opposite to him. Although it's not that he's angry because of this, Xiaoji's heart is also full of helplessness. This girl, why is she so troublesome? I don't care. I'm not going anyway. I can't go anymore. Hearing that Xiaoji dared to mention Selena, Xiaoxia was even more angry. Isn't Serena tired? Which eye did you see? That because she has a crush on you. A fool. So she insisted on it. Okay. Didn't you see that Serena's face was covered in sweat? Not tired. You really speak it out. Serena has an idea for Ash, so she can stick to it silently. But Xiaoxia won't. Miss Ben's boyfriend is that bastard Pikachu. Has a dime relationship with you, Ash. If it weren't for the happiness of Miss Ben's life, I would have abandoned you with Pikachu right now. Xiaoxia, you think it's not like this? I'll carry you behind my back. Let's continue on our way, and rest in the evening. Seeing Xiaoxia sitting there and kneading her long leg, who didn't want to leave, Xiaoji, who was unwilling, could only think of another way. However, as soon as his bad idea came out, several people present were not calm. Needless to say, Shannara is naturally a fate. The pretty face that was still full of sweat before turned into a fiasco in an instant, and there was no more blood. Even Xiaoxia's expression changed drastically. Xiaoji, this stupid bee, speak human word. Carrying Miss Ben. Do you not pay attention to the difference between men and women? Miss, I have grown up now. Not to mention the existence of Serena. Even without Selena, Xiaoxia would never be able to do such an extremely intimate thing with Xiaoji. A fool. Pick up tilde. Of course, the one who responded the most must be Mu Chen. I am Nima. What do you mean? Xiaoxia, your father's girl. What are you thinking about? Want to go to heaven? I'm still at the stage of touching my little hand. Xiaoji, this stupid bee, is planning to do it in one step. Can't stand it. Mu Chen said that he could never bear it. Regardless of whether the stupid bee said this on purpose or not, Mu Chen decided to teach him the most profound lesson. Lousy's girl, how dare you even think about it? I can't kill you, old man. Zila tilde. Without a second word, the electric current flickered, and a 100,000 volt instant hit. The target was Hanbi Xiaoji, who was unaware that his words caused a big change in the expressions of several people. Ah! Screams came out. Even a perverted player like Xiaoji with full special defense value is still unstoppable under Pikachu's 100,000 volt. Although it is not likely to be injured or anything, it is inevitable to be directly placed on the nest. Yeah, Ash, how are you? Are you okay? Are you hurt? Pikachu, why are you attacking Ash? Although Serena, who said Xiaoji's words, was also stinging in her heart, but something really happened, and people still feel very distressed about this stupid bee. Seeing Xiaoji with his hair turned to kill mad and his whole body charred, Selena felt the stress. Ooh, Serena, Pikachu should also want to rest, so I asked Ash to calm down. Don't worry about it, they always look like this. Xiaoji is fine. Serena doesn't know why, and Ash doesn't know why. But how could Xiaoxia not be clear? The jealousy of this bastard Pikachu is very big. Seeing that Pikachu was so angry with herself because of one sentence, Xiaoxia's relief was full of sweetness. Snort. Want to carry carry Miss Ben. Yes Tilda. Then you will pass the level of our Pikachu first Tilda. Ha. Selena, I'm fine. I'm used to it. I'm used to it. Since everyone wants to rest, let's rest for a while. After being sent by Mu Chen with 100,000 volts, Xiaoji, this stupid bee, finally gave up the idea of continuing on his way. However, Ash didn't notice. At this time, Serena's eyes were constantly flickering. Xiaoxia is tired and can't walk. In order to hurry, Xiaoji will offer to carry her on her back. What if it was me? Thinking of this, Serena's pretty face instantly turned red. Chapter 436 Kai Yi's third crit. Ooh Tilda. After a short rest, Xiaoji and his party naturally continued their journey to the Silver Alliance. However, before the journey lasted long, there was an exclamation from Serena. Yeah, Serena, what's the matter with you? Hearing Selena's exclamation, Xiaoji, who was walking in front, instinctively turned her head back and asked, Woo Tilda, my foot is twisted. Rubbing her swollen ankle, Serena's eyes filled with tears. This time, it really hurt. How can this be done? Serena, can you still make your way? Seeing Serena sitting on the ground, Xiaoji's face was full of sadness. What the situation? Just finished resting. Why did you fall? My Silver League challenge. Shouldn't it be delayed for a few more days? Xiaoji, I think Serena's current situation is such that she can't continue her journey. If you are in a hurry, then you should carry Serena on your back. Right. Xiaoji, this stupid bee, walked in front and didn't notice, but Xiao Xia, who had been at the end of the team, saw all of Serena's performance in her eyes. Sprained ankle. This is true, but because of the sprain, it's debatable. Xiao Xia could see very clearly that Selena fell down on purpose. It's just that the force is not controlled well, and the fake drama is really done. In this regard, Xiao Xia is also full of admiration. Serena, you really fought hard for Xiaoji. A fool. Serena is so desperate. How could Xiao Xia not support her? I don't have to say, Xiaoji, didn't you just want to carry this girl on your back? This girl will definitely not let you carry it. But this Serena, is it more obvious that she fell on purpose? As a smart person, Xiao Xia's intention for Selena is definitely two words. Understand in second. It is precisely because of this that Xiao Xia opens her mouth to remind Xiaoji at this time. You, Selena, are thin-skinned, and when Xiaoji stupid bee asks you what to say, I, Xiao Xia, don't care. For the sake of her future happy life, Xiao Xia can't wait to tie the two together directly. That's right, Xiao Xia is right. Selena, then, do you think I'll be on my way behind your back? If Xiao Xia can carry it, Selena can carry it too. In the eyes of Xiaoji, a straight man of steel, there is no such thing as infidelity between men and women. As long as you don't delay on your way, who is not your back? Tilda. Facing Ash's question, Serena naturally nodded shyly in agreement. The goal is achieved, and my ankle is not sacrificed in vain. Pikachu, you say, Xiaoji, can he be enlightened? Walking behind, watching Xiaoji carry Serena on her back, Xiao Xia's heart is full of worry. At this moment, Xiao Xia wanted Xiaoji to enlighten her directly, but also worried about this tie hand to the end. Pick up Tilda. What are you in a hurry for? Then the two big lumps of flesh are pressed on him. Xiaoji can't feel it. Don't worry, this idiot will be enlightened soon. Xiao Xia was worried, but Mu Chen was not worried. Joke, Serena's gale is more majestic than Xiao Xia. Can you feel it? I don't believe it anymore. Even if Xiaoji Tai Han doesn't understand, can he still be curious? As for Xiaoji, Mu Chen, who has been in contact with him for more than a year, still knows a lot about him. This unfortunate child is not the kind of pervert who is born with no interest in women. He did this because he didn't understand it. Don't be afraid if you don't understand. This game should be guided slowly. Tilda. For today's Xiao Xia's assist, Mu Chen said that he was still very satisfied. This girl is getting smarter. And just as Mu Chen and Xiao Xia were making a gesture behind, Xiaoji, who was walking in front, was not as affected by Mu Chen, and became curious about the two groups. Serena, is there something on your chest? Why do I feel like something is pressing against me? After all, the scale is here. If you usually walk, it's not too obvious that you don't touch it deliberately, but with such a squeeze, it really is. Feeling the abnormality, Ash of course asked directly without caring. However, when he asked this, Serena was instantly blushed. OMG, this, how to answer? Too embarrassing. Right, don't say the two are not together yet. It's just boyfriend and girlfriend, and it's not so direct. Right, this means that Serena likes Xiaoji. Otherwise, if someone else asks this question, she will definitely be a big mouth and call it up. Isn't this purely a rhetoric? Serena's face was flushed with shame. She didn't know how to answer Xiaoji, and Mu Chen was excited to hear it behind her. Pick up Tilda. Pick up Tilda. Did you see? What did I just say? Daddy, this stupid bee is absolutely enlightened. Xiao Xia, baby, our spring is humming. Tilda. Through Sister Long, Mu Chen already knew how beautiful Miss Human is. This is completely incomparable to Pokémon, but even if Sister Long can be transformed, it is still a little less interesting than a real human lady. What's more, what's waiting for him is a big beauty like Xiao Xia. When he thought that it would not be long before he would be able to eat the beautiful Xiao Xia, Mu Chen trembled with excitement. Bastard! What are you thinking? Give me a break. Holding Pikachu, Xiaoxia naturally knew exactly what the bastard's reaction was. Feeling the temperature rise of this cargo, how could Xiaoxia still not know what he was thinking? Thinking of those, Xiaoxia suddenly became shy. But just when Mu Chen was excited and the two girls were shy, Xiaoji spoke again. Ooh, Serena, do you have a fever? Why do I feel so hot? Also, what are you patting? Can you take it off? This is pressing on me. It's very uncomfortable. Crit, super crit, fatal blow. As Xiaoji's voice fell to the ground, the scene instantly entered a strange silence. Serena, who was still shy at first, was petrified in an instant. Of course, it wasn't just Serena who petrified. Even Xiaoxia has grown her mouth and couldn't close it for a long time. The only one without petrification was Mu Chen, a guy with relatively strong psychological endurance. But even so, Mu Chen's previous excitement was gone. More first novels are in the hands of the group owner. Please, pick up tilde. I Nima, what the hell did you do with this brain circuit? Can't you just think like a normal person? Is it uncomfortable to press you? What did you think of saying this? You sir, you are so uncomfortable. Change me. At this moment, if Mu Chen hadn't seen that Serena was still on Xiaoji's back, he would have wanted to throw a charged electric ball at it. Chapter 437 Tip from the system. Ooh tilde. Xiaoxia, do you think Xiaoji doesn't like me at all? Let Xiaoji carry it all the way. But Serena, who came to rest at night, did not have any excitement by that stupid bee during the day. Serena felt that she could hardly bear it anymore. In this case, I'm afraid that if you change a man casually, you know your own mind, right? However, Xiaoji is such a fool. At this time, Selena was afraid to confirm that Xiaoji was really just like what Xiaoxia said, and she really didn't understand anything. Or, he knew very well that he was just not interested in himself, so he used this method to reject himself in disguise. Thinking of this possibility, Serena's heart is really broken. Oh, Serena, you can rest easy. Xiaoji, this stupid bee, he is definitely not what you think. Ash is busy feeding the Pokémon with training. Looking at Selena, who was looking for her to cry, Xiaoxia also had a huge head. How is this broken? For Xiaoji, Xiaoxia admits that she knows very well. According to Xiaoxia's judgment on that stupid bee, this critical attack was definitely not intentional. But the problem is, the damage of this crit is too huge. Don't say it's Arena. If this matter is changed on her own, Xiaoxia reckons that she is absolutely unbearable. Seeing the aggrieved Serena, Xiaoxia could only continue to comfort her conscience. Persevere, Serena, as long as your head is strong enough and you keep persevering, it will definitely impress that stupid bee of Xiaoji. For nothing else, even for the lifelong happiness of my Xiaoxia, I can only sacrifice you. Pick up. Mad, why is this damn mission so hard? System, come out. Can we chat? Can you give me another task for me? Even if you ask me to challenge the previous Huang, I don't want to continue doing this task. Serena took the initiative to use meat and eggs to attack, but she was still killed by a super crit. For this situation, Mu Chen was completely helpless. What the matter? I have to replace it with me. Not to mention the blood flow 3 feet. It must be the incarnation of the Midnight Madman. Okay. As a result, what about this stupid bee? I can only say, what the hell? Therefore, now Mu Chen pinned all his hopes on the system. Anyway, this system is not some bullshit electronic program. In order to restore strength, everything can be negotiated, right? Sorry, host, I can't do your request. As soon as Mu Chen made a request, the system returned to its position in second. Pick up. Why? What can't it do? Can't we negotiate? Don't you want to regain your strength? Just being so stupid. Do you think I have a chance to complete the task? I can't complete the task. How can you restore your strength? Host, you don't have to worry about it. This main quest is very important to my recovery. Change? That is absolutely impossible. And I tell you, since I can release this task to you, then you must have the possibility to complete it. You can do it with confidence. As soon as the pie is drawn, the system enters a high cold state again. However, Mu Chen didn't intend to take a bite of this pie. Pick up. Pick up. Possibility. Where are the possibilities? You come out. Come. System, hurry up and draw this possibility to me. If you don't give me a letter of approval today, I'm sure I'll stop playing. Anyway, that's fine now. Even if it only takes 5 minutes to transform now, I will not be able to solve the problem with all my firepower. If it's a big deal, just work a little harder, my little Shaw. It is estimated that she has come a few more times, and she has adapted to it. Through the dragon sister Ladia's, Mu Chen can be said to have completely figured out the situation with the human lady. Although there is still a certain difference between the transformation of the dragon sister Ladia's and the real human sister, but it is not too different. It is precisely because of this that Mu Chen is truly not afraid of the threat to the system at this moment. As for obliteration, who is afraid of whom? After obliterating Lao Su, how can you regain your strength? This system dares to fight with Tiandao. It is definitely the existence of cowhide to explode. Are you a fart in the eyes of others? Mu Chen really couldn't believe that the the system could give up hope of regaining its strength just because it was angry with him. At this point, Mu Chen is still very clear about this account. Even if the system has the ability to reach the sky, facing this scoundrel, he is not bloody. After a brief silence, the system finally spoke. Xiaoji, that stupid bee, doesn't understand the beauty of Miss Sister at all. If you want him to understand, then you must conduct science popularization on him. Let him know the beauty of Miss and Sister, and know what the hell is going on between men and women. As long as you let him understand this, even if Serena doesn't take the initiative, this stupid bee will definitely take the initiative. Nima, wouldn't it be over if I told my father earlier? Hearing the system's reply, Mu Chen immediately entered the two-cow mode. For such a little bee thing, you said that you should tell Lao Su earlier. Do you need such trouble? Suddenly, it is the most appropriate to describe Mu Chen at the moment. It's just meat bullets or something. When Xiaoji stupid bee doesn't understand, he naturally doesn't know how wonderful it is. B chose to use a crit to fight back in the face of Serena's two flesh bomb. But what if I let him see it? See the wonderful picture under that dress? Even, I'll show him a live show. Let this fool bee see what the heck is going on. This stupid bee doesn't understand, but he is also a normal man, right? Humans in this world are much more mature than the earth. Before Mu Chen performed a live version for that stupid bee of Xiaoji, he would still not react. As long as this stupid bee is curious about this kind of thing, then Mu Chen is not far away from completing the task. By the way, I forgot to tell you one more random mission. This time I'll tell you straight. There is a connection between the Rocket King Apollo and a certain king of the Silver League. Last time you defeated the three beastmen, now Apollo will do it himself. With the Silver Alliance to provide clues, your current whereabouts are completely exposed to others. If you do it, it will probably be a day or two before you arrive at the Silver Alliance. So, you have to be prepared. Just when Mu Chen was excitedly thinking about how to give Xiaoji these basic knowledge, the system's voice came again. Chapter 438_lie to you. Pikachu, why are you still not sleeping? In order to create a chance for Serena and Xiaoji to be alone, and to enhance the relationship between herself and Pikachu, when Xiaoxia sleeps in the wild, she also chooses to take Pikachu with her to be a little farther away from Xiaoji and Serena. Normally, Pikachu slept earlier than anyone else and slept faster than anyone else, but this time, more than an hour has passed, and Xiaoji's snoring has started, and Pikachu is still rolling in his arms. At first, Xiaoxia thought that this product was trying to take advantage of her, and there was still a shyness in her heart. But as time went on, and as the bastard Pikachu continued to roll back and forth, Xiaoxia finally discovered the abnormality. According to normal circumstances, if this bastard wants to take advantage of himself, it should be a short-handed attack, and he will not let go if he grabs the key position. It's not the first time that she has been bullied by a bastard like Pikachu. Xiaoxia has long been accustomed to his routine. But what about today? This bastard's little short hand didn't move at all. Instead, his body kept rolling back and forth. Obviously, this is not what you want to take advantage of. It was when she discovered this that Xiaoxia, who was puzzled, hurriedly asked Pikachu, pick up ... pick up ... Ooh, you can rest in peace. I won't humiliate you today. Faced with Xiaoxia's inquiry, Mu Chen naturally made a fool of himself. Mu Chen knew through the system that Apollo, the king of rocket, was going to attack. But the problem is, even if he knew about this kind of thing, he couldn't tell Xiaoxia how to say this. Father, shall I pinch my fingers? Bullshit. In order to prepare for an attack that might come from midnight, how could Mu Chen sleep peacefully? If he fell asleep and let that Apollo attack, it would be a lot of fun. You know, everyone's system has prompted that there is a connection between a certain heavenly king of the Silver Alliance and Apollo, and the whereabouts of Xiaoji and others are completely under their control. Looking at the Silver Alliance in one day's walk tomorrow, then Apollo's attack is obviously tonight or tomorrow. It was precisely because he knew about this that Mu Chen was unable to fall asleep peacefully no matter what. Bastard, are you timid? You dare to hide it from me, don't you? Seeing that the bastard Pikachu dared to hide something from herself, Xiaoxia said she was angry. This bastard, I haven't been officially with you yet, so dare to hide something from me. If this is going to be a real life together in the future, why don't you click on the roof? Regarding the behavior of Pikachu who dared to hide something from herself, Xiaoxia said that she couldn't bear it. Without a second word, the angry Xiaoxia stood up directly, grabbed Pikachu and ran into the depths of the wilderness. Anyway, this bastard can't fall asleep even after tossing it around, so repair him today. Pick up ... What the hell? Okay, what kind of crazy are you doing? Xiaoxia suddenly grabbed him, and Mu Chen's face was dumbfounded. At night, if you don't sleep, why are you messing around? I've sacrificed my sleep time to protect you guys, but I'm still holding you like a chicken. Mu Chen expressed that he was also very angry at Xiaoxia's evil behavior. What the matter, father? Am I too used to you? Xiaoxia dragged herself to the depths of the jungle, and Mu Chen naturally knew that this girl wanted to teach herself a lesson. But, not sure who taught whom. Anyway, I didn't dare to fall asleep because I wanted to guard against the attack of Apollo, so I would just take this opportunity to shake my husband. Seeing that there is hope for a breakthrough on Xiaoji's side, and his transformation time will be greatly extended, Mu Chen decided that he could no longer bear it. Now, this is the best chance. Xiaoxia, this wild girl, must take this opportunity to tame her. Otherwise, Mu Chen knew that if he couldn't take the initiative in the confrontation with Xiaoxia, even if he became a human in the future, he would always be killed. This is not what he wants. As a big man, how can a little girl be suppressed? As an old man, Mu Chen's self-esteem is very strong. Usually take advantage of it. It doesn't matter if you are joking or something, but if she and Xiaoxia were to live together in the future, she would still be treated like this. Mu Chen said that would be absolutely unacceptable. He is not a licking dog. Pikachu, you bastard, hurry up and transform me. If I don't make it clear today, I will not finish with you, Miss Ben. Just when Mu Chen was planning to completely overwhelm Xiaoxia in his heart, Xiaoxia, who was furious, had already dragged this guy out into the wilderness. Throwing Mu Chen to the ground, Xiaoxia pinched her waist with both hands. Obviously, Xiaoxia broke out completely when this guy dared to hide his behavior. Pika tilde tilde tilde. Damn girl, if it wasn't for the fear that a 5-minute rapid attack would easily hurt you, I would bring you down today. Looking at Xiaoxia with an angry face, the anger in Mu Chen's heart also rose. Nima, I am your man. Can't you respect me a little? Even if my Pikachu look cute, I can't treat me like a rag doll, right? Needless to say, transform. Bastard. Tell me, what the hell are you hiding from me? Have you changed your mind? Did you see Serena's figure better than mine today and miss her? In Xiaoxia's heart, Mu Chen's goods can be described as bad deeds. It is precisely because of this that Xiaoxia cares so much about hiding something from this guy. Xiaoxia is also a very possessive girl. Bullshit. Who is so tempted by that girl whose head is hot in the door? I love you all the time. It's been more than a year. Can't you feel how I have treated you? Lousy. As soon as she transformed, Xiaoxia asked questions first, and Mu Chen could only follow the topic. However, it was precisely because of this that Mu Chen finally understood the reason for this girl's sudden convulsion. What the hell? Little girl, are you jealous? Infatuated with Serena? This is pure bullshit. Although Mu Chen likes Miss Sister, it's really not that easy to make him really fall in love with someone. For Xiaoxia, Mu Chen was really tempted to Serena. At most, I was greedy for her body. Of course, Mu Chen wouldn't say it even if he was killed. Then tell me, what are you hiding from me? Seeing that Mu Chen's answer was so decisive, Xiaoxia's dangling heart was half relieved. I lied to you. I let you carry it like a chicken every day. What else can I lie to you? No, today, I have to shake my husband's gang. Looking at Xiaoxia, who was still resentful, Mu Chen knew that it was time for him to fight back. Chapter 439 Turning your faces faster than turning a book. Bastard, don't come here. What are you doing? I'm going to shout if you come over again. Panic, totally panicked. Seeing Mu Chen with a wicked smile walking towards her step by step, Xiaoxia finally lost her previous momentum. At this moment, Xiaoxia turned into a lonely and helpless girl, as if she had encountered a hungry wolf alone in the wild. Damn girl, I'm chatting with me every day. Today I will let you know what a man is. What a gentleman. The more Xiaoxia panicked, the more courageous in Mu Chen's heart. Damn girl, fierce. Are you fighting with me again? Why can't you get up now? Are you afraid? Late. A rare opportunity. Mu Chen had to settle this matter today and conquer this little girl. Otherwise, the future day will really be drunk. Bastard. I tell you, if you dare to mess around, I'll ignore you in the future. Seeing that Mu Chen didn't stop moving forward, and was still walking towards her, Xiaoxia quickly blocked her body with both hands and acted in self-defense. This bastard, what does he want? Is it? In an instant, through Mu Chen's expression, through his bad past, Xiaoxia had a judgment that made her extremely frightened. This bastard, could it be that he wants the overlord to force the bow? No, absolutely not. Although it is said that the relationship has been cultivated in place now, Xiaoxia has long accepted this product in her heart. Even for this day, Xiaoxia is constantly looking forward to it and fantasizing about it. But that's definitely not the case now. What the situation now? Originally, he was angrily looking for this bastard to ask questions, but now he has fallen into passive. Xiaoxia basically believed in the bastard's previous explanation. This hateful bastard should have nothing to hide from himself. Even on Selena's side, it was because she thought too much suspiciously. But even so, this is not the reason why Xiaoxia can accept being raped by Mu Chen. This is basically two things, two concepts. I don't have all the romances I fantasize about, and I don't have all kinds of affectionate expression. I was directly forced by this bastard. What's more, if he is forced by him today, what will happen in the future? Not to be dragged into the woods every day and midnight. No, this is absolutely not possible. Thinking of this, Xiaoxia became more and more firm in her faith. Without a second word, Xiaoxia removed the right hand of the guard in front of her, ran towards the Pokémon ball hanging on her waist and touched it. Obviously, Xiaoxia is planning to summon a Pokémon to defend herself. It just, under tension. The girl completely forgot that Mu Chen's transformation time was only 5 minutes. I said a few words just now, and it was delayed for a while, and now there are only 3 or 2 minutes left. Even if she doesn't do anything, or even cooperates actively, this time is not enough for Mu Chen to do anything. You give me a break. Xiaoxia's actions naturally fell into Mu Chen's eyes. Seeing that this girl was going to summon a Pokemon, Mu Chen was even more anxious. Just kidding, I don't have much time to transform. How can I fight against Pokemon? Needless to say, when he discovered Xiaoxia's plan, Mu Chen started instantly. Moving at a high speed, Mu Chen turned into a phantom and appeared in front of Xiaoxia in an instant. I even said if a pair of jade hands had been grabbed by Mu Chen, Xiaoxia would have been acclaiming. However, clap, 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 Xiaoxia's exclamation was only exchanged for bursts of beating sound. Ah, asshole, let go of me. After being pinned to the ground by Mu Chen, Xiaoxia's face flushed with embarrassment. This bastard, how dare he hit me? Do you know who is the owner of this house this time? Damn girl, I tell you, I am your man. Next time, if you're not honest and carry me like a chicken, I won't be so polite. With a slap in the face, although Mu Chen's tone was still full of anger, the expression on his face had completely betrayed the truth in this guy's heart. What the hell? What the hell? The elasticity is great. I hadn't noticed before. This little girl is not only warped, but also has flesh. Woo tilde tilde. Woo tilde tilde tilde. Alright tilde. Stop fighting. People know it's wrong. In the future, I won't be so fierce to you in the future, okay? I don't doubt you anymore tilde. Never bully you again tilde. Being photographed by Mu Chen, Xiaoxia's heart can be described as mixed. There is shyness, there is anger, and there is panic. Even, there is a trace of loss. I thought this bastard wanted to do something to people. Do you know this time? Xiaoxia, I tell you, I love you, but, I am an old man too. Is a man. Hearing the begging of the beautiful woman below him, Mu Chen instantly felt a great sense of satisfaction. Man, this is the man. Let you pretend to me. I'm afraid this time, right? Well tilde tilde. People know. Hurry up and let me go tilde. After being beaten for a while, Xiaoxia was completely convinced by Mu Chen, this abominable bastard. The heart belongs to him, and everyone belongs to him sooner or later. What else can we do? Of course, Xiaoxia now has this kind of thought, also because she has little resistance in the face of Mu Chen, who has become a handsome guy. But, tilde tilde. Pick up tilde tilde. What the fuck? It's over in 5 minutes. I just came to feel it. Daddy. When it was time to transform, Mu Chen transformed back into his body again. Seeing the short hand in front of him slap weakly on Xiaoxia's body, Mu Chen was completely helpless. This is so special. Can't it be changed for a while? Pikachu, you bastard. Fuck me. After Mu Chen's transformation was over, Xiaoxia, who was under him, naturally felt it. The handsome guy was gone, and Xiaoxia's shyness disappeared instantly. Turning her head and seeing that bastard Pikachu still had an unfinished look on his face, Xiaoxia burst out. Asshole, are you still addicted to hitting this girl? Needless to say, she quickly stood up and picked up Pikachu, who was still reminiscing, and Xiaoxia sent it out with a dashing over-the-shoulder throw. Pika tilde 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 Pika. Nima. Turning your face is faster than turning a book. Suddenly being thrown away by Xiaoxia, Mu Chen was also stunned. You promised me just a minute ago, didn't you? Has this changed? Pikachu, I tell you, Miss Ben promised you. That's when you're back in human form. Though, seeing the doubts on Pikachu's face, why doesn't the smart Xiaoxia know what this guy is thinking? Pick up tilde tilde tilde. What the fuck? What to play? Become a human to respect Lao Su. Doesn't that mean that when I was Pikachu, what should you do? Chapter 440 Apollo Strike. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde. Damn bitches, no conscience. Why are you waiting for me? When my transformation time is prolonged, when I can completely become human, I will not kill you. Looking at Xiaoxia's arrogant back, Mu Chen, who fell behind, couldn't stop complaining. What should be played? Are you still discriminating? What's up with Pikachu? Pikachu has no human right. Well, I am really not human in my current shape, but my soul is a human being. Can't you respect me a little? However, reasoning with a woman is absolutely unreasonable. What's more, this is still a smart and powerful Xiaoxia. Forget it. I've beaten it, touched it, and rubbed it anyway. I'm not a loser. The big deal is that you can transform into the next time, and continue to pull this dead girl to continue. Bemoaning the injustice of fate, Mu Chen finally chose to face the reality. No way. 5 minutes of transformation time is too short to solve any problem. Mu Chen also knew that Xiaoxia would say so, and that was also an incentive for him. Obviously, this dead girl can't wait to complete the task and increase her transformation time to do things that are not suitable for children. Pikachu, hurry up. I'm going to sleep. Looking at Pikachu, who was dawdling with small step behind her, Xiaoxia was even more annoyed. This nasty bastard. He picked up this girl's purging fire. He was enjoying it. What about this girl and me? After venting, although the purging fire has dropped talked a lot. The anger in Xiaoxia's heart has not been reduced by much. Pick up pi tilde. Urge the wool. You are in a hurry. You go back first. I love walking at night and blowing cold wind. Can you control it? Facing Xiaoxia's urging, Mu Chenna had to fight back. Seeing that Pikachu made a gesture with her, and obviously had to fight with herself, Xiaoxia was even more furious. But just when she was about to turn back and grab Pikachu to educate her again, the mutation suddenly rose. Haruga, use jet flame to burn all these little devils to death. In the silent field, a blue-haired man wearing a thick cloak and Team Rocket uniform appeared. I saw that he came to the place where Ash and the others were resting, and gave the command to attack the big black dog Heluga standing beside him. Out tilde. After receiving the master's instruction, Helugia's bloodthirsty eyes showed a hint of coldness. I saw Heluga opened his mouth, and a hot flame was spit out by him, and slammed it towards Xiaoji and Serena, who were sleeping soundly. Pick. What the hell? Coming. Apollo would launch a sneak attack on everyone, which Mu Chen had already known through the system. This is also the reason why he will toss and turn and can't fall asleep. Originally, he had a discussion with Xiaoxia, but as the morning approached, Mu Chen thought that Apollo would not appear at night. I never thought that this guy would suddenly kill at this time. You know, near the early morning, that is, at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, it is the time when a person sleeps the most deeply and is least prepared. Obviously, this Apollo deliberately seized this most unexpected time and launched a sneak attack on everyone. At this moment, the only thing that made Mu Chen happy was that Apollo was still too cautious. There is still some distance between him and the sleeping Ash and Serena. This gave Mu Chen time to react. Pika chu. Without a second thought, Mu Chen, who had no time to think about it, slammed the flames that shot out with an instant burst of 100,000 volts. Zila tilde. The flickering current seemed to light up the night sky. Pikachu, what wrong? Because Xiaoxia turned around, she didn't find the accident behind her. Seeing that Pikachu suddenly shot 100,000 volts out, Xiaoxia was shocked. OMG, what's up with him? Are you calling me? In the middle of the night, Ash and Serena were sleeping soundly. In front of Pikachu, she is Xiaoxia herself. Therefore, after seeing Pikachu's attack, Xiaoxia's first reaction was that Pikachu was angry because of her attitude. However, before Xiaoxiaduo could think about it, the electric current swept across her side and blasted up in the direction where Xiaoji was sleeping soundly. Xiaoxia was completely stunned. What the situation? Not calling me? Is that Dian Xiaoji? At this moment, Xiaoxia even felt a touch of emotion in her heart. Pikachu uses 100,000 volt. It must be out of anger. It must be because he has a bad attitude towards him, so he will be like this. But even so, Pikachu is also reluctant to attack himself, but uses Xiaoji to vent his anger. It seems that my attitude towards Pikachu is indeed a bit too much. He cares about me so much that he doesn't even want to hurt me in the slightest. Because of this beautiful misunderstanding, Xiaoxia finally decided to be nicer to Pikachu in the future. But just when she had just made the decision to treat Pikachu gently in the future, there was a violent explosion behind Xiaoxia. Boom! The current of 100,000 volt blocked Haruga's flame jet. Damn! Seeing that the sneak attack was intercepted, Apollo showed a grim look on his face. The first king of the dignified rocket, the first Apollo of the old Osaka Kinoshita, to do such a sneak attack was inherently ugly. As a result, the sneak attack failed. This made Apollo unacceptable. Huh? What happened? Yeah, Ash, be careful, there are enemies. The explosion was heard not far from their ears, and Ash and Serena, who were sleeping soundly, were naturally awakened by the aftermath of the explosion. In a daze, there was an explosion, and Ash obviously hadn't figured out the situation. Relatively speaking, Serena, who was far away, suffered much less shock than Ash. Naturally, she noticed that the situation had changed, and reminded Ash repeatedly, "Damn, who are you? Why are you attacking us?" When he was sleeping, he was attacked by someone, and Xiaoji, who reacted, was angry. I also said to recharge and challenge the Silver Alliance tomorrow. Why did another one come out to do a sneak attack? And still in the middle of the night. Little devil, I didn't directly burn you to death. I can only say that you are lucky. However, your luck will stop there. Be prepared to face death. I, Rocket Apollo, will show you what real fear is. If the sneak attack failed, Apollo was not discouraged. Although the strength of this kid is good, as the first king of the rocket, Apollo naturally has his own pride. From Apollo's point of view, as long as he is serious, Xiaoji is definitely not his opponent. The sneak attack was just to save some effort. Chapter 441 have appeared. Team Rocket, damn it, it's you again. Go, Pikachu, use 100,000 volt. Hearing Apollo's self-registration number, Xiaoji felt even more hatred in his heart. Rocket, those nasty guys again. When he found out that the enemy was Team Rocket, Xiaoji naturally wouldn't have any hesitation. Pikachu, let's fight. It just, the thing that made Xiaoji confused happened. According to the impression in his memory, Pikachu should also be by his side. But, following his order, Pikachu charged towards Apollo in another another direction more than 10 meters away. And beside Pikachu, there is the dull-looking Xiaoxia. Looking at Pikachu and Xiaoxia, Xiaoji was confused. What are these two guys doing in the middle of the night? Pick up. Xiaoji was confused or not, but Mu Chen didn't bother to pay attention. After waiting for a long time, this Apollo finally appeared. What is there to be polite? High-speed movement blessing. The electric light flashes to start. On the way of running, Mu Chen jumped up high and sent a ball to Haruga beside Apollo. Crackling ... Although it has not been increased by charging, the power of this electric ball is absolutely not to be underestimated. Haruga, use big characters to explode. A sneak attack is not successful, only a strong attack. Seeing this Pikachu throwing the ball up, Apollo showed no signs of weakness. Out ... Apollo's order was issued. Haruga opened his mouth wide, and blasted the electric ball that was coming in front of him with a large character full of rich fire element. I saw that in the air. A big character formed by a fire element gradually took shape, and collided with the electric ball wrapped in electric current. Boom! Two violent energies collided, and a violent explosion rang out. According to Mu Chen's assumption, even if Halugia's big character explosion could be blocked, it would be offset in two at most, and all of them would be wiped out in midair. However, the facts are often very different from the assumption. Pika ... Pika. What the fuck? Do you want to be so cow? I haven't strengthened my electric ball, but its power is definitely not small. The speed has been increased to the extreme, and the power of the electric ball is naturally extraordinary. But even so, after Mu Chen's electric ball collided with Haruga's big character explosion, it still ended in defeat. Seeing that the big character explosion that didn't reduce much energy slammed up at him, Mu Chen was dodging, and his heart was full of astonishment. This is it, dull Haruga. Isn't the rarity of this game not as good as that of you Sanjia and fire-breathing dragon? Why so sleazy? In Mu Chen's impression, a Pokemon like Haruga can only be regarded as relatively rare. Even ordinary trainers have the opportunity to obtain it, and its combat power is just that. I never thought that Apollo's Haruga would be so powerful. However, Mu Chen didn't even think about it. The shape of his Pikachu is even more of a bad street existence. In the eyes of others, Haruga's strength is understandable, but his Pikachu is truly unacceptable. Small things are really flexible. However, if you only have this ability, then prepare to be defeated by me. After a round of skill pairing, Pikachu's electric ball couldn't do enough of his own Haruga's big character explosion, and Apollo immediately underpinned it. The three bastards can't even handle this Pikachu. Also exaggerate its strength with Lao Su. Before the three beasts were defeated, Oka was killed. Sachi and Chakra naturally fled all the way to Apollo's base. In order to cover up their defeat, Sachi and Chakra naturally exaggerated Pikachu's strength. Of course, this is not an exaggeration. At this time, Pikachu has not used its ultimate move, Charge It. Although through the video screen, Apollo has also seen the electric ball after Pikachu is charged. However, in his opinion, ordinary electric balls can't do big characters, and even after charging, at most 2 phases will cancel. Confirming the strength of Pikachu, Apollo has no reservation. Haruga, use Jet Flame. The big character explosion is powerful, but the speed is too slow. It is not easy to attack this flexible Pikachu. Therefore, Apollo planned to use his Jet Flame, which is beyond the level of the average king, to grind Pikachu to death. Pikachu, use 100,000 volt. Apollo attack. Of course Ash was not to be outdone. Pick up 100,000 volt. Volt girl. Although the previous 100,000 volt blocked the Jet Flame, it was only a consumption of bombardment. If you want to defeat Haluga, it is absolutely not advisable to consume the bomb. Mu Chen was not in the mood to compete with this Apollo's playing skills in the middle of the night. I'm so sleepy that I'm going to die. It's business to finish work quickly. Ignoring Xiaoji's stupid B's command, electricity rolled over Mu Chen's cheek. Right, what I want is a hair into the soul. With the charging skill turned on, Mu Chen quickly avoided Haluga's Jet Flame with the blessing of high-speed movement, and kept traversing the wilderness. Damn it, fly little thing. Hello. The two of you, stop watching, work together, and take down these little devils. Seeing that Pikachu didn't fight against himself but kept running and procrastinating, Apollo panicked. Although it is said that the Silver Alliance has heavenly kings as his own, Xiaoji's current position is too sensitive. If you continue to delay, after dawn, it will inevitably be discovered by the inspectors in the Silver Alliance. Then it would be really troublesome. Therefore, the angry Apollo could only choose to give up his dignity and shouted directly to the dense forest behind him. Boss Apollo, leave these brats to go and curse the dolls. We can't show weakness either. Come on, big deal snake, use crush. Hearing Apollo's call, Sachi and Chakra, who had been ambushed on the periphery, jumped out quickly. These two are the only two remaining among the 3 beastmen of the rocket team that attacked Xiaoji before. Damn rocket. Go, Radius, use Dragon Suck. Your opponent is the cursed doll. The 3 beasts appear, and Ash certainly won't let Pikachu face the enemy alone. It just so happened that the newly conquered dragon sister, Latias, had never participated in the war, and Xiaoji naturally would not miss this opportunity to train Latias. Xiaoji, I'm here to help you. Go, Latios, use the dragon wave and attack the big steel snake. Xiaoji started, and Serena, who had been standing beside Xiaoji, was not ambiguous. If Selena could only help Xiaoji to harass and play support before, then after she accidentally got the dragon brother Latios, Selena also had the power to fight. Facing these three beastmen, Serena obviously intends to show it in front of Xiaoji. Chapter 442 Let Lao Su lose. Damn, what is this? Latias. The last time this kid fought us, there was no such legendary Pokemon. Latios and Long's younger sister Latias appeared one after another, and Sachi and Chakra, who were about to abuse vegetables, were stunned. What's up with this Nima? Didn't the script say that this kid is just that powerful Pikachu? Why is there another dragon sister, Latias? And that little girl, isn't she the one who sells cute black silk and long legs with soy sauce? Why did this make a dragon brother? Latios, haven't seen you for a few days. Can you still have fun? Sachi and Chakran are absolutely unacceptable to the dragon brother and dragon sister that Xiaoji and Serena summoned in succession. Let's not talk about the fighting strength of the dragon brother Latios and the dragon sister Latias. It is this legendary beast. The name is very scary, right? And, most importantly, here, but the Chengdu area. You just came up with the two mythical beasts in the Fengyuan area. Is it really okay? What are you two doing? Hurry up and take down these little devils. Pikachu is still running constantly. Although Heluga has a strong attack, it is of little use if he can't hit Pikachu. Seeing that with the delay of time, the sky is getting brighter, and Apollo's patience is gradually dying. If he was delayed until dawn by this kid, and the inspectors of the Silver Alliance found out, his only way out would be to retreat. This was absolutely intolerable for Apollo. As the first-day king of the rocket, Apollo has already given up a lot of reputation when he can make a sneak attack. The results of it. The sneak attack didn't come to an end, and it was destroyed by this Pikachu. Well, destruction is destruction, and he has absolute confidence in his own strength. Apollo, who gave up the sneak attack, naturally planned to crush Pikachu from the frontal battlefield. I never thought that this yellow-skinned mouse could be so ghostly. After fighting against Haruga twice, the yellow-skinned mouse gave up the plan to continue fighting, but kept running and procrastinating. Seeing that Heluga couldn't hit Pikachu no matter how hard he attacked, how could Apollo not be in a hurry? In desperation, Apollo could only choose to let Sachi and Chakra participate in the war. Thought that these two stupid bees came out, but they didn't do anything, but they were amazed by that. I asked you to come to watch a play. You are amazed by the wool. At this time, all Apollo thought was to entangle himself with this Pikachu, and then let the idiots of Sachi and Chakra take Ash and them. As long as Ash and the others are taken down, this Pikachu alone will solve it. But who would have thought that these two idiots jumped out to watch a play? How is Brother Long? What about Sister Long? In Apollo's view, the so-called divine bees were just like that. However, Apollo only considered that he was not afraid of this level of divine beast, but ignored the strength of Sachi and Chakra. These two goods are just 3 beasts. Even if the main Pokemon can reach the Heavenly King level, that is the entry-level Heavenly King, these mythical beasts Latios and Latias can still cause great deterrence to these two goods. Damn it. Come on, curse the doll. Use the Shadow Ball. Big deal Snake. Rush up. Use Bind. Then use Bite. When Apollo's urging came, Sachi and Chakra could only bite the bullet and make an attack command despite their consternation in their heart. Pick up. Brother Long and Sister Long held back the 3 beastmen, and Mu Chen no longer had any worries in his heart. Apollo, right, dare to do a sneak attack. Look at me, I can't kill you. With the constant running and dodging, the charging skills have gradually formed. Mu Chen is confident that as long as he uses his own charging version of the Super Electric Ball, he will definitely be able to overturn the Black Lugia in one shot. However, just as Mu Chen had been brewing for a long time and was about to start, the voice of the system suddenly came from his mind. Host, do you want to synthesize the electric ball? Pick up ... Walter, what to play? Electric ball closed out. What do you mean? Father, how can I not want to? I've always dreamed of this, Daddy. Hearing the question from the system, Mu Chen was a little stunned. What do these mean? I'm fighting this, old man, and you suddenly said something. What the matter? If I overturn Heluga and defeat this Apollo, you will give me the electric ball directly. Host, if you want to get the last component of the electric ball, then I can combine the task for you to form a new task. As long as you complete this new task, then I will directly give you the last component. A voice full of bewitching intent came from again. Obviously, the system is very hopeful that Mu Chen can agree to his request. Pick up ... Pick up ... Tell me, what a mission. To be able to obtain the electric ball, Mu Chen would never miss this opportunity. How much did the magnet increase? The electric ball is directly doubled. What is this concept? I have a special electric ball, and when the charging state is turned on, it is not air second. It's the Baron Fina King from before. I dare to compare it with him. Looks like you accepted it. So, the combined mission this time is that you lose to Apollo and then let him capture. Pick up ... What the hell? What are you saying to this? Before the system could finish speaking, Mu Chen became anxious. What to play? Lose on purpose, and then lost to this Apollo. What are you doing? Why let me lose? And if I lose, what will Xiaoxia and the others do? Xiaoji Muchen can ignore it. Even if Hai's Selena, Mu Chen can ignore it. But what about Xiaoxia? If she loses, won't Xiaoxia be in danger? Besides, if this is lost and captured by that Apollo, wouldn't Lao Su be sliced and studied? Mu Chen said that this is absolutely unacceptable to him. Can you listen to me? The system expressed helplessness when interrupted suddenly by Mu Chen. This rogue, why has no patience at all? Pick up ... pick up ... Fuck. Say, hurry up and say, I'm here to see. You can say anything. Do you want me to lose on purpose and be sliced for research? Your uncle. Don't say it's an electric ball. That's why you directly let Lao Su and I become a human being. What the hell? If that's the case, it's still negotiable. Just after generating a balloon, Mu Chen said that he would never accept such a deliberate defeat. I am obviously strong. Why should I lose? Chapter 443 Bargaining the price and taking you down. Pick up ... Are you not a system? Aren't you omniscient and omnipotent? Why let me play infernal affairs? At this moment, Mu Chen was full of doubt. What the hell is going on with this system? This guy actually allowed himself to take the initiative to defeat, and then was captured by that Apollo and brought to their rocket team base in Chengdu. Then, after waiting for the base, destroy the Apollo together with the base. What are you doing? What's wrong with the rocket? Why do you have such a big hatred? Moreover, your system still can't find the base of Team Rocket. Do you want me to sneak in on purpose? Don't you know that defeating this game should be full of danger? Who knows if this Apollo will do something to me? What's more, Mu Chen really couldn't worry about Xiaoxia. Without her own protection, what should Xiaoxia do if she is in danger? Host, you can rest assured, Xiaoxia and the others will not encounter any danger. Whether it's the rockets or the Apollos, their purpose is just for you. As long as you deliberately divert this Apollo and then lose the battle, this Apollo will simply ignore the two fellows among the three beastmen. The only thing he will do is take you back to base alone. As long as you enter the base, you can destroy the Apollo together with the Chengdu base. Facing Mu Chen's doubt, the system could only answer them patiently. If you want to change the world line, the rockets are an organization that must be solved. In this world, the existence of the rockets is even higher than that of a regional league. At this time, the purpose of the system is obviously to let Mu Chen use himself as a bait to break into the enemy's interior, and first destroy the base established by the rockets in the Chengdu area. Losing the base in the Chengdu area, the rocket power will be greatly affected. In this way, the world line will also undergo a huge change. This is obviously of great benefit to the recovery of the system. Pick up ... pick up ... Far. Divert this Apollo. It is no problem for Lao Su to be caught alone. But, after Lao Su was caught, could this Apollo not restrict Lao Su's action? This was brought to the base by him, so I still have a chance to resist. Nima, you are asking me to take the initiative to send it to others to slice it. Hearing the method of the system, Mu Chen probably had a bottom line. Indeed, as this guy said, after pulling that Apollo away, he deliberately lost the battle. With the selfish character of Team Rocket, Apollo would definitely not pay attention to the two among the three beastmen, but bring himself back directly. In this way, Xiaoxia and the others are really not in much danger. With Brother Long and Sister Long, Nasuchi and Chakra pose little threat to Xiaoxia and the others. But the problem is, what do you do yourself? Being controlled, how to resist? It's very easy to say, but also destroy the base and kill Apollo. What's more, if you can't resist and destroy a woolen thread, I should be cool, okay. Although the electric ball was attractive, Mu Chen had to think carefully about his own safety. Just kidding, when I am about to reach the peak of my life, if one accidentally rolls over, won't it cry to death? Don't worry, as long as you enter the rocket space in the Chengdu area, even if you are under control, I will help you get rid of the control systems are not wool. After saying so much, Mu Chen just wanted a guarantee. As long as I can guarantee Mu Chen's safety, I don't have any other opinions if I want to come here. But, the system obviously underestimated Mu Chen's appetite. Pick up ... pi ... This can still be considered, but can we negotiate, and then give some extra reward? You know, I'm taking a certain risk. I even have to leave Xiaoxia for a while, so I can't protect her. Such a big price just for Lao Su to synthesize the electric ball seems to be a little meaningless. Right, there is cheap and no bastard. The system is not a fool, and Mu Chen is not an idiot. It is clear that this system is very eager to complete this task. If this is the case, then there is naturally some discussion. For Mu Chen, cheap or something is never too much. The system was completely speechless when he heard that Mu Chen's goods were even better. I have never seen such a shameless person before. Electric ball. This thing is trash to everyone else, but But to you, Pikachu, isn't that a destiny artifact? They promised to give you the electric ball directly, but still not satisfied. Even shamelessly continue to ask for benefit. Pick up, pick up. Hurry up. Give me a word. If you don't answer, I will throw out this charging electric ball. There is a play. If the system does not give a response, that is the best response. Obviously, this system is also calculating gains and losses. Mew Chen just ignored how many world lines and how much strength he could recover from this mission. For Mew Chen, enhancing his own strength is the most important thing. Only when he raised his strength to the point where he was not afraid of any danger would Mew Chen be completely at ease. System. Hehe, now you are using Lao Su. Who knows what your attitude towards Lao Su will be after you fully recover. It is precisely because of such concerns in his heart that Mew Chen did not miss the opportunity to squeeze the system at all. Well, as long as you can successfully destroy the rocket's Chengdu base and kill Apollo. Well, on top of promising you the electric ball, I'm giving you a chance to turn the tables. Seeing that electric current started to condense on Mew Chen's tail, the system panicked. This special black electric ball fell and Apollo ran away. How did their base break? Although the system is extremely powerful, because the strength has not recovered, he can only perceive the situation within a certain range. Team Rocket's base was not within the system's perception, so naturally he could only use this method to let Mew Chen use his body as bait to penetrate the enemy's interior. Pick up, pick up. Shouldn't it be over already? After getting the promise of the system, Mew Chen was overjoyed. One mission for 2 reward. Is there more to earn? Even if she is temporarily separated from Xiaoxia, she is not afraid. As long as there is no rocket, Ash and the others will not encounter any danger. Pick up, pick up, No nonsense. Mew Chen gave up the use of the super electric ball. An electric light flashed out of the battle group, and Xiaoxia, who was running behind, ran over. Xiaoji's stupid bee. I don't really care, but baby Xiaoxia can. I don't know how many days it will take me to leave. If I don't tell my eldest baby, won't it make her think about it? Chapter 444 _ It hurts daddy. Pikachu You have to be careful. Looking at Pikachu's retreating back, Xiaoxia's pretty face was full of worry. Apollo strike, and Sachi and Chakra appear one after another. Originally, Xiaoxia also planned to summon Pokémon to fight at any time. I never thought that while Xiaoxia was observing the battle situation and looking for the best time to cut in, Pikachu escaped from the battle group at a very high speed and ran towards herself. Looking at Pikachu rushing towards her, Xiaoxia was really stunned. What's wrong with this? Although that black Lugia is very powerful, but Pikachu didn't use all his strength. Shouldn't it be defeated or something? However, Xiaoxia knew that the current flooding on Mew Chen's cheek indicated that his charging skills were in place. As a result, this guy didn't attack, but ran over to him. How could Xiaoxia not be stunned? However, before Xiaoxia could ask a question, Pikachu twisted his butt, and his short hand gestured towards the ground. Seeing Pikachu writing a message to herself, Xiaoxia knew that this must be something extremely important. Without hesitation, the stupid duck was summoned by Xiaoxia and temporarily blocked Heluga's attack instead of Pikachu. Seeing Xiaoxia being so considerate, Mew Chen was greatly moved. This girl is really powerful. How compassionate this is. It seems that I have to step up my effort to learn how to understand people's clothes. Otherwise, how can I be worthy of my eldest baby? Of course, these are things to come later. At this moment, Mew Chen is still quickly leaving the words he wants to tell Xiaoxia on the ground. Pick up pi. After a gesture, everything that should be said was finished, and Mew Chen started the flash of electric light again. However, this time his goal was still Xiaoxia. Just kidding. I have to leave. It will take a few days to leave. Why don't you care about my eldest baby? Needless to say, he sneaked into Xiaoxia's arms very skillfully, and took out a hand fiercely. Mew Chen, who had a lingering fragrance in his hand, turned around again, and killed Helugia. After Mew Chen left, Xiaoxia was still confused. What is this about? He came over in a hurry and wrote a few words, and then the monkey rushed like a lunatic, took advantage of this girl and ran away. What's wrong with you? Can't you find this girl to charge you for a fight? Just when Xiaoxia was about to yell at Mew Chen and vent her anger at being taken advantage of, the words left on the ground finally caught her attention. What is written? Baby I will lure that Apollo away in a while, and then I will deliberately defeat it, break into the enemy's interior, and completely destroy their rocket's Chengdu base in one fell swoop. Only in this way can our travel be safe, and we will not always be harassed and attacked. Baby you have to know that I do all this for your safety. In a few days at most, I will go back when I go. Don't worry about me. Love you Mew Chen. By the way, baby I will remember to delete the message I gave you in a while, and it is not easy to explain to Xiaoji, that stupid bee. When Xiaoxia saw Mew Chen's message, she immediately forgot the advantage she had taken from him, and the anger in her heart. This bastard. Are you crazy? Deliberate defeat. Captured. Don't you know how dangerous this is? What if it was attacked? Then I don't want you to take risks. Although it was said that Mew Chen's message made Xiaoxia's heart tremble when she saw it. She was even so moved that she could not wait to confess her body directly. But, isn't this particularly dangerous? If something happens to you bastard, what should I do, girl? Knowing Pikachu's plan, Xiaoxia couldn't care less about this guy's shameless take advantage. At this moment, all she wants to do is stop Pikachu, stop this bastard from taking risks. However, when Xiaoxia reacted, it was too late. Looking at Pikachu's faraway back, and looking at Apollo's angrily commanding Helluga to chase, the only thing Xiaoxia can do is to shout loudly at Pikachu's faraway back. Asshole, you must take care of yourself. No matter whether you can complete the task that the god gave you, no matter if you end up transforming for only 5 minutes, it will always be in the form of Pikachu. I'm Xiaoxia. This life is your woman too. Of course, I thought about this in my heart. With Xiaoji, Selena, and even the guys from the rocket present, Xiaoxia wouldn't directly shout out her mental words even if she was beaten to death. Of course, Mu Chen didn't know what Xiaoxia was thinking. Otherwise, this guy is definitely not allowed to give up this mission directly and throw himself into Xiaoxia's arms again. It was precisely because he didn't know that, at this moment, Mu Chen was still running with his life. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde. Bring it on. Apollo is it. Come and chase the old man now. The chance to defeat Lao Su may be like this once in your life. Since he had decided to deliberately lose to Apollo, Mu Chen's electric ball after charging was naturally unusable. If this is thrown out, I will lose my ass. Through the previous fight, Mu Chen also had a general understanding of Apollo's rank. Although the strength of this guy is really good, it is much stronger than that of Yundam and Lance before. But, at this time, Mu Chen's strength was also far greater than before. Relying on the super electric ball after charging, Mu Chen had absolute confidence to defeat it. How? Pick up tilde tilde tilde. A difficult Pikachu stumbled in front of him, and Mu Chen fell into the dirt hole in front of him in a state of embarrassment. Ha ha ha. What is the strongest Pikachu? That's all. Helluga, rush up and use Crush. Seeing that this Pikachu only had the ability to run away after a few rounds of battles with Helluga, Apollo was excited. Today, Apollo is even more overjoyed when he sees that this Pikachu is so stupid that he falls down. The only thing about this little thing that makes Apollo feel a little troublesome is the speed. Now that this product has fallen, and the speed advantage is gone, how to deal with it is not according to Apollo's mood. As for the black electric ball I saw in the previous video, hehe, in front of my mighty Apollo, what black electric ball? That's all bullshit. I am Apollo, give it a chance to use the black electric ball. With a strong confidence in his own strength, Apollo really never thought that this Pikachu was deliberately defeated. Pick up tilde tilde. I am Nima. Silly bee-dog. You bite so lightly, I will not resist. Apollo was excited, and Mu Chen was angry. This is so special. Pretending to lose is also a technical job, but it hurts me so much. After being bitten by Hyluga and sent to him, Mu Chen almost shed tears of grievance. Chapter 445 let go first. Ha ha ha. Pikachu, you are mine. Haruga, let go. Sure enough, just like Mu Chen's plan, after his deliberate defeat, Apollo ignored Sachi and Chakra who were still fighting with Ash. After giving an order to Haruga, who was holding Pikachu in his mouth, Apollo excitedly took him away from here. The boss, Banmu, values this Pikachu so much. As long as he is handed over, he will definitely get a very heavy reward. This is also an irresistible temptation for Apollo. What's more, Banmu values it so much, and Apollo also specially observed it in Pikachu's battle video before. Even if you don't hand it in, it's fine to take it and become your own Pokémon. Although it is said that this Pikachu is not the opponent of his own Helluga, this is normal in Apollo's view. What level is Haruga? This is the grade of a high-level king. Even against the main fast dragon at the level of Yulongdu, he has the power to fight. Pikachu will be crushed. Isn't it very normal? In Apollo's view, the strength of this Pikachu has completely reached the first level king, and there is even a faint trend of breakthrough. Apollo is still interested in this level of Pokémon. As just, this guy doesn't know that the seemingly unconscious Pikachu is constantly cursing in his heart. Pick up tilde tilde leather tilde. Nima, what the hell kind of mission is this? I'm sorry, man, this stupid big black dog. Why can't you just lightly bite? Lao Su's skin is so delicate. What should I do if you bite me badly? And this idiot Apollo, you wait for me, wait for the place, see if I can't kill you. For this mission, Mu Chen suffered a great deal of grievances. This is so special. Obviously Lao Su is very powerful, but he still suffers from this crime. However, the pirate ship has already boarded. They have all been deliberately defeated, and even pretended to be in a coma and were taken away by this Apollo. If they really quit now, wouldn't their previous sins be in vain? And just when Pikachu was scolding her mother, the battle on Ash's side also came to an end. Although it is said that there is no Pikachu, the dragon elder brother Latios and the dragon sister Latias are also very powerful existences. These two are at least at the level of a quasi-celestial king or even a junior level heavenly king. In cooperation with Xiaoxia's stupid duck who can defeat the green caterpillar and can defeat the super beast. It is really not that difficult to defeat Sachi and Chakra. Damn it. Where's Apollo? Why is he gone? Seeing his cursed doll being tortured with blood, Sachi said that he was in a panic at the moment. Where did these little devils get these two mythical beasts? Obviously there was no previous battle. Seeing that he was about to lose, Sachi could only pin his hopes on Apollo. But the question is, what about the Apollos? Sage, I seem to have seen Apollo and Pikachu fighting far away. The big deal snake is relatively more resistant to beatings than the cursed doll, which also allows Chakra to have more time to pay attention to the surrounding battle. What? Apollo isn't here now? In the chaos, of course, Thatch didn't realize that Apollo had already left. Sachi doesn't care if Apollo and Pikachu win or lose, but the question is, how will they fight when Apollo is not here? Obviously, judging from the current situation, relying only on her and Chakra, it is definitely not the opponent of Ash and the three. Damn it. Chakra, I'll leave the rest to you. After a little thought, Sachi's eyes firmed. Madam, I'm not someone from your Apollo. Can I do my best for you? Anyway, I have delayed you for so long. My mother, I have done my best. As for Chakra, hee, if you can run, you can run. If you can't run, just stay for my mother and me to procrastinate. A dead Taoist friend is not a poor Taoist. To the rocket crowd, what buddy? What teammate? That's all bullshit. These, where is the importance of your own little life? Didn't I see that Apollo disappeared without farting? It is said that the battle with Pikachu went to other places, but what about the specific situation? Who knows? With this plan in mind, Sachi has no regret. As soon as a puff of smoke came out, Sachi ignored Chakra's reaction, turned around and disappeared into the smoke. Your uncle. Say, wait, daddy. Seeing that Saki turned out to be like the last time, he left after leaving a sentence, and Chakra was in a hurry. Just kidding. The last time they sold their teammates like this, they exchanged the sacrifice of Oka for their successful escape. Now, this Sachi wants to repeat the old trick. Mad. I'm not that idiot Oka. I'm not going to use my life to delay time for you bloody bitch. Without a second thought, Chakra was not polite when he found that Sachi had slipped away. The big deal snake retracted, the smoke reappeared, and Chakra decisively disappeared into the wilderness. Ah, damn, they escaped. Although Ash has seen a lot of smoke escape, the main force of the real pursuit is Pikachu. Now that Pikachu is not there, relying on Brother Long, Sister Long and that stupid duck, it's really impossible to keep Team Rocket who escaped with this heart. Seeing the figures of the two rockets escaping, Xiaoji could only let out an unwilling roar. Xiaoji, let go. Taking advantage of Xiaoji's annoyance, Xiaoxia quickly erased the handwriting left by Mu Chen. Go. Where are you going? Pikachu is still fighting. Hearing Xiaoxia say let herself go, Xiaoji was done. What going on? Where are you going in the middle of the night? What's more, now that Pikachu is still fighting, it's even more impossible to leave. Although Xiaoji doesn't know where Pikachu and Apollo have gone, but this guy has absolute confidence in his initial Pokémon. In Ash's opinion, it won't be long before Pikachu comes back victorious. Sha make him appear confused. Oh, Pikachu can't come back for a while. Let go. Go directly to the Silver Alliance. Of course, Xiaoxia couldn't tell Xiaoji directly when Pikachu went to play Infernal Affairs. But the problem is, it doesn't matter if Pikachu is deliberately defeated. Is it not dangerous for you, Xiaoji, to stay here? What about Apollo going back and forth? Xiaoxia knew that when facing Apollo, the others other than Pikachu were nothing but fuel bottles. Pikachu deliberately lost and was caught, and there is still a chance to fight back. But once all his party is caught, wouldn't that be a burden to Pikachu? Although she is extremely worried about Pikachu, Xiaoxia doesn't want to add any trouble to it. At this moment, the only thing Xiaoxia can do is to persuade Xiaoji, this stupid bee, to go to the Silver Alliance first. At the very least, if a few of you are no longer in danger, Pikachu can act without any worries, right? However, Xiaoji is a fool bee. No, I'm going to wait for Pikachu to come back. Chapter 446_break into the enemy. Hehe. After waiting all night, Pikachu did not return. Just when Xiaoji Tai Hanhan was a little anxious, Xiaoxia started the trick of cheating again. Pikachu went after Apollo, and according to the gesture he gave me before he left, let go to the Silver Alliance to wait for him. After that Apollo is caught up by it, Pikachu will come to find us on its own after killing it. After some thought, Xiaoxia can only selectively deceive Xiaoji in the end. No way, otherwise how to break? I don't know how many days it will take for Pikachu to leave. Is he really going to stay in the wild with this Tai Hanhan? Serena may feel very happy, but Xiaoxia definitely won't. Miss Ben, my man is Pikachu, not your Iron Hanhan. Go after Apollo. Oh, why is Pikachu so impulsive this time? Xiaoxia, if you want to go, go first. I'm here to wait for Pikachu to come back. Hearing Xiaoxia's explanation, Xiaoji had no doubt. However, as the so-called Iron Hanhan, it is naturally a head iron to AB. What Xiaoji made up his mind. Really no one can change it. When Pikachu resisted the jellyfish army after the Sand Anu, causing it to be left on the island, Xiaoji Tai Hanhan also waited for the night at the pier. Now, this Tai Hanhan has obviously entered the head iron mode again. Did Pikachu go after after Apollo. Very good. Then I'll be here waiting for it to come back. I believe Pikachu will be very excited to see me still waiting for him when he returns. As for Pikachu's pursuit of Apollo, will it be an accident? Xiaoji never thought about this at all. Just kidding. This is his initial Pokémon, and this is the Pokémon that helped him become the Kanto champion. How could it possibly fail? Ooh, Xiaoji, you are so real. Xiaoji wanted to wait stupidly. Xiaoxia was completely speechless. Can't tell the truth to this stupid bee, saying that Pikachu was deliberately defeated and captured and penetrated into the enemy's interior. Right, I can't tell him, because Pikachu was defeated on purpose. That Apollo may go back and forth. Is it not safe to stay here? However, Xiaoxia also knew that if this Tai Han was determined, it would be really difficult to change. Desperation, Xiaoxia can only raise her vigilance to the highest level and stay in place with this silly bee. No way, I can't really go to the Silver Alliance by myself, Miss Ben. And just when Xiaoxia was rendered speechless by Xiaoji, Mu Chen also successfully penetrated into the enemy's interior. Pick up pi fa tilde. Is this the rocket base? It's so big. Looking at a secret base halfway up the mountain, Mu Chen was full of surprise and suspicion, as if Grandma Lu entered the Grand View Garden. This is so special. Why does it seem to me that the rocket's base is more high-tech than the League headquarters? Do you want to be so exaggerated? Host, do you want to start now? Came to the rocket base. There is no need to continue to hide. Because of the previous promise, the system naturally wanted to ask this guy Mu Chen if he could help him out of trouble now, and then let him start to fight back. Pick up pi tilde. You are in a hurry. It's my first time here. Why don't I take a good look and observe the environment? Besides, why am I pretending to be dizzy now? Do I need you to help Lao Su get out of trouble? It's just a bunch of stupid big black dog. If I want to, I can let it go as soon as 100,000 volts are fired. It was rare to come to Team Rocket Base, but Mu Chen was not in a hurry. Anyway, I haven't encountered any danger yet, and I won't be sliced for research. Wouldn't it be fun to watch more? Because of the existence of the system, Mu Chen, who was not worried about any danger, was not panic at all. However, Mu Chen didn't think that it was because of his curiosity that he discovered a big secret. Huh, why are you here? Has your brother thought about it? Are you going to work for me? As soon as he returned to the base, a female ninja in a strong suit appeared in front of Apollo. Lord Apollo, sorry, my brother has left the rocket. As for effectiveness, my brother is Pikachu. This powerful female ninja is exactly the sister of a Jew who has been taken advantage of by Mu Chen, Ling Zi. Originally, Ling Zi was only ordered by his brother to come to reply to Apollo and inform him that his brother refused to invite him. It just never occurred to her that this simple report made her meet the Pikachu who brought her countless terrifying nights and made her have countless dreams. Seeing this, Ling Zi was really startled, and he even forgot the basic qualities of being a ninja. Huh, you know this yellow-skinned mouse. It's not surprising that a Jew refused to Apollo. It was finally cleared up. Who still wants to enter the underworld? But Apollo didn't care about it. Why don't you want to mess with me? That old man. I'll beat you to mix with me. I don't have time to care about you right now. After I finish this Pikachu thing, I will naturally make you a Warren. What Poison King? This was completely ignored by Apollo. Originally, Apollo didn't bother to pay attention to such a female ninja who spread the word. Just as she was about to send her away, the ninja exclaimed. Hearing the exclamation of the female ninja Ling Zi, Apollo became interested. No, I don't know. I'm sorry, Lord Apollo. It's just that I once owned a Pikachu, but it was accidentally lost, so I instinctively acclaimed when I saw Pikachu. In the end, it was a ninja. After a brief period of astonishment, Ling Zi quickly adjusted. Although it is still impossible to confirm whether the Pikachu who was held in his mouth by Heluga is the little enemy, Ling Zi does not intend to expose the relationship between them. Interesting. Ling Zi, right, you stay here for now. When I'm done with this Pikachu thing, I want you to tell that guy a Jew. Ling Zi's exclamation changed Apollo's mind. Obviously, this ninja definitely knows this Pikachu. Otherwise, as a well-trained ninja, how could he be so gaffed? As for Ling Zi's later explanation, Apollo didn't believe it at all. A fool? Am I being stupid? At this time, all Apollo thought was to find out what the relationship between this female ninja and this Pikachu was. Even, what is the relationship between a Jew and this Pikachu? It doesn't matter if Pikachu is here, but the owner of this Pikachu is Ash, but the champion of the Kanto region. If a Jew and the others have a close relationship with this Pikachu, doesn't that mean that in addition to Yulongdu, another force in the Kanto region has set foot in the Chengdu area? However, Apollo didn't notice that the Pikachu who was unconscious in Haruga's mouth at his feet was also full of shock. Pick up. What the hell? Miss Ling Zi, why are you here? If this old man turns on the special killing mode, what will you do? Chapter 447 Ling Zi, Pikachu why are you here? Could it be Apollo? Because of Apollo's deliberate temptation, Pikachu turned around and left after putting Pikachu in a cage cage that could isolate all current attack. Result: this Lingxi did not disappoint Apollo. Just after night, Lingxi's figure appeared beside Pikachu. Looking at Lingxi, who was talking with Pikachu outside the cage, a cold smile appeared on Apollo's mouth. Snort: little bitch, still want to deceive you, Uncle Apollo. At this moment, Apollo had already sentenced Lingxi to death. Even the so-called poisonous Pikachu in the Chengdu area, Apollo did not intend to let him go. If you don't surrender yourself, then I will die for Lao Su. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde. Apollo was monitoring. Of course Mu Chen didn't know it. Looking at Lingxi with an eager face, Mu Chen was helpless. What's so special? If I hadn't heard your rejection of Apollo's words before, I would have thought that your little bitch had betrayed. It's fine if you defect. I can break out without any worry. But the problem is, you didn't betray. I broke out in a moment. What should you do? Although Lingxi is a ninja, his skills are still agile, but he has to be divided against whom? In the case that its own Pokémon is not wrong, it is okay to deal with ordinary people Lingxi, and to deal with Apollo's level, that is a cannon fodder. But Mu Chen was very worried. If a war broke out in a while, he would not be able to care about this little girl. Pikachu tilde tilde. Hurry up. I'll let you out. Run away. Lingxi was also unaware of the concerns in Mu Chen's heart. Seeing that Pikachu had regained his energy, all Lingxi wanted to do was to take the opportunity to secretly let it go. You know, the bond between Lingxi and Pikachu is very deep. From being forcibly taken advantage of by this hateful bastard at first, to gradually getting used to. At this time, Lingxi was completely taken over except for the last step, which could not be taken by him because of Pikachu's form. Although she is a female ninja, Lingxi is also a normal woman. Lingxi, who has never been touched since he was a child, has been taken advantage of by this Pikachu. In his heart, Pikachu has long been his own man. You know, in this world, it is never uncommon for humans to combine with Pokémon. It is precisely because of this that after seeing his man Pikachu encounter a crisis, Lingxi will be in a mess, and will try to rescue him regardless of the danger. Although this may bring danger to himself and trouble to Brother Aju. But, at this time of crisis, Lingxi can't take care of so much. For a woman whose body and mind have fallen, what is her brother's plan? What is her own comfort? Are those still important? Pick up tilde tilde. What the hell? Girls, are you stupid? I don't need you to save me. Get the fuck out of me now. Seeing that Lingxi started to study how to open the cage after he finished talking to himself, Mu Chen panicked. Are you really stupid, little girl? This is Team Rocket Base, so can Apollo be unprepared? Even, at this time, Apollo might be monitoring all this. Are you worth it for me? Looking at Lingxi's figure looking for the switch in a panic, Mu Chen said in his heart that it was a lie if he wasn't moved. What the hell? I'm really playing with Xiaoxia. I'm just playing casually with you. What the situation? Why are you still down? I don't want to open a harem. Mu Chen is not a fool. Looking at Lingxi's actions in front of him, he still doesn't know how this little girl's behavior must have been conquered by him. This is embarrassing. To put it bluntly, Mu Chen really has no feelings for Lingxi. Man, how many are not impulsive when you see this kind of fishnet stockings ninja lady? What's more, when the other party can't resist and ask for anything. As a result, who would have thought that such a casual play would actually show affection for the other party? How can this be broken? Xiaoxia's temper is very clear to Mu Chen. Regardless of whether she can become a human or not, if this girl knows that there is another one outside her, she will definitely work hard. Abandon Xiaoxia for Lingxi. This is absolutely impossible for Mu Chen. When it comes to love, the only person in Mu Chen's heart that he deeply loves is Xiaoxia alone. Opening a harem or something is impossible in Xiaoxia, and Mu Chen will not give up Xiaoxia because of this Lingxi. So the situation is very simple. Without this scene in front of him, Mu Chen could still face Lingxi calmly. I will use Pikachu's body to take advantage of you. But the problem is, now with this scene, it's uncomfortable. Although Mu Chen is lustful, he is not a scumbag. For a woman, you don't even care about the danger of your life. How can you treat her as a rag? Throw it away. This, Mu Chen said that he absolutely couldn't do it. After struggling for a while, Mu Chen made a decision. Underground lovers are all joking. When Xiaoxia finds out, it will kill him, and he doesn't want to make Xiaoxia sad. But the problem is, this Lingxi has already achieved this step, and if he still doesn't show anything, then it can't be justified, right? In the end, Mu Chen's decision was to have a good chat with this Lingxi after getting out of trouble, and it would be best to persuade him to quit. I really can't persuade. Then let's discuss. Ha ha ha. Damn little ninja, have you been discovered by me? Still want to rescue Pikachu? Snort. Think about yourself first. I tell you, this time, even your brother can't save you. Just when Mu Chen was tangled, and when Lingxi was still looking for a way to open the cage and rescue Pikachu, a burst of laughter suddenly came. The owner of laughter is Apollo, who is monitoring all this. Seeing that Lingxi knew this Pikachu as he expected, and even wanted to rescue Pikachu privately, Apollo was not surprised but delighted. This is evident. As long as this Lingxi is subdued, doesn't her brother Aju have the hand handle in her own hand. At that time, he can naturally coerce himself. If you want to surrender, then everything is fine. Not surrender, then you can die. Ooh, Pikachu, run away and leave me alone. Coincidentally, just as Apollo appeared, Lingzi also successfully opened Pikachu's cage. Seeing Apollo appear, Lingzi was naturally shocked. This one is known as the strongest existence under Sakagi in the rocket. It was the invincible Pikachu in Lingzi's heart. Wasn't he also caught? Now, facing this Apollo, Lingzi is ready to die. Chapter 448_Duel Apollo. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde. Beauty tilde step back. Step aside. I'll leave it all here to Lao Su and I'll be over. Originally, he said that he was observing, and then he would make a surprise attack on Apollo in the middle of the night, doing something like an eye for a tooth and an eye for an eye. But I never thought that because of Lingzi, Mu Chen's plan was completely destroyed. Apollo has already been killed, and the members of the rocket team behind him have continued to gather as time goes by, so a war is naturally inevitable. As an old man, how could Mu Chen do something like leaving Lingzi to run alone? Not to mention that he deliberately pretended to be defeated, and then wanted to destroy the rocket's base in one fell swoop. Even if there is no such thing, Lingzi sacrificed his life to save himself, and Mu Chen would never be able to do the kind of thing that abandons him. Didn't expect you to recover so quickly. Apollo didn't care about Lingzi or something, but this Pikachu is still very important to Apollo. How long has it been since the previous battle? Didn't this Pikachu lose the battle and seriously injured Haruga? How does this look like a no-brainer? Looking at the lively Pikachu standing in front of Lingzi, Apollo said in his heart that he was not surprised that it was fake. The recovery ability of this little thing is so exaggerated. However, how does Apollo know that Mu Chen is not exaggerating his ability to recover, but that the previous serious injury was completely disguised? That black Ruga, it just caused a little skin trauma to Mu Chen. Of course, with absolute confidence in his own strength, Apollo was only shocked for a moment, and soon recovered. But that's all. What if you're resilient? If I can beat you once, I can beat you a second time. Having the experience of successfully taking down Pikachu, Apollo has a lot of confidence in himself. Gao coldly issued a declaration of victory to Pikachu, and Apollo turned his head and gave instructions to the members of Team Rocket behind him. Come on, take this little girl for me. After taking Lingzi, you can threaten a Jew. It's best to be able to subdue it, and it's not too late to kill if you can't subdue it. At this moment, Apollo only felt that he was destined to go. Pikachu, who caused the rockets to suffer heavy losses, was arrested by himself, and the traitor of the rocket, a Jew, was also caught by himself. Everything went so smoothly. What could Apollo be dissatisfied with? However, Mu Chen didn't plan to continue watching this guy perform there. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde. What the matter? Play high cold with me. Loading cattle batches. Just you. Not to mention, he made two back gestures to Lingzi, who had a nervous look on his face. Mu Chen shot out an electric shot, and charged towards Apollo. Haha, well done. Heluga, come on, use the jet flame. Pikachu dared to take the initiative to attack, beyond his own capabilities. Of course Apollo would not be soft-hearted. Out tilde tilde. After receiving Apollo's order, Haruga, who had been lying beside him all the time, stood up and shot out a hot flame at Pikachu, who was still charging. Pick up tilde pick up. That's it. If I don't want to be attacked by you, lousy, you can't even touch Mao. Without further ado, he moved at a high speed. The lightning flashed, and Mu Chen left Apollo with a handsome back. Although there is not enough base in this rocket team base, Mu Chen can't take advantage of high-speed movement to the fullest, but it is still effortless to just use it to avoid this black Lugia. Little thing, you're left to run away. The last time Pikachu fought with himself was to keep fleeing, and finally he was captured by Haruga after his physical weakness. Now seeing this guy repeat his old trick, Apollo said he was not panic at all. Run hard. You can only run for your life. When you can't run, that's when I will take you down again. This time, I will not be so kind. Thinking that the defeated Pikachu dared to come out against him, Apollo kept sneering in his heart. Little thing, wait, when you lose this battle, I will let you know what cruelty is. However, Apollo didn't know that during the run, the electricity on Mu Chen's cheek flashed again. Pick up tilde pick up. What's so special? The last time I was clearly charging, I planned to throw a black electric ball out to send you to the sky, but the system stopped it. This time I see if you have such a good light. Just as Mu Chen was running wildly and charging up, Lingzi also fought with the elites of Team Rocket. Hey, little girl, give it up. You are not our opponent. That's right, little girl, you are in a good shape. Give up. Let the brothers feel comfortable, and I guarantee your safety. Comfort is to let Lord Apollo feel comfortable first. That's right. I'll be content if we can pick up the soup left by Lord Apollo. More than a dozen Team Rocket elite facing this mediocre female ninja did not see the possibility of their defeat in the slightest. When Lingzi arrived before, these people had a lot of opinions about her figure, but because of the strength of this brother, these so-called elites only dared to discuss in the dark. But now, Now, Lord Apollo ordered it to be taken down. What the courtesy? No matter what world, no matter what era, female captives always receive some special treatment, right? Of course, if it is the existence of Sister Feng and Sister Bai Luo, then maybe it will be very safe. Bah, come on, cross-bat, use the black mist. Ling Xina completely ignored the verbal insults of these elite. At this point, all she has to do is let the bat use the weather skill, black mist. As long as the black mist spews out and covers this battle arena, then Ling Zi, who has been acting in the dark all the year round, is equivalent to coming to his home court. With the advantage of black mist against these so-called elite, even if Ling Zi can't win, he can delay them. Pikachu has already fought with Apollo, and the only thing Ling Zi can do is to block all these elites here and prevent them from causing any interference to Pikachu's battle. As for the final outcome, it depends on whether Pikachu is powerful enough. When Ling Zi was discovered by Apollo, she had already made plans to die. Now, what Ling Zi does is to help Pikachu with his own life and help him win the chance to win. Chapter 449_Dissolved Wall. Ha ha ha. Little mouse, give it up. You can't beat my Apollo. On Ling Xi's side, relying on the black fog to entangle with the elites of the rocket, Apollo didn't care about it. Anyway, it's enough to hold that female ninja and not let her escape. After a while, he will take down this Pikachu who is scurrying around. Isn't it easy to solve everything? At this time, after a round of violent skill bombing by Heluga, Pikachu has been forced into a corner. Looking at Pikachu in the corner, Apollo is winning. Pick up pi tilde. Surrender to your grandfather. I am about to complete the charging skills. Okay. Hearing the cry of Apollo, Mew Chen rolled his eyes. This idiot, do you really think I can't even fight back against you? I'm just trying to save energy and not do that useless work. Okay. Ordinary 100,000 volt, electric balls, etc. are played against this black Ruga. When will this special point be consumed? Instead of doing that useless matchup, it's better to endure it for a while, and then charge up to send a super electric ball to solve the battle. This is what Mew Chen planned, and he did the same. Now, some of his own charging and accumulating power is about to be completed, but he never thought that he would make this Apollo look down on him. Haruga, use the big character blast and bring this yellow-skinned mouse down to me. Through the previous battle, Apollo knew that Pikachu's resistance was also very high. A big character explosion will at most damage it. Although this time, because of the existence of Ling Xi's little girl, Pikachu escaped from the cave. But again, this is also because he started too lightly. This guy Pikachu is very amazing in terms of resistance and recovery. Apollo didn't want to beat the yellow-skinned mouse, and after a few hours the guy recovered. He would fight again. This time, in the face of Pikachu, Apollo can be considered a ruthless hand, intending to cripple it in one wave until it is completely unable to resist. Out tilde tilde. With the master's order, Heluga will naturally not have any softness. As an arrogant heavenly king level Pokemon, and one of the incarnations of evil, Haruga, who seems to have walked out of hell, never knew how to write the word mercy. Hey tilde tilde tilde. With the end of Haruga's roar, a scorching fire element was spit out by it. I saw that the fire element condensed into a big character in the air, and hit Pikachu with the power that seemed to burn the surrounding air. Pick up tilde tilde tilde. I Nima, to be so cruel. Seeing this big character explosion, Mew Chen knew that he had only two choices left to him. Either try to dodge, or fight hard. It is impossible to fight back. It is impossible in this life. The charging will be completed immediately. Isn't the counterattack now a waste of all previous effort? But the problem is, if you dodge, it seems that the space where you are now is really insufficient. But hard resistance. Hehe, this was never Mew Chen's character. Mad. Isn't that the big character explosion? I can't believe I can't escape. Wei Wei struggled for a while, but in the end, Mew Chen's choice was still to dodge. It is impossible to counterattack, and it is too painful to resist. Not to mention, high-speed movement blessing. The electric light flashes to start. Temporarily giving up the plan to continue charging and accumulating energy, Mew Chen focused all his attention on how to avoid this big character explosion. Ha ha ha. Little mouse, there is no room to hide. You can't avoid it. The big character explosion completely blocked Mew Chen's way forward, and there were steel-like walls to the left and right and behind him. Apollo really couldn't see what way this Pikachu was going to dodge Lugia's big character explosion. Pick a tilde 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 pick. Far. If you are such a super big fireball that fills the entire space, I might not be able to escape. In a barren area, big characters explode. I can't escape. But don't forget the so-called big word. Below it, there is a big fork base. What is Mew Chen's physique? What is Mew Chen's body type? If it is a huge Pokemon, even a human, it is inevitable to face this big character explosion. But this definitely doesn't include the pocket-sized Pikachu. Staring straight ahead, Mew Chen resisted the scorching flame scorching his body, and charged towards the fork part of the word big, like an electric shot. Hey tilde tilde tilde. The heat passed by, and Mew Chen knew that he had succeeded. Boom. Before Mew Chen could celebrate, a violent explosion sounded behind him. Losing the target target of the attack. Helga's big character explosions will not be the Sao routine of tracking corners. Violently bombarded the iron and steel wall, and at the same time as the explosion, a stream of solution scorched by the ultra-high temperature of the big character explosion flowed onto the ground. This is exactly what happened when the steel walls in the rocket's base were melted by the flame. Pickup tilde tilde tilde. What the hell? So brutal. Looking at the dissolved wall behind him, Mu Chen's heart was filled with joy. So far so good. If this special old man was sprayed with big characters, wouldn't his soft and dazzling fur be burned to shreds? In the world of Pokémon, as long as the power of Pokémon is strong, it is much stronger than what is called steel. Don't look at Pikachu as flesh and blood. This large character explosion bombarded the steel wall and could directly scorch and dissolve it, but if it hit Mu Chen, it would only hurt him at most. Lucky little mouse. If you can avoid it once, you can't avoid it the second time. Black Ruga. Keep using the big characters. Fuck, so flimsy. Just when Apollo was about to order Haruga to launch the second round of attack, and while Mu Chen was still celebrating that he had not won the bid, something surprising appeared behind the dissolved wall. To be precise, it's not something. Looking at the picture behind the wall, Mu Chen was done. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde. What the hell? What the hell? God damn it. What the situation? Too Nima exciting. Right, you motherfucker. You don't sleep at night in Apollo. What are you tossing with? But then again, it's pretty tasty. Looking at the beautiful landscape behind the wall, Mu Chen's whole body trembled with excitement. However, before Mu Chen could react, the system item appeared again. Post. Mandatory random task. As long as you complete it, I will reward you with another big turntable. Obviously, the picture behind the wall made the system excited. Pick up tilde tilde. 2 big turntables. No problem. I got it, Daddy. Chapter 450 Great Aries Real Bird. Damn it. Apollo, what are you doing? Came here from the Kanto region on purpose, washed himself in vain, and waited for such a mess with Apollo. Never thought that this bastard ran to catch some Pikachu when he came. If I catch you, I will catch you. My mother, I can't wait for you. The issue is, why don't you hurry up and have a good time with my mother after you've caught it, and instead go to watch a female ninja? Even after this bastard found out that there was a problem, he ignored the little white sheep of the old lady and ran out to fight. Alright, Pikachu is very important, and Boss Sakagi also attaches great importance to this guy. I can understand what you are doing, and you can continue to wait. But, what are you doing now? How about burning down the wall directly? I don't know if I don't even wear chicken feathers. Who is at a loss when this is gone? I'm at a loss. Madam, don't you suffer from Apollo? Didn't you see that damn Pikachu get a nosebleed? Madam, I lost a lot of money. Okay. As Sakagi's secretary, Mato's understanding of Pikachu is naturally much higher than Apollo. This product is not only amazing in its rank, it is this hobby that is equally astonishing. Pikachu who likes Miss Human. This is really rare. It is precisely because of knowing this Pikachu's liking and disposition that the real bird feels even more unacceptable. I am totally being watched by that hateful Pikachu right now. True bird. You sow bitch. Don't you know how to put on a dress? The real bird was seen lightly, and Apollo also had no light on his face. How do you say? This is also his lover, isn't it? It's just that Apollo didn't expect that this sow girl knew that she was fighting this Pikachu in the bait, but she didn't even put on a dress. Why are you waiting for Lao Su like a little white sheep? Are you in such a hurry? Apollo, you bastard. Don't talk nonsense. Quickly give me this hateful yellow-skinned mouse. I will take it down. I will be disgusted when I look at it. Nima, not only nosebleed, but also saliva. Is this too much? Haruga, use jet flame. Seeing that the real bird had gone to rummage for clothes, Apollo made an attack command again. Damn yellow-skinned mouse, dare to look at Lousy's girl. Why are you looking so wild, so undisguised? Out tilde 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 tilde. Feeling the anger in the master's heart, Haruga opened his mouth, and a hot flame suddenly spewed out of his mouth. The target pointed at the Pikachu who was still stunned and his tail was swaying wildly. Hey tilde tilde. The hot air finally called back Mu Chen, who was enjoying the beautiful scenery. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde. Nima, why can't you wait for me to finish it? After this village, there is no such shop. Because the system had already made a request, Mu Chen naturally sentenced the pair of wild mandarin duck, Apollo and Geniao, to death. As soon as he thought that this big white sheep, which was bulging forward and backward, would be electrocuted into coke by himself, Mu Chen couldn't help but feel regretful in his heart. What a pity, what a pity. Why didn't I know before that there was still such a number 1 character in the Rocket? Real bird. Who is this? Geniao was the personal secretary of Team Rocket's old Dabanmu. Mu Chen had never been in Team Rocket, and he had no entanglements with his members other than fighting. Naturally, he didn't know the status of the big Aries in front of him. Reaching out his short hand and wiping away any nosebleeds and saliva, Mu Chen focused his attention on Apollo. No matter what, this guy is his opponent now. The charging was not finished just now, so I could only dodge. Now, during the time when the wall was burned and the real bird bird disappeared. Although Mu Chen's eyes were not idle, the current in his cheeks was also not idle. After a period of cohesion, the charging skills have been completed at this time. To this Apollo, Mu Chen will also start to fight back. Needless to say, with the blessing of high-speed movement, the electric light flashes and start. It's still the same old routine. After the wall was blasted away, Mu Chen's activity space was greatly increased. With a flash of light, Mu Chen dodged the jet flames that were coming towards him very dashingly. Pick up, pick up. I'm going to fight back. Get ready to face the thunder. Roaring at the fierce-looking Helugia, Mu Chen didn't stop after the flash of electric light ended, and ran quickly. At the same time as Mu Chen was flying, the electric current on his tail began to condense continuously. Electric ball, big move. Ready to go. Apollo, be careful. This Pikachu is going to use an electric ball. Apollo, as the first member of the Rockets under Sakagi, has been in the Chengdu area all the year round. He doesn't know much about Pikachu. At most, I just watched a few video recordings of Pikachu battle. But the video thing, after all, is not the actual situation. After the previous battle with that Pikachu, Apollo's evaluation of Pikachu was greatly reduced. What electric ball? Will I be afraid, Daddy? Apollo is not afraid, but people are really afraid of birds. As soon as he put on his clothes, Mako saw the electric current condense from the tail of the flying Pikachu. Seeing this posture, the real bird was surprised. What the hell is Apollo doing? A chance to recharge Pikachu. Obviously, this Pikachu has now finished charging up and is ready to use the ultimate move. As Sakagi's private secretary, Mato knows Pikachu very well. In other words, among the Rocket, Mato knows even more about Pikachu than Sakagi, who is most interested in it. How terrifying is the power of Pikachu's ultimate electric ball? Others don't know. How can the real bird know? If Sakagi is now fighting against Pikachu, this electric ball may not play a big role in front of Sakagi, who has the power of Jobin. But his lover, Apollo, he is not Sakagi. Do you know how many pounds and how many real birds Apollo weighed? If this electric ball is thrown out, Heluga will definitely be cool, and even Apollo may not be able to escape and survive. It is precisely because now that the real bird who saw the scene in front of him hurriedly reminded Apollo. Ha ha ha. What electric ball? I'm afraid of this thing. Heluga, use big characters to blast and hit me hard. Having defeated Pikachu 1, Apollo is confident. And let me be careful with electric balls. Snort. A woman is a woman. Today I will let you see. Apollo, is invincible. Pick up pi tilde. What the fuck? So steel. Seeing that Apollo didn't do anything to avoid returning, but instead had to bear with himself, Mu Chen was happy. Are you sending food to me on your own initiative? In this case, what else is there to say? The electric light flashed and started jumping high in the air. His body rolled, and a black electric ball with a diameter of nearly 2 meters was thrown from Mu Chen's tail. Small ball. Go you. Chapter 451_40 or 2,000 pounds. Out tilde. A bleak dream came, and the evil dog Heluga, who is called Walking Out of Hell, returned to the warm embrace of the Mother of Hell. Cough tilde. Damn it. How is this possible? A black electric ball was thrown out, and Helugia, who is hard-handed on the front, was instantly killed. Even Apollo, who was commanding behind him, also received the aftermath, causing it to be blasted several meters away. Lying on the ground, looking at the interior of the base that seemed to be plowed in front of him, Apollo was done. This Nima. What the situation? What about Lao Su's Haruga? Bye. What happened to the explosion just now? What going on inside this base? Special. You know, all the buildings inside this base are made of superalloy steel. He was able to be penetrated by Heluga before because the temperature of the flame was too high, exceeding the melting point of the superalloy. But what about this scene? How can this be explained? Pikachu should play this game. Isn't it using electricity skills? Under this superalloy steel, electric current cannot be conducted. How did this Pikachu become like this? Not to mention all the steel that wrapped the inside of the base was burnt, but it was also blasted to pieces, and even the rock wall behind the steel was blasted out. This is so scary, isn't it? Damn, madam, I reminded you. Go. After Nito, use rampage. Apollo was done, but the real bird behind him was annoyed. It doesn't matter to her how the sub-base in Chengdu was destroyed. It was Apollo's business anyway. But the problem is, Apollo is her real bird lover. This guy was beaten like a miserable appearance. Can the real bird feel the stress? What's more, this Pikachu is extremely powerful, and if Apollo is defeated, he will inevitably be spared. Others don't say. Landon was killed by Pikachu. This is the news that the Rocket's executives are aware of. It is precisely because of this that, after seeing Apollo's defeat, Ma Bird did not hesitate to shoot. Nigga tilde. Following the order of the real bird, a huge Nito appeared in front of her, stepped through the hole in the wall of the base that had been dissolved, and launched a desperate charge against Pikachu. Boom, boom, boom. After looking at the Nito who looked like a heavy tank, Mu Chen pouted. Pick up. What should be play? The body is too big to be cowhide. Who are you frightening with with this, Apollo's most powerful Pokémon, Helluga, has been overturned. Even if he can't continue to use his super skills after charging, Mew-Chen is not afraid of a player of this level. This Nido looks like a tiger, but Mew-Chen can feel it from its body. The imposing manner and strength of this play should be much worse than that of Apollo's Helluga. If it is said that Helluga is a high-level king or even a peak of the king, then this Nido queen is at most an ordinary king. It is the Gen ghost who was against the old woman of Juzi, and his strength is definitely not as good. In the face of such an empty-handed guy, how could Mew-Chen look at him at this moment? Without further ado, with the blessing of high-speed movement, Mew-Chen rushed towards Nido. Play charge with me. Come on then. See who is the real man. Nigga tilde tilde tilde. Little guy. The old lady is not a man. I am mother. But even if my mother is my mother, I will beat you. As a melee Pokemon, Nido was overjoyed when he saw that Pikachu dared to fight against him later. Even if you are caught, you are afraid that you will not be able to catch it. How dare you take the initiative to deliver food? What is there to be polite about? No need to say, top it. Responding to Pikachu, Nido's two thick thighs were pounding hard, as if they wanted to knock Pikachu directly into the sky. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde. Lady, what the hell? This particular figure looks like a bucket. Are you still an old woman? Nima, Zhongcheng is like this. You should go back to the furnace and rebuild it. With all kinds of ridicule in his mouth, Mew-Chen's speed also accelerated. If people who don't know the truth see these two Pokemon colliding with each other, they obviously think that the two are going to have a fierce collision like Mars hitting the Earth. Although Nido's body is huge, but Pikachu's record is here. No matter whether it is a real bird or Apollo, no one dares to underestimate him. Just the enraged Nido didn't know afterward, nor did the real bird and Apollo, who were focused on waiting for the result of the collision. Mew-Chen's goal was not so simple. Thought, what's my physique? A delicate and expensive person. Can you play against this stupid bee? Mew-Chen said, not to mention the evolved Nido. He is a Nidolan who has not evolved, and he will never play this kind of collision game that only barbarians can play. Mew-Chen's destination. Hehe, have you heard of 400 million beating 1,000 pound? What? Wrong. Who? That Papa Ma. I'm 4 or 2,000 pound. Now this Nido queen has been provoked, and its running speed is getting faster and faster, driven by skills and inertia. In other words, in the current state of this product, it will never stop unless it is loaded with something. And this is exactly what Mew-Chen wants to use. The ground-based Nido is not afraid of electricity, right? I don't only know the special attack skills of the electricity department. In fact, Mew-Chen also mastered several types of melee combat skills. It's just because the strength of this guy is getting stronger and stronger, and the electrical skills have become even more devastating, so this guy hasn't used those melee combat skills for a long time. But this doesn't mean that Mew-Chen has forgotten those skills, does it? At this time, in this tunnel-like rocket team base, after facing the heavy tank Nido like a chart, Mew-Chen's choice was a melee combat skill. With the running of Mew-Chen and Nido, the tunnel that was not too long naturally made the two meet in one place very quickly. Seeing that he was about to collide with Queen Nido, Mew-Chen suddenly changed his fate. Between the lightning and flint, Mew-Chen shuttled to Nido's side. Taking advantage of the opportunity that the big guy couldn't stop his figure because of the chart, Mew-Chen's two short hands stretched out and hugged Nido's thick thigh with affection. Pick up tilde pick up. Get rolling. I'll show you today. I'll let you see. What do you mean by 4 or 2,000 pound? Without a word, the hell rolled out. Mew-Chen endured the pain of being knocked down after being brought down, as if he had thrown a shot put, and with the help of Queen Nido's own momentum, he threw it out fiercely. Nigga tilde tilde. After being thrown into the air by Pikachu, Nido, who was unable to stop the momentum, panicked. However, it wasn't just Queen Nido who was panicking. Looking at Nido, who was getting closer and closer to him, Apollo let out a desperate roar. No. Chapter 452 Look down on my father. Run. Looking at Apollo, who was smashed into meat patties by Nido, the real bird did not feel much distress in his heart. At this moment, the only thing that the real bird, who was only wearing a coat, was to quickly escape from this place. This Pikachu is so cruel. Apollo was the first member of the Rockets under Sakagi, but who would have thought that he would die so aggrieved? Apollo was killed in battle, and relying on his own strength was definitely not Pikachu's opponent. Of course, the real bird would not do anything to avenge his lover with blood. Anyway, with my body, appearance and identity, it is not easy to find a lover. Pick up tilde pick up. The real bird wanted to escape, but Mew-Chen couldn't let it go. Killing Apollo and destroying the entire rocket space is such a big turntable. Killing one of your real birds is another big turntable. Am I still not clear about this business? Needless to say, after ignoring Nido, who was struggling to get up, Mew-Chen, who was supported by high-speed movement, shot out and charged towards the real bird. Damn it. Abercrombie. Crossbat. Stop it. Seeing Pikachu killing him, the panicked true bird waved his hands again and again. Under her summons, two Pokemon whose size was obviously beyond the average of the same kind appeared in front of her. Although these two Pokemon are not as as powerful as Nido Empress. They can reach the level of the king, defeat Pikachu or something. The real bird doesn't care at all. However, as long as these two Pokemon can hold off Pikachu a little, that's enough. Chabaku tilde tilde. Cough tilde 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 tilde. After getting the master's order, Arbor and Forkbat showed their minions one after another, and rushed toward Pikachu fiercely. The real bird wants these two goods to delay Pikachu, but when these two people saw that their opponent was just a yellow-skinned mouse that they used as food, they all showed humanized contempt. That's it. Chabaku tilde tilde. Big Bat, this yellow-skinned mouse is too thin. You can watch it today. It's not enough for me to swallow. Cough tilde 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 tilde. Dead snake, give me the fuck. You are so big. Eating this yellow-skinned mouse is just stuffing your teeth. Why don't you let me have a full meal? Ignoring the real bird's order, the two Pokemon, who had never seen Mew Chen's shot, entered the mode of distributing the spoils on their own. Pick up tilde tilde. What the fuck? What are you two doing with this? Can you show some respect to the parties involved? Seeing that the two people in front of him ignored him and started to discuss how to distribute them, Mew Chen was angry. Humiliation. Naked humiliation. How dare these two rubbish humiliate me like this? Can this be tolerated? Pika tilde 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 chew. In anger, Mew Chen ignored the others. What a barren real bird. Wherever love goes, I'm going to turn over these two stupid batches. The strength is greatly improved. Even if the bee sees Mew Chen, he must give him a certain amount of respect. As a result, he was ignored by these two fools. Even, why is it being discussed as food? Zila tilde tilde tilde. CD of the charging skill had not recovered, and Mew Chen did not wait any longer. Without any second word, the electric current began to roll and jump on Mew Chen's cheek. Chabaku tilde tilde. Don't mess around with this snake. Didn't you see that little mouse about to start? You are a flight type. If you were restrained, just stay behind the stop. Relying on his huge size, Arbor threw the cross-hatched bat behind him with a tail, and pounced on Pikachu. Little mouse, today, Mr. Snake, I will let you know what is meant by natural enemies and what is meant by despair before death. I saw the strange ABO who rushed in front of Mew Chen stood up, opened his neck, and stared at Mew Chen with a mighty big snake. However, pick up tilde tilde tilde. What should be play? Who are you frightening with this? And the big snake dared give me a special jump. The charging cannot be used, and in order to overturn the opponent with one blow, Mew Chen can only use the charging method that has not been used for a long time. Although this method is much worse than charging, it is also much more powerful than the instant 100,000 volt, isn't it? Zila tilde tilde tilde. Despising Aber's naive behavior, Mew Chen sent 100,000 volt to this guy who was still in concave shape. Chabaku tilde. Quote, before he took action, Mew Chen was just food in the eyes of others, but when the 100,000 volts shot out, the only emotion in the giant snake eyes of Arbor was fear. However, how fast is 100,000 volt? How close is the distance between the two? At such a close distance, the Aberdeen couldn't make any dodging moves at all. After taking a hard blow of 100,000 volt, Mew Chen was disappointed by the Arbo monster that he did not perform any Indian snake dance, but was directly knocked to the ground by electricity. There is a faint smell of barbecue in the air. Pick up tilde pick up. Wait. Seeing the strength of the Arbor, Mew Chen showed deep contempt. What barren play should be. This is why Nima dares to pretend to be bee with me. Okay, now the stupid bee snake has turned into a roasted snake. You big bat doesn't express it. After taking down the Arbo monster, Mew Chen set his eyes on the cross-hatched bat. Cough tilde 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 tilde. Seeing Pikachu so ferocious, the bat finally understand why their owners asked them to block it. The Arbor monster was killed in seconds. How could the cross-shaped bat dare to fight against this ferocious Pikachu? With a scream, the cross-shaped bat spread its wings and quickly shot in the direction of the real bird's escape. Owner, take me back. The world is so scary. Pick up tilde pick up. Run. Give me a stop. It was said earlier that Mew Chen's goal was the real bird, the reward for that big turntable. So now, he just wants to turn over the cross-bat. What the matter? How dare you take Lao Su and me as food? Who gave you courage? Damn, why are you here? Go back and block Pikachu. Chase all the way. After running through two corners, the panicked voice of the real bird entered Mew Chen's ear. Pick up tilde pick up. What the hell? Almost forgot about it. Hearing the voice of the real bird, Mew Chen reacted. What the hell am I? Do you need to be angry with these scumbags who have just stepped into the Heavenly King level? It better to quickly turn over that bitch of the real bird, and get the reward as the real thing. Thinking of the business, Mew Chen did not hesitate. Ignoring the forked bat that fluttered back, Mew Chen rushed in the direction of the sound. Ah, no, don't kill me. You like women, don't you? I'm a woman. You can do whatever you want. Don't kill me. Hearing the sound of running from behind, he ran desperately until the disheveled real bird fell to the ground in fright. While backing away, Gen Bird kept begging Mew Chen for mercy. Chapter 453_threat. Pika tilde pi tilde. What barren play should be. Do I really think I am hungry? Just you. Isn't Lao Su's Xiaoxia fragrant? Isn't that little girl, the dragon's sister, Ladia, is not fragrant. It's Lingzi's little fishnet ninja. Isn't she fragrant? Looking at the corpse of a real bird that was turned into coke by his own 100,000-volt electricity, Mu Chen pouted in contempt. Why do you want to seduce Lao Su? Fuck, if it's normal, I might really be able to make a move. But now, just kidding, that little girl Lingzi is still fighting against a group of so-called elites in the rocket. How can I have the kung fu for bullshitting? Although Mu Chen likes Miss Sister, she is not an idiot with a brain. How Lingzi treated him before, Mu Chen saw it all. Not to mention anything else. At least that Lingzi was besieged in order to help, and Mu Chen could not ignore this. After killing Apollo and taking down the real bird, the quest reward this time is basically in hand. The rest is nothing more than to completely destroy the rocket team base and then return to Xiaoxi's side. Of course, before that, Mu Chen was going to rescue Lingzi. Without a second word, he had already made a decision in his heart. Naturally, Mu Chen accelerated all the way and rushed in the direction of the previous fight. When Mu Chen came to the place where Lingzi fought with the rocket, he realized that the place was empty. Pick up tilde. What the fuck? What the situation? Finish. Or move the battle location. I remember, didn't Lingzi let the cross-shaped bat use the black mist before? Although the black mist skill has no attack power, it is a very useful skill for Lingzi, who is a ninja. Together with the black fog, the enemy could not find Lingzi's exact location, and even if he couldn't beat those guys from Team Rocket, he could completely deal with it. But the problem is, what the situation now? The black fog is gone, Lingzi is gone, and the elites of Team Rocket are gone too. Looking at the empty Team Rocket base in front of him, Mu Chen was caught in a tangle. What's so special about this? Pick up system. Come out. Lingzi disappeared, and he didn't even leave any clues. Mu Chen, who was tangled for a while, could only choose to ask the system for help. Just kidding. Before this little girl gave up her life to help herself. As an old man, no matter what, Mu Chen couldn't leave Lingzi alone. Right. Host, Apollo and the real bird have been killed by you. Now you only need to enter the core position of this base and destroy it, and the mission can be completed. Upon receiving Mu Chen's call, the system immediately responded. It's just that people's high cold system ignores the life and death of a mere ninja. Pick up tilde. Why are you kidding me here? I know, you can definitely find Lingzi. Hurry up, tell me Lingzi's location. Through the slightly rushed tone of the system, Mu Chen knew that this guy was very eager to destroy this base. However, at this time, Mu Chen didn't have that idle time. Want to destroy the base? Go yourself. I am going to save people. That female ninja is no longer in this base. I can't feel it. Host, you should destroy this base as soon as possible. The battle between you has made a lot of noise, and there has been shaking outside the base. If someone from the Silver Alliance finds out, I can't judge that the mission of destroying the base was done by you. The rocket base in Chengdu is located in a mountain near Baiyan Mountain. Because of the previous battles with Apollo and True Bird, part of the walls in the base were destroyed, and the external mountain naturally shook. It is so close to the headquarters of others that the mountain is shaking, and it is inevitable that the people of the Silver Alliance will not find it. Obviously, the system has a very strong desire to destroy this base. Pick up. Roll. You give me away. If you don't say that Lingzi is there, I will not move this base. If you are found, you will be found. If you can't complete the task, you can't complete it. Paralysis. A barren system also threatens Lao Su. Do you think I'm so scared? Being threatened by the system like this, Mu Chen's arrogance instantly rose. What the hell? You dare to threaten me? Isn't it just a barren reward? I don't want it anymore. I don't want a reward. I don't want to be rewarded. At most, the strength cannot be enhanced. Anyway, it has nothing to do with the length of time when the main task becomes human. But looking at the system's eager attitude, it's clear that destroying this base is very important to it. Hasn't this stuff been said before? Only by destroying the world line can he regain his strength. Obviously, the Chengdu base of the rockets is a world line that is extremely important to the system. If the system can threaten Mu Chen with quest reward, then Mu Chen can completely threaten the system with world line. Being threatened by the system was speechless. Pick up. Hurry up. What do you say? Give a nice word. If you help Lao Su and I rescue Ling Su, then the two of us will be as good as you and me. If you don't care about Lao Su's affairs, then don't expect Lao Su to take care of you. Let me tell you, I don't care how cow you were in the past, but now you are begging me. Having seized the weakness of the system, Mu Chen's momentum increased even more. Play with me. You are still young. Host, you are not afraid. After my strength is restored, will your attitude bring you some unnecessary trouble? Threat. See also threat. Obviously, in the face of Mu Chen, this ruffian guy, the system has to endure it again and again, and has completely entered the stage of being intolerable. Pick up. Are you trying to scare the old man again? Look, you have said it yourself. You will be detrimental to me when you regain your strength. Then what else is there to say? Go wherever you like. I will not serve you anymore. It's good to be transformed like this for 5 minutes now. I'm satisfied. Go find someone else for your task in the future. future. Bye-bye. Hearing the threat from the system, Mu Chen was not surprised but delighted. Finally the wait. Yes, Mu Chen had long thought about the threat to the system. This B-play should be obviously very powerful. If step-by-step help him regain his strength, what will happen in the end? Even if Lao Su was rewarded as a super skin god by him, he would definitely be able to defeat this guy. Mu Chen has no interest in becoming the #1 person in the world, the ruler of the world. But isn't this guy in the system a threat? For his own safety and for a happy little life with Xiaoxia in the future, Mu Chen had to think about the future. At this time, the system took the initiative to issue this threat, which could be said to be in the heart of Mu Chen. Next, let's see how the negotiation worked. Chapter 454 Psychological Game. Host, where are you going? Panic. There was a hint of panic in the system's voice. Originally, the system thought that he was threatening the last sentence. Even if Mu Chen didn't cooperate immediately, he would still think about it. I never thought that this rogue is really carrying the word rogue to the end. This guy turned his head and left, patted his butt and quit. This can be said to be the life of the system. It doesn't matter if you quit. What should I do, my young master? Could it be that you really want to be this bullshit system for the rest of your life? As an existence with independent thinking and independent personality, the system cannot accept this tragic fate. At any rate, this young master, I was also the supreme, the lord of the world back then. Pika. Fuck, where do you think I'm going? I don't play anymore. You bullshit. After you recover your strength, you have to clean up my father. Then I will play an egg with you. Do you really think I'm an idiot? As he said that, Mu Chen's short legs didn't stop, and he still charged towards the outside of Team Rocket's base. This time, Mu Chen was not trying to be hard to find. He really had the intention of quitting. The system's power is too terrifying, and now it's unpleasant. Who knows what attitude this B-play should have towards himself. Expect a lot of this adult bullshit. Mu Chen never entrusted his destiny to those illusory expectations. Instead of looking at other people's faces and living like a dog, it's better to be so free and easy now. Host, stop now. Go back to the mission, otherwise I will deal with it as if the mission failed, and you will be directly obliterated by me. Mu Chen's stubborn attitude made the system anxious. I really let this bastard run away. What should I do? Although the current system can use some of its power, this power is simply not enough for him to recover. Pika. Nima, fail, obliterate. Come. You are in such a hurry. Anyway, I will be killed by you sooner or later. Why should I listen to you like an old cow every day? If you want to obliterate it, you are so cold. I admit it. Hearing the system's word, Mu Chen said that he was not afraid that it was fate. Fuck, could it be that I really want to become a transmigrator obliterated by the system? This Nima really lost the face of the crossing army. But this is the end. It is impossible to serve soft or something. It is impossible in this light. Mu Chen couldn't take care of the ruffian that was buried in his bone. Early death and early rebirth. Although the time to travel is not long, I am not at a loss. Thinking that I was a snake, I said that the grass snapped, the ice fell asleep, and even the human lady who was transformed by the dragon sister Ladia's won it. The only one who made Mu Chen feel regretful was Xiaoxia. Such a pity. This little girl, I have no chance to eat it. I don't know who will be cheaper in the future. With regret for Xiaoxia, Mu Chen was like a martyr who was about to go to the execution ground. He resolutely stepped on his short leg, and still walked towards the outside of the rocket's base without stopping. Mu Chen pretended that this dead pig was not afraid of boiling water, but the system didn't find it. Obliterate. Hee, just talking. It's not that it can't be done, but it's just too expensive. This guy can travel through time and space, come to this world, and even become Pikachu, the son of destiny, Ash, who is shrouded in a power called the protagonist halo. In other words, this guy is simply the child of the world, sheltered by the energy of this side of the world. Want to kill him? There are only two possibilities. Or, he has completed all the tasks that the world has set for him, leaving the identity of the child of this world and no longer being sheltered by the power of the world. Or, it is to break the protection of the power of the world with absolute strength, directly become the enemy of this world, and kill this bastard on the spot. It is unrealistic to wait for this thing to complete all its tasks. Directly use your own strength to carry the world power of this side of the world. In its heyday, it was easy for the system to do this. Now, if you do this, even if you break the power of the world, you will end up doing it together in the end. You know, the backlash of the power of the world is no joke. With the current state of the system, he absolutely cannot withstand the attack of this backlash. It is precisely because of this. In the face of this rogue, the system is completely useless. To obliterate you is to perish together. This young master does not have such a big hatred with you, so he will die with you. It's not worth it. But if you really let him go and don't cooperate with you from now on, how can you regain your strength? Do you really want to become this bloody system for the rest of your life? If it is a human, it will not be long in one's life, 180 years, and the confusion will pass. Even if it is a Pokémon, as long as it is not a divine beast, it is a matter of at most hundreds of years. But the problem is, the system can't work. were. An existence of his level is basically immortal as long as he does not want to die. What kind of bullshit system have you been for your whole life? And is it a system that can't talk to anyone in this world other than this ruffian who has crossed over? This is absolutely unbearable. Finally, after struggling for a while, the system compromised when he saw that Mu Chen, the rogue, was about to leave the rocket space. Tell me, what do you want to do? Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde. What the hell? Didn't you say it earlier and solved it? You said that you must carry a woolen yarn with me. Hearing the sound from the system, Mu Chen almost jumped up in excitement. You know, on the surface, this product seems to have no hesitation, but in fact, it is really panic. The more silent the system was, and the closer he was to the exit of Team Rocket Space, Mu Chen felt that his footsteps were getting heavier and heavier. This guy is really afraid that if he takes such a step, he will suddenly be obliterated by this guy in the system. Fortunately, after a round of game, he was the one who finally won. The most cheap people are invincible. The ancients did not deceive me. Having successfully made the system subdue him, Mu Chen's confidence was greatly increased at this moment. I don't ask much. The first one, tell me Lingzi's location immediately. This little girl can give up her life to protect me. I must be saved. Second, let's see if we can sign a contract, or if you have any way to protect Lao Su's future rights and interests such as life, freedom, and autonomy. If there is no guarantee, I will never complete any task again. There is a third one. Extend the time of my transformation. 5 minutes at a time is too short, not enough for me to play. As the saying goes, the lion has a big mouth. Facing the system, Mu Chen would never show any courtesy. Chapter 455 Symbiosis. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde. Link C tilde wait. I am here to rescue you. After some negotiation, the system finally compromised. In the face of Mu Chen, the rogue, the system really doesn't have a good solution. What can be done? It doesn't work if you scold you. Don't be afraid to threaten others. If you can't beat you, even if you kill it, the price you have to bear is too high. It is precisely for these reasons that in the end, in the face of the various unreasonable demands put forward by Mu Chen, the system can be regarded as giving him a more acceptable answer. The first request is easy to handle. Although it is perceived that Lingzi, an insignificant woman, will weigh some of the energy that the system has finally accumulated, it is not a big problem. After consuming some energy, the system successfully sensed Lingzi's specific location, and this request of Mu Chen can be considered to be fulfilled. What makes the system more difficult is the second and third condition. Sign a contract to protect his Mu Chen's safety. This is pure bullshit. The contract is something that must be applied for a person who can surpass the power of the world or something messy, and finally the validity of the contract is confirmed by the power of the other party. But the problem is, not to mention that the system itself used to be in existence above the power of the world. Just not counting the power of the system itself, just looking at the powerhouses in this world who can surpass the power of the world. It is nothing more than the guy known as the creator god Arceus. As your own status, go to that god of creation, Arceus, to sign a contract. The system said that he would rather be broken. In the end, after negotiating with the rogue Mu Chen, the system proposed a more acceptable way for him. Don't you just want your rights and interests such as life, freedom, and autonomy to be guaranteed? Can this young master, I will directly take out a trace of my source power and let you swallow it. Is this okay? Although this trace of source power cannot enhance your strength, it can make you and this young master and me a symbiosis. In other words, now Mu Chen's life is the life of the system, and the life of the system is also the life of Mu Chen. With this trace of source power, Mu Chen doesn't have to be afraid of the system crossing the river and demolishing the bridge. In the end, when the system is restored, you can do whatever you can, and if you can't do it, you will have your own way, and no one will affect the other. Of course, there are pros and cons. After Mu Chen absorbed this trace of the power of the sword, if the system went out of the way and something unexpected happened, then Mu Chen could only hang with him. However, considering the formidable strength of this guy in the system, and considering that it seems that he is more likely to hang up than the system, Mu Chen finally agreed. At least, I'm so safe. I'm not. Demo, if I dare to threaten Lao Su again in the future, I will show you a suicide by throwing yourself into the river, and who will be troubled at that time? The second requirement finally got an imperfect solution under mutual compromise. As for the third requirement, that Mu Chen is shameless. As a system, as an existence that once surpassed the power of the world, the system naturally has its own dignity. Tay's first request is quite reasonable. I can agree to this, young master. The second request can be considered understandable. I have gritted my teeth and endured it for the sake of recovery and to get rid of this damn system identity. But what the hell is your third request? What about robbery? Fuck, I really don't have a temper when I'm this young master. Want to extend the transformation time? Do you want to have sex? Go dream. If I don't complete the task for this young master, why don't you just be a quick shooter for 5 minutes? Regarding Mu Chen's last request, the system firmly and decisively rejected him. Just kidding. this guy Mu Chen is a genius. After observing his system for more than a year, can he still know this bastard is a rogue and ruffian, or a lazy bee? If the transformation time is really extended for him, how can the main quest issued by this young master be broken? Can this be done? Judging from the system's understanding of this product, I am afraid that if the transformation time is really extended for him, then this main quest is really going to be a long way off. You know, now the two have become a symbiotic relationship. What obliteration. That pure bullshit. It is precisely because of this that the system will never satisfy Mu Chen's last request. Mu Chen had already anticipated the reaction of this guy in the system. To put it bluntly, what he cares most about is the second requirement. As long as the second requirement can be met, the others can be negotiated. Now, having found out Lingzi's location through the system, Mu Chen is already very satisfied. This little bitch actually went to hell with those rocket guys for herself. In any case, Mu Chen couldn't just leave it alone, right? After confirming Lingzi's location, Mu Chen naturally would not have any hesitation. After a crazy 100,000 volt, no matter whether there are any living people in the base, after completely destroying the rocket team base in the Chengdu area, Mu Chen quickly rushed in the direction pointed out by the system. What the matter, Lingzi? What's the situation now? Wasn't it fighting inside the rocket base before? Why did this go out of the way? The guidance the system gave to Mu Chen was just an approximate orientation, and Lingzi was still moving. However, the current situation of Lingzi and whether there are any enemies around, these systems cannot accurately inform Mu Chen. Just kidding. Still not satisfied with a rough coordinate. Want to watch the live broadcast in HD? Do you know how much energy this young master consumed? Don't even think about you. Of course, the system's careful eye. Mu Chen didn't know, so this guy didn't make any comment. After a frantic chasing and running for more than an hour, Mu Chen finally arrived at the approximate coordinates of Lingzi given by the system. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde tilde. Lingzi, are you pinching? Hurry up when you hear me. There were no traces of battle around. Lingzi was still a ninja who was good at hiding her figure. If Lingzi didn't show up, Mu Chen would really not be able to find her place. Although there is no trace of battle, Mu Chen is not so worried about Lingzi's comfort, but this place should. If you don't see him, won't you still think about it? It just. What Mu Chen didn't expect was that the one who responded to his howl was not the ninja Lingzi he expected. Damn it. Pikachu. Wasn't this guy caught by Boss Apollo? Did Boss Apollo fail? Impossible. Don't think about it. I guess this is an ordinary Pikachu, not that pervert. After hearing Mu Chen's roar, two figures walked out of the wood. It was Sachi and Chakra who were evacuated earlier. Behind the two of them, it was the ninja Lingzi, who was tied to the side and was disheveled. Chapter 456 Inches Wild. Pikachu _ pick up tilde tilde. Did these two stupid bee play just a? After a barren scream, Mu Chen finally found Lingzi. Although it is said that Lingzi at this time has been arrested by Sachi and Chakra who appeared at an unknown time, but in Mu Chen's view, this is not a big problem at all. These two goods are nothing but gum, and I can flip it over as soon as I generate a ball. The only thing that needs to be careful is to prevent them from jumping over the wall and playing tricks of tearing tickets before defeating them. Seeing Sachi and Chakra, Mu Chen immediately had a plan in his heart, and physically prepared to attack. It just. Before Mu Chen could make a move, he heard the conversation between the two guys. What the fuck? And this kind of operation. Seeing that these two people thought they were just an ordinary Pikachu, Mu Chen suddenly came up with an idea. If that's the case, does that mean I can play a game of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? Playing these two fools is the second thing, mainly because if you do it like this, you can protect Lingzi and prevent these two people from tearing up ticket. Right. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde tilde. Pretending to be being cute. I am definitely a professional tilde. Do it when you think of it. Taking advantage of the fact that Sachi and Chakra thought they were just an ordinary wild Pikachu, Mu Chen decisively made his expression ignorant and curious. Haha. Saki, look, I said it. This is an ordinary Pikachu. Seeing the sudden appearance of Pikachu was blank, looking at the two of them with fear and curiosity. Chakra laughed suddenly. Should it be more obvious? Obviously, this is an ordinary wild Pikachu. Damn it. I startled the old lady. Having been brutally abused by Pikachu many times, Sachi is also full of fear for this game. Now that it has been confirmed that it is really an ordinary Pikachu, Sachi's hanging heart suddenly fell to the ground. Also, because Mu Chen's tricks are too consummate, let alone Sachi and Chakra, who are not very familiar with him. It was Lingzi, whose eyes were full of hope, and immediately wiped away that hopeful look. In the previous battle with those Rocket Team Elite, Lingzi used the black fog of the crossback to successfully delay those guys. The so-called Elite Rocket, their strength is the same thing. Although Lingzi's strength is far from her brother Aju, if it's one-on-one, the Rocket's Elite is really no match for her. Taking advantage of the delay of the black fog, Lingzi overturned a few Elite Rockets who were blocking the way. Originally, I wanted to get rid of these Elite entanglements and help Pikachu who fought against Apollo. I never thought that before Ling Zi could leave, there was a violent explosion from the inside of Team Rocket's base. Obviously, this is a fierce confrontation between Pikachu and Apollo. Hearing the explosion, Ling Zi was even more anxious. However, because the Rocket's base was built in a cave, under the influence of the explosion, the mountain began to shake, and the area where Ling Zi was located was also blocked due to the shaking. Seeing that the way forward was blocked, Ling Zi could only choose to find another way. It's just that Ling Zi is more unlucky. Before other roads were found, they ran into Sachi and Chakra who had just returned here. Against the average elite of the Rocket, Ling Zi can still retreat. For the existence of the top 3 beasts, Ling Zi is no match at all. Originally, I wanted to take advantage of the fact that these two were ignorant of what happened in the base to get away with it, but who would have thought that Ling Zi was just preparing to organize language to deceive these two fools, and the elites of the Rockets over there. Actually, I chased after him. This time, there really is nothing to say. Knowing that Ling Zi is the enemy, Sachi and Chakrana, who are full of anger, are not polite at all. The two won Ling Zi with 3 strikes, 5 divisions and 2. The two did not support Apollo according to the words of the elite, but started the killing mode. Inside the Rocket, there are various factions, and they are not united. Sachi and Chakra are the 3 beastmen. Although they are not as good as Apollo, they are definitely not his subordinate. There was no loyalty to Apollo at all, and in addition to being ruthlessly abandoned by Apollo before, these two were not polite to Apollo's elite. As for why the two of them wanted to kill the elite members of the Rocket, who is Ling Zi? Her brother, but Ju. He is the new king of poison in the Chengdu area. As long as you master Ling Zi and the evidence that Ju has something to do with the Rocket, then you are afraid that you won't be able to win that Ju. If Ju can obey their orders behind the scene, then their power in the Chengdu area will not only be enhanced, but they will definitely have the opportunity to go further in terms of strength. Faced with this huge temptation, how could Sachi and Chakra be polite? Apollo wanted to take Ling Zi for Ju, so why not the two of them? If you really want to support Apollo according to what the elite said, what will Ling Zi say in the end? It is precisely because of this that the two of them simply did not do anything and kept on killing each other. They directly killed all the elites who saw it at this time, and then quickly escaped from here with Ling Zi. And this is also the reason why Mu Chen didn't see a few members of Team Rocket after killing Apollo and True Bird. At this time, Mu Chen was naturally unaware of what had happened, but even if he knew, Mu Chen didn't bother to pay attention. The dog bites the dog bite hard. I like to watch the fun. At this point, all Mu Chen has to do is to continue to be cute, and find a chance to get in with these two people and get a shot of 100,000 volt. No way, if the distance is far, it will definitely give them time to react and avoid. Don't be afraid to avoid Mu Chen. What should I do if I tear up the ticket? Pick up tilde tilde pi tilde tilde. Acting cute. Continue to be cute. After 3 steps, Mu Chen ran over to Sachi with a curious look on his face. Chakrana is a dwarf, ugly to death. Although this Sachi is also quite non-mainstream, but she is still a woman more or less, and her long legs are shining, so it is still a bit interesting, isn't it? Choosing to be cute and approaching the two of them. Of course, Mu Chen also has to find someone who is pleasing to the eye. Haha, Sachi, this little thing has a lot to do with you. Seeing this, while Pikachu showing a good impression of Sachi, Chakra burst into laughter. Bah, if it's that terrifying Pikachu, I can't ask for it, but that's how it should be played. For my mother, get away. Hearing Chakra's tone of laughter, Sachi looked disgusted. As he said that, he stretched out his long legs and kicked the wild Pikachu who was selling cute expression. What should be played? Wild Pikachu, which is synonymous with spicy chicken. Chapter 457 Play as a pig and eat a tiger. Bang. Pick up tilde tilde pick up. Angry. Totally angry. I am Nima. How long has it been since I was kicked like this? I just want to sell cute. Run to your side to solve the battle with 100,000 volt. Why is he so difficult? Being kicked to the ground by Sachi, Mu Chen can be said to have been humiliated. Ha ha ha. Sachi. Anyway, this Pikachu likes you so much. Even if you don't accept it, it won't be like this, right? Seeing the kick Pikachu showing a humanized annoyed look, Chakra instantly entered the schadenfreude mode. I was abused so badly by that terrifying Pikachu before, but now this one is only wild, and I feel a lot more comfortable watching it being abused by Chakra. Like me. Bah, don't say it's this wild way. It's that Pikachu who dares to pound my mother, and I also kicked it away. After kicking the wild Pikachu, Sachi is full of momentum. Pick up tilde tilde tilde. Nima. 2 idiot tigers don't show their power. Do you think I'm such a sick cat? Being so humiliated and mocked, Mu Chen was no longer in the mood to play. Of course, even so, he will not directly reveal his identity and show his rank. Don't these 2 idiots think that Lao Su is a rookie? Come on then. Turning over, Mu Chen charged towards the two at the speed of a chicken. Looking at its posture, it is natural that this wild Pikachu was provoked and was going to find 2 people to fight. Ha ha ha. Isn't this little thing a little temperamental? Seeing this, wild Pikachu rushing towards the 2 two of them. A mocking smile appeared on Chakra's face. I really don't know how high the sky is. How dare you take the initiative to provoke us? What trouble? Go, curse the doll and kill it. If you are a General Alliance trainer, if you encounter this kind of wild Pokemon, even if you don't like it, it won't hurt its life. But this generally does not include the rocket, does not include Sachi. Seeing that this wild Pikachu dared to attack himself, Sachi directly summoned the main force, apparently intending to kill it here. Just wow. Sachi and Chakra are just human beings, and they cannot distinguish the uncontrollable terrifying aura of Mew-Chen. But people can curse dolls. As soon as he was summoned by Sachi and was about to brew a shadow ball to take down the yellow-skinned mouse, the cursed doll realized something was wrong. Nima, what the situation? Why do I feel the breath of this yellow-skinned mouse so familiar? Etc. Why is this thing so strong? Shouldn't it be? It seems impossible for the yellow-skinned mouse to have such a strong breath, right? What the hell? Wait, this breath, this Nima is an aura that can only be possessed by divine beast. Nima, I remember. This is the breath of that terrifying Pikachu. After wondering for a while, the cursed doll finally reacted. Where is this special dish be? Wild Pikachu. This is the terrifying skin god. However, the cursed doll reacted. Its owner, Sachi, couldn't tell the difference. Having been summoned by Sachi, Pikachu also attacked himself at an extremely low speed, and it must be too late to avoid something. In desperation, the cursed doll could only bite the bullet and deal with the pair that should not have been its turn to fight. Wow. Quote, resisting the panic in his heart, a slightly trembling shadow ball was thrown out by the cursed doll. Curse the doll. What are you doing? Even if this is a wild Pikachu, you should be serious with me anyway. Are you not full? Seeing the cursed doll throwing out that powerless shadow ball, Sachi expressed that he was extremely dissatisfied. What are you doing? Why are you making fun of this old lady? Has the old lady treated you too well recently? Pick up. What the fuck? Didn't this guy have enough to eat? Not only Sachi thinks so, but Mew-Chen, who is in the state of releasing water, also thinks so. The appearance of this cursed doll, how can it be seen that it is not enough to eat? Nima, this shadow ball, you are too slow to hit the air. Seeing that Sachi and Chakra are getting closer and closer, Mew-Chen is too lazy to continue to pretend. I was kicked before, and Lao Su was already very injured. If I was hit by this soft shadow ball, would I still want to get involved? You know, Lingzi's little girl is still watching from behind, looking at Lingzi's torn fishnet stocking, and looking at Lingzi's thin upper body tights with signs of damage. Mew-Chen said that he was on the verge of breaking out. Special uniform temptation. I can't bear to tempt me, let alone this broken and torn version. Pick up. Having made a decision, Mew-Chen changed his previous state of being a chicken. High-speed movement blessing. The electric light flashes to start. In an instant, Mew-Chen passed the soft shadow ball and ran to Sachi and Chakra's side. Damn, this Pikachu. Seeing Pikachu suddenly speeding up, Chakra instinctively screamed. It's not right. A normal Pikachu has absolutely no such terrifying speed. This, what the hell is? In a trance, Chakra seemed to understand something, but unfortunately, it's too late. Jumping to the side of the two, Mew-Chen, who seized the opportunity, entered the burst mode. Pika ~. Zilla ~. A loud chirping sounded simultaneously with the flickering of electricity between his cheeks. No, this is not some wild Pikachu. This is that scary guy. Mew-Chen became angry, and Sachi finally reacted after realizing it. However, the two of them were too close to Mew-Chen at this time. It was the only cursed doll that could resist and interfere with Mew-Chen, and because of fear, it was unable to launch any attack. Zilla ~. This 100,000 volt Muchin did not take a long time to brew. There is only one chance. If the brewing continues, it will give these two bastards a chance to make them jump over the wall and hurt Lingzi. It will not be beautiful. Ah, no, don't kill me. 100,000 volts were issued, and Sachi and Chakra, who were standing beside Mew-Chen, were decisive. Although these two are high-ranking members of the Rocket, these two are murderous and do a lot of evil, but they don't have the super high special defense resistance of Master G. Under Mew-Chen's unreserved 100,000 volt, the only thing they could do was to let out a desperate scream. Chapter 458 _ The heart is as clear as ice. The sky is not shocked. Pikachu. Looking at the brutal Pikachu who was still using 100,000 volt to whip two coat, Lingzi was done. Initially caught, Lingzi really expected Pikachu to come and save him. However, when she saw that this was just a wild Pikachu, Lingzi was desperate. Think about it too. Pikachu was caught by Apollo in the rocket's base before. This shows what? Obviously, Pikachu is no match for Apollo. Now fighting against Apollo again, I am afraid that the chances of winning are not high. All Lingzi was looking forward to was that Pikachu could successfully escape from Apollo. It just when Lingzi was desperate, this wild Pikachu burst out. Looking at the Pikachu that turned into a golden lightning bolt, watching the violent current being continuously used by him, Lingzi completely fell into a state of ignorance. This turned out to be the Pikachu I was looking forward to. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde. Nima, let you kick lousy. Let you laugh at Lao Su. Electricity can't kill you. Hearing Ling Zi's call, Mu Chen was still puzzled. Once again, he put 100,000 volts at each of the two corpses, and then Mu Chen focused his attention on Ling Zi. Looking at Ling Zi, who was still tied to the side, with many torn clothes, Mu Chen immediately fell into a tangle. The little girl Ling Zi was rescued, and the rocket's base was completely captured. Basically, this mission arranged by the system can be considered a successful completion. But the problem is, this little bitch. What am I going to do with me? Ling Zi is a bitch. No matter her figure or appearance, she belongs to the top whack level. In addition to the fact that she usually wears the tight ninja uniform, she has a great attraction to Mu Chen. It's always been like this, let alone now. Looking at the fishnet stockings and the many damaged ninja suits that revealed pieces of snow, Mu Chen said that if he could endure such a situation, he would not be a gentleman. Here comes the question. I'm in this state now. What can I do with barrenness? This is the most deadly. For Xiaoxia, Mu Chen can transform without reservation, and let her know all his secrets except the system without any scruples. But, not for Ling Zi. If you have to talk about Mu Chen's attitude towards Xiaoxia and Ling Zi, it can be explained in this way. Xiaoxia, that is the empress of the palace. It was the woman that Mu Chen wanted to live with and cuddle with for the rest of his life. As for this Ling Zi, at most, that is, a canon friend. What should I say about this game? The wife can have no reservations, let her know everything, and let her have unlimited confidence in the future. But this canon friend, Mu Chen said, take advantage of it and let her know that she will transform into a human. This doesn't seem to work. Although it was said that Ling Zi sacrificed his life to save him before, Mu Chen was very moved. But this was not enough for Mu Chen to meet him calmly. If Ling Zi was alone, then Mu Chen would probably consider developing her into his own, little, directly. But unfortunately, this Ling Zi is not alone. She, and her brother, Ling Zi Muchen can rest assured. But that Aju, to put it bluntly, the guy who surrendered to himself was just to save his life. Now that you can still respect yourself as the master, it is just a verbal title, and it is just to see your strength and potential. Today, this is Ling Zi seeing that she was captured by Apollo. She can go to save her life. If it was that Aju, hee, this bee can't come up and kick himself. Mu Chen has his surname. It is precisely because of this, and because of this Aju relationship, that Mu Chen can't be assured of what Ling Zi said. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde. Nima, forget it, daddy, I will endure it. Looking at Ling Zi with a little regret, Mu Chen suppressed the evil thoughts in his heart. Just the evil thoughts that Mu Chen had just suppressed quickly rose up again. Wu tilde tilde. Thank you, Pikachu tilde. Are you okay tilde? The rope that bound his hands and feet were removed by Mu Chen, and Ling Zi, who had regained his freedom, surpassed the speed of a flash of lightning, and before Mu Chen could understand what was going on, he held him firmly in his arm. When the meatball hit, Mu Chen almost surrendered his gun. Nima, why can't your clothes cover your flesh now? This is purely physical rubbing. Ah, are you trying to test my concentration with this? Being hugged by Ling Zi, Mu Chen was very unsatisfactory and shed a long-lost nosebleed. Even more than that. Yeah, Pikachu you tilde. Pikachu's nose bleeds when he is stimulated. It's not that Ling Zi doesn't know, but she is not surprised by this. Just, there is a hard thing against his stomach. What the hell is this? Looking down, Ling Zi instantly blushed with embarrassment. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde. What the hell? Accident. This is an accident. After losing the adult, Mu Chen has no face to continue taking advantage. Breaking free from Ling Zi's embrace, Mu Chen frantically recited the Bing Xin Ju in his heart. If the heart is clear, the sky will not be shocked. I have to hold back. Mu Chen knew that if he was stimulated a little more, he couldn't hold back, and he would really turn into a madman. It's no problem to transform and take down Ling Zi. What about after? What if a Jew knew the secret that he would transform? Would there be any trouble? It was out of this consideration that Mu Chen could only forcibly endure. Pikachu tilde tilde. If you really want to, I don't mind. Mu Chen frantically chanted Bing Xin Ju while Ling Zi started to add fuel to the fire. Pick up tilde tilde. I am Nima. Do not. How dare you not to stimulate Lao Su? Hearing Ling Zi actually say that, Mu Chen's blood that had just been suppressed urged frantically again. You don't mind. I do. Don't dare to be an old man. Not transforming. That's impossible. That's never possible. In the form of Pikachu to deal with the old ladies of Minas, Mu Chen can still accept it. But using this form to attack a real human lady, Mu Chen couldn't pass this threshold in his heart. Lao Su is not a beast. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde. Hurry up. Change the subject. Seeing what Ling Zi had to say, and even planning to come up again, Mu Chen quickly stepped back. Dear sister, don't hug Lao Su. You really can't stand it anymore. In order to ease the awkward atmosphere, while backing up, Mu Chen picked up a small wooden stick and gestured towards the ground. Come on, let's talk about something else. Chapter 459 dissatisfied big turntable. Through a gesture, Mu Chen finally eased the awkward atmosphere between him and Lingzi. For the first time, Mu Chen hated his Pikachu body so much. If the old man is an old man, or even a humanoid Pokemon with strange power, wouldn't he be able to directly? However, all this is just Mu Chen's dream. Under the circumstance that Lingzi could not see that he could transform, Mu Chen could only reluctantly refuse the fat delivered to his door. Putting down his messy thought, Mu Chen finally gestured towards the ground with peace of mind. Apollo attacked himself. It didn't matter. But the problem is, Apollo attacked his sight. What's more, the system has also said that in the Silver Alliance that Apollo still has accomplices. This is what Mu Chen could not tolerate. What the hell is this sane guy on the surface dare to attack him behind his back? As a player whose heart is not much bigger than the tip of a needle, Mu Chen said that this kind of thing must be killed with one shot. Therefore, Mu Chen's gesture to Lingzi was to ask her to return to her brother Aju's side to help him find out who was Apollo's comrade in the Silver Alliance. The mastermind has been overturned, and the accomplice can't let him idle, can we? It was precisely because of the seriousness of Mu Chen's gesture that Lingzi forgot those shameful things and promised Mu Chen with a serious face. Seeing the ninja's graceful figure gradually move away, Mu Chen could only sigh regretfully. Why? The timing is not right. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde. System, what about reward? I want a reward, daddy. Putting down his thirst for a ninja body, Mu Chen focused his attention on Lord System. What the matter? Tossing around for such a big circle, and even letting Lao Su leave Xiaoxia for more than a day. Is it time for your reward to be distributed? For this mission, Mu Chen had earned the last part of the electric ball, and he was able to combine it into a complete electric ball, and there were 2 full rounds of the big turntable reward. With such a generous reward, how could it be possible for Mu Chen's character to wait until tomorrow? What's the matter? I can't handle Lingzi, so I'll take a look at the system for you. Host, the reward has been issued. Please check it. Although it was said that sometimes there would be arguments of this kind or that between the system and Mu Chen, he had never been stingy when it came to the distribution of reward. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde. Receive. Must receive. Hurry up. The electric ball. Help Lao Su and I merge. Let go first on the big turntable. It was finally time for the exciting turntable moment, and Mu Chen was excited. Following Mu Chen's call, the big turntable appeared in his mind again. Looking at the 4 options of race value, skill, gene, and question mark, Mu Chen muttered silently in his heart. Skills I don't need. As soon as a ball is fired, I can shake the world. Don't come here. Racial value. Come on, this is somewhat useful. Better come genes and question mark. These 2 are the most powerful. For Mu Chen, skills are basically dispensable. There are not many skills that Pikachu can learn, and the electric ball is basically enough for him. Racial value can improve his all-round ability, and this also needs to be accumulated continuously, so Mu Chen is not opposed to this reward. Of course, the most powerful rewards are naturally genes and question mark. Genes represent rapid growth, which is the best way to increase Mu Chen's combat power. If there is a question mark, it will be a mess. This is also very attractive to the curious Mu Chen. It was the first time that Mu Chen got the qualification to fire 2 consecutive rounds of the big turntable, and Mu Chen was also welcome. After muttering silently in my heart, this guy decisively fiddled with the big turntable. Congratulations to the host for getting A+30 race value reward. The first round of rewards will be revealed soon. Looking at the reward content, Mu Chen was angry. Special. I did say that I can accept racial reward, but that's not the case, right? 30 to 100. Why don't you give the least directly? It was 525 plus this 30 before, and it was only 555. I am a special Pikachu, not a cigarette. Are you kidding me with this? Needless to say, in the face of such a reward, Mu Chen decisively stopped the big turntable activity. Pick up tilde pick up. System, come out to me. What the hell is this? Did you do it on purpose? Faced with the lowest consolation prize, Mu Chen had enough reasons to suspect that the system was completely intentional. Even the reward of this big turntable may not be so fair. Mu Chen said that he seriously suspected that this big turntable was secretly controlled by the system. If the task is difficult, this B will give him something good, and if the task is low, this B will definitely give a consolation prize. Facing Mu Chen's doubt, the system was speechless. Pick up tilde pick up. Come out quickly. Don't say anything. I can't believe you. The system didn't make a sound, and Mu Chen naturally wouldn't let it go. What the hell? Do I really think I'm stupid? Gotta figure it out today. Otherwise, the next big turntable will be this consolation prize. Who can stand it? Mu Chen said that as long as it concerns his own interest, no matter how big or small, he must fight to the end. Host, if you don't trust the big turntable, then we can directly discuss the reward content next time on the difficulty of the task. In the end, under the pressure of Mu Chen, the system recovered. Obviously, the system's tone was also full of anger. Why are you blaming this young master on your own back? Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde. It's reliable. Just do it next time. But what are you going to do with that big turntable left? I'm not going anymore. Joke, the system says later. But the problem is, now Mu Chen has another shot. If this shot is still 30 race value, wouldn't Mu Chen cry to death? Desperately working hard, leaving Xiaoxia for more than a day, and letting Lingzi's blood surge up, and finally 60 race value. Mu Chen said that he couldn't bear this kind of situation. What do you want to do? Facing this rogue like Mu Chen, the system was completely speechless. Reason with him. Just kidding. Does it make sense? Pick up tilde pick up. I'm not too demanding. The previous big turntable was a special racial value. Then this time, you directly cancel the racial value and skills to me. The remaining two let me turn by myself. They are cheap but not the bastard. Obviously, the system's tone has softened, and Mu Chen will never miss any opportunity to take advantage. However, this time, the system is not used to him. Go away. Why don't you smoke? In front of Mu Chen, the rogue, the system finally broke out. What's so special? Now that they are all symbiotic, what do you think? Chapter 460_progress between Ash and Serena. Above the wilderness, a golden figure was running at high speed. In the mouth of that voice, the words of complaint kept coming. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde. Nima. Hit B system. I know. You are definitely doing it on purpose. 30 race value came from a big turntable before, and Mu Chen strongly expressed his indignation. However, the system was determined not to give him a chance this time, and in the end, Mu Chen could only choose to compromise. According to probability, I won a consolation prize before, but this time it will be changed anyway, right? With this kind of anticipation, Mu Chen once again fiddled with the big turntable in his mind. However, the final expectation turned into a grief and anger. 30 race values. See also 30 race values. Special. Dad, I don't want this. After 2 consecutive rounds of 30 racial points, Mu Chen's racial value reached 585, the level of divine beast, namely Lightning Bird and Legong. Although it sounds good to say, but for Mu Chen, it is really not as beneficial as a gene enhancement. As for the result of 2 consolation prizes in a row, Mu Chen naturally had enough doubt from Liu, suspecting that all this was simply the system operating in the background. Obviously, this is because I have too many rewards this time, and I am reluctant to give out this deduction B. You draw the lottery by yourself. It doesn't matter to me what you get. Gloat. From the cold words of the system, Mu Chen dared to swear that he could definitely hear the 4 words of gloating. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde. Come on, stop talking nonsense with Lao Su. Hurry up. Where are Xiaoxia and the others now? Don't say you don't know. The lottery has ended, and the complaints are fruitless. Finding that his complaints made the system proud, Mu Chen decisively changed the subject. Mock up. If you dare to appear in front of Lao Su now, see if I don't call you directly. Xiaoji and the others are about to arrive at the Silver Alliance. According to the speed of your host, you should be able to join them in half a day. When it comes to business, the system is also serious. To put it bluntly, Xiaoji's stupid B is the key. If you want to break the world line, you cannot do without this son of destiny who leads the development of the world line. Pick up tilde pick up. Still half a day. This Nima. Lao Su is running at full speed right now. Did Xiaoji and the others go this far? Hearing the system's reply, Mu Chen was also speechless. Xiaoji, this stupid B, why can't you wait for me? However, how did Mu Chen know that Xiaoji really planned to wait for his return at the beginning but was fooled away by Xiaoxia? Xiaoji, let's take a break. We will reach the Silver Alliance before sunset today. What are you in a hurry? At this point, Xiaoxia already regretted it. I had known that this idiot B wouldn't be able to stop once he left. I wouldn't let him fool around in the early morning if I said anything. It's better to wait in place. I'm exhausted. Xiaoxia, you were the one who said they were leaving. We are about to arrive at the Silver Alliance. Can't we rest after arriving in the Alliance? Ignoring Xiaoxia who was sitting beside her beating her long leg, Xiaoji's eyes were filled with a flame called battle. I really didn't want to go before, but once he started walking, Xiaoji completely entered a rhythm that he couldn't stop at all. So many trainers, so many opponents. The closer to the Silver Alliance, the denser the number of trainers, and the more opponents Xiaoji can challenge. Stopping and going all the way, Ash will challenge almost any trainer he sees. Although Pikachu is not around, but with the grown-up Minos, Shinado, and the powerful dragon sister Latias, against these ordinary trainers, Ash is really undefeated. Although I miss Pikachu in my heart, under the temptation of the battle, Xiaoji, the fighting madman, has completely entered the stage. At this time, the only thing in his mind was to quickly enter the Silver League, and then find more trainers there to challenge, and wait for Pikachu's return by the way. Anyway, Xiaoxia also said that before Pikachu left, he knew that they would wait for it in the Silver Alliance, and Xiaoji was not afraid that this product would get lost. Xiaoji tilde. It's been a long time since I walked. You see Xiaoxia is so tired. Let's rest for a while tilde. If there is anything that excites Xiaoxia the most along the way, it is the fast-forward relationship between Xiaoji, this stupid B, and Serena. Ooh, well, since Since you said so, Serena, let's rest for a while. Xiaoxi's request Xiaoji refused without hesitation, and Serena made this request again, but Xiaoji agreed. This, too, is a kind of distinction. Of course, Xiaoxi didn't feel any grief or anger towards this kind of discrimination, but was extremely excited. Seeing the apparently close relationship between Xiaoji and Serena, Xiaoxi's eyes were filled with tears. Finally, this stupid bee has finally come to his senses. As long as this idiot is enlightened, isn't it hopeful that Pikachu's mission will be completed? Thinking of her happy life in the future, Xiaoxi is also fascinated. Although Xiaoxi is a smart girl, her knowledge of men and women is still too superficial. If it was replaced by an old driver like Mu Chen, then he could see at a glance that Xiaoji didn't have that kind of affection for Serena at all. This guy is treated differently, but it's because Serena has the dragon brother Ladios, and she has become the sparring partner of Xiaoji, a foolish bee. To Ash, what a beautiful lady. Bullshit. Is there a Pokemon battle incense? Although Xiaoxi is a strong duck, Xiaoxi never accompanies Xiaoji to bullshit, and Xiaoji can't do anything about it. Although Serena was obedient to Xiaoji at the beginning, her Pokemon was not very powerful, and Xiaoji was not interested in cruelty. But it's different now. With Brother Long, Selena's combat power soared, and Xiaoji finally found a reliable partner to train with. It just so happened that Serena would never refuse Ash's request. It is not an accident that the relationship between the two has become closer. As one of the parties, although Serena also knew that this situation was abnormal, as long as she could get closer to Ash and let him have a place in his heart, it would be enough. As for the other party, Serena, now that we're resting, let's have a Pokemon battle. Chapter 461 Xiaoxi's calculation. Haha, Pikachu, you're finally back. I knew you'd be fine. Because of Xiaoxi's delay, and because there were always various trainers along the way to challenge Xiaoji, the journey that could have reached the Silver League in one day was abruptly taken by him for an extra day. It just so happened that at the time of the day, Mu Chen, who was madly on the road, finally caught up. Seeing the golden figure of Pikachu appear in front of him, Xiaoji is naturally very excited. Although Pikachu was away for more than a day, Ash's Pokemon never lost. But, after all, this is his initial Pokemon. After all, it is the Pokemon with the deepest relationship with him. Before, Ash only knew that Pikachu went to chase Apollo, but the specific result was unknown. Saying you don't care, that's a lie. Now that Pikachu has returned safely, Ash, who rarely worries about anything, has completely let go of his dangling heart. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde. Fuck off. Roll away. Give me a go. After breaking free from Xiaoji's idiot's embrace, Mu Chen didn't hesitate, and jumped into Xiaoxi's arms in a single step. Special. What the hell are you doing holding Lao Su? It's my family's Xiaoxiang who is sweating all over. There was nowhere to vent the evil fire that had been drawn out by Ling Ziji before, and Mu Chen said that he was not panicking. That was a lie. Now I finally see my baby Xiaoxia. Although I don't want to do anything in the daytime, it's inevitable that I will get into my arms and rub against it. Pikachu, you're such a little bastard. Do you know that you are worried about me to death? Just as he slid into his arm, the short hand of this yellow-skinned mouse skillfully reached into the key position. Then the body of this guy was covered. Xiaoxia was not afraid that Xiaoji and the others would find out, but shyness or something is inevitable. If it weren't for the fact that she had been separated from this bastard for more than a day, or because she was full of thoughts about this bastard, Xiaoxia would definitely give him a dashing back. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde. Let me vent my anger. I'll be fine in a while. This guy Mu Chen also knew that Xiaoxia would be angry if he did this. However, this evil fire was aroused from last night, but it has been held back until now. The reason why he can run so fast is also because of this evil fire. Now that he saw Xiaoxia, Mu Chen couldn't help it anymore. Xiaoxia, since Pikachu has returned, let's continue on our way. Pikachu is back, and the Silver Alliance is at hand. Xiaoji doesn't want to delay for a minute. Tilde, let go. This time, Xiaoxia did not reject Xiaoji's request. When this enemy came back, she was completely at ease. Xiaoxia doesn't care about challenging a damn alliance. At this time, all Xiaoxia thought was to wait until the night and talk to the bastard Mu Chen about the progress between Xiaoji and Selena. Xiaoxia no longer objected, and Serena was more responsive to Xiaoji, and the rest of the journey was naturally without any accident. I'm Satoshi from the Kanto region. I'm going to challenge the kings of the Silver Alliance. Finally arriving at the Silver Alliance, Xiaoji immediately revealed his purpose to the staff in the alliance. When he came to the Chengdu area and came to the Silver Alliance, Xiaoji's purpose was to challenge these gymnasiums and heavenly kings to exercise his rank. Now, his journey in the Chengdu area can be regarded as the last step. Mr. Champion, I will report your request to Lord Tianwang. Please rest for one night with the two beautiful young ladies. It's getting late, let alone Xiaoji is the champion of the Kanto region. Even if he is the Yulongdu, the champion in the Chengdu area, people will not be accustomed to him. Who came out in the middle of the night to challenge you? Heavenly kings, they are all noble beings. Haha. haha, no problem. As long as he can challenge one day in the morning and one day in the evening, it doesn't make any difference to Ash at all. Under the arrangement of the Silver Alliance staff, Xiaoji and his party finally bid farewell to the wilderness and came to a warm room. Originally, the staff of the Silver Alliance planned to arrange 2 rooms for the 3 of Xiaoji. Whether it is a room with 2 beautiful girls, or a room with which girl Xiaoji is, it is convenient. For this arrangement, Xiaoji has no problem. Anyway, when the time comes to sleep in a room by herself, Xiaosha and Selena will be enough to sleep in a room. But Xiaosha decisively raised objections to this arrangement. It's not that she has any hostility towards Irina, it's just, what should I do with this bastard Pikachu? It's been more than a day and almost 2 days, but Xiaosha has too many things in her heart to talk to this bastard Pikachu. If in front of Serena, this bastard Pikachu makes a big change of life, wouldn't that scare Serena to death? Of course, as a smart girl, Xiaosha naturally wouldn't refuse directly. If you refuse like this, no one will say anything, and Serena will definitely have an idea. It's better to arrange 3 rooms for us. Everyone is very tired, so that they won't disturb each other. This is an official statement. Serena Tilda, don't blame my sisters for not giving you a chance. Tilda, at night, whether you let Xiaoji come to your room or you go to his place, isn't it a lot more convenient? Blinking her eyes, Xiaosha gave Serena a wicked smile. Xiaosha. Serena naturally blushed when she was suddenly teased by Xiaosha. However, Xiaosha, it's not good for me to find Xiaoji at such a big night. Heartbroken. Recently, my relationship with Xiaoji has become a lot closer. Now that Xiaosha said this, Serena, who was deeply infatuated with Xiaoji, was decisively moved. Hee Tilda, that's not easy. What does this idiot like? Go to him and discuss Pokémon battle. Reasons, excuses or something is not a lot of. If you want to enter Ash's room, it's not too easy. As for what happens when Serena enters Ash's room, this is not what Xiaosha can care about. Anyway, that guy Xiaoji is a tough guy. If Serena doesn't take the initiative, there is no hope of completing the mission of Pikachu's enemy. For the sake of Pikachu's enemy, but also for her own happy life in the future, Xiaosha's little head is full of ideas to promote the relationship between the two. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde. What the hell? Is this also possible? In Xiaosha's arms, the conversation between the 2 girls, Mu Chen naturally listened to the truth. Hearing that Xiaosha actually tricked Selena into taking the initiative to give her a hug, Mu Chen was stunned. Nima, if Miss Sister is acting like a hooligan, I will be ashamed of myself as a gentleman. Chapter 462_transform time extended. Pikachu, you bastard. Tell me the truth. What happened during the days you've been gone? As soon as the door closed, the smile on Xiaosha's face disappeared immediately. Looking at Pikachu in her arms, Xiaosha looked annoyed. This bastard. Something must have happened behind my back. If it was just the shorthand taking advantage of it, Xiaosha said she could tolerate it completely. After all, this bastard has always been like this, and this is not the first time. She's used to this for a long time, and of course Xiaosha won't be angry with Pikachu because of this. But the problem is, just touch it. Not over yet. Bro, you may have missed it so much after being separated for more than a day, but I can understand it too. In the past, although Mu Chen often took advantage of himself, he was definitely not so unbearable. Xiaosha can be said to be Bingshe smart. When Mu Chen, this bastard, had such an abnormal reaction, Xiaosha naturally reacted immediately. This guy is absolutely abnormal. Something must have happened when they were apart for more than a day. Xiaosha knows a lot about the bastard Pikachu. This product reacted like this. It must have been stimulated by something. And this kind of stimulation is definitely that aspect. It's fine if it's just being stimulated, but what Xiaosha is worried about is, this is so special that it has been separated for a full day and more than 2 days. Who knows what this bastard went through and what happened? As the relationship with Pikachu deepened, Xiaosha's possessiveness towards this product became stronger and stronger. Coupled with the fact that Pikachu is still bad, how could Xiaosha not be angry? Pick up tilde tilde. Nima, what are you doing? I am so addicted to it. Mu Chen, who was touching and rubbing, said that it was the time of Shuangwaiwai, but never thought that as soon as he entered the house, he was thrown away by Xiaosha with a slap on the back, and then he was questioned. What have I done, Daddy? What happened? I'm so good for you. Okay, if he really did something to that little girl Lingxi, Mu Chen might still be ashamed and unable to stand upright. But, at this time, Mu Chen was really wrong. Uncle, Lao Su, I have such a big reaction. Isn't it just because I haven't done anything? I'm so suffocated. Seeing the angry expression on Xiaosha's face, Mu Chen also became angry. What the matter? If you don't get the roof and tiles for 3 days, I'm really bullying me when I'm an old man. Mu Chen knew that if he didn't tame this girl Xiaosha today, he would be told to look for a friend in the future. Even if he took a look at the long legs of other young ladies, I am afraid that he would have to be educated by stick. Considering the happy life in the future, Mu Chen decided to rise up. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde. With a decision in his heart, Mu Chen no longer hesitated. hesitated, turning over quickly. A pair of small short hands turned on the blind and barren gesture mode. Slow down. I don't understand. She was completely stunned. What the hell are you doing with this bastard? Could it be that you want to muddle through? Thinking of this, Xiaoxia is even more angry. This bastard. Did you learn to deceive me? We haven't really lived together yet. When we live together in the future, wouldn't it make things worse? Bastard. Hurry up and transform me into this girl. You must explain it to me today. Pick up. 5 minutes for Lao Su to transform. After explaining to you how to enforce family law, this time, not only Xiaoxia was angry, but Mu Chen was also angry. System, come out to me. Seeing Xiaoxia's posture, Mu Chen also knew that just relying on gestures might not solve the problem, but he really didn't want to waste all those precious 5 minutes on explanation. Host, is something wrong? Zheng Happy, who was eating melons, was suddenly called by Mu Chen, and the system's voice was full of surprise. Pick up. Hurry up. Discuss and discuss. Give me more time to transform. I have to compete with this bitch Xiaoxia today. The transformation time was limited, and even chicken feathers could not dry, so Mu Chen naturally thought of the system. Host, the transformation time is fixed. Please work hard to complete the task. This is the answer of the system. Want to increase your transformation time? Why are you dreaming about this? The time for you to transform has increased, and you still don't have all kinds of soy sauce for future tasks. Not only does Xiaoxia know Mu Chen, but the system is also very clear about the character of this guy. Pick up. No, today, just this time. What do you say? You also give me an additional transformation time. You haven't seen the attitude of this bitch Xiaoxia. If I don't let her know who is in charge of this family today, how will I live in the future? We have a symbiotic relationship. I can tell you that in the future, if Lao Su is unhappy in his married life, he will commit suicide if he can't think about it. In order to increase his transformation time, Mu Chen can be considered omnipotent. In the face of this rogue, the system finds that it really is not an opponent. Pick up. Hurry up. Yes or no? Give Lao Su a letter of approval. Seeing the silence of the system, Mu Chen was instantly happy. Damn, there is hope. Host, it's only this time. It won't be an example next time. After a long silence, the system finally responded. Before Mu Chen was excited, the system's voice came again. Because increasing your transformation time this time will greatly consume my remaining ability. Therefore, the next 3 random tasks do not have any reward. And, you also have to do it unconditionally. The system is not a fool. It must not be possible to trade at a loss. Don't you want to be transformed? Then pay it back. If the task is changed to you 3 times, the transformation will be extended 1, and I will not lose this young master. Pick up. 3 times. What the hell? A little more. Wasn't he fragrant one? Also, how much does this transformation time increase for Lao Su? At this time, Mu Chen was already heartbroken, but bargaining is something that must be done. If you don't fight for your own interest, who cares about you? For his own interest, Mu Chen sees it as more important than the sky. Once again, adds you 5 minutes at a time. 3 times is a discount, and you can transform for a total of 30 minutes. Pick up. What the hell? 30 minutes. System, let's discuss it. What do you think about 5 times? Just give me an hour directly. 30 minutes. I have to explain again, and I need family law. I'm afraid I won't have enough time. Chapter 463 _ Is it clear this time? Because this chapter does not meet the review requirement, the author has been notified that it is being revised urgently. Please refresh and try again later. Chapter 464 _ Hard can't be soft. Bastard, stay away from me. Don't come here. Panicked, Xiaoxia was completely panicked this time. What is the introduction of the wolf into the room? What is sending sheep into the tiger's mouth? Seeing that bastard with bloodshot eyes and Xiao Muchen's boiling bastard, Xiaoxia completely understood the true meaning of this sentence. People just want to ask you, what have you been doing all day long? People are really not ready. They don't plan to be with you asshole now. Although Xiaoxia's heart has long been filled by Mu Chen, the sudden occurrence of this kind of thing still makes Xiaoxia, who is still a baby, terrified. This kind of thing really needs to be mentally prepared in advance to accept it. However, today this is too sudden. Xiaoxia was completely unprepared to say nothing, and she didn't want her precious first time to be lost so inexplicably. You know, for the first time, for a girl, it is very memorable. Don't talk about getting some romance for this girl. You can also have some sweet words to set off the atmosphere and cultivate feelings, right? However, what about Mu Chen? It was completely transformed into a midnight werewolf. From that posture, it was obvious that he wanted the overlord to bow hard. This really made Xiaoxia unacceptable. Hi. Bah, Xiaoxia. Time is limited. Do the business first, and talk about the rest later. Seeing Xiaoxia retreating again and again, Mu Chen was helpless. Why don't I want to be romantic? I don't want to do some foreplay first to cultivate feeling, but it's not allowed at this time. It took several minutes to explain before, and now this delay has passed for several minutes. Seeing that there were less than 20 minutes left left in the transformation time. Mu Chen was also anxious. After waiting for 1,000 years, I finally waited for an opportunity to extend the transformation time and be able to be intimate with the beloved girl. How could Mu Chen miss such an opportunity? Although Mu Chen also knew that if he jumped on him so recklessly, he would definitely cause some damage to the girl he loved so much. But the problem is, there is really no way. Mad. Never mind. Come on. Considering the issue of time, considering when this kind of opportunity will wait until next time, and remembering what someone said on the internet in a previous life, Mu Chen's courage suddenly grew stronger. As for the words that Mu Chen remembered, women, as long as you coax after the sex is gone, it will definitely be a lot easier to deal with than before the sex. Of course, this sentence may be very one-sided, but for Mu Chen at this time, this sentence is a good medicine for courage. Ah, asshole, get out of here. Seeing that this guy Mu Chen actually pounced on him regardless, Xiaoxia was frightened and fell to the ground, kicking her legs again and again. Bang, bang, bang. In this world, girls are not as weak as the world before Mu Chen. It's Xiaoxia. Even with her long, well-built leg, the kicks are equally powerful. Without any precaution, Mu Chen was kicked several times by Xiaoxia. Hey, take it easy. It hurts me. Xiaoxia, don't resist. Time is really limited. I really don't know when I will wait for this opportunity next time. Don't you love me? Under Xiaoxia's desperate defense, Mu Chen really had nowhere to start. To deal with others, even those old ladies in Mina, Mu Chen can send a 100,000 volts without hesitation, or electromagnetic waves or something to make her stop. But the problem is, at this moment, in front of Mu Chen's eyes is his beloved Xiaoxia. What can be done to other people's Mu Chen is absolutely impossible to do to Xiaoxia Muchen. It is precisely because of this that in the face of Xiaoxia, who was desperately resisting, Mu Chen could only stop his attacking step for the time being and advise him, I don't want it. It's too sudden. I can't take it. Get away. If at the beginning, Xiaoxia was shy with a little expectation, then, at this time, Xiaoxia was completely terrified. In Mu Chen's state like a werewolf at midnight, Xiaoxia has no interest at all. At this time, the only thing Xiaoxia wants to do is to drive this bastard who turned into a werewolf out. Oops, Xiaoxia tilde. It's inevitable that you'll be scared the first time, but it's over after a while. Time is really running out. Stop resisting. I love you. You know that. I promise, I will definitely double down on you in the future. I will only love you all my life. Xiaoxia is still resisting constantly, and it is impossible to be strong with the current situation. In desperation, Mu Chen could only start the trick of cheating. But, I'm scared tilde. Finally, seeing that Mu Chen became gentler, Xiaoxia's resistance gradually disappeared under Mu Chen's rhetoric. Good tilde. Baby, don't be afraid. I'm very gentle tilde. Xiaoxia finally let her guard down, and Mu Chen was overjoyed. Of course, on the surface, this guy's movements are very gentle, and his eyes are full of tenderness. Under Xiaoxia's previous resistance, Mu Chen completely mastered the skills of how to take her down. Obviously, it is absolutely impossible to be hard on this little girl. Then you slow down. Finally, under Mu Chen's affectionate gaze, Xiaoxia fell. I had heard from my sister that the first time a girl would be in pain. That's why Xiaoxia was afraid. Before Mu Chen was like a werewolf, Xiaoxia absolutely refused to give in. Now, Mu Chen has transformed into a tender and warm man, and Xiaoxia's heart is no longer in conflict. After all, Xiaoxia is also full of love towards Mu Chen. On this day, Xiaoxia also waited and looked forward to it for a long time. Likewise, Xiaoxia knew in her heart that Mu Chen was right. Before his transformation time, it was an awkward 5 minutes, and he really couldn't do anything. Now I finally have such an opportunity to increase. If I don't grasp it, I really don't know when I will wait next time. Okay tilde. Baby, brother, I will be very gentle. What the hell? Finally got it. Looking at the girl with her closed eyes, her eyelids still trembling slightly, but without any defenses, Mu Chen was excited. Nima, how long have I waited for this day? I finally want to take Xiaoxia down. Excited, Mu Chen strode forward and hugged Xiaoxia directly into his arms. Slow down tilde. Under Mu Chen's wolf claws, Xiaoxia had given up her resistance. At this time, Xiaoxia's heart was also full of nervousness and excitement. How long have you waited? Unexpectedly, this day would come so suddenly. Just something more sudden happened soon. Xiaoxia, is Pikachu there? Someone is going to challenge me. Chapter 465 _angry at. Pick up tilde. Anger. Extreme anger. Mu Chen dared to swear that he had never been so angry in his life. Nima, do you play Lao Su? Xiaoji, you stupid bee. Did you do it on purpose? Are you so envious that I have a young lady? Your uncle. Don't you have Serena yourself? You keep humming with Serena. What are you doing to disturb Lao Su? Originally at a critical moment, Xiaoji, a foolish bee, suddenly shouted from outside the door, and Mu Chen's soul was almost scared away. It is precisely because of the sudden appearance of Xiaoji, the foolish bee, that Xiaoxia, who was already shy, said that she would not agree to continue. Xiaoji is just outside the door. Who knows when he will push the door and come in. If this really broke in, how to explain it? Besides, even if you don't explain it, isn't he embarrassed that this kind of thing was bumped into by this stupid bee? Xiaoxia said that she would not say anything, and Mu Chen couldn't really play the overlord. In addition, the time consumed before was too much. Mu Chen's transformation time at this time was less than 10 minutes. Seeing the transformation time that was about to end, Mu Chen could only run to the corner with grief and indignation and draw circles, cursing this damn Xiaoji. As for Xiaoxia, of course, that was to stop Xiaoji and delay him for a while until Mu Chen's transformation time was over. Just kidding. What Ash is looking for is a Pikachu who can fight, not a handsome blonde guy who can flirt. In this case, if Mu Chen goes out in this shape, it will be very lively. Finally, the last 10 minutes of Mu Chen, under the obstruction and delay of Xiaoxia, under the urging of Xiaoji, and under the crazy circle of Mu Chen, passed. When the transformation time was over, Mu Chen, who had returned to his Pikachu state, walked out of the door with a look of anger. Mad. Xiaoji, if it wasn't for the special purpose of extending the transformation time, I would have given your surname to you if I didn't electrocute you today. Looking at Xiaoji with an eager face outside the door, it would be like to describe Mu Chen with anger until his teeth itch. This is so special. Why is Lousy so unlucky? 30 minutes of transformation time. 3 random tasks to work for free. In the end, why did I give Lao Su a haircut before it started and ended with barrenness? Oh, Xiaoxia, you're really slow to change your clothes. But you just let Pikachu come out. I just let Pikachu fight with me. Of course, Xiaoji didn't know the anger in Mu Chen's heart. After waiting for a while, the door finally opened, and Xiaoji complained. Girls or something is troublesome. It took so long to change clothes. Xiaoji, I haven't asked you yet. Why are you fighting people again in the middle of the night? You don't rest. Don't you let others rest? Mu Chen's heart was full of anger, and Xiaoxia was equally angry. I used to be shy before, but when I think about it now, this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was really destroyed by this stupid bee. How much psychological struggle did this girl go through before she finally agreed with that bastard Pikachu? I was planning to say goodbye to a girl and become a woman, but this memorable moment was actually destroyed by Xiaoji, a foolish bee. Hey, forget it. I'm helpless too. As a fighting maniac, Xiaoji showed a helpless look for the first time under Xiaoxia's interrogation. Obviously, Xiaoji was not mentally prepared for the sudden battle in the middle of the night. Huh, what's going on? Seeing Xiaoji's helpless expression, Xiaoxia became interested instead. What the situation? Isn't this guy Ash a fighting maniac? Why does it seem that today there is a battle, and his interest is not high? Here, there is a situation. It's not Serena. She insisted that there was something unclean in her house, and she must come and sleep with me. I just went to sleep when I wanted to, but Serena didn't sleep honestly and was always moving around behind me. Later, I really couldn't sleep, so I decided to go out for a walk and let Serena rest first. As a result, I never thought that I would meet Kazuki, Heavenly King of their Silver Alliance. Then what? Basically no need to explain. What kind of character is Xiaoji? Obviously, when he met the King of the Tree, this guy challenged people. Similarly, through Xiaoji's explanation, Mu Chen and Xiaoxia also understood that this guy was not very interested. Obviously, this guy is not because he is not interested in fighting. He is still a brainless fighting maniac. This guy is not very interested. It's just because he didn't sleep well at night and was attacked by Serena at night. Through Xiaoji's description, Mu Chen's mind has roughly sketched various scenes that happened between this guy and Serena before. Obviously, Miss Serena took the initiative to attack. However, this bee is so iron that it made people desperate. Miss Serena, what's wrong with that? That is simply to remind this stupid bee that he can attack at any time. Thinking of this, Mu Chen was even more angry. You are so special. Can't you have a snack? How much did I pay for Xiaoxia? In the end, it was destroyed by your stupid bee. As a result, what about you? What is it? Miss Serena took the initiative to attack. You actually said that people are not honest in sleeping. Then she left Miss Serena alone and ran out to find someone to challenge her. Is your brain full of rust? Xiaoji, you were really... Mu Chen was desperate for Xiaoji, and Xiaoxia was the same. OMG. Serena took the initiative to attack, and you came here. Looking at Xiaoji with a confused face, Xiaoxia really didn't know what to say to him. Even just because of Xiaoji's performance, Xiaoxia's heart is full of regret. I had known it earlier. I didn't resist so fiercely just now. Missed this opportunity. Xiaoji, Tai Hanhan, and Pikachu, can you still complete the main quest? If this can't be done, okay. Pikachu, let go. Kazuki is still waiting for me. Xiaoxia, do you want to watch the battle? Of course. Xiaoxia and Pikachu don't know how Xiaoxia and Pikachu evaluate themselves. Having already described everything that happened before, Ash has no patience to wait any longer. Heavenly King Kazuki has been waiting for a long time. After a while, if they leave, who will compete with me? Pick up. Nima. B. You know how to fight every day. Hearing Xiaoji's urging, Mu Chen was even more angry. What the matter? Whoever you love will go. I won't go. Ruining the good deeds of Lao Su, and wanting Lao Su to fight for you. Are you dreaming about this? But just when Mu Chen was about to show Xiaoji a back in a dashing manner, the system came out again. Host, defeating King Kazuki will count you as completing a random mission. Chapter 466 Why don't you understand? Kazuki Heavenly King, I've made you wait for a long time. Our game can start now. Looking at Kazuki Tianwang, who was still waiting in place, Satoshi let out a breath. Fine. Fortunately, this guy didn't leave. After being delayed by Pikachu and Xiaoxia for a long time, Xiaoji was really afraid that Kazuki would leave. Although it is said that after the day, Xiaoji can also challenge the King of Silver Alliance with his identity as the champion of the Kanto region. But the question is, wouldn't it have to wait until the day? With the flames of battle in his heart, Ash couldn't wait for the next day no matter what. It's okay. It's not too long. Well, let's get started now. Looking at Xiaoji with a deep meaning, Kazuki, the Super King of the Silver Alliance, showed a faint smile. Pick up. Is it because of your B-play? Looking at Kazuki, who was talking to Ash, the flames in Mu Chen's eyes seemed to be burning. After all, I was badly damaged by someone today. Xiaoji, this idiot, has the responsibility, and you, the Baron Superpower King, Yishu, has the same responsibility. If it weren't for the fact that you idiot didn't sleep in the middle of the night and came out to toss, it caught the attention of Xiaoji. A foolish bee. What about me? Lousy. There was nothing Mu Chen could do to Xiaoji, but for this one tree, Mu Chen would never be polite. At first, the good things were destroyed. Mu Chen didn't want to help Xiaoji in the fight, and planned to find a place to paddle and watch the fun. But the system is so good that it pops out. A random mission was released, and Mu Chen, who had signed a contract of selling himself, could only choose to accept it. After all, I turned over this tree with electricity, so I can be considered to have completed a mission, right? With the task of failing to get the reward 3 times, Mu Chen said that he was under a lot of pressure. Okay, let's start now. Kazuki, what is your challenge rule? Taking the initiative to challenge others is naturally to act according to the rules of the other party. If it was a normal opponent, Ash wouldn't go out to find Pikachu, but this one is the first king of the Silver Alliance, the Super King Kazuki. It is precisely because of the reputation of the other party that Xiaoji ran to Xiaoxia in the middle of the night and dragged Pikachu out. Haha, it's just for fun. Don't take it too seriously. Well, 3 on 3, each person plays 3 Pokémon in turn, and if they are all eliminated they will fail. No problem. Then it's up to you. Shinado. Very common rule. Xiaoji naturally has no objection. In this first battle, considering that the opponent is the Super Type King, Xiaoji's choice is also the Super Type Pokémon, Shinado. As for Pikachu, that for insurance. Xiaoji's emotional intelligence is not high, but his sense of battle is still very keen. Without knowing the depth of this reach, Xiaoji certainly wouldn't send out the main force directly. Is Shinado interesting? Then, my first Pokémon to fight is you, Shinado. As a superpower king, the Pokémon in Kazuki's hands were naturally first-class superpowers. Seeing that Ash actually sent a Shinado in the first battle, Kazuki chose to take it hard without showing his weakness. Pick up. Pick up. The chicken pecks started again. Looking at the 2 Shinado who were posing, Mu Chen let out a breathless sigh. What the matter? You might as well just let Lao Su and me play. Finish work early, just like this ing. Of course, this is just a complaint. If Xiaoji can take down this Kazuki without having to do it himself, then Mu Chen is also happy to lie down and win. At the same time that Ash and Kazuki started fighting, Ash came to Serena's room. Selena, did you attack Ash? Looking at Serena with a sad face, Xiaoxia's pretty face was full of gossip. Gosh, Serena's courage is so big. Take the initiative to attack. I just want to create an opportunity for you to chat and enhance your relationship. At first, Xiaoxia proposed to rest in 3 rooms, one for Pikachu, the bastard, and the other for Serena and Xiaoji. Originally, Xiaoxia also said that she would give them a chance, and let Serena go to Xiaoji to discuss Pokemon battles and so on. Never thought. Selena is so brave. Oh, stop talking. You're embarrassing me. Xiaoji, does this guy really dislike me? She was already in grief, but the girl Xiaoxia broke in with a gossip on her face, and Selena felt even more ashamed. A girl taking the initiative to this step. Serena really doesn't know what she has to do. At this moment, what Serena thought was that Ash was really not interested in him at all. Otherwise, even a stubborn person would turn into a beast in the face of such a situation where all the girls were posted on it. How does Serena know? In this respect, Xiaoji is truly inferior to even beasts. No, Serena, Ash, I think he just doesn't understand at all. As long as he understands these things, he will never react like this. It doesn't matter what you think. Serena must not be discouraged. Originally, Xiaoxia was not like Mu Chen when it came to this kind of thing. She had to complete the task and increase her transformation time. Thinking about it in Xiaoxia, even if Mu Chen can only transform for 5 minutes a day, in the end that's enough. It's a big deal. Don't do those messy things. As long as this bastard is is by his side. Isn't it fine? But when Xiaoxia experienced the previous scene, she realized that it was not the case at all. Although she was interrupted by Xiaoji, this stupid bee. At this time, Xiaoxia's mind was still filled with the previous pictures. Kind of embarrassing, it's true, but more is still expectation, yearning, and regret. It is precisely because of these emotions that Xiaoxia found out. It turned out that she also really wanted to go to that last step with Pikachu, the bastard. But here comes the problem. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Because of his own resistance, because of the destruction of Xiaoji, a foolish bee, was completely lost. It's hard to say whether this kind of opportunity will exist in the future, and Xiaoxia doesn't dare to put her hope on it. Therefore, Xiaoxia is more concerned about the matter between Xiaoji and Serena. Oh, I've done this. What else does he not understand? How could Selena know what Xiaoxia planned in her heart? Facing her good best friend, Serena has nothing to hide. Under Serena's doubt, Xiaoxia was speechless. Indeed, after this step, why don't you understand it? How to do this? It seems that I will go back and discuss with the old driver of Pikachu. Chapter 467 Kazuki walking around in the middle of the night. Damn it. It's up to you, Latias. Just as Xiaoxia and Selena were having a girlfriend's whisper between girls, Xiaoji also ushered in the first fiasco. In Mu Chen's word, that is, why are you playing superpower with the superpower king? Are you playing a big knife in front of Guangdong? Is it comfortable? Let someone cut you with a drag knife. Although Shinado is also one of the main Pokémon in Ash's hand, however, the opponent's strength is too strong. The same as Shinado, whether it is energy intensity, skill proficiency, or the speed of using skills, it is much stronger than Xiaoji. Under such all-round crushing, Xiaoji's defeat was no accident. Shinado was defeated, and Ash was the second to fight. Naturally, the dragon sister Latias. This guy is currently the second main force in Xiaoji's lineup. In the absence of Pikachu, it is the dragon sister Latias who can play a decisive factor in fighting against his opponent. Although it was said that Pikachu was also present at this time, in Ash's opinion, Pikachu was going to be reserved for the final battle. Latias. Shinado used psychic power. Seeing that Ash's second summon was Latias, there was no surprise to Kazuki. Ash came to the Chengdu area for a while. As a local snake, Kazuki naturally grasped Ash's intelligence clearly. For this Latias, Kazuki also had a trace of resentment in his heart. The Pokémon in the Fengyuan area ran to their own territory, and was actually taken over by an outsider. This was really hard for Kazuki to accept. You must know that a Pokémon like Latias has the attributes of the Dragon type plus Super Energy type. As a superpower king, Kazuki naturally also has a great desire for Latias. How? No one's face is Xiaoji. Of course, it was precisely because of this that Kazuki chose to cooperate with Apollo. Apollo wanted Pikachu, and Kazuki wanted Latias and Latios. Kazuki had hoped that Apollo would be powerful enough to take down Pikachu. As long as Ash loses Pikachu, Kazuki can secretly launch a surprise attack on Ash, taking away the dragon brother Latios and the dragon sister Latias in the case of killing people. Just, the game should be planned. He will never change fast. Apollo did it. Initially, when Kazuki received this news, saying that he was not excited was bullshit. Excited, Kazuki hurriedly arranged it, waiting for Ash to step into the trap that he had prepared and catch it all in one go. I never thought that the arrangement here is not finished yet, and Pikachu is coming back over there. Kazuki was stunned when he received the news of Pikachu's return. What's up with this, Nima? Didn't Apollo capture Pikachu already? Why did you let this go? Is it? As the first king of the Chengdu area, Kazuki was naturally extremely cautious. There is no way. Chengdu is not as good as Kanto. If someone discovers that the Tianwang of Chengdu dares to attack the champion of Kanto, then Kazuki's good news will come to an end. When Pikachu returned, Kazuki didn't dare to attack Ash and his party easily. Of course, Kazuki wouldn't give up easily, and sending someone to Team Rocket's base to inquire about the news was inevitable. It just, when Kazuki got a report from his subordinates that Team Rocket's base in the Chengdu area had been completely destroyed, and that Apollo had disappeared, he was completely panicked. Apollo took Pikachu, and then even his base was destroyed. According to his subordinates' report, Kazuki knew that it was a powerful electrical energy that destroyed the base. This shows what? Obviously, this Pikachu was taken away on purpose, and then Apollo and the others were wiped out. Apollo, whose strength was comparable to himself, was cold, and Kazuki naturally did not dare to act rashly. Originally, Kazuki was planning to take advantage of the night to observe Ash and his party secretly, and then he would settle for the next best thing and attack Serena, who had the dragon brother Latios. There is no way. Xiaoji has Pikachu. Whether Kazuki can defeat it is a matter of two reasons. Naturally, he dare not do it lightly. On the contrary, the strength of this Serena in the intelligence is not very good. Except for the dragon brother Latios, except for the long black silk leg, this Serena can be said to have no bright spot. However, Kazuki was disappointed again. This Nima. What is the relationship between Ash and Serena? Why did the two of them run into into the same room and wrap themselves in a quilt. How does this special let the King of Heaven start? Buy one get one free. Stop bullshitting. If this special king dares to attack, maybe he will be sent in. Okay. Seeing that Serena shared a room with Ash, Kazuki could only give up his plan to attack in a very depressed manner. He never thought that he had just given up his plan to leave when Xiaoji rushed out. Being bumped into the face by Satoshi, Kazuki said that he was not afraid that it was fake. Damn it. This Xiaoji's senses are too keen. Right. I have superpowers. Can this be found? In a panic, Kazuki was even ready to die. But something that stunned Kazuki happened very quickly. This guy, Xiaoji, did not have any vigilance or precaution after seeing him, but challenged himself with excitement. This was truly beyond Kazuki's expectation. Feeling this stupid bee didn't find himself, but just came out after exercising in such a big night. You, by coincidence, bumped into him. Although Kazuki really didn't feel in the mood to accompany Ash here in the middle of the night, but after being discovered, Kazuki really had no way to refuse. It is precisely because of this that this fight, which made Mu Chen resentful, began. Of course, Satoshi was completely unaware of Kazuki's secret plan. At this point, Ash was completely immersed in this fierce battle. What happened in the middle of the night? Can't start a challenge in the middle of the night. I can't sleep without seeing other people. The king of the trees. Can I go out for a walk? Latias, ignore Shinedo's psychic attack and use meditation. The meditation skills of the dragon sister Latias were initially not valued by Ash, but when Pikachu wasn't around and Ash used Latias to fight others, this guy discovered just how fragrant this skill really is. Not only can it improve Sister Long's special defense, but it can also increase Sister Long's special attack ability. This is so meditative and shaken. It is really a moving turret. Xanadu, use hypnotism. Meditation is so changeable. Can Kazuki, who is a superpower king, know? This is why if Latias shakes his meditation, won't he even be able to see Pikachu, and he will be imprisoned 3 times. Chapter 468 _ The future of natural birds. Latias, great job. Although the meditation was interrupted by Shinedo's hypnotism after just shaking it, Latias' comprehensive strength was here after all. Relying on the meditation that was only strengthened 1, Latias took Shinedo very easily. Now, Kazuki has summoned his second Pokémon, Natural Bird. Natural birds, such as Pokémon, are known as beings that can predict the future. Generally speaking, there are not many people who use this kind of Pokémon as the main force, but this one is the Super King Kazuki. If someone else releases a natural bird whose racial value is not high, then Xiaoji may not care. But when Kazuki released a joke, Satoshi became nervous. This kind of thing can become Kazuki's main force, and everyone knows that it must have something special, as expected of the champion in the Kanto region. Then, let me show you my natural bird. Shinedo was almost crushed and defeated, and Kazuki was also full of surprise and annoyance. This Latias is so strong. Hateful. Damn, why didn't I find it sooner? If I could have this Latias, that damn Yulongdu, I wouldn't be able to show off my power in front of me. However, Latias was now Satoshi's main force, and Kazuki could only stare blankly. The Apollo attack failed, and Kazuki also lost the chance to launch a sneak attack on Ash. Now Xiaoji has come to the Chengdu Alliance, and the people in the entire Chengdu area will know the news when it is dawn tomorrow. At that time, let alone attack Xiaoji. Even he, Kazuki, also protects the safety of others. If something happens in your territory, let's not talk about shame or shame. No one is a fool, can't you guess it? Now, facing Ash and Latias, Kazuki could only choose to test his depth in the name of battle, and then make another plan. Latias, use Dragon Wave. Kazuki summoned the second Pokémon, and Ash was also welcome. With the increase of meditation, the power of Latias' Dragon Wave must not be underestimated. Natural bird, let's not show weakness. Use it to predict the future. Predicting the future is one of Natural Bird's signature skills, although this skill is mostly used by people to perceive what is about to happen in the future. But this skill also has powerful attack power and destructive power. Latia _. It was Latias in Ash's hands who took the lead. After being subdued by Ash, Latias, except for Pikachu, was really undefeated. Continuing to win and defeat his opponent, Latias, who was originally relatively quiet, also began to have some interest in fighting. Today, Xiaoji's opponent is the Super King in Chengdu, and Latias is obviously full of desire to fight. I saw him raise his neck, and at the same time he made a chirping. He sent a wave of Dragon Wave to the natural bird flapping its wings. B _. As the main force of Kazuki, the natural bird naturally has a strong strength. Even if the opponent is the existence of the beast level, the natural bird still shows no weakness. Facing the Dragon Wave coming from Latias, natural bird closed his eyes. Immediately, a pink ability light curtain appeared in front of it. Boom! As soon as the energy light curtain appeared, Latias' Dragon Wave flamed up. Latias, keep using the Dragon Wave. Seeing that the natural bird summoned the defensive skill light wall, Ash was even more excited to give instructions to Latias. The opponent has already defended. This is obviously a loss to Latias. It just how does Xiaoji, this stupid bee, know? Before the natural bird used the wall of light to resist the fluctuation of the dragon, the strange skill of predicting the future had already been released. Xiaoji, this stupid bee, didn't find it, and the dragon's sister Latias, who was not very experienced in combat, naturally didn't find it either. As for Mu Chen, it was found when it arrived, but he didn't remind Ash of his interest. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde. Why is this a reminder? Xiaoxia can understand Laozi's blind gestures. Can Xiaoji, a foolish bee, understand it? Even if you can understand it, it's a bit of a fool's errand. Where do I have the spare time? Old man. By the time I'm done with this, old man, people's predictions about the future will be smashed down long ago. Okay. Anyway, this little girl, Sister Long, has a thick alp and is deadly. Mu Chen knew in his heart that in this battle with Kazuki, in the end he still focused on his performance. Whether one wears 3 or one wears 2, the final result is still not the same. It was the first time that Mu Chen had seen such a strange skill of predicting the future. Now, this guy Mu Chen just wants to sacrifice Sister Long so that he can observe what is going on in this predictable future. Boom, boom, boom. Younger Sister Long, who foresees the future launched by Natural Bird, doesn't know about it, and Sister Salong, who is a little girl like Mu Chen, doesn't know either. It is precisely because of this that under the command of Xiaoji Tai Hanhan, Sister Long started the battery bombing mode very smoothly. As if he didn't want money, Long Wave was a mindless bombardment at the Natural Bird. Since the Natural Bird was the second Pokémon summoned by Kazuki, its strength was naturally not low. In the face of Long Sister's pounding, the Natural Bird just kept using the light wall to resist the Dragon's Wave's attack. Under the tenacious defense of the Natural Bird, although Sister Long's attack sound was amazing, it did not achieve any substantial result. Latias, work hard. Keep attacking. The Natural Bird can't hold it anymore. As Xiaoji said, under the mindless bombardment of Sister Long, the Natural Bird, who was all in on defense, was indeed a little bit unbearable. It just, little G didn't know that the foreseeable future brewed by the Natural Bird had already been launched. Natural Bird, it's time to fight back. Predict the future. Start it. After being a sandbag for a long time, it was considered that the strength of the dragon sister Latias was measured, and Kazuki had no interest in continuing to play. Beep tilde tilde. Following Kazuki's order, the Natural Bird made a loud chirping. After the tweet, the sky above the head of the dragon sister Latias suddenly darkened. Zila tilde tilde. Before Ash and Latias could react, a loud noise of electric current suddenly came from the gloomy sky. Boom. Immediately afterward, the electric current fell from the air and slammed up against the dragon sister Latias. Latia. Pick up tilde tilde. Sister Long screams and Mu Chen's doubtful tweet came almost at the same time. What the hell? Predicting the future, is that the case? Can things that happen here in the future emerge in advance? Looking at the thunderclouds hovering in the sky, Mu Chen probably figured out what was going on with the ability to predict the future. This Tetsu is simply using the power of nature to make use of it. Chapter 469 been tricked. Damn, Pikachu, the rest is up to you. Under the terrorist attack that the Natural Bird brewed to predict the future, the dragon sister Latias was defeated unexpectedly. Although, the dragon sister Latias, who has dragon attribute, is extremely resistant to electricity skills, but you have to separate the situation, right? Pikachu's superpower move, the dragon sister Latias can't handle it. The Natural Bird used the power of natural thunder to foresee the future and summon, but the dragon sister Latias still couldn't bear it. The dragon sister Latias was unexpectedly defeated, and Xiaoji said in his heart that he was not annoyed. Why? Why is this? It was fine before. Obviously it was the dragon sister Latias who has been suppressing the Natural Bird. How can this be said to be defeated? Looking at Latias, who was already lying in the nest, it was naturally impossible for Xiaoji to let her continue fighting. Anyway, the main force Pikachu is still there, and Xiaoji is still very confident in winning this game. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde. Is it finally my turn? Seeing the defeat of the dragon's sister Latias, and hearing Xiaoji's call from the stupid bee, Mu Chen took the 8th step and walked to the center of the battlefield. A tree. Natural Bird. What the matter? I am full of anger now. I'm not going to turn over you guys so much today. I will read my name backwards in the future. Your Pikachu is very interesting. Kazuki had already tested the strength of the dragon sister Latias. In his opinion, this Latias is worthy of the title of Divine Beast, and its combat power is still quite powerful. The reason for the defeat was simply that he did not meet a good trainer. Kazuki dared to say that if this Latias belonged to him, then he would definitely be able to raise the strength of Latias by at least 3 layers. Xiaoji, this iron-handed man, would never use a powerful Pokemon like Latias. Kazuki was very satisfied with Latias's strength, and he was even more eager for this divine beast. Now, the only problem in front of Yishu is this champion-level Pokemon, Pikachu. After defeating Latias, Kazuki's mentality changed. If it's such a midnight, there was no one in the wilderness. If I can defeat this Pikachu, can I just kill someone and take Latias away? Anyway, this guy Xiaoji just arrived at the Silver Alliance tonight, and not many people know about it. As long as the confidentiality work is done well at that time, it is completely possible to conceal this news. Thinking of this, Kazuki's eyes burst into flames called Desire. Defeat Pikachu and kill Ash. Then Kazuki will have a superpower type Divine Beast. Do not. It too. As long as Xiaoji is killed and this Land Rover is missing, then Serena's Latios is also in his Kazuki's pocket. Being able to have two super type Pokemon at the same time, Kazuki, who was originally a super type king, will inevitably increase greatly. At that time, what Yulong do? What Rocket? Aren't you all kneeling in front of my superpower King Kazuki? Pikachu, fight! Use 100,000 volt. Of course Satoshi didn't know what Kazuki was thinking. At this time, this guy is still single-mindedly trying to win this game. The strongest Pokemon, Pikachu, had already played, and Ash was unambiguous, and gave him an attack command directly. Pika Chu, 100,000 volt. No problem, just try it out. Hearing Xiaoji's command, this time Mu Chen did not choose to refuse. The play of the natural bird should be a Pokemon of the flight type plus superpower type. I am a blood mother with my electric ills. Zila tilde. With a decision in his heart, Mu Chen was equally impolite. I saw that at the same time as its chirping, a current flashed from its cheek. Immediately, the current gathered in one place, and an instant burst of 100,000 volts slammed into the natural bird. Natural bird, use light wall. Kazuki's natural bird. His tactics are all kinds of defensive counterattack. When predicting the future is used, the natural bird basically relies on the wall of light to resist damage, waiting for the arrival of the big attack of predicting the future. The chirping came, and the wall of light stood up. Facing Pikachu, natural bird's expression was still very calm. Obviously, in the eyes of the natural bird, this yellow-skinned mouse is probably not as strong as the big plane just now. However, this time natural bird really underestimated its opponent. The strength of strength can not only be distinguished by appearance. At least, for Mu Chen, that's it. Boom! As soon as the wall of light was erected, Mu Chen's instant 100,000 volts slammed into the front of the natural bird. There was a loud explosion. However, this time, it was not like the attack of the dragon sister Latias before. After the explosion, the wall of light was still standing as before. This time, when the dust and smoke of the explosion dissipated, the wall of light summoned by the natural bird has become extremely thin, as if it will completely dissipate at any time. Obviously, Mu Chen's instant 100,000 volt had reached the limit of strength that a natural bird light wall could withstand. Hiccup block twice. Seeing that his instant shot of 100,000 volt did not make any contribution, Mu Chen was slightly taken aback. This natural bird can, under the condition of being restrained by attribute, and under the condition of being consumed by Latias for half a day, how can he block Laozi's attack? Originally, according to Mu Chen's opinion, his battle was just a passing game. A shot of 100,000 volt, even if you can't take down this natural bird directly, it can still give it a twist. As a result, I never thought that the strength of this natural bird is really not covered. Mad. If one shot doesn't work, let's do another shot. Go you. 100,000 volt did not win the natural bird, and Mu Chen decisively chose to make persistent effort. I am here to see how many times can you resist. This time, however, the natural bird is no longer passively defending. Natural bird. Predict the future. Attack. Mu Chen only appeared after Latias was defeated. When this guy was walking in a concave shape, the natural bird had secretly released to predict the future. Now, with the passage of time, predicting the future can be activated. Beep tilde. After receiving Kazuki's order, the natural bird raised its neck, and a loud chirping sounded towards the sky. Hiccup tilde. Nima, you are so playful. Seeing that the natural bird prediction of the future was activated so quickly, how could Mu Chen not guess that the other party activated it in advance? Nima, still so rude. Why do you use skills before I even enter the battlefield? Is this really good? Originally, Mu Chen's plan was to take down the natural bird future prediction before it was launched. After all, that skill is to mobilize the power of nature to attack, and even Mu Chen still has lingering fears. But I never thought that I was given a routine by others. Chapter 470 _ Take advantage of strength. What? How is this possible? Before, Mu Chen was still in a panic. However, it didn't take long before the panic person turned into a super powerful king, Kazuki, who was still full of confidence. From Kazuki's point of view, although this Pikachu is a champion Pokemon, no matter how powerful it is, it will never be able to resist the power of nature. The prediction of the future used by the natural bird is to use its own power to induce the natural force that will happen here in the future. This is a key that can unlock endless power. I just never thought that when the natural bird successfully launched the prediction of the future and inspired the power of heaven and earth, this Pikachu turned out to be like a normal skin. Kazuki was speechless when he looked at the Pikachu that was concave in the thunderstorm. What's so special? Lightning immunity. Nima, want to be so perverted. As the first king of the Silver Alliance, lion. Kazuki naturally knew a thing or two about the hidden characteristics of Pokémon. Kazuki has never heard of it, whose characteristic can be immune to such a degree. Even if you are immune, you should have a limit, right? The results of it. Under the thunder that seemed to be punished by the heavens, Pikachu did not suffer any damage. At most, that is, getting wet by the rain. This is very embarrassing. Pick up tilde. Kazuki was stunned, and at this moment, Mew-chen had activated the B mode. Fuck, what a shock to my father. I'm thinking about this, but the result is the same way of defeating the dragon sister Latias before. Predicting the future. This game should show in advance what will happen here in the future. If it was the natural power of other energies, Mew-chen would have a hard time dealing with it. But, after this natural bird turned over the dragon sister, he still wanted to repeat the old trick, and still use the thunder to call himself. Isn't this so funny? Is Lao Tzu's electronic system immune? Tianlei is not electricity. It's just that Mew-chen didn't know about it. If it was him before, facing the thundering bombardment of the power of nature, even if he was immune, he would not be able to withstand it. Energy has a limit. But, when he completed the first main quest and successfully obtained the qualification of the primary skin god, he had completely broken away from the concept of ordinary Pokémon. At this time, Mew-chen was already a real divine beast. Similar to Lei Gong, Yandy and other divine beasts, they can sense the aura of the same kind in Mew-chen, so they are hostile to him. But this Kazuki, he really couldn't sense it. Pika tilde chu. B for a long time. The shape has also been concave to full mark. Mew-chen didn't wait for Xiaoji's stupid B's order, and launched a counterattack against the natural bird. Mad. I'm playing my tie with Lao Tzu. Are you playing routine? Come on then. I'm going to knock you over. Crackling tilde. With Mew-chen's cry, the electric current on his cheeks went straight to the sky, hitting the thunderclouds in the sky that hadn't dissipated. Yes, what Mew-chen used this time was the ultimate move that would empty all the energy in his body, thunder. If it was normal, Mew-chen would not use this big move easily. But, at this moment, in this situation, if you don't have to use the last shot, wouldn't Lao Tzu's previous B be in vain? Generally speaking, after Mew-chen uses thunder, he can basically stop cooking. But, this time is different. Inspired by the natural bird prediction of the future, there is still a thundercloud in the sky. All Mew-chen had to do was to use a small amount of power to mobilize the thundercloud and make it change the target of the attack. Take advantage of the attack. Don't think you're the only one who can play. For Mew-chen, the energy that triggered the thunder was at most 200,000 volts instantaneously, which was completely irrelevant. However, for Kazuki, that was really fatal. Natural bird. Be careful. Use light wall. Thunder is already brewing. It will fall at any time, and it is too late to take the natural bird back to the Pokemon ball. Faced with this situation, Kazuki could only shout loudly to remind the natural bird to take precaution. Beep tilde. Without Kazuki's reminder, the natural bird had already activated the wall of light. In the face of the power of the world, the natural bird dare not imitate the opposite Pikachu to act like a bee. How? Boom, boom, boom. Wall of light. Under the bombardment of the thunder, it is not much different from the crisp paper. Good job, Pikachu. Great job. Damn. Satoshi's joy and Kazuki's annoyance sounded almost at the same time. After the thunder, the wall of light disappeared, and even the natural bird had long since turned into a roast chicken, scorched black and fell on the ground bombarded by the thunder. If it wasn't for the fact that its body was still twitching slightly, those who didn't know would have thought that this natural bird had been electrocuted. Pick up tilde. What the fuck? It's not dead. The natural bird didn't die, and Mew-chen said in his heart that he was not disappointed. Although this is just an ordinary battle, normally it will not kill the opponent's Pokemon. But, this is a special attack from Tianlei, and I didn't launch it. Is it an accident that I really want to be electrocuted? Mew-chen had a good idea, but this natural bird was so resistant to beating, and he didn't get electrocuted, so Mew-chen could only express his disappointment. Damn it. Natural bird, come back. Go, my most powerful partner. Miss Lip. Kazuki couldn't tell whether Mew-chen was motivated to kill. After all, the thunder was indeed motivated by a natural bird. But, at this time, Kazuki was completely moved to kill. Through the previous test, Kazuki could be considered to have roughly figured out the details of this Pikachu. If the natural bird is defeated, it is completely unlucky to encounter the opponent's ability to be immune to electrical skills so that it can use strength to fight. As for the attack ability of this Pikachu itself, 100,000 volt can't blast away the light wall of natural bird. Even if it is strong, it is also limited. Kazuki was confident that he would be able to defeat this Pikachu by relying on Millip-san's powerful attack power. As long as you defeat it, and then take the opportunity to kill, then this Xiaoji is simply fish on the chopping board. Just Lulong tilde. Following Kazuki's call, a 1.5 meter tall girl with shawl long hair and big flaming red lips appeared in front of Mew-chen. Pick up tilde. What the hell? Why is it playing like this again? Do you choose Pokemon without looking at their appearance? Ying. When he met that one on Dashui Mountain, Mu Chen already had nightmares about playing Ying. After that, the main force of that dead girl in Kenna was also this play, and it seemed that Mu Chen stayed away from it. I never thought that today, against this super powerful king, Kazuki, the last summoned by B, is also this play Ying. Looking at Sister Lilip's incomparably bright red lip, Mu Chen felt that his calf was starting to cramp. This is so special. The taste is too heavy. I can't bear it. Chapter 471_War Fans Lip. Sister Miss Lip, attack. Use the devil's kiss. Sister Millip appeared and the battle started, so Kazuki would not show any kindness at all. Seeing that Pikachu was hesitant for a while because of Miss Lip's appearance, Kazuki even seized the opportunity and directly let Miss Lips use the status skill, Devil's Kiss. Although the Devil's Kiss has no attack power, as long as the kiss is successful, the opponent will fall into a dizzy state, or even fall asleep directly. It is not expected to let Pikachu fall asleep, but it is still very necessary to make it dizzy and lose flexibility. To deal with Ash, of course Kazuki would pay attention to the battle video of this guy. Through the video, Kazuki also knew that the biggest advantage of this Pikachu was speed, and then the electric ball with infinite power after charging. However, as the first king of the Silver League, Kazuki naturally understood the characteristics of the electric ball. The faster the speed, the greater the power. As long as the Devil's Kiss hits and Pikachu can't exert his speed, then his electric ball is no threat at all. Now that Pikachu's concentration is obviously missing, Kazuki naturally won't miss this opportunity. Just Lulong tilde tilde tilde. After receiving Kazuki's order, Milip-senpai stepped on her short legs and pounced on the yellow-skinned mouse that was still in a hesitant state. Pick up tilde tilde. What the hell? Damn. Originally, Mu Chen's heart throbbed when he saw this lip-smacking sister playing, but now this guy is rushing towards him with such an eager face. Mu Chen is completely speechless. Nima, what do you want to do? I don't have such a strong taste. I don't like you, old man. Get away from me. Needless to say, in the face of this lip-smacking sister who presented herself with flaming red lip, Mu Chen decisively turned around, leaving it with a flustered and unrestrained look. Love you so much. I can't play this B game. Even if there is a system task, even after defeating this B game, Mu Chen can make up for the debt to the system 1. This guy absolutely can't bear to face such a disgusting game. Particular, this B play should speed up the pursuit after seeing himself escape. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde. Further, stop chasing the old man. Distance produces beauty. Haven't you heard of it? While Mu Chen ran frantically, he was constantly persuading Sister Millip, who was chasing him. You said that you should play B. Let's stand in the distance, and I will use skills to fight him. Isn't it good? Chase, chase, chase a wool. I'm so not interested in you, old man. However, there was obviously something wrong with Sister Millip's comprehension ability, and Mu Chen's words fell into the ears of the other party, but instead became a compliment. Just Lulong tilde tilde tilde. Oh tilde. OMG. Little cute tilde. Your eyes are so good. Do you also know that people are beautiful? Don't run away tilde. Let people take good care of you tilde. After getting Pikachu's compliment, Sister Millip's running was even faster. This little yellow-skinned mouse has a vision, and actually knows how to appreciate the inner beauty of the old lady. Pikachu, don't dodge, fight. Use 100,000 volt. Of course Xiaoji couldn't understand the conversation between Mu Chen and Sister Millip. Seeing that Pikachu was actually suppressed after Sister Millip appeared, and even ran away without even daring to fight back, Xiaoji was anxious. What the situation? Is this lip fangirl really amazing? Shouldn't it be? Isn't this tree a heavenly king? It's not like I haven't challenged the kings of the Kanto region. No matter how powerful their main Pokemon is, they won't suppress Pikachu so much that they don't dare to fight back, right? Ha ha ha. Miss Lip, good job. Beat up. Approach Pikachu and use Tarzan to press the top. Contrary to Satoshi, Kazuki suddenly became excited when she saw that Millip-sama could frighten Pikachu and keep fleeing with the unspent Demon Kiss. What champion Pokemon? That is just that. Come to think of it, the Heavenly Kings in the Kanto region didn't even use their full strength. Otherwise, how could this Pikachu become the champion? After meeting my main fangirl, you finally showed your timidity, right? Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde. Nima, stop chasing. If you keep chasing me, I will be rude to you. Mu Chen didn't care what Satoshi and Kazuki were yelling at that scared Baron. What he cared about at this time was this lip-smacking sister who had been chasing behind him. I dare to swear that a creature like Miss Lips is definitely the most disgusting existence in this world. No one. Just Lulong tilde tilde. You are welcome. What do you mean by being rude? Madam, I don't quite understand. Are you going to be rough? Good. Okay. Mother, I like rough. Rough. Bring it on. Little cute tilde. Don't be polite to my wife. The rougher, the better. Sister Millip may be very powerful, but this comprehension ability absolutely drives Mu Chen crazy. For what Mu Chen said, Sister Millip could get her own explanation every time. Pick up tilde tilde tilde. You are so deceiving. Finally, Mu Chen broke out. It's good to talk and negotiate appreciate, so why don't you force me to do something with you? Under the anger, Mu Chen didn't have any reservation. Since you're a disgusting gamer who refuses to distance yourself from me, then I will call you away from me. Zila tilde tilde tilde. Without a second word, 100,000 volts was sent out, and the electricity above Mu Chen's cheek jumped again. The instant 100,000 volt did not put any pressure on Mu Chen today. This time, under the pressure of the disgusting sister, Mu Chen, the choice he made was to instantly generate 100,000 volts of infinite flow. The so-called infinite flow, it is naturally one after another, just like a series of cannonballs, not giving the opponent any reaction space. Although using this violent attack will cause a great consumption of Mu Chen's energy, but, in the face of this disgusting group of lip-smacking sisters, Mu Chen had no choice. Just Lulong tilde tilde. The sudden attack of 100,000 volt, the girl who was still pouting and preparing to give Mu Chen Lai an affectionate kiss, was decisively attacked. Being hit by 100,000 volts is absolutely unpleasant. However, before Sister Millip could make any response, the second 100,000 volt hit again. Boom, 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 shaking her slender waist completely became the bullseye of the fort. Under Mu Chen's desperate attack, the only thing Millip's sister could do was to keep making painful hissing noises. Why call my wife? Didn't you say that the old lady is beautiful? Don't you want to be rough with my old lady? Why are you calling me? Under the attack of 100,000 volts, Sister Millip's heart was filled with 100,000 why. Chapter 472 Kazuki's plan. Damn, Miss Lip, fight back. Pikachu burst out suddenly, and immediately caught Miss Lip by surprise. Seeing that his lip-smacking sister was caught in Pikachu's 100,000 volt bombardment, Kazuki became anxious. Although Sister Millip is powerful, she can resist the attack of 100,000 volt in a short period of time. But this is only for a short time. If this Pikachu can maintain this terrifying offensive state all the time, let alone a very obsessed lip sister, even if he changes to a magical beast, he will lie down sooner or later. Losing, Kazuki didn't care. Anyway, it's just a reputation. I don't think I haven't lost. But the problem is, this is the best time for him to kill Xiaoji and take down Sister Long. After tonight, the entire Silver League will know about the arrival of the Kanto region champion Ash. At that time, how could he have a chance to attack Kazuki? Therefore, Kazuki decisively used off-the-pan tricks after seeing Sister Millip falling behind. When he was commanding Millip's sister, a pink energy wave appeared on Kazuki's body. Immediately, this energy fluctuation turned into a ray of light, and it blasted up at Pikachu, who was going crazy for 100,000 volts. Obviously, Kazuki, who was a power user, made his move. Pick up tilde tilde. Nima, can this be done? Are you superpowers who don't want a B face? When the sudden superpower came, Mu Chen could only retreat temporarily to avoid it. Seeing that Kazuki was still using his mind power to interfere with him, Mu Chen became angry. Why are you so shameless? In the past, when Lao Su challenged the Golden Gym, that Nazi was also very direct. Now that I meet you, the super powerful king, if the battle situation is unfavorable, I will end the game in person. These barren power users, one or two, nothing special. Seeing that this restarted to use off the district, the angry Mu Chen no longer had any reservation. What the hell? I originally planned to torture you for a while, but since you took the initiative to ask for death, then let me die for me. At this moment, Mu Chen already had the intention of killing Kazuki's Pokémon fangirl. What about the game? Lao Su is too hard. Your B game should not be able to resist. Who can you blame? Zila tilde tilde tilde. Do it when you think of it. Without any hesitation, Mu Chen decisively entered the charging state. Charging. Miss Lip, cooperate with me. Use mind power and control it. Seeing the constant flashing current on Mu Chen's cheek, how could Kazuki not know what this guy was trying to do? Charge. Buff increase. If this is charged by Pikachu, it will take a lot of effort for Sister Millip to resist. In order to avoid accident, Kazuki, who had already added billion to start, no longer had any concern, and directly instructed Sister Millip to cooperate with him and launched a mind power attack on Pikachu. Just Lulong tilde tilde tilde. Originally, I wanted to make out with Pikachu passionately. I never thought that this unconscionable turned face to deny her sister, turned her head to face herself, and had a random electric shock. At this time, the lip-smacking sister was also in great anger. After receiving the master's instruction, Sister Millip narrowed her eyes, and a burst of pink energy was emitted from between her hands, which merged with the energy emitted by Kazuki in midair, and blasted toward Pikachu. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde. What the fuck? What kind of trick is this? It was the first time Mu Chen had seen such a situation where the Pokémon and the owner merged their energy into one place. This is so special. It also has a combined function. Is it so disgusting? Not knowing the depth of this skill, Mu Chen didn't dare to welcome it casually. What's more, at this time, the charging skill has already started, and it is impossible for Mu Chen to interrupt it, and then use ordinary skills to fight back. Through previous trials, Mu Chen found found that this lip-smacking sister is still very strong. You know, at this time, he has an electric ball amplification. 100% increase. The instant 100,000 volts will exceed the previous brewing. But even so, after this crazy bombardment without money, Sister Millip was just a little embarrassed by the bombing. It can be seen from this that the strength of this lip-smacking sister is definitely a lever. After making a decision in his heart, Mu Chen decisively turned on the parkour mode. What do you love? How about the power of your skills? I won't play with you, old man. I'm running. With the charging skill turned on, Mu Chen can charge and charge up within a few minutes. Ordinary 100,000 volt can't take down the lip-smacking sister, but Mu Chen is confident that as long as he charges himself, a super 100,000 volt, or simply a super electric ball, can definitely turn this lip-smacking sister over. However, Mu Chen still underestimated the combination skills between Sister Millip and Kazuki. I saw that Mu Chen had just turned around and turned his butt to start the escape mode. The pink energy that gathered in one place in the air suddenly accelerated and hit Mu Chen fiercely. Pick up tilde tilde. What the hell? So fast. The sudden acceleration disrupted Mu Chen's rhythm. Before he could react, the telekinesis skill had already hit his body. Although the damage of this skill can be tolerated by Mu Chen, but the function attached to this skill was absolutely unbearable for Mu Chen. Wrapped in thought power, Mu Chen was slowly lifted into the air. Ha ha ha. Little thing, are you running again? Using his mind power to control Pikachu, Kazuki laughed wildly. Finally caught this lie Pikachu. As long as you work hard and take down this Pikachu in one fell swoop, then this guy Xiaoji is the fish on his chopping board. As for why Kazuki didn't directly attack Ash now, Pikachu's strength is strong. If he doesn't follow the accuse of the game and take Pikachu one-on-one, then once he starts, Ash will inevitably resist. When the time comes, Xiaoji will summon a lot of Pokémon to cooperate with Pikachu. Let's not say whether he can fight or not, so it won't attract the attention of others when fighting. This is the headquarters of the Silver Alliance. If it really caught the attention of others, Kazuki wouldn't have to talk about assassinating this or that. Therefore, what Kazuki thought in his heart at this time was to take advantage of this opportunity and directly take down Pikachu. As long as Xiaoji, this stupid bee, loses Pikachu, then when he starts, he will not have the ability to resist himself. Pikachu, hold on. Break through his mind control. Compared to Kazuki, who was excited, Satoshi was anxious at this time. Kazuki's plan Satoshi doesn't know, but it's a game at this time. Just a game. Ash never thought that he would lose. Chapter 473 Ready to fight back. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde. System, come out to me. Being controlled by the power of thought into the air, Mu Chen became anxious. What the heck? Why do these superpowers like to play this off the district? What about the battle between Pokémon? What about the sacredness of the game? Why does this have superpowers? And I don't want to face it. Mu Chen was full of resentment towards Kazuki and Natsu back then. It's too much. Can you be so reckless with some superpowers? Don't you respect the rules of the game? It's just how Mu Chen knew that if they were against ordinary people, whether Kazuki or Natsu, they really wouldn't be able to use their superpowers. Natsu used her superpowers because she heard Sakagi mention Pikachu, so she was tempted to try it. Today's Kazuki has the mentality of killing Ash in one fell swoop and robbing his dragon sister Latias. In other words, Mu Chen was unlucky, and all such small probability incidents made him hit. At this time, under the control of the other party's thought power, even the lip-smacking sister with flaming red lips was still approaching step by step, and the anxious Mu Chen could only call the system. Are you the only one who will make off the beaten track trick? I have it too. But what? This time the system is not powerful. Host, the other party's mind control is not strong. Please solve it by yourself. Just kidding. Help you break out of mind control. I won't spend energy, my young master. If it is an irresistible factor, the system has no choice but to choose to take action for the progress of the future task. But this time, the power of this tree is not as strong as that of Natsu. She is such a scumbag. She has to find a way to settle it by herself. Pick up tilde tilde. Can you be an individual? Self-resolve. If I can solve it, I will call you for what? Hearing the system's reply, Mu Chen was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Are you talking about people? I'm under control. How can I solve it? However, when the system responded, no matter how much Mu Chen called, the system that entered the high cold mode ignored it. Fuck, no matter what. I can't believe it. Daddy. Seeing that the system was determined not to help him, Mu Chen could only choose to give up. Mad. I am now a primary skin god, and I have a matching artifact electric ball. I don't believe it. I can't make a scum who uses off the pan trick. Abandoning distracting thought, Mu Chen focused all his attention on controlling his own energy. Miss Lip, rush up and use Taishan to press the top. Of course, Kazuki didn't know about the conversation between Mu Chen and the system. Seeing that Pikachu was under control, Kazuki decisively gave an attack order to Miss Lip. Although making Miss Lip to use other skills will further reduce the control of mind power, but it does not not matter in Kazuki's view. As long as I continue to use my mind power here, this yellow-skinned mouse will not be able to break free at all. As a powerful power user, Kazuki was very superstitious about his own ability. Just Kazuki didn't know, if he joins forces with Sister Milla, then Mu-chen may have to spend a lot of energy trying to break free. But just himself. Pick up. Nima, don't come here. Stay away from me. Distance produces beauty. Before, Milla's sister was still using her mind power while slowly approaching. Now what? Under the command of Kazuki, Milla's sister gave up the use of psychic power and ran towards her with big strides. Seeing the dazzling flaming red lip getting closer and closer to him, Mu-chen became anxious. Defeat is not terrible. I must not let this disgusting game fall down. If this is thrown by Sister Milla, won't I leave a shadow for a lifetime? Under the anxiety, the electric current on Mu-chen's cheek flickered wildly. Zila. The continuous jumping of the current started a fierce confrontation with the mind power that controlled Mu-chen. Ha ha ha. Little thing, don't you give up. You can't break free from me. What? How is this possible? Seeing that Pikachu, who was being held in midair, started to generate electricity, Kazuki laughed out loud. Innocent. I am a superpower king. How powerful is superpower control? Just relying on you, Pikachu. How can you break free from Lao Tzu's mind control? However, before Kazuki could finish the ridicule, the situation in front of him completely plunged him into a state of ignorance. Nima, how is this possible? Lao Tzu's psychic barrier was forcibly opened by this Pikachu. Kazuki could hardly believe his own eyes when he looked at Pikachu, who had regained his freedom in midair. How could this Pikachu be so powerful? This is so unscientific at all. Yishu was stunned, but Mu-chen would not. After finally breaking free from control, Mu-chen didn't say a word, and quickly escaped from the attack range of the flaming red lip sister who flung the big wave. Nima, it should be close to this game. I will have nightmare. Great. Pikachu, it's time for us to fight back. Use 100,000 volts. Seeing Pikachu break free from control, the most excited is naturally Ash. In this stupid BS view, Pikachu must have been inspired by himself and felt his determination to win. Pick up. Volt. Lord Volt. To volt you volt yourself. I have been volting for a long time just now. Does it work? This barren lip-smacking sister is not an ordinary anti-beating. Hearing Xiaoji's command, Mu-chen, who was pulling away, rolled his eyes. It was a meal of 100,000 volts before, and the effect was not ideal. Now, what Mu-chen wants to do is to continue the unfinished charging. Needless to say, with the blessing of high-speed movement, Mu-chen galloped quickly in this wilderness. Wait, the charging skill will be completed soon. Wait for me to throw the ball away. Damn, Sister Milla, stop chasing. Cooperate with me and use mind power. Seeing Pikachu, who was rushing all over the place, there was only one phantom left, and Kazuki knew that with the embarrassing speed of Miss Lip, he would never be able to catch up. Therefore, Kazuki's choice was to repeat the old trick. I was careless just now, and I was freed from control by your yellow-skinned mouth. This time, as long as you are under my control, I will immediately summon other Pokémon to besiege you. As long as Ash did not have Pikachu, Kazuki was not afraid of that. Even if a deadly battle broke out, facing Satoshi, Kazuki was still very confident that the battle could be resolved in a short period of time. Kazuki thought very well, but the cruel reality did not develop as he planned. The charging skills were almost ready before, and now, after such a delay, Mu-chen's charging skills were already in place. Pika Chu. Still want to control Lousy? Go to your uncle. Super Electric Ball. Let go. Chapter 474 Finish work. High-speed movement blessing. The electric light flashes to start. Jumping high with a graceful figure, the Harrier, full of dynamic beauty, turned over. The electric current surrounding its tail converged into a ball, and was violently thrown out by a yellow-skinned electric mouth. The world is quiet. Of course, the above description is a little artistic exaggeration, but in fact, it is basically the case. When Mu-chen threw out the super electric ball that he had been brewing for a long time, the suspense between victory and defeat completely disappeared. After Kazuki and Millip-sama used the power attack together, they had no resistance at all after hitting Mu-chen's black electric ball, and they were completely smashed into the night sky by this electric ball. After defeating the psychic attack, the black electric ball was castrated, and it directly slammed the fan lip sister who was rushing in front. She was smashed by Pikachu's 100,000 volts before, and although Sister Millip relied on her solid physique to resist, it was definitely not good. Now that she was hit with this black electric ball again, Sister Fanlip was decisively knocked to the ground. What flaming red lip? That is absolutely no chance to present to Pikachu. Yeah, great, Pikachu, we won. The black electric ball was thrown out, and Xiaoji was already excited. He knows his own Pokemon, and if nothing else, Pikachu is a black electric ball, and Ash has never met an opponent that it can't balance. The result, naturally, did not exceed Xiaoji's expectation. Damn it, how is this possible? Compared to Satoshi, who was excited, Kazuki began to doubt his life at this time. time. Although Kazuki also observed Pikachu through Ash's previous video, in the original video, the power of this black electric ball is definitely not so cow. Miss Lip, but his first main Pokemon. Whether it is rank or cultivation, it is the top. What's more, this black electric ball was the first to defeat the alliance between him and Miss Lip, which made Kazuki even more unbelievable. Just how does Kazuki know that the current Mew Chen has long since changed his gun? In the video he watched, Mew Chen's equipment was a magnet, and the increase was only 20%. Now what? Electric ball. The increase is directly 100%. How big of a gap is this? The super electric balls amplified by the magnets can blow air in seconds. After the electric balls are amplified, the power is greatly increased to make people terrifying. Pickup. Nima. No electrocution. Ash was excited, Kazuki was shocked, and Mew Chen was disappointed. Fuck, what kind of infertile ghost should this lip-snapping sister play? This is not electrocuted. Originally, according to Mew Chen's calculation, his super electric ball was enough to kill the disgusting girl Milla. Of this B-game should have far exceeded his expectation. Can't take advantage of the opportunity to kill this game, and Mew Chen has no reason to continue. Looking at the twitching sister who was like a lump of coke, Mew Chen sighed helplessly. Hey, this B-play should be so resistant to electricity. The champion in Kanto is really amazing. Xiaoji, I won't disturb your rest. I hope to see your wonderful performance tomorrow. After being shot for a while, he adjusted his state, and Kazuki regained his style of the king of that day. To fail is to fail. Pikachu's strength is beyond his expectations, and now it can be said that he has no chance of winning against Ash. Even if he wanted to get the dragon sister Latias, Kazuki could only think of another way. At this time, in order to prevent Satoshi from doubting himself, Kazuki congratulated him generously. Ha ha ha, no problem. Tomorrow I'm going to challenge the rest of you. However, Kazuki didn't know that Ash, this stupid bee, had never had the slightest suspicion from the beginning to the end. This guy is still addicted to the game of his king challenge and cannot extricate himself. Pickup. Are you done? I'm done. Can I go now? After finishing the work, the default on the task of the system can be regarded as compensation for 3/1. Mew Chen is not interested in playing with Xiaoji in the middle of the night to imagine the future and look up at the stars. With this kung fu, I'm going to find Xiaoxia. Isn't she delicious? After some battles, although Sister Millip was not killed, the evil fire in Mew Chen's heart could be considered to be vented to a certain extent. Although it's impossible to hum hey or something, but it's always possible to attack with a small hand and hug each other, right? Ignoring Xiaoji's reaction, after seeing Kazuki leave, Mew Chen rushed towards Xiaoxia's room 3/1. My dear, my husband, I'm back. With excitement and small, restless step, Mew Chen can be described as 1 step and 3 jump. However, when he returned to the room, he realized that Xiaoxia wasn't there. This time, Mew Chen panicked. What the fuck? What barren situation? In the middle of the night, what about Xiaoxia? There will be no accident, right? But when Mew Chen panicked and was about to turn over and leave to find Xiaoxia, a dark figure in a ninja suit suddenly appeared in front of Mew Chen. Xiaoxia went to Serena's room. You can rest assured. The master of the shadow is naturally Lingzi. Just Lingzi at this time seemed a little weird before the handover. Even for Pikachu, Lingzi has a faint hint of dodging. Pickup. Went to Serena's room. Fuck, scared me to death. Damn girl, why don't you say a word when you leave? This makes me miss me. Hearing Lingzi's answer, Mew Chen's heart was completely down. Pickup. Xiaoxia is not here. What's your situation? When did you come? What's up? The worries in his heart dissipated, and Mew Chen refocused on Lingzi. What is this bitch doing here in the middle of the night? Also, when did she come? I didn't even notice it. I'm here to let you know that my brother has discovered who in the league had contact with Apollo. The purpose of Lingzi's arrival was naturally to tell Pikachu that they had found out who was in contact with Apollo and designed the ambush. Pickup. What the hell? Who is it? Say it now. The Super King of the Silver Alliance, Yishu, and the evil King Lihua. These two are a couple and the true rulers of the Silver Alliance. Pickup. What the fuck? A tree. Nima, why didn't you say so sooner? Tell me earlier that I can't kill him. Hearing that it turned out to be Kazuki, Mew Chen said it was a lie if he wasn't angry. This great opportunity, just missed it. Just when Mew Chen was still sulking, Lingzi's voice came again. However, this time, there was a slight tremor in her voice. You, what the hell are you? Chapter 475_Curious Lingzi. Pickup. I Nima, what the situation? Lingzi is out of breath. Why do you suddenly ask me that? Also, what's the matter with her? Why do you seem to be afraid of Lao Su? Lingzi's sudden question completely confused Mew Chen. Why is this so good? Didn't you take the initiative to pounce last time? Why did this happen all of a sudden? I murdered you in front of me. Fuck, you are a ninja. Even if it is murder, it won't be like a little girl scared back again and again, right? Looking at Lingzi with a pretty pale face, Mew Chen was a question mark on his forehead. I came to this room before you and Miss Xiaoxia came into rest. Pick up tilde. What the hell? What the situation? Came to this room before Lao Su and Xiaoxia. This isn't that to say. Bewildered, Mu Chen was completely stunned this time. This bitch has been in this room all the time. I didn't even notice it. This is Ling Zi, and he has no malice towards himself. What if it was someone else? What if it was the enemy? Even if she is not afraid, but when she leave, what about Xiaoxia? Thinking of this, Mu Chen said it was a lie not to panic. It seems that I have relaxed my vigilance because everything has been going too smoothly recently. Cold sweat instantly flowed down Mu Chen's forehead. Wrong. This is definitely not the reason why Ling Zi is afraid of himself. What the hell? Dude, I remembered. Nima. Lao Su is exposed. The old man is gone. After being nervous, Mu Chen finally came to a realization. Ling Zi is so afraid of herself simply because she saw her transformation. No wonder. No wonder Ling Zi is so frightened of herself. No wonder she asked what she is. After thinking about everything, Mu Chen finally understood why Ling Zi was afraid of him. But the question is, how do you break it? I haven't wanted to tell her yet. I'm going to transform into something. It's fine for Ling Zi to know, but what if her brother also knew? Isn't that Lao Su going to be completely exposed? When he thought of the trouble after the exposure, Mu Chen's head was huge. This is so special that trainers from all over the world are coming to arrest him, and then slice and study or something. Even if you are extremely powerful, don't be afraid. Who can stand the harassment every day? No, I must find a way. I must not be so passive. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde. Do it when you think of it. The solution that Mu Chen came up with was naturally the same one that he used to deal with Xiaoxia. Although the relationship between Ling Zi and himself is not behind Xiaoxia, the intimacy is definitely more or less. As long as Lao Su's fooling Dafa is powerful enough, I believe that this little girl can still be fooled. After firming up his belief, Mu Chen twisted his butt, found a pen, and began to perform his calligraphy to Ling Zi. Shish tilde. After a long time of writing, Mu Chen finally made out his so-called ancient print, punished by the god, and then finished the task. Of course, you can't say everything to Ling Zi much in like you did to Xiaoxia. Task or something, that's all taken with one stroke. Anyway, you just need to understand that I was originally a human being because I was punished, so I became a Pokémon, and now I can transform into a 5-minute thing every day. My god. You mean, as expected, when Ling Zi saw the content of Mu Chen's hard writing, the girl was completely stunned. Humans turned into Pokémon. This kind of thing has not happened in the historical record. However, that's just some super-powered teenagers turning into Hootie, or human beings turning into ghost-type Pokémon after death, becoming a Pikachu. That's the first time I've heard of it. Pick up tilde pick up tilde. That right. You read that right. You guessed it right. This is the truth of the matter. Looking at Ling Zi's wide eyes, Mu Chen nodded to him again and again. Believe it. Do not have any doubt. I am a good man. I will not deceive anyone, especially the beauty. That, you mean, your real name is Mu Chen. Every day, you can have 5 minutes to become a new human, right? Obviously, Ling Zi believed it. However, this girl's focus made Mu Chen speechless. What the heck? What are you concerned about? What's my name? Daddy, not my father. There are still 5 minutes of transformation. Haven't they all been explained? What should I emphasize? Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde. Complaining in his heart, Mu Chen's little short hand didn't stop. Shish. Once again, after writing hard, Mu Chen answered Ling Zi's question in the affirmative. Of course, while answering, Mu Chen also emphasized the importance of confidentiality to Ling Zi. His identity is too special. If everyone knows this, he can only take Xiaoxia to the old forest in the deep mountains to live in seclusion. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone. It's my brother. I won't tell him either. Good luck. The relationship between Mu Chen and Ling Zi was already close enough. Seeing that Mu Chen emphasized the importance of confidentiality to himself again, Ling Zi also assured Mu Chen with a serious face. However, Ling Zi's serious look didn't last long. He tilde. Then, you can really transform for 5 minutes every day, right? After becoming a human, will it be different? Or, when you transform, are you a Pokémon or a human? Pick up tilde tilde. What the hell? Not finished. What are you doing? Why are you so entangled with this issue? With Ling Zi's assurance, Mu Chen's heart had already made up his mind. But, why is this bitch still struggling with this transformation? Why are you so curious? As for Ling Zi's question, Mu Chen really didn't bother to pay attention to it. Lao Su is not an encyclopedia, let alone 100,000 wide. I have explained this to you several times, and I am still asking, what do you still think about Lao Su? It's just a transformation. I've run out of money today. Oh, let's talk about it. Okay, people are really curious. Seeing that Pikachu left him a handsome and elegant back, Ling Zi, who is full of curiosity, still did not intend to give up his questioning. Pick up tilde pick up. Being annoyed, Mu Chen had no choice but to write again, wondering what the difference is. Want to know if Lao Su is a human or a Pikachu after he transforms, right? Bro, just wait. Tomorrow tomorrow night you come to see Lao Su. When I can transform, I will transform directly for you to see. The interpretation of language is always pale. Mu Chen's final decision was to speak with fact and to tell the little ninja how he was a stalwart and mighty pure man after his transformation. Chapter 476_Ingenuity. I'm Ash from the Kanto region. Please accept my challenge. A new day came, and the spirited Xiaoji spoke his mantra again. Although he had already defeated the super-powered Heavenly King Kazuki last night, the Heavenly King in the Chengdu area was not just that one. Not to mention Zaiba, the king of fighting. This guy is the king of the two places in Kanto and Chengdu. Although it seems to be very powerful, he is actually the one with the least sense of existence. As for the remaining two kings, Aju, the king of poison, although Xiaoji once challenged him in a gym in Kanto. But when did that happen? If you make progress, won't others make progress? This Aju has been a king for a while, and his strength must have been greatly improved. After slicing away the poisonous King Aju, there is even a pear blossom in the Chengdu area that is as famous as the evil king. The strength of this person is also not to be underestimated. At this point, what Ash did was to challenge the two heavenly kings who were also stationed in the Silver Alliance. Xiaoji, I heard Kazuki say that your strength is indeed very strong, and you are worthy of the title of Kanto champion. I can accept your challenge, but please rest here for 2 days. We still have some things to deal with. After the processing is finished, let's start our challenge. How about you? The person who talked to Xiaoji was a woman with heavy makeup and a charming charm. This is Kazuki's lover, the evil king Pear Flower. Ah, how many more days are you going to wait? Waiting is painful, especially waiting to fight. For Xiaoji, this is simply the biggest torture. However, the place belongs to other people, and the rules also belong to other people. They told you to wait for a few days. What can you do? Pick up ~pi tilde. Not bad tilde. Mu Chen didn't care at all whether he could hold the Heavenly King challenge or not. At this moment, his attention has been completely attracted by this Pear Flower. What the hell? All kinds of style. Unlike Xiaoxia and Lingxi who were so young, as soon as this one appeared on the stage, a manly charm came towards Mu Chen. Seeing the pear blossoms, Mu Chen was excited. However, Pikachu, you bastard. Who is Xiaoxia? Can Xiaoxia still understand the nature of this bastard Pikachu? As soon as Pikachu felt restless in his arms, Xiaoxia's pinching technique was immediately delivered. Pick up tilde. What the hell? Do not. So many people are looking at it. You don't want faith. I still want faith. Now, as the champion of the Kanto region, Ash is holding an official meeting with the people of the Silver League. There are dozens of people here. Can you save me some faith? Ashamed in front of Lihua, a mature and beautiful girl, Mu Chen expressed that he was very unhappy. However, it was Xiaoxia who pinched herself. It's just that Mu Chen didn't pay attention. Just as he was trying to resist in Xiaoxia's arms, a shadowy figure stood beside the Poison King Aju, with a little star gleaming in his beautiful eye. Night. Unable to initiate the challenge of the king, Xiaoji is naturally bored and spent this boring day. Just like Xiaoji, Mu Chen basically spent the whole day in his bed. At this time, what Mu Chen was looking forward to was the arrival of this night. You know, he made an agreement with that female ninja Lingxi yesterday, and today he will show her his own transformation method. Unlike Xiaoxia, Mu Chen has true love for Xiaoxia, so there are relatively more things to consider. But this Lingxi, talking about the gun buddy, she is the gun buddy. Yesterday, Xiaoji, stupid bee spoiled Laozi's good deed, so let's make up for it with Lingxi today. As for the transformation time is only 5 minutes will not be enough. Who is this right? For Xiaoxia, it must not be enough. After all, the basis of the relationship between the two is there, and some foreplay is inevitable. Lingxi's word. So there are so many of these and that. I really like simple and rude. Mu Chen was confident that as long as he was faster and Lingxi cooperated a little, the time would definitely be enough. Thinking about it, Lingxi didn't really mind when she didn't know she could be transformed. Now that she knows that she is a human and can transform into a human, Lingxi should be more active, right? Finally, with this general expectation, Mu Chen, who had endured a hard day, ushered in the night. Pikachu, where are you going? Just when Mu Chen was trying to sneak out, Xiaoxia, who was already asleep, suddenly woke up. Hearing Xiaoxia's question, Mu Chen almost fell to the ground in fright. Pick up tilde. What the hell? What going on? Honey, aren't you asleep? What is this for? I'll go out and let the wind out. Don't look so tight. Of course, it was impossible for Mu Chen to express this to Xiaoxia directly. After sneaking away and being discovered, the helpless Mu Chen could only wave his short hand again and again, and gestured towards Xiaoxia. Pikachu, you mean you want to go out and find Ash? After understanding what Pikachu meant, Xiaoxia was done. What going on? Why did you suddenly go to Xiaoji in the middle of the night? Isn't this lady delicious? Is this impossible? Pick up tilde. Ooh, don't get me wrong. Seeing Xiaoxia's puzzled expression, Mu Chen didn't know how. If he didn't use all his strength, he might not be able to leave today. It was too hard to make a gesture or something something, so Mu Chen could only lean his butt to find the pen and paper, and started the writing mode. As for transformation, just kidding, Lao Su's transformation time belongs to Ling Su today. Pikachu, are you going to trick Ash into Serena's room? Does that work? Can Ash go? Seeing what Pikachu wrote, Xiaoxia became more and more confused. Pikachu is eager to complete the task, which Xiaoxia can understand. Even she herself is very eager. But Xiaoji, this stupid bee, how could he go to Serena's room in the middle of the night? Is this not realistic at all? Pick up. Of course not the normal way. But what kind of temperament is Xiaoji? As stupid bee. This bee was stupid for a day without fighting. Didn't he panic? As long as I fool him and say that Selena wants to practice against him, this stupid bee will definitely be a trick. Anyway, in the middle of the night, there is a chance to cultivate feelings after flickering, right? The more he talked, the more Mu Chen felt that his improvisational approach seemed a bit reliable. What the hell? In the middle of the night, it's really a way to increase feelings for Xiaoji to find Serena more. That stupid bee of Xiaoji is not clear about the relationship, but he is keen on Pokemon battles. As long as you attract him with battles every day, are you afraid that he won't stick to Serena? This is coming and going. Fuck, why didn't I think of it earlier? Chapter 477 split up. Pick up. Small, fight with me. Didn't you let me make it clear to you? After some trick, Xiaoxia was successfully captured. After all, Mu Chen's words were indeed too convincing. But, although Xiaoxia was persuaded, this matter is not over yet. Mu Chen is eager to complete the task and increase the transformation time. With the previous experience, Xiaoxia's desire is definitely not less than his. Now this bastard has thought of a good way to let Xiaoxia see the hope of extending the time of this guy's transformation. How could Xiaoxia not pay attention? It is precisely because of too much attention. The final result, that is, Mu Chen took a character step to find Xiaoji, and Xiaoxia went directly to Serena. Regarding this result, Mu Chen also expressed his helplessness. No way, who made Lao Su so talented just come up with a note so convincing? Although it was not good for Lingzi to wait for him, considering his main mission and his own happy future, Mu Chen finally chose to settle Xiaoji's side first. Pick up. Boom, boom, boom. Open the door. Open the door now. It's so cold at night. The room where Xiaoji was resting was not far from Xiaoxia, and after a few steps, Mu Chen had already wandered to the door. Pikachu, what wrong? With sleepy eyes and yawning, Xiaoji looked confused. What going on? I've always been harassing this guy in the middle of the night. How come it's the other way around today? Didn't Pikachu always like to sleep with Xiaoxia? Why are you still looking for me? Did it finally know the fun of fighting? Want to take me to accompany it to find someone to practice with? Pick up. Don't talk nonsense. Come with me. Of course Mu Chen didn't know what Xiaoji was thinking. Otherwise, 100,000 volts must be indispensable. What barren, hellish battle fun. I'm looking for a young lady in the middle of the night. Isn't she fragrant? Thinking of getting rid of Xiaoji's stupid bee, and then rushing to find Lingzi, Mu Chen didn't have time to explain too much to this guy. Hey, Pikachu, wait for me. Seeing that Pikachu gestured to him and turned to leave, Ash was anxious. Is this really finding an opponent and wanting to fight? Who is it? Is it the Poison King Aju, or the evil King Pear Flower, or simply someone else? Apparently, Xiaoji didn't think that Pikachu called him out, and the reason was to let this guy play with Serena at night. At the same time, just as Mu Chen pulled Xiaoji to the predetermined location, Xiaoxia's actions were also unfolding. Serena, get up soon. Oh, Xiaoxia, what are you doing? Everyone is asleep. Being woken up in the middle of the night, Selena said she was done. What wrong? Isn't Xiaoxia sticking with that guy Pikachu every day? Why did you come to find yourself at night? Did that bastard Pikachu make Xiaoxia angry again? Serena is no Ash. As a smart girl, Serena had already discovered the abnormal relationship between Xiaoxia and Pikachu along the way. Although Serena was curious about the relationship between this person and a mountain, she didn't make a fuss about it. In this world, human beings and Pokemon have been combined more and more. Although Xiaoxia's taste made Serena unable to understand, it is also a good thing for Serena. At the very least, this can also ensure that Xiaoxia is not her own competitor, right? It is precisely because of seeing through this that Selena gets along so well with Xiaoxia, and eventually becomes a best friend who can talk about everything. Serena, come. I've figured out a way with Pikachu. Awakening Serena, Xiaoxia also looked anxious. It is indeed a way to create a chance for these two to be alone together in the middle of the night. Even if it doesn't work the first time or the second time, you can't hold back the flow. Let the people stick together every day, and sleep together when they are tired. Wouldn't the relationship become closer? After a long time, are you still afraid that Xiaoji will not give in? How? What? Hearing Xiaoxia say that there is a way, Serena immediately recovered. Xiaoxia came to herself and said there was a way, which naturally meant the matter with Xiaoji. For this Tai Han, Serena, who has been frustrated countless times, almost gave up. If it weren't for the fact that Tai Hanhan had already lived in Serena's heart when she was a child, she would never have persisted until now. Now, hearing that there is a way, how could Serena not be excited? Come on Tilda. From now on, you will ask Ash every night in the name of training, and then you will play against him, or discuss about Pokemon. This stupid bee doesn't know about men and women, so let's talk to him about what he is interested in. As long as you're with him every night like this, it's been a long time. So, although this is not the kind of immediate solution, but it is the only effective solution for the Iron Hanhan like Xiaoji. Tilda. With a solution, Serena was excited. So what if it takes longer? As long as she can take down Xiaoji's stupid bee, Serena will never mind. Pikachu, where are we going? Xiaosha. Serena, why are you here? What the hell is going on? With the two heads moving, Ash and Serena arrived at the scheduled location almost at the same time. Of course, this so-called predetermined location was nothing more than an uninhabited wilderness that Mu Chen casually found. Anyway, Xiaoji, this iron and silly chicken feather, doesn't understand what's the use of making him romantic. It better to be affordable. Find a place and start letting these two develop their relationship. Xiaoji, it's like this. Of course, the job of explaining must be handed over to Xiaosha. After some narration, Xiaoji finally knew the reason why Pikachu was looking for him at night. Haha. Serena, what, do you want to discuss the battle between Pokemon with me? Great, so let's get started. After a day of holding back, someone finally found him to fight, and Xiaoji was immediately excited. Although Serena is her comrade, can't she also fight? It just so happens that Serena has a dragon brother, Latios, so she can fight with her dragon sister. To Ash, it doesn't matter who the opponent is, as long as there are Pokemon to fight, that's enough. Ash, I want to learn how to fight Pokemon with you. In the future, I will trouble you. During the day, either hurry up, or Xiaoji, this stupid bee, challenges others. Using this as an excuse, there is absolutely no problem in fooling this fool out every night. Pick up. You're done. Seeing Xiaoji entering the battle state, Mu Chen nodded in satisfaction. It's settled here. Can Lao Su also retire and find Ling Su? Chapter 478 _ Give me your hand to me. Pick up. Pi. Ling Si is so patient. I am here. After successfully fooling Xiaoji and Serena into a state of battle, and successfully persuading Xiaosha to go back, Mu Chen was finally relieved. Of course, this rhetoric to persuade him to go back is just to stay here by himself, to observe the progress of the two of them secretly, and by the way to protect this stupid bee to prevent him from having an accident. Xiaosha didn't have any doubts about Pikachu's words. Xiaoji, this stupid bee, is the key to the mission, but her Xiaosha's future happy life is guaranteed. This stupid bee, and eventually Pikachu couldn't complete the task assigned to him by the god. Wouldn't he be a tragedy? After the last time, Xiaosha took the time to talk to her three experienced sisters on the phone. During the phone call, Xiaosha already had a complete understanding of this kind of thing. In the same way, Xiaosha knows that if she wants to guarantee her happiness later in life, then 5 minutes is definitely not enough. It's that this bastard, Pikachu, is a quick shooter and can solve a fight in 5 minutes. But, what about foreplay? Nothing. Just come up and hum ha ha to the end. So simple and rude. In the words of Sister Xiaosha, once or twice you may still feel novel. You can't stand it for a long time. Women still prefer the feeling full of affection and sweetness, and prefer to do those humming things after full foreplay. It is precisely because of this that Xiaosha is even more attentive to Xiaoji and Serena. Seeing this guy Pikachu is also very attentive, and even staying up in the middle of the night contributed to this. Xiaosha said that she was very satisfied. However, Xiaosha didn't know that Pikachu, the bastard, was planning to do some shameful things behind his back. Pick up. Pick up. Link C. I'm here. You must be waiting impatiently. Because of Xiaoji's delay, it was more than 2 hours since the time Mu Chen and Ling Zi agreed on. The thought of letting Ling Zi's big beautiful girl wait for him alone in the cold wind made Mu Chen's heart be torn apart. I am a gentleman. How can a beauty wait so long? Thinking that he could experience the real human lady right away, Mu Chen trembled with excitement. When the excited Mu Chen ran all the way and was about to arrive at the predetermined location, he realized that he had to pay a price for wasting 2 hours of time. Nima, who is next to Ling Zi? Look at that figure. Why is it a man? Fuck, is it? At this moment, Mu Chen only felt that his head suddenly turned green. You sir, I haven't tried it yet. Who dares to get ahead of me? To Ling Zi, although Mu Chen didn't have much affection to speak of, he wouldn't be as heartfelt as he did to Xiaosha. But, as a gentleman, and a gentleman with the aura of the protagonist, Mu Chen's possessiveness is also very strong. Even if you haven't even tried it yourself, someone is ahead of you. This kind of thing cannot be tolerated by B. Needless to say, Mu Chen didn't even know who that person was, and the electric current was already rolling and jumping on his cheek. Zila tilde. Wait, you don't have to fuss. I'll send you a charging card electric ball right away. Furious in his heart, Mu Chen even accelerated accelerated his running speed. However, the closer he got, Mu Chen found that his anger became more and more uncontrollable. Mad. Give me your dirty hand. Lingxi is so old and mine. Vaguely, Mu Chen saw that the man's figure was still putting his hands on Lingxi's shoulder. This really made Mu Chen intolerable. Pick up tilde. Closer. Why are you waiting? My charging will be finished soon. Running all the way, Mu Chen quickly approached where the two were. But when his charging skills were used up and he was about to make his debut with a loud shout, Mu Chen had to make a sudden stop. Lingxi, what are you doing here at night? Obedient. Hurry back. Brother. Then what are you doing here again? After agreeing to wait for Pikachu here, Lingxi's heart was also very excited. As a ninja, she is also a female ninja. Lingxi naturally knew about the affairs of men and women since she was a child. If it is an ordinary female ninja, it may be dedicated to the mission target for the mission of the master, or directly used by the master as a plaything. But Lingxi's older brother is Aju. Relying on Aju's protection, Ling Zidao did not suffer such a tragic fate. But regarding the matter of men and women, Lingxi's heart is still full of fantasies, full of longings, and full of expectation. When his brother recognized Pikachu as the master, Lingxi naturally became Pikachu's private property. Originally, she just thought that this Pikachu had better intelligence and more special hobby. But as the contact time got longer and longer, Lingxi found that this was not the case at all. Except for the appearance, this Pikachu is no different from humans at all. Even his IQ may exceed that of a large portion of human. The cheapness was taken up by Pikachu, and he knew that this guy was extraordinary. Of course, Lingxi's heart was completely planted with Pikachu's shadow. In particular, when he was rescued by Pikachu at the rocket's base last time, one of Lingxi's hearts was completely lost. She knew that Pikachu had special preferences, so Lingxi was ready to devote herself to Pikachu. I never thought that this Pikachu would forcibly hold back in the face of his devotion. Originally, Lingxi thought that this was the end of the matter, and that Pikachu was just occasionally looking for him to take advantage of it. But no one thought that when Xiaoji and his party came to the Silver Lion, Lingxi, who received the news, immediately planned to go to Pikachu to meet him. However, when Lingxi sneaked into the room, he found that Xiaoxia and Pikachu entered together, so Lingxi could only continue to hide. It was precisely because Lingxi hid in this house that Lingxi saw a scene that she will never forget. Pikachu, it can be transformed. It can turn into a human, and he's a super handsome guy. This time, Lingxi was completely stunned. Humans become Pokémon. Have you heard that Pokémon become human? Mythical beast. Even the beast can't be alright. Finally, the courageous Lingxi asked Pikachu a question. As for the result, of course everyone was happy. Originally, Lingxi was waiting here with anticipation, ready to see the real man who would meet Pikachu for 5 minutes. However, brother, most of the night, what are you running here for? Chapter 479 _ Good things to share. Lingxi, I order you as a big brother. Go back immediately. After a meal of persuasion, the usually obedient younger sister Lingxi dared to refute him today. Aju said he was angry. Special, you go back now. Don't delay my business. Brother, but if it wasn't for the better with Pikachu today, and if I didn't want to meet Pikachu's real man for 5 minutes today, how could Lingxi dare to go against the wishes of his eldest brother? But this time, Lingxi really didn't want to give up. Although Lingxi also knows that because of her brother's sudden appearance today, her fantasy may not come true. Lingxi, this is the last time. Immediately, go back to me. Facing Lingxi, who dared to go against his will, Aju's eyes almost shot out flame. Damn girl, is she fat? Wait until today. I'm done with my work. Wait for me to take the time. See how I fix you. As ordered. In the end, under the coercion of Aju, Lingxi gave in. There is no way. Aju is his brother, and even his superior. Ninjas are supposed to obey orders. Looking at Lingxi, who turned back 3 steps, Aju snorted coldly. However, Aju didn't know that all this was seen by Mu Chen, who was hidden in the woods beside him. Pick up. Nima, what the matter? What are you doing here in the middle of the night? Why did you drive Lingxi away? Aren't you destroying Lao Su's good deed? Is there any such thing? Seeing Aju forcefully driving Lingxi away, Mu Chen expressed that he was very upset. Special, Aju, right, it seems that you are the king of heaven, and you feel like you are awesome. I am waiting for you. When I look back, I will not turn you over. Glancing fiercely at Aju's figure, Mu Chen was about to leave. Of course, Mu Chen will not return to Xiaoxia just like that. Just kidding. Lingxi was just kicked away. What a big deal. I'm going to chase after him. Wouldn't he be the same in another place? 5 minutes anyway. Can't solve it anywhere. But just as Mu Chen was about to leave, a figure suddenly walked out from behind Aju. Seeing the figure, the footsteps that Mu Chen had just raised fell again. Go away. It's really useless for you to be a big brother. You can't even deal with your sister. As the voice fell, a charming woman appeared in Mu Chen's field of vision. Pick up. What the hell? God damn it. Seeing the owner of this voice, Mu Chen could could no longer walk. However, what made Mu Chen excited was still behind. Okay Tilda, if the child is disobedient, I will educate it later. Dear, you miss me to death Tilda. Seeing the woman appeared, it was obvious that a Jew was also excited. At the same time as he was talking, the guy had already rushed up and hugged the woman directly into his arm. You said that it's not good to come directly to my room if you choose such a crappy place. Obviously, the woman still has grievances in her heart for a Jew's choice to fight in the field. Ooh, that guy Kazuki's superpowers are too powerful. Wouldn't it be troublesome if he found out? While speaking, a Jew's big hands also turned on the wandering mode. He dares. Obviously, this woman did not have the slightest fear of Kazuki, the superpower system king. You are the king of the evil type, and Tien can defeat a tree, but I can't be the poison type. Kazuki, that guy, but I'm dead. If he finds out about our relationship, how can I be okay? This woman who was held in a Jew's arms was the evil king of the Silver Alliance, Kazuki's lover, Pear Flower. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde. Nima, what did I see? Daddy, a orange and pear flowers. How could this even be possible? Unexpectedly, this guy a Jew looked serious. How can the special routine be so deep? When Mu Chen saw this enchanting pear flower, he was also full of all kinds of fantasies. However, I never thought that I didn't even have a conversation with anyone on my side, so a Jew won it. Tisk tisk, that guy Kazuki, isn't the color of his superpowers so green? Seeing the two hugging each other in the wood, Mu Chen completely forgot about Lingzi. With such a big show to watch, who would be willing to leave? Looking at the two who had already started intense foreplay in the wood, Mu Chen became more and more excited. This is so special. This can be said to be a lost mulberry elm, and a lost elm. Although Lao Su's own good things have been destroyed, but watching your performances, it seems to be very good, etc. What the hell? Opportunity. Looking at it, a flash of light suddenly flashed in Mu Chen's mind. As the saying goes, it is better to be happy alone than to be happy. There is such a big show to watch. I can't just swallow it all by myself. Mu Chen, but he has never been a person who eats alone. At this moment, Mu Chen thought of his master, thinking of his life and death partner. When I think of my main quest, I also think of my happy future. Nothing to say. This once in a lifetime grand occasion must be shared with Xiaoji, the stupid bee. Of Xiaoji really understand this kind of thing. If you let me personally perform for you, then I will suffer too much. But the words of a Jew and pear. Anyway, I don't mind. Lousy. At this time, all Mu Chen thought was to get Xiaoji, this stupid bee, over, and let him see it with his own eyes and learn it. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Anyway, as long as you are willing to study hard, you will understand sooner or later. Today, this thief is infertile and powerful, and he is going to perform a live performance in person. Isn't this the best opportunity? Turning his head to look at the two who were still fumbling around, Mu Chen turned his body with a decision in his heart. Pick up tilde pick up. High-speed mobile blessing. The light flashes on. Run it. Proud boy. Raising the speed to the highest level, Mu Chen seemed to have turned into a golden electric current and quickly disappeared between the jungle. At the same time, on the other side, the battle between Ash and Serena is also reaching a critical moment. Latias. Use Dragon Wave. Radios. Use Dragon Wave. One is Brother Long and the other is Sister Long, and there is not much difference in their combat power. It is precisely because of this that Xiaoji is very satisfied with this evenly matched battle. Of course, there are people who are not so satisfied. Looking at the excited Xiaoji, Serena kept sighing in her heart. This beautiful moonlight. Why are you obsessed with the battle between Pokémon? Chapter 480_run all the way. Pikachu, why are you here? Haha. Selena, I know why Pikachu is here. It must also be unable to sleep, and wants to do battle training with us. Just when Serena was helpless, just when Xiaoji was excited, a golden figure appeared in front of the two of them. Before Pikachu and Xiaoxia left one after another, Xiaoji didn't think much about it, just thought that these two guys were going to go back to rest. I never thought that Pikachu came back. Not long after that, Serena was full of doubts about Pikachu's return. What the situation? Didn't they say they wanted to create opportunities for us to be alone? You are a golden yellow-skinned mouse, and you are afraid that the light bulb is not bright enough. What are you running back for? Although she was playing against Xiaoji, a foolish Pokemon, in the middle of the night, Serena was full of helplessness. However, this is more or less alone with Ash, right? The results of it. What is this Pikachu doing again? When Serena asked a question, Xiaoji was so smart that she immediately gave an answer. Just pick up tilde pick up. Battle training your uncle. I have such a kung fu. Lousy. What can I do? You are so crazy. I won't accompany you. Hearing Xiaoji's idiot-like understanding, Mu Chen, who was running all the way, almost died of anger. This stupid bee. What else can you know beside fighting every day? Complaining in his heart, Mu Chen didn't bother to explain nonsense to this stupid bee. He hurried forward, and after a few ups and downs, Mu Chen came to Xiaoji's side. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde. The little short hands waved again and again, and Mu Chen made a move that made Xiaoji Xiaoji, the foolish bee, follow. Ah, you're not here for battle training. Ash was disappointed when he saw Pikachu's action. Ash, Pikachu seems to want us to follow him. Looking at Pikachu, who turned around after a single gesture and kept urging Ash to follow, Serena understood its intention. What is this going to do? I was dragged out of the room by Pikachu before, and then I ran to this place for training against Serena. In the end, it didn't take long. Why did it come again? What is this for? Transfer location. Did something happen? Looking at Pikachu, who kept turning back and urging after a few steps, Ash had a question mark on his face. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde. What the hell? Where did all this nonsense come from? Hurry up. Who is infertile to know whether a Jew's combat power is strong, and it will be over after a while. In order to enlighten Xiaoji, a foolish bastard, and for his future happy life, Mu Chen was really anxious at this moment. It's been a few minutes since I left here. If I go back, I will take Xiaoji, this stupid bee, more slowly. If I go back for a while, the battle is over, and I will leave myself a mess. Wouldn't that be a tragedy? Mu Chen said that he didn't want to spend the night in vain. If this is the case, then it would be better for me to stay there to observe, learn and study. Xiaoji, wait for me. Finally, under the constant urging of Mu Chen, Xiaoji let go of his doubt, putting away the dragon sister Latias. Ash chased in the direction Pikachu was running. Xiaoji chased after him like this, and Serena became anxious. Are you so out of your mind? Left this girl alone in the wilderness in the middle of the night? Is this something that humans can do? Xiaoji, the foolish bee, running away. No matter how dissatisfied she was in her heart, Selena could only bite her teeth secretly, stomped her feet, and chased after Xiaoji's direction. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde tilde. A orange. You must be strong. Hold on to. Be a gentleman. He is a king level gentleman, and he is also a ninja. You must hold back for me. This kind of drama doesn't matter to Mu Chen. He has read countless films in his previous life. What has Mu Chen not seen? But this world does not have those popular fighting blockbusters. It is precisely because of this that Mu Chen cherishes this opportunity so much. It doesn't matter if you can't see it. Xiaoji, this stupid bee, must see it. This is his enlightenment. This is something that can enlighten him. For this kind of thing, Mu Chen had not thought about it before. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Just take a look and you'll understand. But here comes the problem. This is easier said than done. Look, where to look? There is no battle blockbuster in this world, and it is impossible for Mu Chen to be the hero by himself and give Xiaoji a personal demonstration. In the end, it was precisely because of this inability to implement that Mu Chen's plan ended before it even started. I never thought that the mountains and rivers would have no way to go, and there would be another village. My date with Miss Lingxi was ruined, but Ah Ju, who ruined it at this time, made amends. This guy, for art, has the courage to sacrifice himself. Everyone else, a Jew, has devoted himself, and even took the pear flower that Mu Chen coveted so much. How could he not be able to do it on his own? This time, Mu Chen was determined to let Xiaoji see what he should watch, and let Xiaoji learn what he should learn. Ah, Pikachu, I'm already chasing. Don't call me. Mu Chen didn't care about how fast Serena was running behind. Anyway, this little girl knew everything she should know. But this Xiaoji, I have to speed up my speed. In order to allow Xiaoji to run faster, Mu Chen did not tolerate his physical strength at all. Leading a section of the road is to run back and forth, send an electric shock to Ash's butt, and then continue to lead the way. Finally, under Mu Chen's frantic urging, Xiaoji only took a few minutes to arrive at the position where Mu Chen had observed a Ju and Li Hua fighting. Pikachu, what are you asking me to do here? Why are you calling me again? Seeing Pikachu stop, Ash was dumbfounded. What are you doing in the middle of the night? After a wild run, why didn't you leave after running here? Originally, Xiaoji intended to ask questions, but Mu Chen didn't intend to give him this chance. Stupid bat. Your voice was so loud that it didn't disturb the two who were fighting hard. By the moonlight, Mu Chen had already seen a Ju and Li Hua who were fighting fiercely. Fine. The warm-up match did not catch up. At least it caught up with the final stage. Now, let's see how much Xiaoji can learn from it. However, Xiaoji, this stupid bee, obviously hadn't paid attention to the battle not far ahead. Pikachu, what are you talking about? What the hell is going on? Are there enemies here? Or is someone going to challenge me? Pick up tilde tilde. Are you blind or deaf? Can't listen, can't see. Chapter 481 Xiaoji wants to persuade. God, those two people, what are they doing? Finally, Xiaoji, this stupid bee, still found the two who were fighting fiercely in the woods. Seeing this situation, Xiaoji was immediately stunned. How is this going? Are those two people fighting? But the question is, if they fight, why don't they summon Pokémon? This man should be the king of poison, a Jew, and that woman, she is obviously the evil King Pear Flower. Two such powerful kings, why should they rely on themselves instead of using Pokémon in the battle between them? Could it be that their Pokémon have all been used, and all have lost the ability to fight? Yes, it must be so. Otherwise, why did the two of them do it themselves? even smashed the clothes. The battle is really too tragic, right? But judging from the current battle situation, it is still a Jew who has the absolute active advantage. After all, this guy is a ninja. If he fights in person, his combat power is still very powerful. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde. What the hell? Wonderful. How exciting. Why can't you see it? You still need to ask. Isn't that what it's doing? Hearing Xiaoji's question, Mu Chen rolled his eyes, ignoring the stupid bee beside him, and focused his attention on the two who were fighting fiercely. What's more, this is an opportunity to observe and learn. I didn't see it in the previous mutual testing stage, and now it has entered the decisive stage, which means that you can't miss it. However, Mu Chen, who was watching with interest, didn't notice that Xiaoji's expression was getting more and more wrong. No, you can't let the two of them fight like this. If it continues, people will be killed. Seeing the battle between the two of them getting more and more intense, Xiaoji's face became serious. These two are the kings of the Silver Alliance. If there is an accident between them, wouldn't there be a huge chaos in the Silver Alliance? Chaos doesn't matter. But once the influence of chaos expands, the harm to ordinary people will be too great. The previous Xiaoji didn't care, but when he became the champion of the Kanto region, this guy had a sense of responsibility. Now, seeing Aju and Lihua who are fighting fiercely, Xiaoji begins to take care of the Sao of the Silver Alliance. Pick up tilde tilde. What the hell? I can't see it. The demo knows a lot of this, huh? What's the matter? Did you and I pretend to be innocent before? Can you see that it will kill you if you continue? This guy, old driver. When Xiaoji was talking to himself, the taste in Mu Chen's ears changed. Judging from Mu Chen's years of experience, this kind of thing doesn't have any safety measures, and it's normal to cause some life or something. Xiaoji, this stupid bee, can actually see that this is really beyond Mu Chen's expectation. But when Mu Chen sighed that Xiaoji was hiding so much, Xiaoji spoke again, completely shattering his fantasy. Pikachu, we can't just watch like this. Rush up, use electromagnetic wave, and separate them first. With an overwhelming sense of justice, Xiaoji gave an attack command with a serious look. Pick up tilde tilde. Nima, what to play? Did I hear it wrong? Hearing what Xiaoji said, Mu Chen was immediately stunned. What the hell? What are you talking about? Is it human? People are fighting so fiercely. Why did you let me rush up to play electromagnetic wave? Are you crazy or am I crazy? When this electromagnetic wave goes down, these two people are not going to fight with Lousy and me. Muchen can't even beat the Mandarin duck with a stick, let alone beat the Mandarin duck with electricity. This is not something that humans can do at all, right? Go, Pikachu, we can't let them continue fighting. Look at that Pear Flower King. She really seems to be unable to hold on anymore. Pear Flower is Kazuki's lover. If something happens to Lihua, can Kazuki not seek revenge from Aju? If this is the case, wouldn't the entire Chengdu area be completely thrown into chaos? Xiaoji said that he would never allow such a thing to happen. Pick up tilde pick up tilde. Are you out of your mind? Nima, do you really not understand? It's so obvious. Can you not scare me? Xiaoji's urging voice came again, and Mu Chen finally reacted, feeling this fool bee doesn't understand at all. Special help. I don't understand this. What else can I do? At this moment, Mu Chen felt unprecedented despair over his main mission. Where the hell is this jerk? This is simply a straight man of titanium alloy that can't be iron anymore. Pikachu, hurry up. Ooh, forget it. Latias, come out. Of course Xiaoji couldn't feel how sad Mu Chen felt in his heart. Seeing that this product has turned on the disobedient mode again, Xiaoji is anxious. Okay, if you are not obedient, then I will summon an obedient one. But just as Ash took out the Pokemon ball and was about to summon the dragon sister Latias, a sudden panting sound came from behind him. Xiaoji, wait for me. I'm exhausted. The person who came was Serena, who was behind. Of course, Selena's physical strength is not as good as Xiaoji's stupid bee. Chasing wildly all the way, it can be said that the sweaty Serena has just caught up with Xiaoji. Selena, you came just in time. Come on, let's work together to separate them. They can't keep fighting. If you continue to fight, it will really cause people to die. Ash was overjoyed to see Serena coming. Having a helper is better than being alone, right? This is persuasion, not fighting. To persuade this kind of thing, Xiaoji said that it was the first time for him to do it, and he was really inexperienced. Huh? Separating who? Who's fighting? Ah, following Ash's guidance, Selena turned her gaze. Seeing this, before she finished speaking, Selena screamed. Fortunately, the battle between Aju and Lihua was too intense. Serena's scream coincided with Lihua's. Otherwise, Xiaoji and the others would have been discovered. See, can't let them continue fighting. You see, Lord Lihua, the evil king, can't hold on anymore. We must separate them. Serena's scream didn't catch Ash's attention. In his view, it was just because he was too surprised. Xiaoji, are you really stupid? Seeing such an intense scene, Serena's pretty face immediately blushed. Before she could catch her breath, Xiaoji's voice came again. Hearing what Xiaoji said, Serena almost fainted. Chapter 482 _ Xiaosha with a question mark in her head. Wu tilde tilde. Xiaosha, what should I do? Am I completely hopeless? At this moment, two big characters were written on Serena's pretty face: despair. With the guidance of Pikachu before, Ash and Serena saw some happy scene. This kind of thing, Selena just glanced at it and understood it in second. Although she was shy in her heart, Serena didn't feel much ill will about it. There was even a hint of expectation and gratitude in Serena's heart. Gratitude is naturally sent to Pikachu. In order to help himself, this little thing really spared no effort. As for expectation, of course, I hope that Xiaoji, this stupid bee, will be enlightened after watching this scene. No matter how bad it is, he will have some curiosity or something, right? However, the reality is cruel, cold, and sentimental. When Selena confirmed that Xiaoji, this stupid bee, didn't understand what the two in the forest were doing, and instead wanted to persuade them to separate them, Selena really was a mouthful of blood. Squirting. This is not iron anymore, is it? This is simply titanium alloy stainless steel. Because it was too late for Serena to get there, she only saw the end. Just when Ash sent a critical blow to Serena and planned to summon a Pokémon to persuade the fight, the two who were fighting frantically in the forest reconciled again. Seeing the end of the fierce battle, Aju hugged Pear Flower to comfort him constantly, and Xiaoji finally let go of his thoughts of trying to persuade him. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Is this how people usually exercise? No wonder he is a powerhouse at the king level. Even the training is so different. Looks like I still have a lot to learn. Fortunately, Xiaoji didn't directly say what was going on in his heart. Otherwise, Serena did not vomit blood, but she was not the only one present. Lao Su gave up Ling Su. Why did Lao Su give up the wonderful battle and play this back and forth running desperately in the middle of the night and finally got such a result? When Mu Chen saw Xiaoji said the same thing to Selena, he was going to do something to persuade him. Mu Chen vomited. This is just because Xiaoji's stupid bee is going to persuade him. If Mu Chen knew what this guy was thinking at the time, he would definitely go from vomiting half a liter of blood to spitting wildly. Fighting between Aju and Lihua was over, and in the middle of the night Xiaoji was no longer interested in continuing the battle. Naturally, the group dispersed and returned to their room. Xiaoji, this stupid bee, fought against Selena for a long time, and saw the fierce battle between the kings of the Silver Alliance. He was really satisfied. Feeling at ease, Xiaoji naturally returned to the room and fell asleep without a second thought. But this guy slept soundly, and some people couldn't fall asleep. Suffered by Xiaoji's fatal crit, Serena rushed into her best friend Xiaoxia's room like a pear blossom and rain, and cried to her best friend, "Ooh, Selena, don't cry. What the hell happened? Pikachu, you say, what happened?" When this Serena rushed in, she cried with that. Xiaoxia didn't reply when she asked anything. In the end, the helpless Xiaoxia could only ask Pikachu, who was following with a downcast face. What exactly happened here? Wasn't it fine before? Could it be that Xiaoji, this stupid bee, was ruthless when he fought against Serena? But even so, that's not what it is it? Serena should know about Xiaoji's naive personality, right? Besides, what if you lose to Ash? Serena isn't a fan of Pokemon battles. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde. What the hell? This you ask me? I say, I can't tell you, man. She was already depressed, but Xiaoxia asked herself to explain to her, and Mu Chen said that she was not in this mood. Besides, even if he was in the mood, Mu Chen didn't intend to explain. Wouldn't it be troublesome to explain this? How smart Xiaoxia is, but Mu Chen has experienced it. What's so special? The excuse that he left behind was to protect Xiaoji and the others, but he ran away well and found Aju and Lihua. How to say this? Why did you run away? Mu Chen knew that if Xiaoxia asked, he would definitely be the unlucky one. Therefore, in the face of Xiaoxia's question, Mu Chen chose to ignore it. With an expression of unrequited love directly, Mu Chen found a corner and entered the lying nest mode. I have to ask you to ask Serena. I don't say anything. What the hell is going on here? I just thought that Serena had been stimulated by something, but after seeing this, even the bastard Pikachu was listless, and Xiaoxia finally realized the seriousness of the matter. Judging from the current situation, this must be something big. Selena, don't cry. What happened? Pikachu was already lying on the nest, and Xiaoxia didn't bother to pay attention to it, so she could only ask Serena, who was burying her head and crying again. As soon as he entered the room, he said that he had no hope, and then Serena was in pain. Pikachu sighed, and Xiaoxia was completely panicked at this time. If I knew earlier, I wouldn't be coming back. Woo tilde tilde. You'd better go and ask Pikachu. Sad in her heart, where does Selena have the mood to tell Xiaoxia? Besides, this kind of thing, she is a girl, how can she say it? Facing Xiaoxia's questioning, Serena finally kicked the ball back to Pikachu. Seeing the one in front of her, she didn't say anything, just cried bitterly, and the other was full of sadness that was no greater than her heart death. She found a corner to lie down, and Xiaoxia was completely speechless. You don't say anything. Girl, can I know what happened? Never mind. You cows. I don't ask. I'll ask Xiaoji. Knowing that the question was also a question in vain, Xiaoxia, who was finally angry, stomped her foot and ran to Xiaoji and killed it. Pick up tilde tilde. What the fuck? So sturdy. Seeing Xiaoxia slamming out of the door, Mu Chen, who was lying in the nest, was instantly shocked. Xiaoxia is smart, but Mu Chen is not stupid. Can't Mu Chen guess what she wants to do after going out in the middle of the night? This is obviously going to ask Xiaoji to ask. No. I'll follow up. I'll see what Xiaoji has to say. In order to prevent uncontrollable things from happening, Mu Chen didn't bother to continue lying in the nest. With a kick of his short legs and a twist of his butt, Mu Chen ignored the crying Serena, who was still lying on his back, and chased in the direction Xiaoxia left. Xiaoji, tell me, what happened to you before? Why did Serena keep crying when she came back? Did you bully her? To Xiaoji, Xiaoxia is not so polite. He kicked the door open, but before anyone could see the figure, Xiaoxia's voice entered it. However, when Xiaoxia walked into Xiaoji's room with the voice, her voice changed. Ah! A scream came, and even Mu Chen, who was not far behind him, heard it for real. Pika tilde. What the hell? In danger. Hearing Xiaoxia scream, Mu Chen didn't care about anything else, and quickly ran to the room where Xiaoji was. Chapter 483_Thunder will kill you. Huh, Xiaoxia, why are you here? See it. This is my newly learned fighting style, but I don't seem to be able to do it alone. Would you like to try it together? Xiaoxia's scream did not frighten Xiaoji, who was focusing on exercising. That's right, this guy didn't fall asleep immediately after returning to the room. Lying on the bed, Xiaoji kept recalling the scene he had seen before in his head. Although he doesn't understand why Aju and Lihua, who are also the kings of the Silver Lion, have a dispute and even fight, but the observant Xiaoji still found something. At the very least, Aju's fighting style and attacking method are worth learning from him. Right, come to think of it, that must be the fighting style that ninjas cultivate alone. Right, didn't you see that under Aju's frantic attack, Lihua could only be at the mercy of others and kept screaming? Obviously, that fighting style is very powerful. Although in the world of Pokémon, most of the battles are carried out by Pokémon. But Ash was never one to be content with the status quo. At the same time that Pokémon has powerful combat power, Ash is always thinking about strengthening himself. However, this guy didn't master any combat skills other than the natural full value of special defense resistance. The superpowers like Natsu and Kazuki, Satoshi don't care anymore. After all, that thing is born. You don't have it. But Aju's fighting style doesn't seem to have too harsh requirements on innate condition. It is precisely because of this thought that Xiaoji can no longer fall asleep peacefully. He just wants to grasp this fighting method as soon as possible while the memory in his mind has not disappeared. At first, Xiaoji only imitated the actions of Aju, but as he imitated, he found out that nothing seemed to be right. Finally, after some thought, Ash found the problem. Scene. When I saw Aju, his clothes had disappeared because of the battle. In other words, it was not because the battle was too intense that it was damaged, but Aju did it on purpose. In this way, the advantages of this fighting method can be exerted more powerfully. With an idea in mind, Xiaoji of course wanted to try it right away. It just didn't occur to him that just when he got rid of the shackles of his clothes and exercised like that Aju did when he was fighting, Xiaoxia came in. Seeing Xiaoxia, Xiaoji suddenly realized, I finally know why I always feel different when I work out. It was Aju, that is actual combat. If you imitate him yourself, that's natural combat. But the question is, in actual combat, how can you do it without an opponent? That's why Xiaoji didn't show any surprise when he saw Xiaoxia, but invited him instead. As for saying that you have no clothes on, in Ash's view, this is training, a change that he has to make to become stronger, and there is nothing to make a fuss about. Go away, you bastard. Xiaoji didn't feel how, but Xiaoxia's side exploded. Who would have thought that when he entered Xiaoji's room, he would see such an unsightly scene? If you just don't have clothes on, you can bear it. After all, you forced your way in. It is not impossible for such an embarrassing accident to happen. But, what are you doing now? Xiaoxia is not Xiaoji. Although Xiaoxia and Mu Chen have not yet reached the last step in this regard, what they should understand and what they should not understand, Xiaoxia already knows it clearly. With such an unbelievable scene in front of her eyes, how could Xiaoxia not be excited? How could she not be angry? Without further ado, he grabbed a trash can by the door and threw it towards Xiaoji. After throwing it away, Xiaoxia, who could no longer look directly, turned around and ran away. To die. To see such a disgusting scene. Isn't this a nightmare? Hey, what are you doing, Xiaoxia? If you don't practice, you won't practice. Why are you hitting someone? Suddenly being headshot by the trash can. Ash, quit. What is this for? Kick the door and scold you when you come in. Beat you after you swear, and leave after you beat me. Did I offend you? Without further ado, Xiaoji, who was unwilling to suffer, chased out with the trash can. To give me such a bloody torture, I must have an explanation. Coincidentally, when Xiaoxia slammed the door angrily and left, it was when Mu Chen, who was running all the way, arrived. Seeing Xiaoxia who left in anger, Mu Chen was done. Pick up pi tilde. What is this? Why are you so angry? What the hell? Could it be that Xiaoji, stupid B, really said something that shouldn't be unhappy said, Nima, I'm going to be bad. Thinking of Xiaoxia leaving so angrily, Mu Chen felt that at least half of his skin would be stripped off. What to do? What to do? No, I have to figure out a way. Xiaoxia's character, Mu Chen, is still very clear. This little girl, there is absolutely no room for sand in her eyes. If he really knew that he ran out to find Lingzi on a date in the middle of the night, it would definitely kill him. However, just when Mu Chen was in a panic, Xiaoji, who was carrying the trash can, chased him out of the room. Looking at Xiaoji's return to nature, Mu Chen was more and more confused. Pick up tilde. What is this barren play? Why are you playing performance art with Lousy and me? As far as your little rib physique is concerned, what good art is there? Hey, wait, what the hell? Doesn't seem right. In the beginning, Mu Chen was still mocking Xiaoji's physique, but suddenly, Mu Chen was done. What a daddy-looking baby. Xiaoxia just came out of this Illy B's room, right? Could it be that? Fuck, I have suffered a great loss. Daddy, as an old driver, seeing the scene in front of him, how could Mu Chen still not guess the cause and effect? Xiaoji, this stupid bee, doesn't know what to do, so he played the performance art of returning to nature with that, but he happened to be bumped by his baby Xiaoxia. It is precisely because of this that Xiaoxia is so angry. Thinking of this, Mu Chen quit. Special, you play performance art and no one cares about you, and you dare to play with Lao Su's baby Xiaoxia, then I can still get used to you. Needless to say, the angry Mu Chen attacked. Pika tilde chu. Electric shock. No. Electromagnetic wave. No. 100,000 volt. No. Electric ball. No. No. I'm going to kill you with a thunderbolt. Other things are better to say. Xiaoxia is definitely Mu Chen's inverse scale. Xiaoji, this stupid bee, dared to disgust his baby Xiaoxia, and Mu Chen was completely angry. Even if I directly kill you, I won't do the main quest. I absolutely can't get used to your stinky problems today. Crackling tilde. Following Mu Chen's call, a dark cloud appeared in the midair at midnight. Directly below the dark cloud, it was Xiaoji who was puzzled. Chapter 484 Opportunity. Boom, boom, boom. Bursts of thunder fell on the Silver Alliance at midnight. In the face of this natural climate, no one in the Silver Alliance feels rain, and no one will come here to investigate. Throughout the year, although there are not many thunderstorms here, it does not mean that there are no thunderstorms. It's not surprising to come to such a dull thunder. What's more, it's still the middle of the night. Who's tossing with you? Even if any settings are really broken, then everything will be discussed tomorrow. Of course, it was precisely because of this that it was not found. In the thunder, there was a boy who was bombarded by lightning countless times, but still stood tall. Ah, Pikachu, why are you calling me? Of course, the human body has limits. After resisting countless thunderbolts, even Xiaoji, who was at full special defense, finally fell into a coma after sending the last question. Pick up tilde. Why, you are so mindful of yourself. Seeing Xiaoji, whose whole body was smashed into black, but his breathing was extremely steady, Mu Chen was helpless. This Nima, even if the divine beast eats Lao Su, it will definitely not feel good. You can give some reaction, even if it is smoking. At this moment, Mu Chen finally understood what a child of the world was. Sure enough, he is a man who is favored by the power of this world, so he is simply immortal, isn't he? Ignoring Xiaoji, who had been electrocuted into a coma, Mu Chen took the 8th step and left the place smartly. As for Ash, who is still lying in the wilderness, anyway, Idiot B is just in a coma, so he is going to sleep. When he wakes up, he will go back by himself. How can I move him with such a small physique? Pikachu, just now, did you do it? Before walking far, Mu Chen saw Xiaoxia standing not far away with a shocked expression on her face. Pick up tilde. Honey, why are you still here? But don't look at that stupid bee. It's not suitable for children. Besides, how can he have a better figure than me? Xiaoxia is her own, and Mu Chen will never allow her to see other men, even if it is only passive. Pikachu, if you are like this, will something happen to Ash? Of course, Xiaoxia knew why Pikachu shot. In this regard, Xiaoxia's heart is also full of sweetness. At the very least, Pikachu's doing this is enough to express his love for himself, right? But what Xiaoxia couldn't accept was that this time Pikachu's attack seemed a little too violent. Before, it was an electric shock at most, and occasionally 100,000 volts. There's a thunderstorm here today. Pika tilde pi. Okay, that idiot bee is very resistant to electricity. That is, I am so exhausted. He is not a problem. The way, what was that stupid bee doing before? He's not playing hooligans with you, is he? If he really dares to do this, I will go back and beat him now. After a gesture, he first answered Xiaoxia's question, and then backhanded. Mu Chen asked Xiaoxia, this idiot bee is playing the game of returning to nature. Doesn't that seem to be his character? According to Mu Chen's understanding of Xiaoji, generally speaking, this bee slept very sweetly after the battle. What's up with this today? Why is it still blowing? I don't know what's wrong. As soon as I went in, that guy Xiaoji. Seeing Mu Chen's question, Xiaoxia immediately had a look of fear on her face. Disgusting. So disgusting. Who would have thought that Xiaoji, this stupid stupid bee would do such a thing. Xiaoxia dared to swear that if it wasn't for the fact that Mu Chen had to rely on this stupid bee to complete her mission, she would have left this place without saying a word, and she would never see this disgusting stupid bee again. Pick up ... What the fuck? What to play? Xiaoxia's side was terrified to explain what happened before, but Mu Chen's focus changed instead. The anger that should have been angered has already passed, and he has even vented his anger and punished Xiaoji's stupid bee. Of course, Mu Chen will not be entangled in this moment. Anyway, it was Lao Su's baby Xiaoxia who watched Xiaoji, not this stupid bee who watched Laozi's Xiaoxia. To put it bluntly, it's just hot eyes at most. At this time, Mu Chen's focus had already been on another matter. Through Xiaoxia's description, Mu Chen suddenly discovered that Xiaoji, a foolish bee, didn't sleep in the middle of the night but instead played the way of returning to nature. It imitating. This shows what? No matter if Xiaoji, this stupid bee, is interested in that kind of thing, or if he just imitates it alone, this is a great opportunity for Mu Chen. Xiaoxia, that is completely impossible. Even if Mu Chen is crazy, he will never let Xiaoxia be Xiaoji's stupid bee training partner. But do not forget, in addition to Xiaoxia, there is another Serena who wants to be delivered to her door. Xiaoxia Muchen was reluctant, and what Serena said didn't matter. What's more, Selena is afraid that she can't ask for something like this. Pick up ... Pick up ... Thinking of this, Mu Chen became excited. Not bothering to comfort the baby Xiaoxia, Mu Chen hurriedly jumped into Xiaoxia's arms, made a gesture with her short hand, and described her thought to Xiaoxia. Ah, Pikachu, you mean, but can this work? Even if Serena agrees, can Ash accept it? After understanding Pikachu's description, Xiaoxia said that she was a little confused. Is this reliable? Xiaoji's stupid bee is afraid that he doesn't understand at all, and doing so is just imitating that disgusting person. But the problem is, Ash imitated it just because he thought it was a combat training. If you really get Serena to cooperate, what should you do if Xiaoji, this stupid bee, finds that something is wrong? Xiaoxia has a deep understanding of Xiaoji's iron level. Xiaoxia is sure that if Xiaoji, this stupid bee, really finds that the problem is wrong, then I am afraid that even if the critical step has been reached, this guy will stop calling for a stop immediately. Pick up ... Pick up ... What are you worried about? Xiaoji is stupid bee, but he just doesn't understand. After all, isn't this silly bee also a man? Man, I still don't understand. If it really get to that point, even if Xiaoji, this stupid bee, finds that something is wrong, I'm afraid he will be reluctant to stop it. Right. Regarding this matter, Mu Chen said that he was still very confident. What's more, what if it fails in the end? It's just an opportunity anyway. Now, the main problem is on Serena's side. Whether this little girl is willing to cooperate, and to what extent, is the main factor. In order to get Xiaoji's iron-headed baby to follow suit, Serena's cooperation must be high, and she must actively guide Xiaoji's stupid bee. Only in this way can Mu Chen have the hope of completing this task. Chapter 485_hesitant Selena. What? How can this work? If Serena was still heartbroken and crying bitterly before, so now, Serena's integrity is broken and she is done. Is this Xiaoxia crazy? What the hell are you telling me? Let me go with Ash. Accompany him to imitate that Aju and Lingzi, and do that damn special training. Xiaoji's stupid bee doesn't know. Doesn't she know Serena? What kind of shit training is this? This is simply asking her to imitate the lowly woman Lihua, actively cooperate, guide, and even tempt Xiaoji. Serena really likes Xiaoji, but she really can't do this kind of thing right now. Oh, Serena, this is a chance. Xiaoji's stupid bee is like, now it's rare that this idiot bee is interested in this kind of thing. This is our chance to win him in one go. As long as he tries it once and knows what's going on. Are you still afraid that he won't be interested in you? If we wait until this stupid bee is not interested in this so-called special training, then we don't know when we will go next time. Serena disagreed, and Xiaoxia almost jumped up in a hurry. Do not. You are the main force of this plan. If you don't agree, wouldn't we be embarrassed? As Xiaoxia said, in the current state of Xiaoji's foolish bee, after this opportunity is really missed this time, I don't know what year and month I will wait for the next time. To dedicate yourself to Xiaoji and cooperate with him to carry out this damn special training. If Selena doesn't cooperate, Xiaoxia really can't think about it. But this thing is too embarrassing. People, this is my first time. As a girl who is not full of all kinds of longing for her first time, although there is no problem with the object, it is indeed Satoshi who made Serena fall in love. But this process, this way, this made Serena unacceptable. Oh, Serena, it's nothing. Don't think about it. It's just that you and I both know about this. I promise, no matter what happens in the future, I won't say anything about it. Serena didn't agree. It was just because of the girl's restraint. As a girl, how could Xiaoxia not understand what Serena was thinking? Anyway, as long as she dispels the concerns in her heart and allows Serena to face this matter bravely. As for Xiaoxia's Pikachu lying in Xiaoxia's arms, could Xiaoxia tell Serena that Pikachu planned all of this? Then, no way. I'm still not feeling feeling well. Shaken. Hearing Serena's hesitant word, and looking at Serena's hesitant expression, Mu Chen's ears pricked up. Obviously, Serena was moved. She is still refusing. That is her last restraint. Selena, you have to think about it. If you miss this time and wait for the next opportunity like this, you really don't know what year and month it will be. Mu Chen discovered Selena's psychological changes. Why didn't Xiaoxia notice it? Seeing that Selena's line of defense had been broken, Xiaoxia made persistent efforts and continued to use the tricks she learned from Mu Chen on Selena. Finally, well, okay. Under Xiaoxia's repeated persuasion, Selena announced the move. That great. Serena, that stupid bee of Xiaoji happened to be stunned by Pikachu just now. You go to take care of him now. If he wakes up quickly, you can take the opportunity to tell him directly that you want to do that special training. If he doesn't wake up today, you can also take this opportunity to get acquainted with him, and don't be so shy when the time comes. After saying these words with no conscience, Xiaoxia became nervous again. For the rest, it all depends on Serena's rank. As Mu Chen said, Xiaoxia also doesn't care about the progress between Xiaoji and Serena. But the problem is, if these two people don't get together, and Xiaoji's stupid bee doesn't get rid of the single, what will happen to his lifelong happiness? For her lifelong happiness, Xiaoxia chose to sacrifice Selena without hesitation. Under Xiaoxia's coaxing, Selena turned back and left the room one step at a time, and walked over to where Xiaoji was lying. However, when Serena saw that Ash, who was still in a coma, and returned to nature, she retreated again. Xiaoxia, or else, I think it's better to forget it. I really can't do it, Tilda. Although she had long fantasies about this kind of thing, when Serena saw Xiaoji's return to nature, her face flushed with shame. Really, Serena, we only have one chance. We really don't know when we will go next time. Xiaoxia didn't even dare to take a look at Xiaoji's return to nature. Originally, he was still turning his head and waiting for Xiaoji, who was supported by Serena, to help her return to nature, to leave, but she never expected to wait for such a sentence. Does this work? It doesn't matter if you don't play anymore. Who will solve my lifelong happiness, girl? Needless to say, Fudge Daffa is used again. However, this time, the trick of fooling around is no good for Serena, who has already seen Xiaoji's shocking appearance. No, I really can't. Xiaoxia, just wait. When Xiaoji wakes up, when Xiaoji accepts me. Her shy neck was red, and Serena turned and left without hesitation. Pika tilde chu. Nima can't go. Xiaoxia was anxious, and Mu Chen was even more anxious. This Serena doesn't play anymore. Does I really want to be the happy 5-minute man in that lifetime? Just kidding. I'll keep you no matter what. After a period of breathing, Mu Chen, who used thunder to clear his energy, has recovered a little. With the help of this part of the recovery, although Mu Chen said that the ultimate move could not be used, a gentle electric shock, or an electromagnetic wave or something, was not a big problem. Serena is not Xiaoji, and she doesn't have that kind of perverted special defense resistance. Of course, Mu Chen doesn't use the skill of electric shock, which may make her lie in the nest longer than Xiaoji. Therefore, in the face of Selena, who turned around and left, Mu Chen sent the goods out with a decisive electromagnetic wave. Zila tilde. Still want to go? Leave it for me to stop. Facing this sneak attack from behind, the unprepared Serena naturally fell to the ground. Pikachu, what are you doing? Looking at Serena, who fell to the ground, Xiaoxia was stunned. Pick up tilde. What are you doing stupidly? You drag Serena. I drag Xiaoji. Let them go to the main house. Chapter 486 Green Prairie. Who tilde? Pikachu, what should we do now? After exhausting all her efforts, she finally dragged Xiaoji and Serena into the room, wiped the shanghan on her forehead, and Xiaoxia questioned Pikachu with a puzzled look. People were indeed dragged in, but the problem is, and then, this kind of thing, Xiaoxia said. She really has no experience to talk about. Pick up tilde. How to do? Of course it's salad. Come on, baby Xiaoxia, hurry up and take down Serena's clothes. Then push the two of them together, and the rest is up to God. That's right, God's will. As for Xiaoji, this Iron Man, Mu Chen could be considered to have exhausted all his methods. The rest can only see how the will of God. Xiaoji, this idiot, wants to have special training after waking up. Then when he finds that Serena, who is already in place and posing absolutely cooperative, will not miss it. As for Selena, this girl was already tempted. Didn't she temporarily retreat because she was shy? But in Mu Chen's view, it doesn't matter at all. What happened to the retreat? I'll help you out, old man. Special training. After he recovered, Serena would definitely not refuse. Clothes. All. Seeing Pikachu make that gesture, Xiaoxia was a little dazed. This is too simple and rude, isn't it? And, is this really good? In this way, wouldn't it hurt Serena even more? What should I do if this make her feel conflicted? With this kind of concern in her heart, Xiaoxia didn't dare to do anything to Serena directly. Pick up tilde. What are you doing? Hurry up. Xiaoji's resistance is too high. No one knows when he will wake up. I can't make a second thunder today. After waiting for a long time, Xiaoxia didn't make a move, and Mu Chen was a little confused. What are you doing? saying, "What is this for? Hurry up. Who are you waiting for? Pikachu, that's not a good thing, isn't it? If this is the case, will Serena?" Being urged again, Xiaoxia didn't care whether this topic was suitable to talk about in front of Selena, who was paralyzed by the electric shock but did not lose consciousness, and told Mu Chen about her concern. Pika tilde 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 pick up tilde. What the hell? Is this what you are worried about? Fine, fine. Serena is just shy. Wouldn't it be nice if the lights were turned off, the eyes closed, and the rhythm entered? Just put 120 hearts on it. Hearing that this was what Xiaoxia was worried about, Mu Chen understood. What should I do? Lousy. Is it still a thing? Even without us, wouldn't Serena take the initiative to run to Xiaoji's room? Even drilled into this stupid B.S. arm. This girl just can't cross this threshold. Help her. There is absolutely no problem. At this moment, when Mu Chen and Xiaoxia were communicating, no one noticed the terrified look in Selena's eyes, who was lying on the ground paralyzed by the electric shock, accompanied by panic. It was Serena's pretty face and neck that had already been blushing. As an old driver, Mu Chen did not say anything wrong. This kind of thing really won't cause any harm to Serena. After all, her love had already been secretly promised to the point where she couldn't promise anymore. At most, it is the shyness and reservedness of the girl's family. Hearing that these two were going to discuss taking down all her clothes, how could Selena not panic? But when I think of the neck picture, Serena's blushing pretty face is easy to understand. Of course, Mu Chen and Xiaoxia were completely unaware of what was going on in Selena's heart at this time. Okay, but Pikachu, you bastard, don't you want to get out of here and watch? Finally, Xiaoxia was persuaded. Just what does this bastard Pikachu mean by staring at Serena with his eyes fixed? Would you like to see and compare? Just kidding, Xiaoxia is not a fool. Give this bastard such a chance to Pikachu. Regarding Pikachu's personality, if Xiaoxia said that she knew the second, then no one would dare to say that she was the first. This bastard. I urged myself just now. Obviously I can't wait to see some pictures that are not suitable for children. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde. What the hell? As for, if you don't look at it, don't look at it. What are you kicking Lao Su for? Being kicked by Xiaoxia, Mu Chen helplessly turned and left. Uncle, why is your awareness of prevention so high? Can't be careless one. Give me a chance. Of course, before leaving, Mu Chen would never forget to cover up everything Xiaoji needed to cover up. Joke. I don't watch it. Baby Xiaoxia, you can't suffer. Selena, I'm really sorry. You know Xiaoji's naive character. This time, he's helping you. Watching Pikachu turn and leave, Xiaoxia began to tell Serena with an apologetic expression. You know, Selena didn't lose consciousness. Those big flashing eyes were staring at him all the time. Good luck. What made Xiaoxia feel a little better was that when she was about to start with Selena's clothes, the little girl's eyes were only panic and shy, but she didn't mean to blame. Obviously, this girl, just as the old driver Mu Chen had expected, couldn't wait. After some tossing and turning, Selena turned into a little pig. Xiaoxia looked at the body that was healthier than her own, turned around and left here with a little envy. For the rest, it's up to Xiaoji's stupid B to do his best. When Xiaoxia just walked out the door, a golden figure came to her. Ooh, Pikachu, you bastard, scared me to death. What are you doing? The yellow figure that suddenly appeared was the yellow-skinned mouse Pikachu. Originally thought that the goods had gone far, but never thought that the goods were actually guarding the door, and Xiaoxia was suddenly taken aback. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde. What? Of course peeping. Who? I've misspoken. Never. Of course, it is to monitor Xiaoji's stupid B to see if he is capable or not. If you don't look at it, can you know whether it succeeded or failed in the end? Ah, Pikachu, you mean, let's just watch from here. It too. Hearing that Pikachu even had such a plan, Xiaoxia's pretty face instantly blushed. This is completely pulling yourself to watch the battle blockbuster. Too exciting, right? Pick up tilde tilde. What the fuck? Be patient. Did you misunderstand something? When did I tell you? Daddy. Hearing that Xiaoxia even arranged for herself, Mu Chen was speechless. I'll go. What do you say you stay for? You keep it. Even if I'm monitoring, I'm afraid to say it. This is even more of a disadvantage. When he thought of letting his baby Xiaoxia see Xiaoji's silly B.S. battle scene, Mu Chen felt that he had come to the grassland in a trance. Chapter 487 Children. I have a lot of question mark. There is value in waiting. With Xiaoxia outside Xiaoji's silly B.S. room until the early hours of the morning, Mu Chen finally saw hope. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde. Xiaoxia, quick, hurry up. That silly B of Xiaoji seems to have recovered. When the thunder struck before, Mu Chen didn't know what to do. Who knows if Xiaoji can resist this stupid bee? Just resist. Who knows when this stupid bee will wake up? If you don't wake up tonight, then this opportunity will be missed in vain. Selena can make you electrocute one, and definitely can't make you electrocute a second time. Mu Chen is not a fool. This time, Selena herself was tempted. Even if she was electrocuted and ripped off, she was shy and timid, with all kinds of small expectations in her shyness. But the problem is, you can never do this again. It's okay to call one, but if you call again, again. People will be angry if they don't get angry. It's really about that time, and Selena won't cooperate with a beating to death. Who will cry in the end? Isn't he Mu Chen? Therefore, to say that Xiaoji is the most nervous about this stupid bee, it is undoubtedly Mu Chen. Fortunately, just when the weather was lightly pardoned, when Mu Chen was close to despair, and when Xiaoxia was already leaning against the corner into a semi-conscious state, Xiaoji's stupid bee finally made a move. Pikachu, what are you doing? People are sleepy. Didn't go back to sleep in the middle of the night, and listen to other people's corners, and engaged in this healing. Kui. Xiaoxia said that she was speechless too, but what this bastard Pikachu said really made sense, and Xiaoxia, who was also full of bad taste in her heart, certainly wouldn't let it go. Xiaoji, this stupid bee, what will he do in the end? After waiting for a long time, Xiaoji still didn't respond. Xiaoxia finally couldn't hold on anymore, just wanted to sleep against the corner for a while, but she was shaken by Pikachu before she thought about it. Pick up tilde. Sleeping wool. Check it out. Hi, Xiaoji, the stupid bee woke up. I go. You want to stay, but you still don't see it. Is it easy for me? Looking at the sleepy-eyed Xiaoxia, Mu Chen could only keep urging her. There is no way, although it is delicious to eat alone, but after the incident, Xiaoxia launched a raid, and Mu Chen couldn't bear the consequences. Ash is awake. Finally, the half-conscious Xiaoxia caught the crux of the problem. Hearing that Xiaoji, this stupid bee, had woken up, Xiaoxia immediately woke up after changing her previous confusion. At this time, in the room, it was indeed as Mu Chen said. Ash has recovered from the electric shock of the thunder. It's so comfortable to sleep tilde. Stretching his weight, Xiaoji turned on the self-talk mode. Obviously, relying on his sky-defying special defense resistance, this stupid bee completely ignored the damage caused by the thunder, and just thought it was Mei's sleep. By the way, I remember that Pikachu seemed to attack me before. Why is it attacking? Serena, how are you here? In a daze, Xiaoji turned on the mode of recalling the past, but when he was still recalling why Pikachu wanted to attack him, this fool bee finally found Serena lying on the side. Seeing Serena returning to her natural state, Xiaoji didn't have any special reaction, but was curious about why Serena appeared in his room. Xiaoji, this silly bee, slept beautifully, but Serena could never fall asleep. Hit by the electromagnetic wave, although Serena was conscious, her body was unable to move. The little white sheep was lying beside Xiaoji, and Serena said that she was not shy. It was almost dawn, and Serena, who thought she could pass the border safely, suddenly found that Xiaoji, a foolish bee, had woken up. This time, it was so embarrassing that Serena could not wait to turn into 3 gophers, find a hole in the ground and go straight into it. However, at this time, she was still in a state of paralysis by electromagnetic wave. What about my clothes? Serena, yours too. Where are the clothes? Did you drag me? Would definitely electrocute this stupid bee. Nima, right now, this is the situation. Everyone's little white sheep have been there. Why are you paying attention to what shitty clothes? Because of the angle of Selena, Mu Chen, who was lying on the window, could only see her neck and head, but the specific picture, can't it be supplemented by the brain? Just thinking about that scene, Mu Chen couldn't wait to rush in and kick Xiaoji, the stupid bee, away, and replace him. Nehi, turning his head to look at Xiaoxia, whose face was flushed, Mu Chen could only sigh silently. Hey, old man, I've lost a lot of money. From my own point of view, I can only see Xiaoji. A foolish bee. Xiaoxia's point of view is to see what she wants to see. Is the gap between skin and people so big? Just as Mu Chen was lying outside the window lamenting the injustice of his fate, Xiaoji in the room finally moved again. Right, I remembered it. Before, I really thought I was doing special training. Then Xiaoxia came, and Pikachu attacked me after that. Why is it attacking me? Apparently, Ash is still struggling with the question of why Pikachu is attacking him. Pick up tilde. Hurry up. Get to the point. Seeing Xiaoji's reaction and recalling the special training, Mu Chen was immediately excited. I never thought that this side was just getting excited, and that stupid bee of Xiaoji was once again entangled in the question of why he was electrocuted. Pikachu, don't move. Ash is in a situation. Mu Chen jumped up and down in anger, and finally affected Xiaoxia. However, it was precisely because of his jumping up and down that this guy missed the most important scene. Forget it. Don't miss him. Anyway, Pikachu always loves to attack me inexplicably. Master G's heart will always be bigger than the blue sky. Wei Wei hesitated for a while, but Xiaoji decisively put the problem behind him. Turning around again, Ash focused his attention on Serena lying on the side. By the way, Serena, why did you come to my room? And your clothes? At this time, Xiaoji, if you use a very popular music on the internet to describe it, it would be, little boy, I have a lot of question marks. As for why Serena appeared in her room inexplicably, even taking off like a little white sheep, Xiaoji was really confused. Finally, after this guy talked to himself, under the expectant gaze of Mu Chen, Xiaoji suddenly realized, I thought of it. Serena, do you want to do that special training too? So you came to me specially. Ha ha ha. Must be. Back then, Aju and Li Hua's special combat training was the return to nature of the two of them now. After thinking for a while, looking at his own look, and then looking at Selena's look, Xiaoji finally became smart. Chapter 488 Who wants to see you practice alone? Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde. What the hell? Coming. Here we come. Lying outside the window and watching Xiaoji's movements in the house, Mu Chen was excited. Nima, is it easy for me, sir? How long have I been waiting? You idiot is finally enlightened. Yeah, asshole. Pikachu, what are you doing? Take it easy. Kill me tilde. Mu Chen was so excited that he couldn't help himself, and Xiaoxia suffered. Originally, I said that I was shy and timid looking at Xiaoji's stupid bee and that imitated action, but suddenly the bastard Pikachu gave him a frantic grab. Xiaoxia is not Xiaoji, a tender me. Can this be tolerated? Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde. Accident. Just an accident. Don't pay too much attention to the details, or continue to watch Xiaoji. Look at Xiaoji's neck move. At this time, Xiaoji was just imitating a Jew, and he didn't act too radically. Even Serena, who was still paralyzed, just stared at Xiaoji with a pair of bright eyes wide open. That's right, the expression in Serena's eyes at this time was panic. Seeing Xiaoji's Tai Han beside him, doing push-ups in the evil way of returning to nature, how could Serena not panic? OMG, doesn't this kid feel tired? It's been more than half a day here. Is his arm not sore? Doesn't his leg hurt? Then hitting the ground back and forth, wouldn't it hurt so much? Ooh, it doesn't seem right to do this. Serena, do you remember what we saw at that time? What happened to the two of them? Why doesn't everything I do feel right? After a toss, there was no soreness, but Xiaoji felt something was wrong. It made people feel hardy when watching that Aju in the special training battle. Instead, when he came to himself, why was he so awkward? Unable to think of an answer, the helpless Xiaoji could only ask Serena a question. Fight between Aju and Lihua. She must have some different understandings, right? Don't say that Serena is speechless now. Even if she could speak, when faced with Xiaoji's stupid question, Serena would definitely not answer. How to say this? Is it wrong to tell you that? Should the two work together? How can a girl say this? Pick up tilde pick up. Nima, why is this kid so stupid? Hell, seeing Xiaoji stupid bee practicing alone for a while, then he stopped to think. Originally, Mu Chen thought this bee was enlightened and was ready to attack Selena. Never thought that after this bee asked, he started to practice solo again. This Nima, why did I drag Serena in here? I even specially gave you one step, and I took off the clothes. Why can't you have a snack? Host, do you need help? Just when Mu Chen was anxious to turn over Xiaoji's stupid bee with a 100,000 volt electricity, and then went into battle himself, the voice of the system suddenly came from his mind. Pick up tilde tilde. What the hell? System brother. So good. Are you willing to help me? How to help? Etc. Fuck. Wrong. Let's make it clear. What's the price after helping? Is the old man going to do something else? The system suddenly said it wanted to help him, but Mu Chen said that he was not excited. That was a lie. But just when he was excited about himself, Mu Chen suddenly woke up. The system should play the bee game, and it has always been powerless to get up early. This is so special. Okay, this bee suddenly popped up and said to help himself. Fraud. Absolutely fraudulent. The help I gave you is just a suggestion. Don't worry, this time it doesn't cost anything. And as long as Xiaoji successfully take down Serena, it can also be counted as you completing a random mission. I go. What going on? Is the sun rising in the west? Is the system so powerful today? Hearing the system's answer, Mu Chen still couldn't believe it. This is such a good thing that the pie falls from the sky. Can it be my turn? This is a little unrealistic, isn't it? It's just how Mu Chen knew. Perfectly persuaded by Xiaoji's iron bee. Now, the best time to break the world line has come. Even the system can't sit still. As long as Xiaoji Tai Han wins Selena, the world line of this world will be completely and irreversibly changed. At that time, the help for the system to recover its strength will be too great. This guy, Mu Chen, still owes him 2 random tasks. At the price of 1 random task, he fooled this bee to add fuel to Xiaoji, add fire, and increase the chance of breaking the world line. This trading system is definitely a guaranteed profit. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde. Mu Chen didn't know how the system calculated. However, Mu Chen is not a fool. After some calculations in his head, in the end, Mu Chen's calculation seems to be good for him. It's not a loss anyway, so what's the harm in agreeing? Bring it on. System, quickly give me some hint. How can I help this Tai Han? I don't want to watch him practice push-ups with that guy all night. Host, this idiot Xiaoji can't remember. You can ask Serena to remind him. Now Serena is paralyzed by you, so she can't speak. As long as you stimulate Serena, she will recover from the paralysis. As for the rest, it's up to you. This kind of thing is always what you want and I want. If you really want to force it, it is also a man to a woman. Although the system is very eager for Xiaoji to take down Serena, there is really not much it can do. If this Xiaoji is not willing, even if you force him to be trapped, won't he still be AB type in the end? The system wants to break the world line, not help Ash to have a goodbye night. Pika tilde pie. Good idea. I'm going to try it. Serena, this little girl, is absolutely willing to Xiaoji. After receiving the prompt from the system, Mu Chen suddenly regained his senses. Let Serena take the initiative. It's never better than watching Xiaoji that stupid bee play push-up. Right. He didn't say anything, and ignored Xiaoxia, who had long been unbearable to watch, and ran to let the wind out. Mu Chen crept into Xiaoji's room again. Zila tilde tilde. The gentle little current was sent out, and when she saw Serena trembling, Mu Chen knew that the girl had regained her mobility. Xiaoji, do you still remember the previous special training? They seemed to be hugging each other. After regaining her mobility, Selena brewed her emotions and finally said some very powerful words. Chapter 489 Unfinished main quest. Pick up tilde tilde. System, come out for me. Where is my reward? Daddy, did Xiaoji take down Serena? Why is my main quest still not completed? Anger, extreme anger. After a lot of hard work, I finally got to this point, but the special main quest is not completed. Can this be tolerated? Yes, at this time, Xiaoji has taken Serena down. When Serena recovered from the paralysis state, this girl was also cruel. For the sake of future happiness, she completely gave up any bullshit and reserve, and directly turned on the active guidance mode. Under the guidance of Serena, Xiaoji naturally began to imitate the battle between Aju and Lihua. The imitation began, and after going back and forth like this, Xiaoji inexplicably bid farewell to the past and entered the world of adult. The sudden sensory experience hit, although Xiaoji didn't know the specific reason, but in the end this guy was still a normal person. Whether it's comfortable or not, Xiaoji, this Tai Han, still knows how much being comfortable and able to carry out special training. Xiaoji, this stupid bee, is naturally more diligent. The official battle started, and Xiaoxia, as a girl, was of course embarrassed to look at it. Skinned mouse that euphemistically monitors Xiaoji's progress. Xiaoxia almost sprinted back to her room with a 100-meter sprint. Xiaoxia left, and Mu Chen looked even more confident and bold, without any scruple. Looking at the process, it was still very happy. The last battle between Aju and Lihua was too far away, and Mu Chen did not observe many details. This time, Xiaoji, this stupid bee, can make up for the regret left by Mu Chen before. But the problem is, after the battle, when Mu Chen waited with anticipation for the completion of the main quest, and when the voice of his own sublimation arrived, he was embarrassed. 1 minute has passed, 10 minutes have passed, 20 minutes have passed. Finally, Mu Chen couldn't bear it any longer. What's up with this Nima? What about Lao Su's mission reward? Is this not the end of the main quest? Host, your main quest has not been completely completed, so the reward cannot be issued. Finally, at the urging of Mu Chen jumping up and down, the system's voice came out. Pick up tilde tilde tilde. What to play? Not completely done. Nima, isn't this completely done? Come, you tell me. Lao Su, what does it mean to be completely completed? Should I wait for Serena to get pregnant, or even give birth to a little wisdom? Is this complete? Let me tell you, if you don't talk to Lao Su today, I will understand. I will never stop with you. When it comes to his main task, his own interest, and his happy future, Mu Chen has absolutely no intention of compromising. What are you kidding? It's all bloody and it's not finished yet. What's the matter? You still want Xiaoji, this stupid bee, to get a double kill? Facing the rogue like Mu Chen, the system was silent. Pick up tilde tilde. Hurry up. Don't play dead with this. Don't say you didn't watch it just now. Hurry up. You have to explain it to me today. The main quest is not complete. What are you kidding? Mu Chen knew that if you didn't take advantage of the system, it would play cool with you. For many things, it is necessary to show their tough attitude in order to win the benefits they want. Host, do you think that Xiaoji now fully understands what he is doing? I'm afraid this guy still thinks this is a rather special way of special training right now. Moreover, the requirement of the mission is to help Xiaoji, this stupid bee, to find a partner. Do you think this is a partner? After a long silence, the system still replied to Mu Chen. Obviously, the reason why the system was silent was because he was busy organizing the language so that he could persuade Mu Chen as a scoundrel. Pick up tilde tilde. What the hell? Can this be done? So what do you say? You explain to me clearly. What level does this so-called partner have to achieve? What does it mean that Lao Su has completed the task? Hearing the system's explanation, Mu Chen was speechless. This seems to be irrefutable. Although the system does not say a lot, it does make sense. Xiaoji, this stupid bee, he knows a lot of wool. But how to break this partner? Is this not a partner? How does that count? Marry, have a baby, or what? Mu Chen suddenly realized that if he wanted to gain benefit from the system, he had to understand this word game. Otherwise he would be the one who would suffer the most. The host, the so-called partner, naturally means that two people truly love each other. Just like between you and Xiaoxia, I can judge you as a partner. As for the current Xiaoji, runners are almost the same. Mate, what you think? This has been explained very clearly. Obviously, what people's system wants is true love, and what they want is Xiaoji, a foolish bee, to enlighten his mind, not just his body. daddy. These are simply two concepts. Hearing such a reply from the system, Mu Chen was completely unimaginable. What do you think this can be done? Who's to blame? Blame Xiaoji for this stupid bee? Or do you blame yourself for not understanding the true meaning of this mission? But, although Mu Chen had already accepted the systematic explanation in his heart, with his character of plucking hairs, he had to point something out. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde. Okay, that's it. I understand. System brother, I said you didn't explain this task clearly before, so I can't blame me for this, right? You can see how hard I work for Xiaoji, this stupid bee. Now that we have come this far, how much do you not give a point? Whatever you love, whatever comes for nothing. Anyway, for Mu Chen, as long as the system gives anything, he will definitely not lose. Speechless. He's speechless again. Facing the rogue Mu Chen, the system only felt that if he continued to stay with him for a few years, even if his strength recovered, he would be a little bit angry. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde. Give a word. I have no credit and hard work. Right. How much do you give me? Okay, then I'll give you an extra 3 minutes of transformation time today. Pick up tilde. What to play? 3 minutes. Enough or what? Even if you add the 5 minutes that Lao Su didn't use, it's only 8 minutes. Sir, can you be more generous? However, this time, no matter how much Mu Chen called, the system never responded. Pick up tilde tilde. Fuck. Pick your nose and swoot. Mu Chen expressed extreme dissatisfaction with the extra reward the system gave him. What the use of this extra 3 minutes? Lingzi didn't know where to go. What can I do with this? Daddy. Chapter 490 special training. Pika tilde pi. My Nima, what's the situation? Originally, Mu Chen left Xiaoji's room where the war had ended and returned to Xiaoxi's room with an extremely depressed mood. But I never thought that Mu Chen was stunned when he just entered the room. What's so special about this? Lao Su's baby. Xiaoxia, are you swollen wood? What are you doing with this? Seeing Xiaoxia's pretty face blushing in front of her, her hands were placed in places where they shouldn't have been placed. As an old driver, Mu Chen didn't react immediately. Yeah, Pikachu suddenly broke in, and Xiaoxia, who was addicted to her own world, was awakened. Pick up tilde pick up tilde. What the hell? Take it easy. I'm scared to death. The sudden scream almost scared Mu Chen over. Hi, Pikachu. How did you get back? When did you get back? In a panic, she sorted out the clothes that were not messy, and Xiaoxia's face was full of nervousness and embarrassment. Pick up. What do you mean? I can't come back. Daddy. Being questioned by Xiaoxia, Mu Chen was very dissatisfied. So special. I have tossed most of the night for what? Isn't it all for you? For our future happy life. Why don't you let me go back to sleep? What the point of reporting to you? To Xiaoxia's questioning, Mu Chen expressed that he was extremely dissatisfied. But when Mu Chen vented his dissatisfaction, a flash of light suddenly flashed in this guy's mind. What the hell? Wait, let me give you a stroke. It seems that when I first entered the house, my baby, Xiaoxia, was relying on her own strength to do something she liked to hear. Nima, shouldn't it be? Xiaoxia is not such a person, is she? How can you suddenly do these things that you like to see and hear? Is it? Aura flashed again, and Mu Chen understood. Xiaoxia will suddenly be like this. It must be because she saw the picture of Xiaoji, Stupid Bee and Selena fighting, so it will become like this. This time, Mu Chen really guessed something. Before, Xiaoxia and Mu Chen were just one step closer to getting there. Although it was said that they were destroyed by Xiaoji, the seed was already buried in Xiaoxia's heart. If nothing ever happened, Xiaoxia wouldn't be like this, and even that seed would be slowly faded until it dissipated. But the problem is, today, I watched the battle between Xiaoji, a foolish bastard, and Selena, and the seed sprouted. You must know that although technology is very advanced in this world, the entertainment industry is much worse than Mu Chen's original world. Xiaoji, a foolish bastard, and Selena seems to Mu Chen that what happened. But this seems to Xiaoxia, it is really too exciting. It is precisely because of this that Xiaoxia, who flew all the way back to her room, could no longer restrain the sprouting seed, and the pictures she had seen before kept popping up in her mind, and she even kept thinking of the handsome guy after Pikachu turned into a human. The image of this is the scene in front of me. Pikachu, you mustn't talk about what you saw today, otherwise I'll ignore you forever. Still a girl. Such a shameful thing was hit by Pikachu, and Xiaoxia couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to get in. Of course, before diving in, anything that threatens is something that must be done. If this kind of thing is spread out, then Xiaoxia really doesn't have to live. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde. Don't worry baby, your husband, I'm not stupid. Just kidding. There is no need for Xiaoxia to threaten, and Mu Chen will never say a word. This is her own woman, so isn't she sick when she says it out? As a mature and responsible old man, not only did Mu Chen not speak out about this matter, but he even planned to help his precious little Xia. Just kidding. Watching your baby helplessly rely on yourself, is this something a gentleman can do? At this moment, Mu Chen is thanking the 8th generation ancestors of Lord System. System, you are so powerful. You are simply my sweet little padded jacket. If there is no system reward for those 3 minutes, Mu Chen only has 5 minutes to transform. transform. It's really not easy to do something like this in such a short time, but with the extra 3 minutes, Mu Chen felt much more relaxed. At the very least, I have also changed from a 5-point man to an 8-point man, right? This is a qualitative change. Pikachu, did you listen to me? Mu Chen was busy thanking System Jun, and Xiaoxia quit. This guy didn't answer himself. He just talked to the god. What are the meanings? Really want to threaten this girl with this thing. Pick up tilde. Ooh, baby Xiaoxia, why are you in a hurry? Why don't I brew my emotions first? Awakened by Xiaoxia, Mu Chen replied at noon from thanking the system. Needless to say, the emotions have been brewed in place, and Xiaoxia is also ready-made. I will be welcome. After making a decision in his heart and ignoring Xiaoxia's reaction, Mu Chen decisively launched the transformation into Dafa. The yellow-skinned mouse disappeared, and the handsome blonde male protagonist appeared. What are you doing? First she muttered in a daze, and then she suddenly transformed. Xiaoxia said that she was a little confused. Hi. What are you doing? Baby Xiaoxia, what are you talking about? I happen to be rewarded by God for 3 minutes a day, with a total of 8 minutes of transformation time. Let's have a special training too. With that said, Mu Chen just sent out a hungry tiger. Yeah, you bastard. Get out of the way. Facing this sudden attack, Xiaoxia instinctively started to resist. Baby Xiaoxia, don't struggle anymore. I have limited time. I'll talk about it after the special training is over. Ignoring Xiaoxia's resistance, Mu Chen grabbed it frantically and sent it out to the panicked Xiaoxia. In the early hours of the morning, just after Xiaoji's battle was over, Mu Chen's side started again. Xiaoxia, Selena. Early in the morning, 2 girls with disheveled clothes and messy hair walked out of the room respectively. Seeing her best friend look like this, and looking down at her own shape, the 2 girls are embarrassed. This, it seems, what happened to them last night. Selena, I think this special training has a good effect. Shall we continue training tonight? Of course. Xiaoji, who is in the heart of the old blue sky, doesn't know the embarrassment of these 2 girls. As soon as they came together, Xiaoji sent an invitation to Serena. Pick up. What the hell? No problem. The effect of this special training is absolutely awesome. Xiaoxia baby, let's continue tonight. Xiaoji could be so in sync. Chapter 491 Smart Mu Chen. It's Ash from the Kanto region. Please accept my challenge. After a night of tossing and turning, Xiaoji, a foolish and energetic man, once again challenged the King of Silver Alliance. At this time, as Xiaoji's opponent, it was Li Hua who played against a Jew last night. Looking at the enchanting pear flower in front of him, Mu Chen, who had also tossed for a long time, was still excited. Xiaoxia is our darling. We will not comment, but this pear flower thinks about it now. The technology is really good. Of course, Mu Chen only thought about this kind of thing, and would never say it. Mu Chen would never play in a battle or something. Anyway, Xiaoji, this idiot, and the dragon sister Latia, lying comfortably in Xiaoxia's arms. Mu Chen was talking to the system at the moment. Pick up. System Kun, how does Xiaoji's stupid mission really complete? You said I helped him bid farewell to the single knight, so what else? Don't tell Lao Su. This has to be forced to marry Serena. Then I won't play anymore. Everything else can be said. If he really wants to marry Shaolina, Mu Chen will really collapse. In this world, there is a very early development between men and women, but getting married and having a boyfriend and girlfriend are 2 completely different things. If this is so special, if Xiaoji gets married, then it won't be 5,578 years. Having reached the last step with Xiaoxia, Mu Chen is now very eager to get the real transformation ability. Mention 5 minutes, even 8 minutes yesterday was not enough. Thinking of Xiaoxia's contemptuous eyes, Mu Chen felt very hurt. Fakes are all fake. That's not Lao Su's true strength. Nehi, explaining this thing is ineffective. Mu Chen knew that he had to speak with fact. It is precisely because of this that Mu Chen is so eager to complete the task. Host, Xiaoji has not yet developed any real feelings for Serena. The moment Ash truly falls in love with Serena will be your mission. The system responded quickly to Mu Chen's question. Pick up. What the hell? You tell me again. Really in love? Does Xiaoji, this Tai Han know what true love is? Are you kidding me with Lao Su? Hearing that the system actually said that, Mu Chen quit. Based on Mu Chen's understanding of Xiaoji, the difficulty for him to be specially trained is 10. So let him understand what is true love. The difficulty is 100. So the whole special training of difficulty 10 has been tossing for a long time, and true love of difficulty 100 is not worth playing. Mu Chen, feeling extremely angry, Mu Chen naturally twisted unconsciously. However, when he twisted, Xiaoxia misunderstood. You fast shooter, can you be honest? If you have to toss, let's talk about it tonight. At first, Xiaoxia was full of anger when she said this. However, after saying this, Xiaoxia felt embarrassed at first. Pick up. What to play? Quick shooter. Nima. Uncle can bear it. Aunt can't bear it. As a standard iron-blooded man and a family man, Mu Chen's evaluation of Xiaoxia was absolutely unbearable. This is especially about the dignity of a man. Pick up. The system heard it. You come out to me. Ignoring Ignoring Xiaoxia, the angry Mu Chen called the system again. Listen to the system. Listen to it. My family Xiaoxia has nothing to say about me. No, this matter must not be like this. Mu Chen's rogue mode was activated again, and the system habitually played a cold-hearted manner. Pick up tilde. Don't pretend to be dead with Lao Su. There must be an argument today. I'm at least half of this task. I don't ask you to complete it for me. At least you can increase my transformation time by half. Okay. 8 minutes is really not enough to do anything. This was also the biggest reason why Mu Chen was despised. 8 minutes are despised, not to mention only 5 minutes later. Thinking of Xiaoxia's contemptuous eyes and sarcastic words, Mu Chen knew that if he couldn't make changes, he was afraid that this quick shooter would be confirmed by him. Sorry host, your mission has not been completed, and the reward cannot be issued. Pick up tilde. Shit, I don't want to play anymore. Nima, if you have the ability, you can let Xiaoji enlighten himself. What the matter? Let the horse run, but don't let the horse graze. When has Mu Chen suffered such a loss? Host, actually, it's not that there is no solution. Seeing that Mu Chen is going to be a jerk, the system also knows that it is too much. After all, a gentleman is despised in that regard because of time issues, which is really not acceptable to ordinary people. Pick up tilde. What is the solution? There is a way. You don't say it earlier. Why are you playing with me? Hearing that the system changed the subject and said there was a way, Mu Chen's chicken was frozen. There is a way not to say it earlier. So I'm in a hurry here. What should I do? Host, if you agree, the rewards of random tasks you complete in the future can be exchanged for an increase in temporary transformation time. In a word, equivalent exchange. The consciousness of the system is very clear. Don't you want to transform into time in the future? Can complete random tasks. I will not increase your strength. I will give you transformation time. Pick up tilde. What the hell? Can you do this? Sure. Hearing the system say that, Mu Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Special training with Xiaoxia in the future. Don't you need to be despised? Wait, something wrong. Absolutely wrong. After the chicken was frozen, Mu Chen suddenly realized that something was wrong. How can this special system be so kind? The system is all about breaking the world line and restoring its own strength. Mu Chen knew that the relationship between this guy and himself, to put it bluntly, was to use each other. Mu Chen absolutely couldn't believe that this guy could suddenly be kind. Pick up tilde. System, see if this works. In the future of Lao Su's big turntable, you will add a temporary extension of the transformation time to the lottery option. I am a genius. After doing this, I will not delay in improving my strength. Occasionally, if I win the lottery, I can do some favorite special training with Xiaoxia. Thinking about that wonderful life, Mu Chen was drunk. No problem, then it's settled. Regarding Mu Chen's proposal, the system agreed without hesitation. This idiot originally said that when you need to fight hard, you will improve your strength at one time, but you have to play one step at a time. Of course, the system will never tell these words to the yellow-skinned mouse who is excited in Xiaoxia's arm. Chapter 492 I'm going to hit too. Damn it, Pikachu. Neck, it's up to you. Ash's familiar command voice came again. The duel with Iwa. The rule is still 3 vs 3. Just as Mu Chen was negotiating with the system, Xiaoji had already lost 2 Pokémon in a row. Although the dragon sister Latias is strong, the attribute that others are good at is evil, and it happens to suppress the superpower of the dragon sister Latias. After using the old girls, Latias and Nina, the dragon sister, Xiaoji only replaced the first Pokémon of Pear Flower, the Darkrow. Facing Li Hua's second Pokémon, the Moon Elf, Xiaoji can only put his last hope on Pikachu. Pick up tilde. Nima, what a waste. Can't I let me make more soy sauce? Last night was a tossing in the first half of the night, and in the second half of the night there was a super special training with Xiaoxia that was short-lived but full of chicken love. Mu Chen really wasn't in the mood to think about fighting. However, the main quest has not yet been completed, and for the sake of a happy life in the future, Mu Chen can only continue to coax him. Pick up. After complaining a few words, Mu Chen lazily rushed out of Xiaoxia's arms at a slow motion speed. System gentlemen, may I ask, is today's match against this hair blossom a random mission? I still owe the system a random mission. If I don't pay it back as soon as possible, what about the random missions in the future? If it was before, Mu Chen was still dispensable for this random task, and he faced it in the way of Dafa. But now, fuck, if I can get a chance to temporarily increase the transformation time for one night, I will toss this little girl to death and let her see what a real gentleman is. Trapped in the transformation time, Mu Chen ended the battle in 8 minutes, and finally faced Xiaoxia's contemptuous eyes, which made him very hurt. Sir, get up from where you fall. Mu Chen also knew that explanations were useless, so naturally he could only rely on fact. Host, normally, the battle with Li Hua this time is just a regular battle, so there are no random quests to provide. Fuck, no. Nima, do you want to be so pitiful? Hearing that the system said no, Mu Chen's low fighting enthusiasm was completely extinguished. But, if you strongly request the host, there is no room for maneuver. My ex your uncle. Are you gasping for words? The enthusiasm for the fight had all been extinguished, and Mu Chen was planning to just walk through the scene and be eliminated by KO. I never thought that this special system was actually playing tricks on him. Pick up. Hurry up. What kind of whirling method? Let's hear it. After a few small complaints, Mu Chen quickly focused his attention on this so-called room for maneuver. No matter what you are, as long as it's a random mission, that's enough. I have completed your random task today. My debts will be cleared. Will a happy life in the future be far behind? Host Lihua is a rare evil king. The random task this time is that you have to challenge the remaining 2 evil-type Pokémon at the same time. And when you challenge these 2 Pokémon 1-on-2 to win, you not only have to defeat them but also make these evil-type Pokémon fear you. In other words, you have to let them know who is the real villain. What to play? Can you do that? System, are you sure you're not playing with me? It's okay to let Lao Su and me fight 1 against 2, and I'm still making such a lot of idiots. Let them know what is the real villain. How do you let them know? I am such a good man. Is a civilized man. I'm not a villain. Regarding this random task of the system, Mu Chen can be said to be clueless. What the hell is this mission? How is this done? Let the enemy know who is the real villain. Damn. However, the quest has been issued, and the system has gone into a cold state and disappeared, so Mu Chen could only choose to accept it. No way. For the sake of future happiness, in order to prove in front of Xiaoxia that he is a pure man, Mu Chen can only selectively ignore these details. But now what? Looking at the dazzling moon elf in the arena, Mu Chen twisted his butt and rushed towards Xiaoxia again. Huh, what's wrong with you? Pikachu, go fight. Seeing this, Pikachu walked to the edge of the field, and immediately fought against the moon spirit of the pear flower. Suddenly, Pikachu turned around and stopped playing. Seeing such a situation, Xiaoji was naturally shocked. What a joke, I'm the only Pokemon left. If you don't play, then won't my Xiaoji usher in the first defeat in the Chengdu area? Everything else doesn't matter, but in terms of combat, Master Ji would never admit defeat easily. What's more, in such an inexplicable way. Pick up. Han B, what's the hurry? I don't want to communicate with you. Ignoring Xiaoji, who had an anxious face, Mu Chen waved his short hands repeatedly and gestured towards Xiaoxia. No way, Xiaoji's comprehension ability is touching. If he really wanted to rely on him to comprehend and understand his own understanding, Mu Chen's gestures would be exhausting. Huh, Pikachu, you mean you're going to fight 2 at the same time? Watching Pikachu's short hand gesture, Xiaoxia, who knew this guy very well, understood his intentions in seconds. But the question is, what does this guy say? It's not enough to play 1, so you want to play 2 at the same time. What are you doing? How? I was planted last night. Do you want to find it here? You idiot. I despise this lady, and I despise you for a matter of time. It's not that I despise your fighting ability. Of course, Xiaoxia knew about Pikachu's powerful combat power. Does Xiaoxia still need to let this kind of thing show to herself? Looking at Pikachu with a serious face in front of her, Xiaoxia helplessly put her hand on her forehead. But just when Xiaoxia was going to dissuade Pikachu and let him stop, Xiaoji killed him. What? Pikachu, you said you wanted to fight 2 Pokemon at the same time. Ha ha ha. Great, as expected of my Pokemon. Hearing Xiaoxia's exclamation, and looking at Pikachu's expression full of desire to fight, Xiaoji understood it in seconds. You know, in terms of combat, Xiaoji is definitely not slow at all. Pear Flower King, apart from the Moon Elf, do you have a Pokemon left? Then, please summon it too. My Pikachu, 2 at a time. Ignoring the reactions of Xiaoxia and Pikachu, he muttered to himself excitedly, and Xiaoji immediately walked toward Pear Blossom with a proud look on his face. Chapter 493_Bad Situation. Xiaoji took the initiative to ask Pikachu to fight too, and Lihua was naturally furious. You are the champion of Kanto, and I am still the king of Chengdu. Despise yourself so much. It's not too much of a fate, isn't it? Under the anger, Lihua naturally won't have any opinion on Ash's request. Originally, it was just a cutscene, and it was okay to play with you casually, but you just wanted to abuse, right? Come on then. With 2 against 1, the angry pear flower does not think that she will fail. How can I say that? My Moon Elf and Heluga are also Heavenly King level Pokemon. Goo tilde tilde tilde. Out tilde 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 tilde. Lihua was furious, and the 2 Heavenly King level Pokemon summoned by her were equally furious. Any existence of the Heavenly King level has an extremely proud heart. As a result, the 2 of them had to join forces to fight against a yellow-skinned mouse. This, for them, is also a great humiliation. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde. The ghost is barren. Any opinion? The Moon Elf and Heluga felt that they had been greatly humiliated, but Mu Chen didn't care about that. What are you playing? Screaming twice. Who are you frightening with this? Hurry up and call it a day. I spent too much yesterday. I have to lie down. If Mu Chen faced 2 Heavenly King level opponents at the same time when he was in Kanto, this guy would definitely be a motherfucker. But now, the 2 Pokemon at the level of Heavenly King, in Mu Chen's eyes, that's what happened. Pikachu. Pikachu. Fight. Use 100,000 volt. Mew Chen ignored the pressure brought by the two Heavenly King level opponent, and Xiaoji didn't know what the so-called pressure was. In Ash's opinion, his original Pokemon, Pikachu, is synonymous with invincibility. Madness. Moon Elf, you are in charge of melee combat. Rush up and use a feint. Helluga, you are attacking from a distance. Use the jet of fire, and help the Moon Elf to contain Pikachu's action. It's not that Lihua has never experienced doubles or something, and she has no shortage of experience in this area. However, this is also the first time for Lihua to fight 2 against 1. Goo tilde tilde tilde. After receiving Pear Flower's order, the angry Moon Elf attacked first. I saw that at the same time as he let out an angry roar, his entire body seemed to turn into a black lightning bolt, and he killed the lazy Pikachu. Out tilde 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 tilde. The Moon Elves launched a charge, and Helluga was also not to be outdone. While roaring, Helluga opened his mouth and blasted Pikachu with a jet of flame full of rich fire element. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde. 2 scumbag. Today I will let you know what the gap is. The opponents had already attacked, so of course Mew Chen couldn't continue to follow that concave shape. If the concave shape causes the ship to capsize in the gutter, it doesn't matter if the mission fails, so it's not a shame. He was already despised by Xiaoxia. If he was embarrassed even in the aspect of battle, then Mew Chen would really be ashamed to hang around. Needless to say, moving at a high speed with the blessing, Mew Chen took a side step, dodging the jet flame that came first after Hilugana. Pika tilde 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 chu tilde. Zila tilde tilde tilde. Demo, want to play hand to hand with me? Do I give you a chance? Dodging the jet of flame and ignoring the shockwave of the explosion behind him, Mew Chen sent a 100,000 volt shot to the Moon Elf rushing towards him. When Mew Chen thought about it, he had the electric ball blessing, and the 100,000 volts that had reached the thickness of his calf could definitely easily overturn the Moon Elf. However, Mew Chen soon discovered that he seemed to think too much. Boom. Goo tilde tilde tilde. Resisting a 100,000 volt, the Moon Elf seemed to have nothing to do, but instead accelerated his charge. Pick up tilde tilde tilde. I am Nima. What the hell? So fight. Seeing that the Moon Elf, who was no bigger than himself, could ignore his 100,000 volt, Mew Chen was done. What the hell? This is too fake. Right. With the current 100,000 volts of Lao Su, why don't you call a mythical beast over? It won't ignore it like that, right? However, how does Mew Chen know that a Pokemon like the Moon Elf is not very powerful in its own attack? Its real strength is its double defense that may people feel hopeless. The general Moon Elf double defense is already very scary, not to mention this is the main Pokemon of Lihua. Mew Chen's 100,000 volt for the Moon Elf just made it feel a little pain, and it was not enough to make it hurt, as the so-called careless loss of Jingzhou. At this time, although Mew Chen didn't have Jingzhou to lose, he also paid the price for his carelessness. The Moon Elf resisted 100,000 volt. Of course Mew Chen didn't expect it, and this made Mew Chen not taking adequate precautions against the Moon Elf surprise attack. Bang! Pick up tilde pick up. Being hit hard by the Moon Elf, Mew Chen suddenly let out a painful cry. You sir, they are all Sven. What are you doing here? Originally, after a night of tossing around yesterday, Mew Chen's small arms and calves were exhausted, but now he was slammed by this moon spirit again, and this feeling of soreness can be said to be crazy. Good job, Moon Elf. Rush up and use the bite attack. Black Ruga continued to use the jet flame to restrict Pikachu's movement. Snort. 1 against 2. Then today, my mother, I will teach you a lesson. Let you know, it's not like that. Seeing that the Moon Elf successfully knocked over Pikachu, Lihua's momentum was even better than before. Pikachu, fight back. At this time, Xiaoji finally found out that something was wrong. This is so 1-on-2. It doesn't look as simple as I imagined. This month, the Moon Elf has thick skin and flesh, and Pikachu's 100,000 volt can be completely ignored. That Haruga's jet of flames was even more frantically bombarding Pikachu as if it didn't want money, thus limiting its movement space. Seeing that Pikachu could only dodge in embarrassment under the attack of the two, Ash was anxious. Chapter 494 Way to break. Pika tilde pi. You sir. Pikachu doesn't show his power. Do you think Lao Su is a ball? By Hey Lugia, Mew Chen was angry. This is so special. What level is lousy? I am a champion Pokemon. I am a skin god. You scumbags at the level of king, put on a woolen yarn with me. Continuing victories. Mew Chen also has an arrogance in his heart. Never thought that today, facing the combination of Pear Blossom's Moon Elf and Hyluga, Mew Chen was actually a little shriveled. In fact, the attack power of the Moon Elves is not wrong. Even with Mew Chen's small arms and leg, it wouldn't be a big problem to resist the Moon Elf's attacks a few times. But the problem is, this game should be too special to be beaten, right? Mew Chen couldn't remember how many times he used 100,000 volts on the Moon Elf, but the result was just a tickling. At most, it is to help this guy do an ion perm and change his hairstyle. This feeling of powerlessness was unprecedented for Mew Chen except for Xiaoji. As for the Haruga who kept using jetting flames on himself, this play should be good, but Mew-chen really didn't take it seriously. Pikachu, counterattack. Use the electric ball. Mew-chen was angry, and Xiaoji was equally anxious. By Helluga from a distance, Xiaoji almost couldn't control it, so he rushed directly to cooperate with Pikachu for a double play. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde. With you tell. Are special electric balls useful? The level of the Moon Elf special defense resistance can definitely make people feel hopeless. 100,000 volts is just scratching the itch, and the electric ball is probably useless if it hits it. As for the super electric ball after charging, fuck, Mew-chen wanted to use it, but the problem is, with Helugia's constant harassment, Mew-chen has no chance to charge up. Ignoring Xiaoji's command, Mew-chen decided to change his tactic. What's so special? Your Moon Elf has thick skin and flesh. I don't understand it. I don't believe that Helugia is equally resistant to beating. Lihua's tactic is very clear. That is, let the Moon Elf resist in front, and Heluga will attack from a distance. At this moment, all Mew-chen needs to do is to disrupt Lihua's tactics and change the current extremely unfavorable battle situation. Do it if you think of it. Without any hesitation, ignoring the Moon Elf who was attacking, Mew-chen, who was blessed with high-speed movement, decisively turned on a flash of electric light. Heruga, back off. Use the smoke screen. Moon Elf, use a flash of lightning to catch up with Pikachu. Seeing that Pikachu suddenly changed his attack target and rushed towards Heruga, Ika quickly responded. Obviously, as a Heavenly King level trainer, Lihua is not only experienced in special training but also a Pokémon battle commander, and her experience is also extremely rich. Pika tilde pi. Nima, I still want to run. Hearing this pair flowers command, Mew-chen knew that he had guessed correctly. This black Ruga is indeed the key to his breakthrough. After confirming that the choice was correct, Mew-chen no longer hesitated at all. Little short leg frantically fiddled, completely ignoring the Moon Elf who was chasing and screaming behind him, and Mew-chen focused all his attention on the Helugia who was using the smoke green. Stupid bat. Why do you think that if you use the smoke green, I can't hit you? Seeing that Helugia's figure was gradually hidden in the smoke, Mew-chen sneered again and again. What's so special? Today I will let you know what is a carpet attack. Pika tilde 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 chu tilde. Zila tilde tilde. Electricity rolls. Fire jump. After confirming the last hiding place of Heluga, Mew-chen decided to send out a 100,000 volt to that place. Ha ha ha. It's useless. Don't be naive. Seeing Pikachu's blind attack, who had long been hidden in the smoke, Lihua laughed wildly. Just kidding. Is the black Luga who is an old lady a fool? Could it be that in the smoke ring, Helugia will not move? Zila tilde tilde tilde. Zila tilde tilde tilde. However, just as Iwa sneered complacently, sparks of electricity jumped again on the cheeks of the running Pikachu. With the jump of the current and the fire, the 100,000 volt blasted at different positions in the smoke like a chain of cannon. Boom, boom, boom. Out tilde 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 tilde. Finally, under Mew-chen's mindless bombardment that cost almost no money, Helugia, who was hiding in the smoke ring, was attacked. What? Damn it. Moon Elf, beat up, and tangle Pikachu. Helugia was hit, and Lihua finally panicked. If Heluga was defeated first, and only relying on this thief to fight but not enough to attack the Moon Elf, then there would be little hope of defeating this Pikachu. If it's one-on-one, Lihua doesn't care about winning or losing. Anyway, it's just to accompany Xiaoji, a silly bee, to walk through the form. But, if this is changed to 2v1 and you lose yourself, then it will be a real shame. Goo tilde tilde tilde. The companion was attacked, and the Moon Elf was angry. After his life-threatening pursuit, Pikachu still hurt Heruga, who was protected by it. For the Moon Elf, this is a great harm to their self-esteem. Pick up tilde pick up. You give me a break for lousy. 100,000 volts hit Heluga, but it wasn't enough for Mew-chen. Then B-play should be a king-level existence anyway. Even if the physique is not good, it will not be won by his instant 100,000 volts. Seeing the Moon Elf, the dead playing came up again. The annoyed Mew-chen turned back decisively, and sent an electromagnetic wave to the Moon Elf who was humming towards him. What the matter? You're not afraid of 100,000 volt, but what about electromagnetic wave? We don't expect to attack you anymore. It can stop you. That's enough. Goo tilde tilde tilde. It has always been Pikachu's attack, and the Moon Elf naturally had no defense against this sudden electromagnetic wave. The electromagnetic wave entered the body, and a sense of numbness struck immediately, and the Moon Elf was even more anxious. Moon Elf, don't panic. Use the toxin. Electromagnetic wave. Interference skills. Snort. Do you think it's just you? Originally, Iwa planned to continue to consume Pikachu's stamina. When this Pikachu's physical strength dropped by most, he used the extremely poisonous skill of venomous poison on it. But now that the Moon Elf has been hit by electromagnetic wave, if it is not used quickly, Pikachu will completely distance itself from it in a while. Goo tilde tilde tilde. Following Lihua's order, the Moon Elf did not care about the paralysis in his body, and sprayed out a thick poisonous gas smoke at the yellow-skinned mouse in front of him. Chapter 495 all the way sparked with lightning. Pick up tilde pick up tilde. Nima, play my tie. The Moon Elf suddenly suddenly changed the way he used to fight before, and came with a fierce toxin that exuded a strong stench. Seeing this posture, Mu Chen panicked. The play of fierce toxin should not be a joke. If it really hit, let alone his junior skin god, even if he comes to a real divine beast, then he will lie down. Of course, generally speaking, it is difficult to hit the target with a skill with an extremely slow attack speed such as vicious poison. However, this poisonous poison was difficult for Mu Chen to dodge. The moon elf carried the interference of the electronic wave, blocking Mu Chen's way back. In the smoke screen, Helugia, who was beaten by Mu Chen's 100,000 volt, also launched a counterattack at the same time. Looking at the hoo-hoo flames spewing out of the smoke, Mu Chen's small physique also did not dare to take it hard. At this moment, Mu Chen was really forced into a dilemma. Pikachu, be careful. Mu Chen's predicament. Xiaoji, who was watching the battle, naturally found out. Seeing that Helugia shot to block Mu Chen's movement space, the moon elf suddenly came with a toxin, and Xiaoji was in a hurry. If Pikachu is poisoned, there is really no hope of winning in this match. Haha, don't struggle, you can't avoid it. In a heads-up fight, the moon elf's toxin has no chance of hitting Pikachu, but now it's not a one-off. With the help of Heluga to block the movement space of this Pikachu, the attack of the toxin can definitely hit accurately. Lihua knew that as long as this Pikachu was poisoned, the match would be completely decided, although it is said that she is 2 against 1. However, this is not what she asked for, and it was Xiaoji who lost the embarrassment in the end. Right, pick up. Can't avoid it. You underestimate lousy. Normally, in the face of this insidious toxin, Mu Chen really didn't have much room to hide. If a random Pokemon is present, it is bound to be hit, but Mu Chen would not to mention how much higher his strength is than those so-called ordinary Pokemon. It is this IQ, this on-the-spot reaction ability. It is not a level of existence. Xiaoji, this stupid bee, only reminded him to be careful in the back, but he didn't make any too effective instruction. However, Mu Chen didn't care about it. I have no room to dodge. Look at it. Today I will show you a show, what is called sparks and lightning all the way. Do it when you think of it. This has always been Mu Chen's most superior character quality. Zilla tilde. Needless to say, the moment Mu Chen made his decision, the sparks of electricity began to roll and jump on his cheek. Pika tilde. He ignored the moon elf behind him, ignored the toxin smoke that the moon elf spewed out, and even ignored the various fire-type attack coming from the front. The mid-air in front of Mu Chen's line of sight was an instant use of 100,000 volt. Immediately, his little short leg kicked hard, and Mu Chen rushed up to the 100,000 volts inspired by it. What? How is this possible? Ha ha ha. Awesome. Pikachu. Great job. Lihua's exclamation and Ash's excited shout came almost at the same time. Looking at the yellow-skinned mouse walking on electricity, everyone present was stunned. Although it was said that among the people present, they knew something about Pikachu's ability to walk on electricity, either through Pikachu's battle video, or by seeing it with their own eye. But the problem is, what's so special? In the previous video, this Pikachu was just using electric shock continuously, or jumping and stepping on it with the help of the current of thunder. But now, this Pikachu, it actually ran on a current of 100,000 volt. Looking at the speed of its running, although it cannot exceed the flying speed of 100,000 volt, it can just keep up. It can be said that Pikachu at this time is really walking on electricity. This is so special, it completely taking off. Crackling tilde. With the advantage of his own immune system, Mu Chen maximized his speed. The current of 100,000 volt kept flashing dazzling spark under Mu Chen's stampede. This is really just like what Mu Chen said. Sparks and lightning all the way. Pick up tilde. A group of stupid bees. Have you seen Lao Su's dashing and heroic appearance? Are you intimidated? These idiots think I can't do anything about it. Just ask you. Today I am not handsome in this way. Mu Chen, who was running on 100,000 volt, was also very excited. This cool way of pretending to be AB Mu Chen himself didn't know whether it was effective or not. Fortunately, this time, I didn't pull my hip. Pikachu. Awesome. Great job. This time, the shouting didn't come from Xiaoji. As Xiaoxia, who has been quietly watching the game, Ben was also shy because of the awkward collision with Serena in the early morning. Originally, Xiaoxia just wanted to be a melon eater quietly, watching Pikachu finish work. But Xiaoxia couldn't sit still after Pikachu's all the way sparked with lightning came out. It's her man. Seeing her man so outstanding, how could Xiaoxia not be excited? However, just because she was too excited, Xiaoxia jumped, and her abdomen suddenly felt a tear-like pain. Although it was said that Mu Chen's transformation was only 8 minutes at the beginning, but this guy almost entered a state of high-speed movement in order to make a quick decision. Xiaoxia wasn't one of those old women from Mina. She had a strong physique that could withstand the attacks of Mu Chen. What's more, although Xiaoxia said that through her sisters she has some experience in this area of battle, but that's just on paper. Actual combat experience or something. Xiaoxia is also the first time. The results of it. For the first time, he he was attacked by Mu Chen's mindless high-speed attack. It's okay not to do intense exercise. After this excitement, he felt pain immediately. Ooh, Xiaoxia, what's wrong with you? When the tearing sensation came, Xiaoxia instinctively let out a pained cry. Seeing Xiaoxia sweating profusely, she cried out in pain, and Serena, who was sitting next to her, hurriedly asked, "No, it's all right. Just kidding. What is this? Even if something happened, absolutely can't say no." Xiaoji's silly bee doesn't care about face problems, but she, Xiaoxia, cares very much. How did you open up about this kind of thing? Pick up Xiaoxia. Xiaoxia's actions outside the court were also passed into the eyes of Mu Chen, who was wearing a beyond spark lightning. Seeing Xiaoxia squatting on the ground suddenly in pain, Mu Chen became anxious. Is this swollen wood? Chapter 496_1 left. Pika _Chu. Mock up. If I hide in the smoke, I can't hit you. Accept the trial from thunder. The shape is full, the force is full, and the momentum has also climbed to the top. Running all the way on 100,000 volts, Mu Chen's speed has long been raised to the limit. The speed has picked up, and Mu Chen's choice of attack is naturally incomparably clear. Electric ball. Let go. Finally, running to the end of 100,000 volts, Mu Chen jumped high into the air. Under the blessing of a flash of electric light, Mu Chen turned over with a handsome ruffian, and threw a golden electric ball out of the smoke screen. Crackling _. Although this electric ball does not have the blessing of offensive charging, its power is definitely not to be underestimated. The huge electric ball, with a diameter of nearly 2 meters, with bursts of fire, smashed the ground violently. This momentum is definitely not something ordinary people can resist. At the very least, facing this huge electric ball at this moment, Lihua has already fallen into a situation where her face is eclipsed. Haruga, quick, get out of the way. The attack of 100,000 volt can also be resisted by dodge or hard resistance. How to stop this electric ball with a diameter of 2 meters? How big is the smoke screen in total? Even if it was rubbed a little, Haruga's small physique would definitely not be able to resist. Seeing Pikachu throwing a ball of electricity, Li Hua, who was unwilling to fail, naturally ordered Haruga to quickly move the position. Smoke screen or something. It's no longer safe. Out _. Needless to say, Hilugia in the smoke screen had already put away his previous fierceness, and ran towards the periphery of the smoke screen with his tail tucked. In the face of Mu Chen's electric ball attack, ordinary Pokémon really don't have the courage to experience the thrill of it. Pick up. Nima, want to run? I've asked my father if I haven't. As soon as he landed, Mu Chen saw the figure emerging from the black Lugia Chong smoke screen. The electric ball has already been activated, but Mu Chen didn't have the 2 strokes of Cheomong, and he can still control the attack direction of the skills that have been launched. But Mu Chen also has his own way. Needless to say, the light flashed and started again. Jumping high, Mu Chen flipped his body, and before the electric ball hit the ground, he flicked his tail fiercely, as if hitting a baseball, and Mu Chen pulled out the electric ball with an iron tail. Bang! Crackling _. After being slapped hard by Mu Chen, the electric ball suddenly changed direction, and it flew at an accelerated speed towards Hilugia, who was fleeing. What? How is this possible? Wow! Pikachu! Great! This is a great move. Seeing Pikachu's amazing SAO operation, Rika and Ash have different reactions. Just ask, who would have thought that the skills that have been inspired can still be used in this way? But, in front of their eyes, this Pikachu performed an extremely SAO operation, completely subverting their understanding of the use of Pokemon skills. Of course, Mu Chen looked simple this time, but in fact the requirements were very demanding. First of all, in order to hit such an electric ball that has been fired, you must have the characteristic of immunity to electricity. Otherwise, the electric ball that has been fired will not recognize who you are, and even if Pikachu blocks in front of it, it will be correct. Secondly, if you want to change the direction of the electric ball's attack by hitting, you must have extremely high speed and accurate prediction. If there is even the slightest mistake in this, it is absolutely impossible to change its direction. Of course, those are later stories. At this moment, the electric ball, whose direction had been changed by Mu Chen, was slamming into Haruga with the aura of destroying everything. Out _. Looking at the electric ball that was getting closer and closer in front of him, the only thing Haruga could do was to open his pair of dog eyes and let out a roar from the depths of his soul. Boom! There are no surprises. Even if Haruga is a king-level existence, it is just like that. After being smashed by Mu Chen, Halugia decisively turned on the twitching mode. This is because Mu Chen's power-generating ball does not use the blessing of charging. Otherwise, Pikachu, great job. Let's keep going and win this game. 2-on-1 turned into 1-on-1. Haluga, who was in charge of long-range harassment, was already lying down, leaving only a moon elf whose attack ability was not strong. Xiaoji was already full of confidence in the outcome of this game. Damn it. Moon elf, use a flash of electric light. Rush up. Hilugia's defeat was too sudden. The good situation collapsed in an instant, and Ling Zi's face could not be saved. But she He is 2-on-1. 2 hits 1 all kneel. What will others think if you say it? Is this the strength of the king of the Chengdu area? Or is it that your pear flower is not worthy of being called a king at all? No matter what it was, the arrogant Li Hua said that she absolutely couldn't accept it. Although Heluga said he had already knelt down, the moon elf had thick skin and flesh. In Iwa's view, she still has a chance to win. As long as the moon elf can entangle Pikachu and find a chance to give it a shot of poison, the outcome of this game is still unpredictable. Goo tilde tilde tilde. Following Pear Flower's order, the moon elf turned into a black lightning bolt and shot away at Pikachu, who had just flipped Black Luga and was still in the concave shape. Pikachu, be careful. This time the reminder was sent by Xiaoxia. Seeing her little man so unrestrained, Xiaoxia's heart has long been fascinated. However, just after waking up from the intoxicated state, Xiaoxia saw the moon elf rushing up. How could Xiaoxia not be nervous when she thought of the vicious toxin she had sent before? Pick up tilde pick up. Demo, play sneak attack. Can I give you a chance? Seeing the moon elf rushing towards him, Mu Chen also turned on a flash of electric light. It was 2 teams 1 before. I can't help it. Now you are left alone. How can I still give you this chance? Zila tilde tilde tilde. While running, sparks of electricity began to jump over Mu Chen's cheek. Same reason. Before playing 2 games, Mu Chen had no time to recharge. Now, isn't it just faster than anyone else? I'll let you go for a few minutes first. Let's make a few laps, and then take it slow. Mu Chen knew that if he wanted to overturn this thief-fighting moon elf, he had to use the ultimate move after charging. Moon elf, use an alias, then use shadow clone. Seeing that Pikachu has turned on the charging mode, Li Hua decisively changed her move. Chase, you can't catch up. Now, I can only pray that this Pikachu has limited accuracy and hits it crookedly. Chapter 497 Wisdom is mighty. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde. Silly pear blossom, do you think I am you? Operate with me. Play IQ with me. I am so special that the lower limit of my IQ is higher than your upper limit. A woman who only knows how to specially train with men. Mu Chen said that he absolutely despises her. What the matter? What a shadow clone. A special substitute. Do you think I won't be able to hit you like this? Of course, the main reason why Mu Chen despised Li Huahui so much was that the special training male protagonist was not him. This was the most intolerable thing for Mu Chen. At first, Mu Chen really planned to send a black electric ball to directly meet the moon elf, but looking at it now, the black electric ball is obviously not going to work. This is a shadow clone, and a double, and the chance of being crooked is extremely high. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if it was really crooked? Therefore, Mu Chen's original intention to change was to give up the extremely powerful black electric ball, and instead chose a group attack skill, Thunder. Aren't you a doppelganger? Are you not a stand-in? Didn't you make a mess in the field? Very good, then I will send you a thunderbolt, specially to deal with your bells and whistles. Pika tilde 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 chew tilde tilde. Do it when you think of it. This has always been a good habit of Mu Chen. Needless to say, Mu Chen didn't hesitate to use his thunder skill. A loud cry came out of his mouth. As the chirping sound came out, the electric current on Mu Chen's cheek jumped instantly. I saw the beating current rushing straight into the sky, hitting the sky above Mu Chen's head. Crackling tilde 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 tilde. The electric current blasted into the sky, and bursts of thunder came. The sky that was originally clear sky was covered with dark clouds in an instant. In a huge dark cloud, countless electric currents shuttled inside it. Like thunder and punishment coming into the world, they gathered in the sky above this competition venue. What? This move by Mu Chen greatly exceeded Li Hua's expectation. Originally, he was still fully defending against this Pikachu's electric ball attack, but he never thought that this little thing chose the terrifying electric type big move of thunder without the command of the trainer. Damn it. Moon Elf, give up the defense. Rush up, rush to Pikachu's close, and use the poison on it. In the end, he is the king of the Chengdu area, and the experience of Li Hua's battle can be described as extremely rich. After a brief period of consternation, Li Hua quickly responded. If nothing else, just looking at the terrifying scene in the sky, Li Hua knew that the moon elf would definitely not be able to stop this thundering attack. Therefore, Iwa immediately changed the defensive tactics and chose to take the initiative to attack. As for why it is a venomous toxin, there's no way the moon elf should be playing. Resisting beatings is resisting beatings, but what's the attack power? There are only 2 words to describe that sentence: embarrassment. Goo tilde tilde tilde. After receiving Pear Flower's warning, the moon elf did not dare to be careless. Looking at the dark clouds in the sky that day, the moon elves were also panicked. Now that there is a way to defeat the enemy, how could the moon elf let it go? I saw that the moon elf made a chirping sound, and its main body rushed out of the large avatar in an instant, and trotted all the way to Mu Chen. Pick up tilde pick up. Stupid bat. Are you finally willing to come out? The moon elf changed from defense to attack, but Mu Chen didn't panic at all. This B play should not come out. Even if it is thunder, it may not be able to hit accurately. This B game is willing to come out. What else is there to say? Boom it. Zila tilde tilde. Relying on the fact that he was not afraid of thunder and lightning, the electric current on Mu Chen's cheeks jumped again. This time, Mu Chen directly controlled the electric current in the clouds in the sky, and slammed down at him. Today, I will take you with this moon elf to experience what it means to transcend tribulation. Boom, boom, boom. Following Mu Chen's call, the electric current in the clouds that was already ready to go seemed to have found a sloping hole, and it was frantically bombarding the location where Mu Chen was without money. Right at this moment, the moon elf also trotted all the way to the front of Mu Chen. Not good. Moon elf, go back. After Pikachu's successive SAO operations, the pear flower has long been played bad. Seeing this, Pikachu turned on the thunder bombing mode involuntarily. Lihua was done. Nima. Such a bang bang thunderbolt, let alone the use of fierce toxins by the moon elf. Even if it is a little closer, it will also be attacked together. Goo tilde tilde tilde. This time, without pear flower's command, the moon elf had already turned around. How to fight this? Look at that Pikachu, relying on the thunder column that kept falling from the sky that day. This thing has become a leather-type power plant. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde. Mock up. Where to run? The moon elf wanted to slip away, but of course Mu Chen wouldn't let him. Fuck, what did Lao Su do with such a big momentum? Don't you want to hurry up and call the party so that you can finish work? So why did you run away? Don't I want a tragedy? Needless to say, with the blessing of high-speed movement, the lightning flashed and activated. Mu Chen, full of affection and the bombardment of lightning, chased after the fleeing moon elf. Boom, boom, boom. Goo tilde tilde tilde. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde. I saw a moon elf running in front of the field without looking back. Behind him, there is a leather-shaped power plant guiding the thunder in the sky, chasing after the moon elf. Goo tilde tilde tilde. Finally, this farce-like chase came to an end after the moon elf made a bleak tweet. Pika tilde pi. Nima, why are you running? Brag, can you outrun Lao Su? Looking at the moon elf who was electrocuted and twitched under him, Mu Chen felt envious in his heart. This bee place should be really resistant to electricity. If I have your resistance, I would say what? Yeah, awesome. Pikachu, we won. We won. The game came to an end, and the one who was most excited was naturally Xiaoji. As expected of the king of the Kanto region, Ash, you are very powerful. In this battle, Lihua lost. It was convincing. 2-on-1, and let this Pikachu torture himself so badly. The gap in strength is naturally clear at a glance. Haha. Pear Flower King, you are also very powerful. Special training you had with King Aju last night. It really benefited me a lot. Special training, like Pear Flower King. As the so-called serious and shameless word, this refers to Xiaoji. When Xiaoji finished saying these words, the expressions of Lihua, Aju and Kazuki in the field changed greatly. Pick up tilde. What the hell? Xiaoji, you are such a cow. Can you say this? The expressions of the three Chengdu heavenly kings changed drastically, and Mu Chen's expressions also changed drastically. What the matter? Why doesn't I know that Xiaoji is such a cow? I really dare to say anything out there. Chapter 498 cannot explain. Pick up tilde pick up tilde. System gentleman, what do you say? Looking at the livid-looking tree in front of him, the slightly flustered pear blossom, and finally the Aju who had slipped away long ago, Mu Chen touched his chin humanely. This is so special. Don't you come for a mission? Before finally clearing the debt, Mu Chen is very much looking forward to the arrival of random tasks. I'm not too demanding. I'm just going to transform into a body for 5 hours or something. That's enough. Of course, this was one of the reasons why Mu Chen asked for random tasks. As for another reason, it is because this tree has pear flowers. Mu Chen is not a fool. Lingxi also told him before that someone in the Chengdu Alliance contacted the previous rocket team Apollo, and even they provided convenience, so Apollo was able to attack Xiaoji on the Silver Mountain. Now it seems that this regular game is over. Is it time for revenge? According to the normal script, when Xiaoji finished this routine challenge, it would naturally be an attack from all kinds of darkness, and what Mu Chen was looking forward to was exactly this. But this time, because of Master G's word, the whole script was disrupted. Host, look at the situation in front of you. Do you think this Silver Alliance still needs your help? Kazuki's eyes were already able to eat people. Of course, whoever puts up such a thing, he will eat people. Iwa's word. Although a trace of resentment flashed in her eyes, she was more panicked. Obviously, the relationship between the two is not measured by the restraint of Pokémon attribute. This tree is obviously the one who is in charge of the house. Now that Lihua is outside, she is still with the new poisonous king, Aju. The most important thing is that she is seen by Xiaoji and said it in public. Kazuki didn't teach Lihua directly, so it could only be said that his self-cultivation was not bad. In the current situation, what other random tasks are there? No one is a fool. Can't you see that? Basically, as long as Ash walk here, Kazuki and Pear Flower will definitely fight each other. As for that Aju who had already seen a bad situation and ran away, hehe, unless he never returns to the Silver Alliance, can this tree spare him? Pick up tilde pick up. System Lord, the account is not calculated complicated like this. Indeed, the Silver Alliance is a bit messy now, but aren't you going to change the world line? If you think about it, this tree and pear blossom are a couple, so even if there is a firefight or something, it will not cause people to die. At most, the one who sacrificed was that boy a Jew. Sacrificing one a Jew only reduces one heavenly king, and the overall situation of the Silver Alliance has not changed. But what if I help you solve a tree and a pear blossom? These two veteran kings of the Silver Alliance, will the changes in the world line be even greater? For this system task, Mu Chen rarely used his brain. Hearing what Mu Chen said, the system fell silent instead. Mu Chen knew that this guy was weighing the pros and cons to see if he could make a profit in the end. In this regard, Mu Chen didn't care. Anyway, it's a waste of time to be able to fool me into the task, and I won't lose anything if I don't fool me. Ah, Kazuki Heavenly King, Pear Flower Heavenly King, if there is nothing else, we will say goodbye first. Just as Mu Chen was discussing this random mission with the system, Xiaoji finally reacted. When he said that special training, the expressions of everyone in the field changed greatly, but Xiaoji still didn't notice any problem. But then under Selena's dissuasion, Xiaoji, this stupid bee, finally stopped talking and stopped talking. After a while, Xiaoji finally found the slightly awkward atmosphere in the field as special training. Then to stare at it here, Xiaoji finally spoke. Mr. Xiaoji, thank you very much. Satoshi was about to leave, so Kazuki pointed it out. Gave Xiaoji to Xie Mengbi. Serena, you say, why does Kazuki thank me? Didn't I defeat the Pear Flower King? On the way to leave, Satoshi was still entangled with Kazuki's thank. Is this man mentally ill? I had defeated him in the big night before, and then defeated the Pear Flower King again. Why did he thank himself? Ooh, Ash, don't ask me these weird questions. The words of Master Ji will always carry enormous lethality. In a word, Serena was directly by Xiaoji. Pick up pick up. Baby Xiaosha, let go. Ignore this stupid bee. Seeing Xiaoji running towards Xiaosha after coing Serena, Mu Chen waved his short hand again and again. What are you kidding? This fool bee is heartless and asks such a speechless question. How can I explain it to him? Do you tell him that that is not special training, that is an in-depth communication between men and women? Then Nana Lihua and Kazuki were legitimate exchanges, and they were secret exchanges with a Jew. In the end, you didn't say anything about the secret communication, but you told it directly in front of everyone. This legitimate Kazuki couldn't accept it, and it was about to explode. I go. Isn't this so embarrassing? I do if Xiaoji doesn't go to Serena for special training. After explaining it, at this moment, Mu Chen can think of the only way to make Xiaoji fall in love with Serena is to let this guy specially train every day to have a special long-term relationship. If this special training is gone, how can this task be done? For Xiaoji's idiotic EQ, Mu Chen had already given up treatment completely. After getting rid of Xiaoji and returning to the room, Mu Chen and Xiaosha didn't bother about anything this time. He didn't sleep well in the middle of the night yesterday, and during the day, Mu Chen fought a battle with him. At this moment, he was extremely tired. Anyway, that guy in the system hasn't replied yet, so Mu Chen can only choose to lie down and rest. No matter what, it's the most important thing to recover your physical strength first, isn't it? However, what Mu Chen didn't expect was that not long after he and Xiaosha fell asleep, Ling Zi appeared. Pick up what going on? Don't you always look for Lao Su in the middle of the night? What are you doing here in broad daylight? I saw it for my baby Xiaosha. How would you explain it to me? Looking at Ling Zi, who was constantly beckoning to him at the window, Mu Chen had a question mark on his forehead. What is this for? What? Because of a Jew's destruction, the communication didn't succeed. What are you going to do to make up for it? It doesn't matter if you make up for Lao Su, but you can wait for the evening. Now it's not time for me to turn into a CD. Filled with doubts in his heart, Mu Chen could only tiptoe out the door. No matter what, just as Chapter 499 finally got to a random mission. Pick up pick up Miss Lingxi, is this Olin? Who cooked for you? Say, I'm going to help you out. Shaking and cocking his little butt, Mu Chen walked out of the room. However, when he came out, he found that Ling Zi's condition was not too much. What the situation? Why are you still crying? Who bullied my Lingxi? Although Lingxi has not yet won, but this is only a matter of timing. As long as he wanted to, Mu Chen could launch the most manic attack on him at any time. Therefore, in Mu Chen's heart, this Lingxi is also his person. Now that he sees his girl in this shape, can Mu Chen not be angry? Woo tilde woo tilde. Pikachu, please save my brother tilde. Seeing Pikachu appear, Ling Zi, who was crying, immediately found the backbone. Not to mention, as soon as he took Pikachu into his arms, Ling Zi cried out to him, Pika tilde pie. What the fuck? What going on? Save your brother. What happened to a Jew? Special training, little expert. Didn't he run away? Being embraced by Ling Zi, Mu Chen said it was a lie if he wasn't excited. Although Xiaosha is good, when it comes to this developmental problem, Ling Zi is more oppressive. But now is not the time to let yourself enjoy. Hearing Ling Zi cry crying and begging to save his brother. Mu Chen was still a little stunned. This is so special. If I don't have a problem with my memory. After Xiaoji said that special training before, didn't this guy Aju run away decisively? He is a ninja. With his skills, he didn't run away in advance. Is this too much? Wu tilde tilde tilde. My brother was captured by Kazuki and the others. Please save my brother tilde. Or got caught. This trash. Ain't you pretty cool when you were specially trained? Why is it so soft now? Hearing Lingzi say that Aju was still taken away by Kazuki, Mu Chen was speechless. But, if you say it, this looks like an opportunity. I had fooled the system before, wanting him to eradicate Kazuki and Pear Blossoms in one shot, and give the Silver Alliance a random task of changing blood. As a result, this product did not give a positive answer. Now that Lao Su's younger brother, Aju, has been arrested, should your system also express it? Although it was said that this Aju recognized Mu Chen as the boss at the beginning, it was just an expedient measure. In the same way, Mu Chen didn't take that guy seriously, and Lingzi was enough anyway. But since this matter has caught up, then everything has to be done, right? Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde. System Kun, come out, let's discuss and discuss. What do you mean? When he thought of it, he did it, ignoring Lingzi who was still crying, and Mu Chen quickly contacted the system. Host, random missions can be released. However, this time the task has a certain degree of difficulty, but I can only give it to you according to a random task reward. Think for yourself, and if possible, I'll send you the task right away. After the constant game with Mu Chen, the system became more and more able to settle accounts. Obviously, now the system knows that this guy is extremely eager to get the system task, so it just sits on the ground and starts the price. The difficulty increases, and the reward remains the same. Pick up tilde tilde. What the hell? Too much. Right, that is 1 tree and Pear Blossom, and 2 heavenly kings, just a random mission. When was the king so worthless? Could you please stop messing with me here? Hearing that the system actually gave this reward, Mu Chen quit. Why don't you play with me? This is to kill the king, not some kind of bullshit competition. In this life and death battle, those heavenly kings will use up their card, and their combat effectiveness is definitely much stronger than that in the previous game. This kind of difficulty level task is calculated according to a random task, and Mu Chen said that he absolutely cannot accept it. Host, you have to know that this time the mission was requested by you, this young master. Because of your host's request, I deliberately opened up a task that did not need to be added this time. So, being able to give you these rewards is the limit. Moreover, this battle is not as difficult as you think. Iwa had just been defeated, and the Pokémon had not recovered. Basically what you need to deal with is just 1 tree and 1 person. Don't forget that Aju is also a heavenly king. He was caught by Kazuki because the superpower type blood overcame his poison type. As long as you rescue him, Aju from Lihua will naturally help you to resist. What is accounting? The small abacus of the system can be described as a crackling sound. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde. What the hell? I said what about you? What are you doing so meticulously? Receive. I got it. Daddy, hurry up. Give me the task. Something is better than nothing. Mu Chen was completely speechless when he heard that the system had counted this account with himself to such an extent. What else can I say? As this product said, the special Aju is not a decoration. As long as you get it out for him, Pear Flower can still take it if he wants to come to Aju. Maybe, after winning, Aju, who is full of anger, can still perform a special training on the spot. Well, last time I was looking for Xiaoji, a foolish bee, so I didn't see the details clearly. This time I must take a good look at it. Thinking of this, Mu Chen's mood suddenly relaxed. Random mission. Save Aju and subvert the Silver Alliance. Mission requirement. Defeat the 2 heavenly kings, Kazuki and Rika, so that they lose their position as the kings of the Silver Alliance. Mission reward. Enhanced version of the big turntable. System. Sao Year. Work hard. As a special bonus, this time the system does not require you to kill these 2 kings. As long as you can oust them, no matter what means you use, it will be considered a task. With Mu Chen's earnest expectation, the random mission finally arrived. There were no surprises in the reward. It was still the big turntable, but the word enhance was added to make Mu Chen excited. The only thing that made Mu Chen puzzled was this mission requirement. No need to kill. Just get off the stage. What's the matter? This time, did I say that I can fight with them without fighting courage? Huh, fuck, I am a genius. After seeing this task just now, Mu Chen was still a little confused. However, after a moment of confusion, Mu Chen suddenly realized, this is such a special task. Doesn't it mean that if Lao Su made the scandal of Aju and Lihua public, they would be forced to step down directly? No, that does not work. It doesn't matter if Yishu Lihua stepped down, but what about Aju? This is his little brother. Thinking of this, Mu Chen denied this approach, which seemed to be full of temptations but was actually full of traps. Forget it. Why do you think about it so much? Go directly to open the film and flip it. This is the easiest way. Chapter 500 _ Rescue Private Aju. Pika ~Pi. Link C. Lead the way. Let go. Xiaosha was sleeping soundly, but Mu Chen was not worried. Hey, it tossed for a night last night, so why not Xiaoxia? Her strong physique can still withstand it, but Xiaoxia obviously can't bear it. Taking advantage of this opportunity to rescue a Jew, it was just a matter of saving to explain to Xiaoxia, right this way. Pikachu, thank you, thank you. Lingzi was naturally very excited when Pikachu can help. At this moment when she was almost desperate, other people couldn't count on it, so they could only rely on Pikachu. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde. In our relationship, why are you polite to me? Looking back for an opportunity, with my special training, didn't everything come out? Seeing Lingzi swaying the seductive peach in front of him, Mu Chen's fighting spirit increased even more. We are here to save Uncle, right? Pikachu, this is where my brother is being held by them. Going fast all the way, Lingzi soon took Mu Chen to a house located at the foot of the mountain, independent of the Silver Alliance. Seeing Ling Xiao pointing to the house in front, Mu Chen waved his hand. Okay, baby Lingxi, go find a safe place to stay in the back, and leave the rest to me. Lingxi's fighting power is not weak, but it depends on who. General trainers, the Rockets are elite. Lingxi can still PK with them 1 or 2. For the existence of heavenly kings like Shengshu and Lihua, they can only be cannon fodder. The special training business hasn't started yet. How could Mu Chen let Lingzi rush up with him hastily? Waving his hand, ignoring Lingzi's reaction, Mu Chen decisively started high-speed movement. Kazuki's superpower still made Mu Chen very concerned. If this is an accident, it may be discovered. Although it is not impossible to simply rush indirectly. But the question is, what should a Jew do? The mission requirement is to save a Jew. Don't rush in by yourself. People are tearing up the ticket for him, so it's not a waste of time. Pear Flower, why are you doing this to me? What's so good about this damn ninja? Look at him. He is not my opponent at all. I am so strong. Are you still not satisfied? After a few ups and downs, Mu Chen had already arrived outside the house, just looking for a window to lie down. Kazuki's voice full of grief and indignation came from inside the house. Pick up tilde tilde. What the hell? What going on? There is drama. Hearing Kazuki's voice, Mu Chen quickly moved in the direction of the voice. You are powerful. You are powerful shit. Can't hold on for 3 minutes. Mother, I haven't started yet. You are already finished. Would you mind saying that? What happened to the ninja? The physique of a ninja is really strong. The strength is not the strength not to say. At least a Jew can satisfy me. Besides, if you didn't rely on the restraint of your attribute, a Jew might not be your opponent. I Nima. 3 minutes. Faster than me. After finding the source of the sound, he looked down the window and saw Kazuki standing with a look of grief and indignation, but instead it was the Pear Flower who was swaggering on the sofa. As for the Jew they talked about, also there, this unfortunate child is being tied up and thrown into a corner at the moment. At this point, Mu Chen no longer paid attention to a Jew's problem. Anyway, he is living well. Isn't it the same to save it sooner or later? Or the content of the conversation between these two people is more exciting. Iwa, isn't this because of my superpowers? Give me some time. I will recover after I break through. Don't say it 3 minutes, it 30 minutes. I'm fine. Obviously, Kazuki, who looked awesome to outsiders, was begging for Pear Flowers. Pick up tilde. Nima, lick the dog. Are you so concerned? After all, you are the king of heaven, and it's not like playing with too casually. Seeing the scene where the tree even gave up the dignity of a man and half kneeled in front of the Pear Flower, Mu Chen despised it. A big man, what's wrong with never seeing a woman? Yes, this Pear Flower is very enchanting. Even when I saw it, I was equally angry. But you're not so useless, are you? Go away tilde. Rika's eyes were also full of contempt as she kicked away Kazuki who was licking over. Ju, I've had enough of my old lady's play anyway. How do you like to deal with it? But let me tell you, you'd better keep an eye on my wife's private life. That Apollo guy is out of touch now. Looking back, no matter if Apollo reappeared or someone else was sent by the rocket, if you dare to spoil the good deeds of the old lady, I will kill you. Pear Flower, watery poplar flower. This is Mu Chen's evaluation of Pear Flower. This bitch is not an ordinary person. But, what did she just say? Apollo, rocket. Well, it's really the two of you, so don't blame me for ruining it. Originally, Mu Chen was full of doubts about these two people. Now that he heard what Li Hua said in person, Mu Chen confirmed his previous guess. No problem. It was these two bees who colluded with the rocket. In this way, I don't have to worry about anything when I start. Ignoring Kazuki who continued to lick the dog, Mu Chen turned around to find a hidden corner and got into the room. No matter what you say, it's true that you save a Jew's good first. Relying on his 3-inch nail figure, it is naturally effortless to drill a house. However, just as Mu Chen slowly moved towards a Jew who was thrown in the corner and was about to secretly untie the rope that bound him, an accident happened. Clap, clap, clap. Hurry up. If you want me to prove your strength like my mother, hurry up. It's not enough. What the hell? What going on? What's so moving about this? As an old driver, how could Mu Chen not guess what happened? What is this doing? It's not dark, is it? Didn't you Kazuki lick the dog with that that just now. Is this too fast? Right. Hearing the fierce battle of the special training, Mu Chen no longer paid attention to Aju's thought. This idiot has been tied up for a long time anyway, so let's continue to be tied up. I'll go watch the excitement first, watch and learn, and see how this guy Kazuki ended the battle in 3 minutes. However, what Mu Chen didn't expect was that his excitement naturally brought out a little noise when he walked or something. Who were undergoing intense special training didn't notice anything, but Aju, who was not far from him, did. Master, there was no one else in the room except for a pear tree and Aju, who was tied up. Suddenly, there was a sound, and Aju hurriedly turned to look. Seeing this, Aju was excited. Master, quick, help me. I can help you. Now is a great opportunity. I can help you deal with Pear Blossom. Aju is not a fool. Pikachu suddenly appeared here. Naturally not because he knew that the two would be specially trained or something. The purpose of his coming is definitely to save himself.